Volume 16 Chapter 1. ACT-1 Slums. Hook, I finished. Already? The old man looked at Ark with amazed eyes. It should take at least 4 hours to get to the pier and back. Yet you returned from that place overrun with dangerous monsters after just 1 hour and with my luggage? It sounded urgent, so I hurried as much as possible. I'll say this clearly. But I honestly didn't expect that much from you. In regards to transportation work, there are always small and large problems. In particular, it's not a surprise to be attacked by thieves or monsters. Of course, I can ask the garrison to look for it, but it would take many days for them to accept my commission. Since it is on a very tight schedule and is an urgent delivery, I had no choice but to rely on a foreigner. The old man seemed to be complaining as he shook his head. But you're different from the lazy foreigners in this area. Even if they accept my request, it would take many hours to do it. Since they always receive a lot of commissions, so they would complete the most urgent one first. I place customer satisfaction as my top priority. Although he was breathing hard, Ark tried to make the best impression as possible. The old man nodded and said, I know. Even though I doubted you, I never thought that you could find the luggage so quickly. It is the first time I've met a sincere foreigner like you. Now, this is the reward I've promised. Thank you very much. Clink, clink. Ark spoke thankful words, but he had tears in his eyes as he saw the coins. He had ran around for 1.5 hours and all he received was 50 silver. He could earn more than that hunting 1 or 2 monsters and selling Japtum. Anyway, an information window appeared after he received the compensation. You have completed the Find the Lost Luggage at the Pier quest. Compensation, 50 silver, plus 1,000 experience, plus 7 fame. I ran a marathon for 1 hour only to receive that compensation. The old man had a lot of complaints about other users, but Ark could understand their feelings. If done at a normal pace, the quest would normally take 2 hours. No matter how low leveled the area, level 150 users wouldn't really care about that sort of compensation. They would only accept it when there were other quests in that area. Since there were a few quests, the users unconsciously felt like there was no need to rush. Sometimes the NPC might even become such a nuisance that they would cancel the quest. Since the level 366 Ark had completed such a boring quest, it was natural for the NPC to look favorably upon him. And the favorably impression from the NPC gave a more realistic profit. I'm genuinely grateful that you sincerely accepted my quest. I've decided to write a letter of recommendation so that anyone in my business who you encounter will know about the sincere and polite foreigner. I have a fairly wide network of acquaintances. If you show this recommendation to my partners, then you will receive a more generous reward. The old man wrote a recommendation letter and gave it to him. You have received additional compensation since the satisfaction of the client has exceeded 100%. The old man who commissioned the quest is an NPC who engages in transporting baggage from Seal. If the lost luggage was unable to be delivered on time, then the transporter's reputation would receive a big hit. Thanks to your sincere work, the old man is able to keep his reputation intact. As a sign of gratitude, this client has provided a bonus compensation. You've also received a letter of recommendation from a satisfied transporter. If you show the letter of recommendation to other transporters, then it is possible to receive addition rewards and fame. Additional compensation, 10 silver, plus 3 fame. Asterisk special item transporter's letter of recommendation acquired. Transporter's letter of recommendation, if you show it to another transporter, then it is possible to receive a higher rank quest. In addition, the probability of receiving additional compensation and fame will increase. Phew, it is a success. Ark sighed with relief as he took the letter of recommendation. This was the reason why Ark completed the quest quickly. It was unnecessary to say again, but NPCs gave various types of quests. If NPCs spoke about time running out, then it was often a quest with a time limit. Naturally, if the quest was completed quickly, then the NPC's satisfaction would rise. If the degree of satisfaction exceeded 100%, then he would receive additional compensation. Of course, the bonus compensation wasn't that great. In addition, completion of the quest within 1 hour was needed for satisfaction to go above 100%, then considerable effort was needed. Therefore, a lot of users gave up on satisfaction early. If they acted greedily while thinking about consumer satisfaction, they might inadvertently make a mistake that would lead to death. But this is easy to do in a low-level area. That wasn't a problem for Ark at all. Chick, he smells dangerous for some reason. There was a more than 150 level difference between Ark and the monsters surrounding Seal. If he didn't approach the monsters intentionally, then they would avoid him due to fear. Even though chaotic users also regularly appeared, he was able to settle it easily with a few swings of his sword. If he rode Redunma to save some time, then it was possible to achieve customer satisfaction. Is there any other problem? You've completed all the urgent problems. Really? Ark sighed with regret, causing the old man to smile. But you don't have to worry about work because transporters gather here, so there is always a number of jobs. Ah, that reminds me, I ran into my friend Karad drinking alcohol at the tavern the other day and he said a big headache had occurred. If you head to the Twilight Bar next to the West Gateway and show him the letter of recommendation, then he might give you a job. Thank you for the information. I'll go immediately. Ark said farewell and stepped towards the West Gateway. If he worked diligently, then he might be able to receive additional compensation from this quest. Although he received information about the next quest, Ark's face wasn't that bright. How much have I gained so far? Character information window. Character name Ark, race human. Alignment good plus 500. Fame 6025 plus 500, level 366. Profession Dark Soul. Title Cat Knight, Oberium's caretaker, Jackson's hero, great adventurer, Magic Institute member, Sutandal's hero. Health 6855 plus 225, Mana 6745 plus 25. Spiritual power 400, strength 745 plus 38. Agility 925 plus 110, stamina 1155 plus 35. Wisdom 161 plus 10, intelligence 1173 plus 5. Luck 155 plus 60, flexibility 158. Art of communication 66, affection 89 plus 10. Resilience 436. Special stat, knowledge of ancient relics 153. Ha! He sighed after checking the information window. The main character information window displayed many information aside from stats. But now Ark was only concerned with his fame. Since Ark was level 366 completing level 150 quests, he only received 60 silver in fame as additional compensation. No, he needed 7,000 fame in order to learn the secret technique. In order to obtain the entrusted volumes, Ark had forsaken food and drinks for a day in order to grind his fame. If this is another luggage search, then I will feel sick. Ark shook his head with a disgusted expression. The contents of the repetitive quests in Seal were all similar. He only found this out later, but Seal, a commerce city similar to Jiren in Schuttenberg. So most of the NPCs did transportation work. There was even a separate transporters union in the city. Most of the simple quests around the village were commissions from transporters. They were all ambushed by monsters and wanted to get their lost luggage back. Well, I was transporting some luggage here last time. The items lost in a monster attack? If you tell me the place, then I will look for it. He had heard those words coming from NPCs so many times that he could no reply in his sleep. As soon as the quest was received, he accepted it and rode towards the location on Redunma. When he arrived at the quest area, he would rush the monsters like crazy. Once the monsters were taken care of, he would look for the items. Chick, and you? Did you exterminate our kind from the beginning? The dying monsters looked at him with accusing eyes. I don't want to be here either. He really wanted to say that. If he completed the quest, then he would only receive 30-60 silver as compensation, since he was level 366, killing level 200 kobolds didn't give any experience. He also received no loot. The only thing he could get was quest items. This system was to prevent high-level users from coming to lower-leveled areas. Therefore Ark repeated one day of hunting without receiving any profit. Damn it, I have to hold on to gain more fame. His circumstances surrounding the quests was really a pity. If Ark had been initially interested in fame, then he would have collected 5,000 more by now. In some cases, there were options to choose either money or fame as a reward for several quests. And of course Ark chose money. If he knew it was possible to learn secret techniques, then he would have chosen 100 fame over 1 silver. I don't need fame while running around. In the past, he never imagined he would need it. It's really crazy. Anyway, I have to give up Japtum and experience for fame. It was a low-level village, so he had to give up experience and items. The problem was, although NPCs gave different amounts of fame, it was obvious how much fame he would receive when the quest was repeated. In a low-level area, he could only repeat the quest and receive compensation and fame a maximum of 10 times. But the problem was time. It took at least an hour and a half to receive the quest and wander to the area before coming back. I've spent 30 hours so far and completed 20 quests, which gave me 150 fame. Thanks to word of mouth, the transporter quests gave an extra 50 fame, which gave him 200. My current fame is 6025. In order to earn the required 7,000 fame to learn the secret technique, he needed 975 more fame. If he continued gaining 200 fame in one day, then it was 5 more days of grinding quests. This Jackson's Hero title is also irritating. Thanks to the Jackson's Hero title, his intimacy with NPCs increased by 30% instead of fame. So when completing quests, he would receive 30% less fame. Well, thanks to the high intimacy with the transporters, I eventually made up that lack of fame because of the word of mouth. Now the quests from the old man has ended, but he gave me a letter of recommendation, so I should continue getting more fame. But did he have to grind for another 4 days just to achieve his target? Thinking of the next 4 days really made him feel gloomy. But there's no other method. Ark sighed and shook his head. If he solved quests with high difficulty, then he would be given more fame. But he often had to go to other areas for such quests. If he grasped the wrong information when receiving the quests, then it might take him many takes to complete. So it was better to repeat quests and receive 200 fame a day. Should I catch chaotic users to increase my fame? Ark had also thought about that method. But there was a problem with that. Most of the chaotic users in a level 100-180 area were level 200. Since there was such a huge level difference, he would not receive a lot of fame. Staying at a village where he was 150 levels higher wasn't very satisfying. Finally, he came to the conclusion that repeating quests was the best way to gain fame. It would take a bit more time to fill his target amount, but it was already at the point where he felt sick at the thought. Still, secret techniques are hard to find, so I can't possibly give it up. Although Ark was getting tired, he firmly braced himself. He wouldn't stop until he receives the entrusted volumes from the legendary Hobbit Master. Even though it was annoying to gain 7,000 fame, it was clearly a rare skill if it needed that much. Yes, it is more useful to have a good skill than a considerably rare item. In addition, I've already spent more than a day earning fame, so it isn't possible for me to give up. It's just for now. I can recoup the lost money and experience, but I can't miss the opportunity to learn the skill. Ark murmured aloud and stepped into an alley. His movements were irritated at the thought of doing more transporter quests. When moving in the relevant area, his high level meant the surrounding monsters and chaotic users weren't a problem at all. So Ark didn't even need to summon Razak and Rackard. It wasn't necessary to summon Razak and Rackard and waste food. But no matter how high leveled he was, it would take time to move around. The only summon Ark was currently using was Raiden. Raiden had a plus 500% movement speed, so Ark could complete the quests 30% faster by using him. However, Ark still felt like he was moving too slowly. In order to save time, Ark used the Quick scroll to increase his movement speed by 20% for 30 minutes. Quick was a scrolls for relatively low-level users, so it was relatively cheap. Besides, this place was the Magic Kingdom, so scrolls were cheaper here than they were in Schittenberg. Yet a single scroll still cost 50 silver. It was something that Ark would normally never waste money on. But Ark was now tired of gathering games, so spending a little money wasn't a problem anymore. Completing the quest will still give me 60 silver. I have to use 2 scrolls for a return trip, so that is 1 gold. I lose 40 silver every time a quest is complete, but I would rather spend money if it would quicken the process. Ark thought like that and quickly used the Vision scroll. It was the first time he had used so many consumables since starting the game. I bought 8 yesterday, but after completing the quest I only have 1 left? Since I need a minimum of 4 more days, I should buy at least 30-40 scrolls. However, Ark didn't head towards the shopping center to purchase the scrolls. If I have to buy items, then it is better to help that person. The boy with financial difficulties had appeared in Ark's head. Ark learned that the boy who he first encountered in Seal was called Ronnie. At the time, Ark hadn't understood the Bristania language and had tried to get Ark to buy the dictionary for 20 gold. He had misunderstood Ronnie as a con artist and almost cursed him. But after finding out information from the Magic Institute, Ark had abandoned the discount in order to buy the dictionary from Ronnie. Thanks to that, Ark had bonded with Ronnie. And after getting some money from the repetitive quests, he would purchase items from Ronnie. I think it is quite rare. Ark smiled strangely and scratched his head. In fact, he had seen many pitiful NPCs while playing the game. No matter how pitiful they looked in the game, wasn't it impossible to help everyone? In addition, Ark was the type of person who would say, "Yes, I will help." Yet Ronnie weighed on his mind for some reason. Although he felt sorry because of the misunderstanding, he identified with the boy as he also lived a hard life. "Ah, Ark Hyung." Ronnie ran and greeted him as he entered the alley. Even though he was wearing scruffy attire, his features were quite good. In contrast to when he first arrived in Bristania, Ark's greeting was clear and his understanding was now at 75%. Have you been well? I've been alright like always. But why are you here? This guy, is that a question someone running a business should ask? Of course it is, to buy things. Things? Yes. Do you have more, quick, scrolls? Ha? You already bought 8, quick, scrolls yesterday. Have you already used all of them? This young Nim is working really hard. This time I need 30, no please give me 50. 5 to 50 scrolls? 50 scrolls would cost 25 scrolls. It was understandable if this was a store, but Ronnie was operating a street stall, so it was difficult for him to get 50 scrolls. The transaction was bigger than Ronnie expected, so he made an embarrassed expression. Why? You can't get it? Ah, no. That's not it. Yesterday Ark Hyung bought 8 scrolls, so there is only 2 left and I haven't been able to get more. Ronnie answered hesitantly. However, Ark had already expected that. Ark had worked at a street stall before and learned the inner workings of it. Since Ronnie only made a certain amount of money a day, it was impossible to have a quantity of 50 scrolls. Will you be able to get it? I'll wait, so please bring it to me. But if you want 50. Are you afraid I will order the scrolls and then run away? As expected, you're also a merchant. I understand. The, quick, scrolls are 50 silver for one? 50 pieces is 25 gold. I'll give you a deposit, so bring it to me quickly. Ha? Deposit? Ark handed him 25 gold. Once again, Ark was aware of Ronnie's viewpoint. Ronnie normally sold Japtum, so 25 gold was a lot of income for him. Once supplied, Ark would buy it immediately. The place Ronnie was getting the items was probably from the shopping area. If Ronnie didn't have the 25 gold, then what shop owners would accept a credit for the scrolls? I understand the feeling well. Ark smiled and looked at Ronnie. But Ronnie took the deposit with a hesitant face. What is it? You can't buy the items? That. Ronnie wavered and studied Ark's face before saying. Hyung doesn't seem to know. If you buy it from the store, then you can get it for 5% cheaper. I buy the items and then sell it at a fixed price. That also applies to the quick scrolls you bought yesterday. Buying 1 or 2 is okay, but if Hyung wants to buy 50, then it might be better from the store. Oh my god. Ark made a strange face at Ronnie's words. Didn't he understand that giving a deposit and buying the scrolls was for Ronnie? Ark wasn't a different person. Sometimes stores would give discounts when items were bought in bulk. No, anyone could know that information just by reading the flyers in every store. Still, Ark had visited Ronnie and bought items intentionally. Even Ark thought that his actions were really strange. If he could save 5% of 25 gold, which was 1 gold, 25 silver, and 1 copper, then Ark normally wouldn't hesitate. He was astonished at how much his pattern of behavior had changed. I don't know why, but it might be because of my new awareness. Ark gave a bittersweet smile as he looked at Ronnie. Although Ark had experienced similar situations before, the crucial part that differed was Ronnie. Despite Ark giving him profit, Ronnie was overly honest. He was a pure boy who felt guilty about possible cheating. Ark had abandoned his honesty early in his difficult life and truly hoped that Ronnie wouldn't lose that. But Ark couldn't help for nothing. Well, although it doesn't look good for me. Really? I've only bought a few so far, so I had no idea. Ark put a deliberately surprised expression on his face and said, Hey, thanks for letting me know this good information. 5% of 50 scrolls is 1 gold and 25 silver. Then wouldn't 200 scrolls buy 5 gold? Ugh, if everybody buys scroll, then wouldn't I be able to save hundreds of gold? It is unfortunate, but luckily I know now. Then. Ark smiled and grabbed Ronnie's nose. This guy, aren't you being foolish? Ah, ouch. Ark Hyung, it hurts. You've got to learn the basics. Ha? The basics? For a merchant, they have to endeavor to earn profits even if the sky is collapsing. If you're unsure about the customer, then you should use whatever sales pitch possible. How will you make money if you don't do that? Be quiet, I don't want to hear any more, then bring me the items quickly. Ha? Then? Although I understand that I can use the store, I've already given you the deposit. And I can save money from now on thanks to you, so just buy it this time. Hyung. Ronnie looked at Ark with eyes brimming with tears. Then Ark scratched his head and shouted with embarrassment. Don't misunderstand. Don't keep dawdling back and forth, or do you not want me to buy items from you anymore? You understood. I'll be going. Ronnie rubbed his eyes with his sleeve and turned around. Suddenly someone ran from the other side and shouted. Ronnie, Ronnie! It's serious. Eh? Tarun Ajushi? Is it serious? What's wrong? Your mother is having another fit. My mother? Ronnie's face turned white and terrified. Was this Ronnie's house? Ark looked around with an uncomfortable expression. After listening to the man called Tarun's words, Ronnie urgently left for home. At that time, Ark had run after Ronnie to ask for the deposit back. When considering Ronnie's character, of course he would return with the items, but Ark had to continue doing the repeatable quests. Since there was no time, he ended up coming along to Ronnie's house. The rich and poor lived in completely different worlds. Once of the richest neighborhoods in Korea was called Gangnam, where the people living there had allowances of millions of won a day. Meanwhile, the poor had to gather together to rent a 100,000 won room. And that rule also applied to New World. It was natural for money to be important in the commerce town of Seoul in Bristania. But just on the outskirts of Seoul was the slums where the poor lived, who had to worry about getting a meal every day. Ronnie's house was 10 minutes away from Seoul on the corner of the slums. Ramshackle houses were placed here and there with boarded-up planks. Mother! Ronnie threw his baggage into the house and ran to the bed. The only household goods was an old pot. A middle-aged woman coughing could be seen lying on a wooden bench in the corner of the shack. With just one glance, it was obvious that the lady was sick. She had black and red spots all over the body, while her face was pale and sweaty. Hook, 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 Ronnie. Ronnie! Mother, I'm here. It's me. It's Ronnie. 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 My son. The middle-aged woman struggled to reach out her hands in order to grab Ronnie. He fidgeted with tearful eyes and shouted. Painkillers, the painkillers. She's already taken the painkiller. But... Oh, mother, mother! Ronnie cried and howled at Tarun's answer. At the same time, the body of the lady bent like a bow and she moaned. Then, Ark had a thought and his heart dropped. A middle-aged lady struggling with pain with a boy held her hand and didn't know what to do. He had seen this scene before. No, he had experienced it. The scene unfolding before his eyes was just like Ark holding onto his mother's hand in the ICU while praying. The rage and despair Ark felt at that time couldn't be described in words. He felt a horrified fear seeing this familiar scene occur in front of him. Damn, indeed. Even though he had experienced it a few times, he still couldn't get used to it. The feeling was so unpleasant that Ark felt like closing his eyes and turning away. However, he couldn't pretend not to see the scene. This will be dangerous if I leave. Ark had taken care of numerous sick people in New World and intuitively sensed the danger. If this was reality, then it would end like that, but this wasn't reality. Hyunwoo was only a gamer, but Ark was a great warrior, a cook, and a caretaker. Ark pushed Ronnie away and grasped the hand of the lady. Have courage. I know it is painful. Other people might not understand, but I know. I'm not saying I understand your pain. Who in this world would be able to understand the pain of a sick person? But I know. I know the pain of watch someone you love being in pain and being unable to do anything. Ronnie. Ronnie. Yes, that's right. Be strong for Ronnie's sake. Ark grasped the lady's hand as he prayed and gave her hope. Then a faint light started to appear around their clenched hands. The feeble light gradually expanded like a candle and lit up the room until it entered the lady's body. Then the lady's pain eased and her breathing gradually stabled. After a while, her breathing became peaceful and she fell into a deep sleep. The effects of advanced nursing was shown and the crisis was conquered. Tarun and Ronnie looked at Ark with amazed eyes and murmured. Oh, such a thing. You didn't even use painkillers. Hyung. Thank you. It's not a cure. I'm aware of that. But... After having a seizure, she suffers for several days. To see her fall asleep with a relaxed expression. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ronnie cried out in a tearful voice and bowed repeatedly. Ark's chest throbbed with every bow. A long time ago, Ark had repeated the same words to a doctor. After he bowed, Ronnie seemed to remember something and took out his purse. I'm sorry. Here is the earlier deposit. I'm sorry, but today. That's it. I'll take care of the scrolls, so you just take good care of your mother. Ronnie nodded and sat down beside the bed, wiping his mother's face with a wet towel. Ark couldn't watch anymore and exited the house. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16 Chapter 2. ACT-2 Investigation. Phew. Ark, who had come outside, took deep breaths and made himself calm down. It was just for a moment, but Ark had thought the middle-aged lady was his mother in the ICU and his chest pounded. He wanted to shake off the unpleasant feeling. Once nursing was finished, he didn't hesitate to step outside. Tarun, who exited later, approached Ark and said, "Really, thank you a lot. In recent times, her symptoms have been so severe that painkiller don't work, but the crisis was overcome this time thanks to you." If Margaret. Ah, that is the name of Ronnie's mother. Anyway, I don't know what Ronnie would do if something serious happens to Margaret. What disease does Margaret have? I don't know. Tarun sighed and replied. In fact, I'm a pharmacist. Well, I didn't receive formal training, but I gained second-hand knowledge after listening to the residents of Seal. Tarun murmured and started talking. You can probably understand just by seeing this place, but the residents can't afford expensive medicines from Seal. Fortunately, we've been able to treat most sicknesses so far. But a year ago? Suddenly residents here acquired the same mysterious disease as Margaret, and the medicine have no effect on that disease. There are more people who caught the disease? Yes, strangely the Seal residents don't have a problem. Only the residents here have become ill by that mysterious disease. The strange thing is, children with weak immunity are fine and only the adults are affected. Margaret especially has really serious symptoms. Therefore Ronnie. Tarun looked at the shack with sadness and explained. His father had passed away a long time ago, so it was just Ronnie and his mother. Of course it wasn't an abundant life. If it was abundant, then they wouldn't live in the slums. However, his mother worked hard, so Ronnie still lived happily. Then one day his mother caught an unidentified illness. And Ronnie's tough life began. Since then, Ronnie started trying to work in Seal to make money for Margaret's medicine. But there isn't that much work in Seal for a slum dweller. In my case, I was just lucky to run some chores for a pharmacist. However, Ronnie was 10 years old at the time and there wasn't that much he could do. Because he was young, he couldn't work carrying goods, as sometimes he couldn't be unscrupulous merchants who would work into exhaustion without compensation. But it was the attitudes of the Seal residents that was the harder. When a boy from the slums was seen snooping around town, he would often be cursed and sometimes beaten up by boys the same age. If it was just that, then it would be okay. The Seal residents' hate for the slum residents worsened recently. It really is sad that they think that way about their neighbors. Huh? Why is that? Like I said, Margaret's illness began a year ago. Then other slum residents started showing the same symptoms. So they think that Margaret spread the illness to the residents. They don't want an infectious disease to be spread. Ark remembered the first time he met Ronnie. At the time, Ronnie had wounds all over. He hadn't thought it important at the time, but now he got a general picture after Tarun's words. Ronnie's wounds had been caused by the Seal residents because he was from the slums and was the son of the person spreading the infectious disease. Are you certain it is infectious? I'm positive. Although why did the sickness spread to the residents of the slums while Ronnie and I, who are closest to Margaret, are fine? Tarun spoke in a firm tone inside. Nevertheless, Ronnie didn't make any excuses and just endured the curses and beating silently. He probably thought he would be driven off if he showed signs of rebellion. That young child. Even with all the bullying, Ronnie just continued going in and out of Seal to earn money. When money was gathered, he visited Tarun and they bought various medicinal herbs. There was not enough money to buy expensive medicines, so he asked Tarun to create the medicine. However, none of the herbs helped Margaret at all. She got seizures almost every day and only painkillers can relieve her pain. But today even the painkillers stopped working. The painkillers is also medicine. If used a lot, then tolerance will build up. The crisis is over this time thanks to you, but in the future it will be a serious problem. It seems like Margaret no longer has the stamina to hold on. If she has 1 or 2 more seizures, then it'll probably be over. Tarun couldn't stop sighing at the thought. Such a thing? Ark had some questions ever since meeting Ronnie. He had recognized him with one glance. The reason he felt a strange sense of empathy with Ronnie wasn't simply because of an underprivileged childhood. Ronnie hadn't said anything, but Ark intuitively sensed that they had similar situations. Ark was also the same. In order to take care of his sick mother, he had to work in front of people who looked at him with indifferent eyes. Ark knew Ronnie's feelings better than anyone. The feeling of hopelessness which made him want to curse the whole world. Why couldn't anyone understand? Of course he understood. He had no choice but to understand. I want to help. That desire suddenly rose in Ark's mind. He never wanted to help without anything in return. It had been a long time since he truly felt like this. But nursing wasn't a treatment. It was possible to reduce the sick person's pain, but the skill couldn't treat the sick. Even if Ark's sincerity caused miracle nursing, the situation wouldn't change that much. When looking at past circumstances of miracle nursing, it gave him the opportunity to treat the disease but not completely cure it. However, if miracle nursing is triggered, then the situation will improve. Seeing that seizure just now, Margaret can't last long. Ark had a crazy idea and entered the shack before beginning to use nursing on Margaret. When thinking back, miracle nursing was activated in unexpected situations, while in other sick emergencies it wasn't triggered at all. I have to sincerely want to save this woman. This time I'm more earnest than others. It will be good if it is triggered in this situation. Why isn't it working? Ark cursed as he couldn't trigger miracle nursing. Then something popped into Ark's head. Wait, didn't Ronnie try all sorts of herbs on Margaret after she got sick that didn't work? I've experienced this situation before. It was just like when he met the Galgian who had trouble with food poisoning. At that time, miracle nursing wasn't activated and Lariette's recovery magic didn't work either. It was because the Galgian's food poisoning was unrelated to a disease. The Galgian had received food poisoning because they ate contaminated food. What if Margaret is in a similar situation? That might explain why miracle nursing isn't triggered. Miracle nursing was a skill that would trigger when taking care of the sick. Therefore, it wasn't triggered when used on the poisoned Galgian. So a cure for disease isn't the answer. That reminded him, the black red dots on Margaret's body was similar to the Galgian. Now that I'm thinking about it, nursing isn't really useful here. Ronnie, take good care of your mother. I'm going to investigate a little bit. Ark comforted Ronnie and left the shack. Ark had treated the Galgian's food poisoning using a different method. The method Ark used then was to investigate the area for the source of poisoning and then produced an antidote. Normal NPCs wouldn't go around picking and eating strange ingredients like the Galgian. But they're poor, so there is a possibility of eating some strange ingredients. That is also the reason why only the residents of the slums are sick. It is impossible for the rich residents of Seal to eat strange ingredients. I have to investigate it. The first place Ark visited was the river by the slums. If something was contaminated in the area, then the river would have the most significant impact. As expected, he found suspicious information when using ingredient identification on the river water. Common water from the unclean river flowing near the Seal slums. It is able to be applied to food. Asterisk advanced additional information. It seems like ordinary water, but when looked at closely, the water from near the slums seems quite unclean. The unclean water is caused by serious pollution. Fortunately, there are no signs of serious pollution just yet, but the descendants will need to be careful. Less than 1 year of damage will take decades for nature to recover. There's no doubt, this is the cause. After confirming the information about the river water, Ark picked the surrounding ingredients. Since there was no household water, environmental pollution seemed to be a real problem in New World. And the first ones damaged by environmental pollution was the poor. Although the information window said the contamination wasn't at a serious level yet, he didn't know what happened to the ingredients affected by the unclean water. An ingredient might react with the pollution to cause a poison. In reality, weren't there instances of carcinogens detected in food grown in polluted areas? There might be a special hidden element in the ingredients that is activated by the contamination. If I find the right ingredient and use the drug extraction properties of food worshipper, then I can make a simple antidote. But if I want to use the food worshipper technique, then the survival pod is necessary. Ark looked at the ingredients with an unbearable expression. Currently, Ark had left the pot with the Magic Institute. Even if he wanted to treat the residents of the slums, he couldn't possibly abandon his immortality pill that would be completed in 40 hours. However, 40 hours in real time was 120 hours for an NPC. That was 5 days. If Margaret had another seizure, then he couldn't guarantee she would live. Ah, that's right. Ark was worried for a while before he thought of a method. Tarun was a pharmacist for the slums. Even if he didn't know about the contaminated river water, he was still a pharmacist. He should be equipped with appliances to handle herbs. When Ark returned to the slums, Tarun immediately gave permission. His character was straightforward. If you can cure the residents, then I will help however possible. Thank you, then please assist me. Ark arranged the medicinal herbs at Tarun's house and started actively working. Unlike the automatic function of his survival pot, he had to manually use Tarun's tools, but he was somehow able to examine the ingredients. The ingredients do not match. Damn. However, the task was not as easy as he thought. Although he tried to extract various elements from the plants, none of them matched with the river water. Maybe there are other ingredients around? Let's see. That seems like all the tolerable ones. Tarun scratched his head and replied. Of course, there might be some ingredients Tarun didn't know about. However, if most of the slum residents were poisoned, then it would have to be a common ingredient. If there was no other ingredients. Wait, Margaret was the first one to show symptoms 1 year ago. If the ingredients were the cause of the disease, then shouldn't it have been around then? The surrounding ecosystem can't just change in 1 year. Ark suddenly had a thought and asked Tarun. Was there anything that changed around 1 year ago? Something that changed? Again, I can't think of anything big. Anything is fine. I think the Siren workshop started in Seal at that time. Siren workshop? Yes. The Siren workshop is the biggest alchemy workshop in Seal. It is among the top 5 in Bristania. Various potions that are supplied throughout the country is made in Seal. Ark's eyes flashed at Tarun's words. Job. Then Ronnie's mother caught the disease after her job was over. It was something he hadn't considered. If it wasn't a problem with the ingredients in the slums, then it might be something they passed on the way to work. And it is the place where various herbs and alchemy potions are handled. So Ark's investigation reached a turning point thanks to Tarun's information. These advanced recovery potions are created using a special technique that combines 10 different herbs. And the Siren workshop has made a special high-density product. It is an essential item that can treat any injuries received in a battle. Once used, it will instantly recover plus 650 health. However, it will have no effect on abnormal states such as poison or disease. Ark shook a bottle containing a deep red liquid. After receiving the information from Tarun, he visited the Siren workshop and bought a potion. The different areas in New World had specialty products. Then so-called brand name items existed. Simply speaking, iron goods created by dwarves were traded more often. That was because they were specialists with iron, so their products had better performance. The NPCs who had mastered techniques would produce items that were brand named. Just like in reality, the branded goods were slightly more expensive, but the performance was good. And the city of Seal in the Magic Kingdom of Bristania was known for producing brand name potions. While Siren's potions had a similar price to others, it recovered 150 more health than the other potions, so it was considerably famous in Bristania. They also significantly reduced the labor costs by hiring residents of the slums. Then the people who went to the Siren workshop became ill? It was doubtful. However, there might be a problem among the herbs in the potion. Even if there were no problems with the herb, he couldn't be relieved. Since the herbs might be a fairly unique ingredient, sometimes combining the ingredients will cause toxicity. In fact, thieves often used poison manufacturing to mix herbs together to make poisons. However, it was already a liquid mixture, so there was no recognizable ingredients. As expected, is it impossible to investigate the ingredients in the potions? When buying the potion, Ark had politely asked for the herb combinations. That was the reason why he bought the potion. However, it was a brand name item, so the herbal formulation was top secret. They wouldn't teach it just because he asked. Therefore Ark was misunderstood as an industrial spy and kicked out. But if it's not the river water and plants around the slums, then this must be it. Is there any way to check the ingredients in here? Ark shook the potion and thought until a fact he forgotten popped into his head. Wait. That reminds me that there are a lot of transporters here. And the potion sold by the Siren workshop was the center of Seal's industry. So there should be a lot of goods transported to and from the Siren workshop. So Ark visited the Twilight Tavern where transporters frequented a lot. That is correct. We deliver goods there and the finished products created by the Siren workshop. The old man Ark previously helped nodded and replied. Ark showed great joy and asked. Can you tell me what type of ingredients you delivered to Siren? That's a bit. The old man scratched his head with hesitation. The Siren workshop supplied various potions to the entire southern area of Bristania. In order to maintain that type of market, it was necessary to defend the recipe. There were a lot of regulations that forbade the transporters and regular customers from mentioning it. However, Ark now had their full trust. Please, just a little bit. I absolutely don't have any bad intentions. I know you're not a bad person. But my company takes care of all the transportation around here. Rather than directly purchasing things and delivering them, Siren just moves things around the head office. The boxes are already sealed up, so I don't know the contents. Besides, if they ever know that I let such information loose, then I'll be fired. I also have a wife and children. Indeed. Ark nodded his head, although his gaze lingered on the old man. Then the old man made an inconvenient expression and sighed before muttering under his breath. Phew, it really is difficult. Even if I don't tell you, there is a method to figure it out. Huh? What is that? If you think it over, then there is a way. Didn't you accept my request before? Yesterday I was transporting something and received a surprise attack from kobolds, making me lose some luggage. I need to find it. It is materials urgently requested by the Siren workshop, so they are pressuring me. I'm sorry, but this time. Ark was about to answer when he suddenly raised his head. Then the old man smiled and winked. Now Ark could understand the old man's intentions. The lost luggage was supposed to be delivered to Siren workshop. In other words, it contained the information Ark wanted to know. Of course, the items were related to the quest, so Ark wouldn't be able to handle it freely. When receiving a quest, there was some kind of contract that didn't allow the related items to be sold at a store or consumed. But Ark didn't intend to consume or sell it. In other words, he could confirm the contents of the box. Since the box was handled by monsters, you can't be held responsible even if the box was opened. Thank you. I should be thanking you for answering my requests. Ark grasped the old man's hand, who just laughed and shook his head. This was the first time Ark was grateful to the Jackson's Hero title. Since coming to Seal for 2 days, he had done the luggage quest at least 20 times, so he had a high degree of intimacy with the NPC. In addition, there was the problem of what would happen if the old man was caught by the Siren workshop. Without a high amount of intimacy, he wouldn't have given him that hint. Thanks to the special effect of Jackson's Hero, he received a 30% bonus in intimacy with all NPCs instead of fame. Because of that special effect, Ark managed to get a hint from the old man after only 2 days. Anyway, Ark accepted the quest and headed to the monster's territory. After retrieving the luggage, he checked the contents. Was my guess wrong? However, disappointment showed on Ark's face when he checked the contents. Inside the box were ordinary herbs. No, I still don't understand properly. Sometimes the herb formulation can vary according to the ingredients. He purchased the contents in Seal and tested them at Tarun's house, but he was unable to find anything that would cause sickness. However, there was no doubt that it played a role. Ark was introduced to other old men and completed different transporter quests. It was to investigate the herbs delivered from other areas. However, that was nothing different. Does Margaret's sickness have nothing to do with the Siren workshop? I'm back to the starting point. Ark had fallen into a maze and once again headed into the slums. Suddenly, a middle-aged person wearing flashy clothes approached from one side. Hey! Are you Ark? Yes, that's right. He stopped moving and the middle-aged man happily approached. Ah, as expected. I've heard the rumors. Rumors? The rumors have spread between the transporters delivering to our Siren workshop. The workshop? You mean Siren workshop? You already know? Then this talk will be quick. In fact, I am Agath, the owner of the Siren workshop in Seal. There is so much trouble with the surrounding monsters that deliveries are often behind schedule. But over the last few days, I've heard that you found all the goods for the transporters. In addition, unlike other foreigners, you completed the task in 1 hour. Agath made a friendly expression and moved closer. The transporters praised you so much that I specially came to you for a special favor. In fact, there has been a slightly unbearable problem. Shortly before they arrived, some workers were attacked near Rocky Mountain and had their luggage stolen. That luggage is more expensive than the others. Agath coughed and said, Ah, I'm sorry. I've been a little annoyed. Anyway, I need those ingredients immediately. Can you find it for me? If you bring it back this evening, then I'll double, no triple, what the transporters promised. Ark had a sudden flash at Agath's words. Luggage transported directly. Oh my god, why didn't I think of it until now? If the manufacturing process was a secret, then would the Siren workshop entrust the important herbs to transporters? If Ark was the owner, then he would only entrust the common ingredients to the transporters for the sake of security. Just as he was thinking this, Agath added in a low voice. But don't even think about opening the luggage. These days there are many people eager to plagiarize our techniques. Just now some guy tried to question the Siren workshop. The items were stolen just 2 hours ago, so it is impossible for the sealed iron box to be opened yet. If I find any evidence that the box is open, then you'll be formally accused. Do you understand? This guy is the owner of the workshop? Why do I smell something fishy coming from his words? Ark thought that as he saw Agath's unpleasant face. Anyway, a quest information window appeared after Agath's threat. A request from Agath, owner of the Siren workshop. Agath, the owner of the famous Siren workshop in Seal, has an important quest for you. While the most important ingredient for Siren's brand potion, it was attacked and stolen by monsters. After hearing about your fame among the transporters, Agath has commissioned you to regain the goods. If you recover the goods, then you will receive 3 times the normal reward given by transporters. However, if there are any traces of the luggage being damaged, their quest will be failed and you will have a hostile relationship with its workshop. Difficulty level, C. Quest restriction, completed more than 25 transport-related quests. This is an opportunity. Ark's eyes sparkled as he checked the contents of the quest. It was the herb important to the Siren workshop. If the mysterious disease affected the residents of the slum was related to the Siren workshop, then there was a 90% chance it was this herb. This belief hardened even more after seeing Agath's attitude. Please leave it to me. There was a faint smile on Ark's mouth as he grasped Agath's hand. Quah-hawk. The knife blade fell down weakly as the monster collapsed. It was a white monkey inhabiting the cave near the Rocky Mountains called the Etten. In contrast with the monsters he normally dealt with, this one was level 250. Seal normally had level 200 users, so this would be a difficult opponent for them. But Ark was level 366, so he cut down the Etten and searched the cave. A small box was visible near a group of Etten. The angel stamped on the side of the box was the trademark of the Siren workshop. You have found the quest item, Siren's lost luggage. Asterisk quest completion, 10 out of 10. Okay, with this it's finished. Ark looked at the iron box and laughed. However, he had to think a bit before finishing the quest. If my guess is right, there is a high chance the substance in the box is related to Margaret's disease. But if my guess is wrong, the quest from the Siren workshop would be considered failed if the luggage was opened. Well, Ark didn't really care about failing the quest. Agath promised triple the normal rewards, which was 1 gold and 80 silver and 30 extra fame. It wasn't to the extent that Ark would hesitate. It will be a problem if my relationship with the Siren workshop becomes hostile. Although Agath threatened him, Ark was the one taking care of the Eatons. He could just say the Eatons had already plundered the baggage. Since he was the only witness, who could prove that Ark did the crime? However, the Siren workshop had a lot of influence in the southern region of Bristania. Even if he was acquitted, there was no guarantee what his hostile relationship with the Siren workshop would cause. Were Margaret and the residents of the slums worth the risk? So he worried about taking back the luggage and just waited. But Close just closed his eyes for a moment before shaking his head. It's not a problem where I can discuss the value. He couldn't give up after thinking about Ronnie. Yes. I've already started it. Come, I'll finish it. There was no reason to think about a bad result. If the herb from the Siren workshop caused the illness, then it could cure the residents. If he was wrong and his relationship with the workshop became hostile, then he would just have to work to improve it. Who knows? Maybe the Siren workshop will just decrease their promised additional compensation? Yes, quests in New World don't just have one ending. If I open the box, then I'll fail the quest, but I might be able to receive additional rewards from a different branched quest. Quack-quang. Ark drove his sword into the box. The solid iron box was crushed immediately and the contents flowed out. As he guessed, most of the goods were herbs. Ark confirmed the list of herbs. When he used ingredient identification on the quest item, all he could confirm was the name. After confirming the ingredients, he bought the ingredients in Seal and investigated. My guess is correct. After buying the list of ingredients in Seal, he was able to investigate the ingredients and finally found the element causing the sickness. However, he became even more confused after reading through the information. Wait? This is clearly the cause. But this? Ah, Ark Hyung. He heard Ronnie's voice as soon as he entered the slums. But Ronnie's expression didn't look normal. Ronnie's pale face had tears streaming down it as he clung to Arkansas. Ark Hyung, my mother. Mother. What's going on? What's wrong with your mother? She had a seizure. It's more severe than yesterday. Taruna Joshi says there is no chance now. Damn, while I was out. Ark grasped Ronnie's hand and hurried into the shack. When he entered through the door, he shrank back from the horrible scream. Margaret was having terrible spasms. From afar, he could see that the whole body was twisted and heated like a fireball. However, Ark was more worried about the black red spots on her body. As expected, all nursing did yesterday was ease Margaret's pain. The unknown sickness is continuing to worsen. And I know from reading the ingredients information that it was most dangerous when the spots turned fully red. In this state, she won't be able to hold on for 10 minutes before being unable to breathe. Have courage. If you endure just a little bit, then you can win against the disease. No, you'll definitely win. I'll do anything to help you live happily with Ronnie again. Ark used nursing continuously, but her seizure didn't stop. The unknown sickness had reached the worst stage, then even nursing didn't have an effect. Ah, Ronnie. Ronnie. Mother, mother. Nursing already doesn't work. Ronnie's cries of distress echoed in his ear and he clenched his teeth firmly. If nursing didn't work, then there was only one way left. He had to make a pill before she loses her willpower completely. Ark turned his body and ran to the table. While sweeping everything off the table, he shouted towards Tarun. Please bring all your alchemy tools. What? You're going to make the cure now? There is no time to explain. Just do as I say. Ark growled at Tarun. Then Tarun turned hesitantly around, ran out. Ronnie, there's no time. Go to the magic ingredients store right now and buy me these herbs. But my mother. I said there is no time. Ark wrote down the list of materials from the siren box and handed it over before shouting. Of course, Ark had a bunch of materials from the boxes he recovered. However, it was a quest material, so he couldn't use it. So he was going to buy the same ingredients separately. Ronnie shed tears at the yell and ran away. It is surprisingly simple to make the medicine to treat this sickness. It is different to my thoughts of food poisoning. It's simply poisoning. Of course, the disease has developed beyond simple poisoning after being neglected for so long. But if I have the ingredients, then I can use the food worshipper's herbal decoction to make the cure. The problem is whether Margaret can hold out until then. Ark continuously used nursing on Margaret. Margaret was in the final stages of the disease, so nursing only had a 1/10 chance of working. Whether in reality or the game, nursing didn't work properly because Margaret had suffered for so long that she had given up from weariness. But Ark knew. Even if they were tired with pain, all mothers in existence would be motivated by the magic words. If you give up, then Ronnie will become an orphan. Do you know what type of life an orphan child will have? So far Ronnie had been taking care of you. But you are mistaken if you think he can live well by himself. Ronnie will be even more of an outcast if you give up. Ark clenched his teeth together and continued shouting. You are suffering from the disease. Ronnie can't even boil warm soup. Ronnie is scraping money together just to buy painkillers for you. This is all because of his mother's presence. Shall I tell you the truth? If you die, then Ronnie will also die. Rather, if you give up and die, then Ronnie will shortly follow. Ark would shout similar words whenever Margaret entered a dangerous situation. Ark's eyes flashed as Margaret responded to his words. Then he bit his lower lip and clenched his fist firmly. Tears suddenly welled in Ark's eyes. Ark's strength came because he remembered his mother's existence. If he was alone, then he would be filled with regret and give up without his mother's existence. Even when his flesh and soul became tattered, as a child he instinctively felt like he had to protect his mother. God was an abstract existence. Yet his mother was comparable to a god to him as he devoted his life to her. Ark held back his tears and hugged her. Well done. I know. It is painful enough to die. Rather, the pain is so much that you want to die. But you have to put up with it. Please be patient and endure it. Not for your sake, but for Ronnie. He is your only child. I'll definitely make sure you get better. Ha, 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 ha. Margaret's harsh breathing was her answer. Ark Hyung. Then Ronnie ran in while breathing heavily. Ark stood up and left her to Ronnie, running to the table. Then he began to combine various ingredients using the tools Tarun lined up. Margaret continued breathing harshly and struggled with her pain. However, Ark blocked his ears and just focused on combining the ingredients. I don't have time. If this fails, then it is over. How much time had passed? The materials which had been separated in the experimental pipe gradually harmonized together. Then it emitted a pale light and the information window appeared. You have created the antidote which emits a pale light. After extracting the various poisonous elements from the herbs, you have succeeded in blending together a cure to the poison. If you use this antidote, then the poison elements will be unraveled. Asterisk however, only the poison from the poisonous herb can be used to decipher an antidote. That's it. Ark poured the antidote into a bowl and fed it to Margaret. At that moment, an amazing thing happened. The expression which showed her suffering for over 1 year eased up and the black red spots disappeared. Margaret moaned like she had just awakened from a nightmare and raised the upper part of her body. Mother. The spots. Ronnie, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt anymore. Mother. Ronnie shed heavy tears and hugged her. Ark finally sighed and flopped to the ground. It's lucky. Now all the toxins in her body is dissolving. But please don't force it for a while. Your body has become quite weak, so you should rest for a while. At the same time, an information window appeared in front of Arkansas. You have healed a sick person who was dying. Thanks to the nature of food worshipper, a special bonus has been given. Experience plus 1000, fame plus 70. Ark looked at the information window with bemusement and laughed. That reminded him of something he had forgotten. Quests, title and hunting chaotic players. There was also another way to get fame. It was to treat sick people using food worshipper. In the past, he also received a considerable amount of fame when treating the Galgin. Why you? What did you do? What the? Tarun's mouth dropped as he stuttered. Ark turned around and saw Tarun's stupid expression. Then he smiled and said, Guide me to the other people who caught the mysterious disease. Under Tarun's guidance, Ark treated the sick residents of the slums. Now that he knew the method, treatment was very simple. He used nursing to help them recuperate, then made them eat the antidote. After an hour had passed, Ark managed to treat over 30 sick people in the slums. Surprisingly, he received 30,000 experience and 2,100 fame for treating them. That was 10 times more than Ark got in the last 2 days for the repeatable quests. Thanks to that, Ark managed to gain 1 level and acquire the needed fame. However, Ark didn't go to the martial arts dojo right away. There was still work left to do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16 Chapter 3. ACT 3 Caretaker of the People. Are you ready? Yes. Ronnie laughed and nodded his head. Ark and Ronnie were headed towards Seal. After crossing the shopping center, Agath was pacing in front of the Siren Workshop's door. Well, have you finally come? I was a bit late. What's this? Is that an explanation? Agath shouted with a displeased expression. I told you it was urgent. If we don't have the ingredients for 1 day, then do you know how much damage the Siren Workshop will receive? A common person like you couldn't possibly imagine it. Damn, I knew I shouldn't have trusted a foreigner. Anyway, that's how it is. Did you find the items? I found them. Then it is lucky. Give it to me quickly. What if I don't want to? Ark scratched the back of his neck and murmured. Then Agath's face twisted up and he made a ridiculous expression. What? You don't want to? What did you say? You heard me. I don't want to. What are you doing? Did you break your promise to come back within the time limit because of some unreasonable dislike? I see. Damn, as expected of a foreigner. I was too busy and just employed anyone, but I made a big mistake. Is it like that? Ark snorted and murmured, causing Agath to wrinkle his nose like an orangutan and said, Now give me the box with the Siren trademark stamped on it. Even if you are a foreigner in Bristania, you can't just run around wildly. If you don't take it out immediately, then I'll call the guards to grab you. Guards. That's not a bad idea. Please do it. What the? Agath flinched at Ark's retort and closed his mouth. Then Ark grinned and muttered. What's wrong? I thought you were calling the guards. Yes. What are you thinking? Why? Do what you want and call them. Why aren't you calling them? Is it a problem if the guards are called? It would be difficult if the guard checks the contents of the box. That's impossible. Did I get a bullseye? Ark smirked and murmured. Then Agath made a puzzled expression and his countenance changed. Did you open the box? Then? That is an obvious violation of the contract. Yes, I admit it. Alas, I have committed a serious sin. I broke a promise, so I should be punished. Therefore call the guards. Let's call them in order to distinguish between right and wrong. Don't make me laugh. You think that you discovered a weakness just because you saw the contents of the box. The contents are 100% safe and have no faults. We produce potions for the entire southern area of Bristania, and even the royal family recognizes our goods. Shut up, you bastard. Ark used his specialty of changing completely by 180 degrees. Ark's face seemed to turn demonic as curses emerged from his mouth. After experiencing a level 366 intimidation, Agath's face turned as pale as a sheet. Ark stepped closer and growled. Okay, I admit it. I examined the contents. The potions that Siren makes is 100% safe. While it is safe for people who use it, it isn't safe for the people who make the potion. Agath was silenced Ark's words. Yes, Ark had figured out the secret of Siren workshop. Karadara's Claw. The Karadara's Claw is a deadly poisonous herb found at the Karadara's ravine which resembles a claw. The herb is so poisonous that a troll will die one day after inhaling it too much. Advanced additional information: when the Karadara's Claw is refined through the appropriate process, it can be very useful when combined with various herbs. But if you inhale the aroma or touch the deadly poison, it may cause fatal symptoms inside the body. When exposed to that environment for a long time, a person will suffer from serious toxic symptoms. The typical symptoms is accompanied by high fever, pain, and black-red spots. If the spots become completely red, then it will lead to death. This was the information that Ark confirmed from the items in the box. The secret ingredient in the popular potions sold throughout the southern Bristania was the Karadara's Claw. Of course, Ark knew about the poisonous herb thanks to Food Worshipper. Of course, the Karadara's claws within the potion were perfectly refined, so they were completely safe. It was common knowledge that the production of canned goods got rid of a variety of toxic chemicals such as hydrochloric acid during the process. However, the laborers who handled the Karadara's claws weren't completely safe. Because of that, Ark was puzzled after he confirmed the poisonous herb. When investigating the cause of the mysterious disease, he thought it was because of an error in the manufacturing process. But when he examined the contents, the mysterious illness wasn't caused by a simple mistake. They were slowly poisoned by inhaling the toxins emitted by the Karadara's Claw. As the owner of Siren Workshop, Agath should know that. If there was a mistake in the herb combination process, then it would obviously become poisoned. It was impossible not to know the poisonous plant was dangerous. However, the people who worked in the workshop were poisoned by the Karadara's Claw. Even if the appropriate safety measures were taken, the residents of the slums should have at least be given antidotes so they wouldn't suffer any pain. However, Agath wasn't visibly interested. Does he not care if the residents of the slums are killed? Sparks rose from Ark's eyes as he had a crazy idea. This guy couldn't be forgiven. You are misunderstanding something. Sweat dripped down Agath's face as he stuttered. What do you want? As expected, is it money? Okay, then I'll do it. If you hold your tongue, then I'll give you 500 gold, no, 1,000 gold. How about it? Ha! It is a huge amount that a commoner like you can't never see in your entire life. Isn't this the reason why you came? Just sit back, close your mouth, and you'll get 1,000 gold. I said shut up, you bastard. Ark growled and Agath flinched back, thinking that he was going to be hit. But Ark just sighed and shook his head. In fact, the residents of the slums wanted to rush here to kill Agath when they heard. The person who stopped it was Arkansas. Ark determined that it wouldn't be useful for the residents to kill Agath. So he persuaded the residents to allow him to go talk to Agath. Okay, I will not tell the guards. Really? Instead, there are 3 conditions. Conditions. The residents who suffered in the meantime should receive 1,000 gold consolation money, while the ones unjustly fired should be rehired at 3 times the salary. Of course, this is after the perfect safety precautions is taken, which is the first condition. This was one of the reasons why Ark stopped the poor residents. Although the residents of the slums were relieved of their pain thanks to Ark, their living situation had suffered thanks to the price of the medicine. Even if they recovered their health, there was no possibility of Agath rehiring them. So he devised a way for the residents to live. What? What did you just say? If I pay that consolation money, then the Siren workshop will perish immediately. Yes, that's it. The circumstances don't matter. When you think about it, the residents of the slums were going to die. That. Agath made a firm expression and shook his head. That condition is unacceptable. I can't allow Siren to perish. Well, you control the entire southern region of Bristania, so it is difficult to imagine that you can be ruined by just that. What? The Siren workshop is important to Seal, so maybe I should tell the king of Bristania instead of the guards? What would happen to Siren then? You cheeky fellow. Do you think the king of Bristania will believe the words of a mere foreigner like you? No, do you think you can even appear in front of his majesty? Agath suddenly hit back strongly. If the problem expanded, then there was no guarantee of Siren's safety even if he had the king's ear. Agath would immediately receive punishment. However, there were various high-ranking officials in Seal who were susceptible to bribes. It was possible for him to stop the words of the poor and a foreigner from reaching the king's ear using his connections. Arknim has the qualifications. Suddenly someone's voice was heard from inside the alley. Confusion spread across Agath's face, who turned around. What bastard, Huck, you? Yes. I am the branch manager of Seal's Magic Institute, Rabant. It was the magician in the Magic Institute that Ark met when he first came to Seal who said he was a fan of Arkansas. Rabant nodded towards Ark and began to talk again. Although I don't know everything that is going on, Arknim is a member of the Magic Institute with a good standing. A member of the Magic Institute? The guy who looked for the transporter's luggages? Ark's character is someone who can't ignore it when he sees someone in trouble. Rabant said as he once again sent Ark a respectful look. He had completely misunderstood Arkansas. After all, it is his character that made him work at the slums. Before Arknim came here, he dropped by the Magic Institute and told me most of the circumstances. It is quite a serious act. If Agathnim refuses this request, then Ark will use his qualification as a full member of the Magic Institute to draw attention to this matter. Will Agathnim be okay if that happens? I'm talking about my master. He does have some influence in Bristania. Agath's face turned white and terrified at the magician's words. After hearing about the injustices of Siren Workshop, I'm honestly ashamed that the Magic Institute traded with you. I'm a mere branch manager, so I can't fathom how much anger my master would feel. Fury flickered in Rabant's eyes as he looked at Agath with contempt. But if Agathnim accepts the polite request of Arknim, who cares about the plight of the poor, then I will bury this fact. I'll speak clearly. This isn't for Agathnim but because of my respect for Arknim, who cares deeply about the poor. Ark hadn't known it until now, but only 20 users who received the title of Magic Institute member and no more than 500 NPCs. Therefore, the master of the Magic Institute had a special interest and affection for those members. And this was the Magic Kingdom, where the Magic Institute's influence was stronger than anywhere else. Indeed, it is great that I know someone high-ranking. Ark suddenly realized the importance of connections. Without even needing to go to the master, Agath completely gave up as soon as he heard Ark was a full member of the Magic Institute. Now, will you accept the conditions? Agath started talking politely as he realized who was holding the sword. Ark gestured towards Rabant and thanked him for helping before continuing. What do you say? That is just the first condition. Then what's the second condition? Pay me 2,000 gold. What? That's the fee and the costs of the ingredients for treating the residents of the slums. I'll tell you in advance, but don't think about accusing me of anything. Frankly, I think I should get 10,000 gold for my efforts. But after consulting with Rabant, he told me that it really would be a problem if Siren Workshop collapses. Do you understand? This is the limit of what I know Siren can pay. Ark replied with a wicked grin. No matter the situation, Ark still took any opportunity to do some business. He knew that Agath would decisively refuse the initial 1,000 gold. After twisting the sword in, Ark used the opportunity to get compensation for the poor as well as 2,000 gold for himself. He had originally decided on 1,000 gold. However, Siren really couldn't be allowed to collapse, so Ark managed to grasp the full range of Siren's assets from Rabant. When Ark presented the offer of 1,000 gold for the poor and 2,000 for Ark, he had taken into full account the maximum amount Siren could afford. Since even his assets were identified, Agath declared defeat while sweating. Fine. I'll pay the compensation. But I can't pay the money immediately or Siren really will collapse. Shouldn't you already know that if you grasp the full extent of my assets? I'll divide the compensation into 3 and pay every 2 months. If you don't accept that, then I can't do anything. Ark smiled at Agath's suggestion and nodded. That's not a bad idea. Of course you will write a contract. If you don't keep the agreement, then the Magic Institute will seize Siren and distribute its assets to the slum residents and me. How cruel. I don't want to hear those words from you. Ark said with a smirk. After threatening Agath, he received 2 contracts. One for Ark and one for the poor residents. Now, you should work diligently to pay off your debts. Ark shook the contract and laughed, causing Agath to grind his teeth. Just as Ark was turning around, he hesitated and said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you the third condition. What? I don't have anything else to give. Why are you so startled? Don't worry. I'm not asking for more money. Just to borrow your face. Borrow my face? Agath asked in a puzzled voice. Ark lifted his finger and pulled Agath's face down. Once it reached a suitable height, he smiled and spoke to Ronnie. Ronnie, it's your turn. Pack dash. Ugh. Ronnie bent down, ran into his face like a missile. Agath fell to the ground with a bloody face. While Agath rolled around holding his nose, Ark squatted down beside him and said, Is this really okay? Ronnie nodded with a stoic expression and replied, Yes. Fine, if you are satisfied with that. Ark praised Ronnie and stroked his hair. Do you understand? Apart from your mother who almost died, none of the other residents were in a really severe state. Only your mother was in a serious situation. That is because she endured the symptoms and continued working even after being punished by the Karadara's claw. Even when it wasn't possible to move, she clenched her teeth and endured it. Ark grabbed Ronnie's shoulder tightly and emphasized his words. It was for you. So that you could be proud of her. And she is proud of you. Ark Hyung. Ronnie embraced Ark while crying. Ark comforted Ronnie and returned to the slums. The slum residents passed the written contract among them before Tarun opened his mouth. How did this? It's not a big deal. After visiting the Siren workshop and telling them about your difficulties with the disease, Agath willingly wrote the contract. Ark didn't explain everything to the residents of the slums. Anyway, the poor would have to work for Siren again if they wanted to make a living, so it wouldn't help if they knew everything about Agath and became stubborn. After the whole incident was amicably resolved, the residents gathered around Ronnie. Meanwhile, I'm very sorry. We acted like that around you without knowing the circumstances. You don't have to say anything. I don't expect you to forgive us. It's okay. My mother is healthy, so that's enough. Ronnie sniffled and replied in a cheerful voice. The watching Ark just laughed. Yes, it is this boy. Ark couldn't help laughing at his expression and nodded. In fact, Ark thought that Ronnie's heart was too good after watching him with Agath. If Ark was in the same situation, then he would have halfway killed him already. However, Ark and Ronnie were different. The too mature child just head-butted Agath to relieve his anger, and he easily forgave the residents of the slums who had bothered him. Ark was completely different. Well, I got a share, so this much is fine. Ark watched the residents of the slums and then stealthily withdrew. This time he started the work with really pure intentions. Although he extracted 2,000 gold from Agath, he had no intention of receiving anything from the poor residents. That's why Ark sneaked out of the slums. After a while, Tarun looked around restlessly and ran up to Ark and grasped his hands. Wait, where are you going? My business is already finished. I also have some other work to do. Why are you saying such upsetting things? Do you think we're scum? You saved us. Not just from the sick but also from poverty. I realized a lot of things after seeing you. Treating the sick requires more than medical knowledge. You really are a true caretaker. There was a lively sound effect and an information window he never even considered appeared. The miracle nursing was successful. Taking care of the sick doesn't just require nursing. A true caretaker won't just think about the sick person but also the one suffering apart from the sick. In some sense, the surrounding people or the sick are also suffering. They suffer because their loved one is sick and also from economic problems. Thanks to thinking beyond the pain of the sick to the people around them, you have reached enlightenment. Not only did you save the sick person, but the people around them. The people of the slums were starving from the costs of medicine and their lives became more difficult until you helped them. Thus there is a deep gratitude in their hearts and they thank you for allowing them to live again. In their minds, that is a true caretaker. It is a valuable compensation. You've instilled hope in the dozens of sick people and those around them, causing a true miracle. Thanks to this achievement, you have become a true paragon of a caretaker and have reached a higher level. Due to the success of miracle nursing, all stats increased by 2. The affection stat increased by 40. Fame increased by 200. Alignment to good increased by 100. The miracle nursing was a success and you have acquired the title Caretaker of the People. Your fame as a caretaker has increased, so you will receive praises from many patients. As a title bonus, all stats increased by 2. Fame increased by 200. This is also nursing? Ark looked at the information window with amazement. When I begged it didn't appear, but now it appear after the situation is over. This system is really irritating. But it really was fortunate after he thought about it. If miracle nursing happened, then Margaret might have been rescued more quickly. However, he wouldn't have been able to help the other sick people. The slum residents would still be suffering and Ronnie would still be an outcast. Of course, Ark also wouldn't have received the perk of 2,000 gold. Ark Hyung, the village uncles want to cook a meal for Hyung. At that time, Ronnie came running. Therefore, Ark missed the chance to disappear beautifully like the main character of a movie. Although they weren't that well off, the slum residents wanted to thank their benefactor. They took out some beef jerky and a bottle of cheap booze. He was also surrounded by poor people who couldn't wash properly. But it wasn't bad. No, he was in a very good mood as he watched the festivities. Isn't this like a miracle? Being able to taste this beef jerky and drink alcohol is a miracle. The people around him laughed as Ark tried to eat the really chewy beef jerky. Ho ho ho, now my work in Seal is ended. Ark walked to the center of Seal and laughed. While he helped Ronnie for other reasons, he also received significant benefits from it. Putting aside the 2,000 gold he would receive from Agath, doing repeatable quests for 2 days only gave him 300 fame. But helping the slum residents for 1 day gave him 2,100 fame. In addition, he did some repeatable quests to get information and received 40 fame. But was that all? It was slightly unexpected, but miracle nursing occurred after everything was finished and he received an additional 400 fame. That's a total of 2,540 fame in just 1 day. Thanks to that, Ark's current fame was 8,565. Even if he learned the secret technique that cost 7,000 fame, he would still have 1,565 left. And miracle nursing also increased all his stats by 4. To receive this much rewards in a low-level town. Whenever he received a title from miracle nursing, he always received a stat increase between 2-5. This time the bonus gained was 4 stats. That meant the caretaker of the people title was hard to get. Anyway, I've spent 3 days in Seal. The immortality pill I entrusted to the Magic Institute has around 7 hours remaining. I can learn the secret technique, test its function and then return to check the performance of the pill. Now, shall I go learn the skill? Ark headed towards the martial arts dojo with high hopes. What is this? Ark walked the streets of Seal with an embarrassed expression. The atmosphere in Seal was now subtly different from when he disconnected at dawn. In particular, the common scene of villagers looking at him and then whispering caught his eye. Although he felt uncomfortable, Ark ignored this and headed towards the dojo. When Ark entered, the hobbit immediately came running. Oh, you have come. I've been waiting since I've heard the news. The news? You don't know? You're a celebrity in Seal now. Didn't you help the poor residents of the slums? Although everything is being kept secret, people know that the sickness was somehow related to Siren Workshop and you came and solved it. The hobbit approached and whispered. As a matter of fact, Agath from the Siren Workshop is someone who blatantly shows off his wealth and looks down on people, so nobody really likes him. So news is spread that you punished Agath. Then the residents. Ark now knew why the Seal residents were gawking at him. While Ark disconnected for 4 hours, that was 12 hours to an NPC. Seal was right next to the slums, so in that time rumors had spread and reached the ears of the hobbit, who looked at Ark and said, "My eyes were definitely correct. You are a good person who doesn't permit injustice, so you are qualified to learn the Founder's secret technique. Finally, the Founder's secret technique can be passed on." The hobbit praised Ark and gave him a thumbs up. The unreserved compliments turned his face slightly red. Although he blabbed on about legend, Ark disregarded it as he focused on learning the secret technique. Now I can finally learn it. Ark approached the statue with an expectant face. Just like before, the statue rotated and a scroll appeared. A message window appeared in his head when he picked up the scroll. Thanks to Pursuit of Truth, you have acquired a new lore skill. Lore skill that can be acquired, entrusted volumes. Asterisk 7,000 fame is necessary to learn this skill. Do you want to learn it? Did that question even need to be asked? How much trouble did he go through to learn this skill? He accepted with a cheerful voice and the scroll unwound and rolled around Arkansas. At the same time, a 3-dimensional hobbit sitting cross-legged appeared beside him. Then he murmured at an incredible fast pace like a tape had been forwarded X4. It was all to pass down the entrusted volumes. After the simple even finished, the skill information window appeared. You have learnt a new skill thanks to Pursuit of Truth. Entrusted volumes, special, active a long time ago, the hobbit master known for his kung fu skills used this training technique. This technique sacrifices a portion of health and makes it explode in a concentrated blast. The result of entrusted volumes depends on 3 different elements which will determine the various special abilities. So this lore skill relies on luck. In a critical moment, the founder Hobbit received a bad outcome and died as a result. So the Hobbit founder passed down this technique to the next generation. Lottery attack standby time, 5 minutes. Health consumed, 500. It is possible to use no matter what weapon is equipped. What is this? Ark's face distorted strangely at the information window. Ark had believed the skill would have extravagant destructive power after hearing the Hobbit was legendary. But he didn't see that when he read the skill information. Yet the specific attack and damage was determined by a lottery? In addition, the founder died because a bad result came out? Wasn't this an unlucky secret technique? No, looking at the details it was different from Kung Fu. Ark thought it would be a martial arts technique thanks to the Quan character in the name. The Quan referred to a book, not a Kung Fu technique. Did I go through all this effort to raise my fame just to learn a skill like this? His head turned white with anger. I thought he was a hero who used Kung Fu techniques. Hero? What do you mean? The Hobbit tilted his head to one side and asked with confusion. You're the one who said it. Wasn't the founder of the dojo a legendary Kung Fu master? Didn't he defeat the devil with his Kung Fu? What did you say? I never said that. I said that the founder was famous for his luck, which could either have a good effect or be so unlucky that he was stabbed by the devil. What? That's not. Ark was about to shout when he flinched and shut his mouth. Ark realized that he had been thinking about it the wrong way. Although Ark was now accustomed to the Bristania language, when he met the Hobbit the first time his degree of understanding was only at 10. So he couldn't understand the important parts and put together a scenario based on what he heard. Oh my god, then. That's right. This happened because of the language communication problem. As expected, he should have spent money when needed. If he had bought the dictionary which gave him 100% understanding of the Bristania language, then this wouldn't have happened. Although he had built up all that fame during the last 2 days, he blew it all on a secret technique like this. Oh, my 7,000 fame. Ark shook his head. No, it's still too early to be disappointed. I can't judge the skill from the information window as it did require 7,000 fame to learn. The skill might turn out to be surprisingly usable. Ark considered this and exited the town. Chweek, chweek. When he entered the surrounding forest, the kobolds immediately flocked to him. They were level 200 kobold. They were a suitable opponent to test the power of the entrusted volumes skill. Okay, shall I begin? Entrusted volumes. Ark ran up to the kobold and used the skill. Then there was an intense flash and something like a slot machine appeared. There were various icons drawn on the 3 divided slots. The icon slowly changed until with a tack, it stopped. Then a huge fanfare-like sound effect was heard and the information window appeared. The power of the entrusted volumes has been used, * results. Properties, pacifist alignment, warrior environment, forest. The attack method selected is the Byong hammer. Squeaky toy hammer. The Byong hammer effect will be applied to your weapon for 3 minutes. Byong hammer? What is this? Ark looked at the information window with confusion. What kind of effect was it? Judging by the name alone, he couldn't get a sense of its effect. But he didn't worry about it too much because he could soon know the effects. The skill was activated and the Gwyzel's sword turned into a huge hammer. This is. It wasn't only the appearance that changed. Byong. Whenever a kobold was attacked by the Byong hammer, it would make a squeaky sound. It also only did 1 damage. What, this absurd skill? Who on earth would use such a skill? Ark started at the stupid hammer and muttered. What use would a Byong hammer be against monsters brandishing a sword or mace? It was really lucky that they were level 200 kobolds. If his sword turned into a hammer against high-level monsters, then he would be beaten to death. No, I still don't know all the uses of entrusted volume. There might be another kind of special effect. Yes, since it depended on luck, there could be a good or bad effect. Maybe the Byong hammer is the worst effect. He wanted to believe that. But Ark made a hopeless face the next time he used entrusted volumes. When the Byong hammer effect faded, he used it once again and received the braggart effect. Ark thought that the braggart effect was finally the right one when he saw the effects. Quang. It happened every time he swung his sword. A huge flash and deafening cry would occur. It was an absurd special effect. Oh, the damage seems to be incredibly high. As expected, this entrusted volumes skill is amazing. Just by looking, my damage seems to have risen incredibly high. Whenever he swung it, his sword flashed and roared. Ark looked at his sword with a proud expression. However, Ark saw that the kobolds were still composed from his attacks. Although there were really spectacular special effects, the kobolds actually only received 1 damage. Yes, just like the name, the special effects were just a bluff to scare off the opponent. The skills after that weren't much different from Byong Hammer or Braggart. They were special effects that had no use in battle. Of course, some of the special effects could be used. For 3 minutes, Goblin Punch had a 50% chance of causing push or stun. The Vile Thief was an effect which made monsters drop 1 copper and other similar effects. However, it was a lottery, so none of the effects had a 100% chance of appearing. There was only a 10% chance of getting a good effect. In the case of the Goblin Punch, monsters were only pushed back 1-2 meters and stun only lasted for 1-2 seconds. In addition, the Vile Thief skill only applied to monsters who had money. And even if he gathered 100 copper, wasn't that only 1 silver? That wasn't the entire problem. Entrusted Volumes was a skill that consumed health instead of mana. It consumed 500 health with each use. If he used it 3 or 4 times, then he would lose 1500-2000 health. After testing it a few times, he only had 1000 health. He could use it for fun against the kobolds. However, against a high-leveled monster who knew what losing 500 health would do? Oh my god. This is an event skill. That was Ark's conclusion after using Entrusted Volumes. Just like a profession, there were 2 types of skills. One was the typical production or combat-related skill, while the other was a unique skill created for events or fun. The Entrusted Volumes was the second type. Certainly Entrusted Volumes was quite an interesting skill. But that was it. It was interesting but no help in combat. Of course, there were helpful skills like Goblin Punch. However, the skill consumed so much of his health that it was not usable. What did I grind fame for? Ark almost collapsed with disappointment. Anger welled up. But Ark didn't consider one simple fact. Why the Entrusted Volumes skill was so shabby compared to the Ghost Knight core skill. If it required 1000 more fame to learn, then was it just a simple event skill? Ark hadn't discovered it yet, but there was a secret hidden in the Entrusted Volumes skill. But Ark didn't know that, so he felt like crying. Diririri diririri. While Ark was busy being frustrated, he suddenly heard a familiar sound. It wasn't a sound in the game. It was the telephone ringtone in reality. What, in the morning, dot? Who would be calling my house in the morning? Ark was in a 100% upset mode, so he petulantly disconnected from the unit. Hello? Ark said when there was suddenly a scream in his ear. Hyunwoo, there's trouble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16 Chapter 4. ACT-4 Start of a long festival. Surround the assault troops and attack. Wah-ah-ah-ah. Hundreds of Nakujuk rushed forward at the command. Swords, spears and arrows flew like a shower towards a huge presence shaped like a giant lion. The golden lion radiated an overwhelming presence which reached over dozens of meters and covered the Nakujuk. Kwang! Kwa 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 kwang! The golden lion roared and slammed its paw into the ground, causing the earth to tear and shake. Where the paw pressed against the ground, 10 Nakujuk were crushed instantly. It was an intense feeling of overwhelming power. But it couldn't exert its full power thanks to the number of opponents. Despite being stepped on and crushed, the Nakujuk continued attacking. Some brave Nakujuk climbed the body of the golden lion and slashed it with their spears. The golden lion's body was covered with a fur stronger than steel which functioned as its armor. The spears that hit only did 20-30 damage at most. However, there were hundreds of Nakujuk surrounding the lion. Even though each person only did 20-30 damage, it combined together to reach 5,000-8,000 damage. Thanks to that, the golden lion was in dreadful shape, but it still hadn't lost its fighting spirit. It really is a bastard. It has already been 30 minutes since the battle started. In the meantime, more than 300,000 have been damaged. The man inside an armor with an eerie pattern embossed on it shook his head. Then an old man wearing a hood said, "This is one of the guys who once drove back the forces of darkness. This much is natural." The forces of darkness? That's right. Rather, it's quite weak now compared to then. Maybe it's because the dimension is different. You probably feel it too. Here mana recovers several times slower than on Middle-earth. Come to think of it. He abruptly stopped and confirmed his mana. He had previously used 50% of his mana. Usually it would take 15-20 minutes tops to recover. But now he had only recovered up to 75%. His mana recovery was 2 times slower than when he was on Middle-earth. That is because your source of mana is far away. From the moment that monster was born, its existence had breathed in mana. Although it isn't much, that lessening of mana density caused its power to weaken. If this was Middle-earth where the mana density is doubled, then I wouldn't have dared fight it using this number of Nakujuk. We're fortunate. The old man raised his hood and laughed. The old man covered in wrinkles looked 100 years old. The old man holding a stick of bones was the archbishop of the Asiosu church, Masutu. And the knight wearing the black armor was Alan. Then it would be many times stronger in Middle-earth? Alan stared at the gold lion with surprised eyes after hearing Masutu's explanation. Currently Alan was in the dimension called Scale. 2 months before Alan came to Scale, he had met Masutu and changed jobs to a ruined knight after swearing revenge on Arkansas. In the meantime, he had been improving his capabilities because he acknowledged that Ark was a powerful opponent. After learning the special skills of a ruined knight, his confidence had increased, and then the red man appeared in front of Alan. Then the red man told Alan some amazing secrets about New World. After revealing the secrets, the red man had asked for Alan's help. After thinking for a while, Alan had accepted. Although the red man's ultimate goal was unknown, he decided to cooperate since Ark was their enemy. The red man's first command was to make the Scale dimension rise to Middle-earth. In order for Alan to achieve this, the red man created a spatial temporal tunnel to allow him to enter Scale. Scale was originally an area which belonged to Middle-earth. But when the Dark Lord triggered his final destruction magic, a number of areas controlled by the World Tree sank. Just like Sutandal, if Scale's World Tree was resurrected, then it could return to Middle-world. In other words, Alan had to resurrect Scale's World Tree. But Alan had bumped into a wall after he came to Scale. I never thought it would be so difficult to cause a different dimension to rise. Alan hadn't known this until he heard Masutu's words, but Yggdrasil and Usuria were the weakest among the World Trees. After the Dark Lord used his final destruction magic, their weaker magic meant that they received less damage and didn't sink that far. However, there was still an undisclosed number of World Trees. The deity who created the world was called the Father and Mother of the World. But when talking about the game settings, this was actually related to the episodes. The Scale dimension occurred in a later episode than Sutandal, so the degree of difficulty was higher. The monsters in Scale had an average level of 400. Although it was rare, some level 500 monsters was also visible. But the problem was not the monsters. The biggest obstacle to Alan's resurrection of the World Tree was the Guardian of the World Tree. It is a level 950 Guardian monster, the Beast Dragon Barris. Although the name was Beast Dragon Barris, it took the shape of a golden lion. Even though he used 50 penetration scrolls, he barely found any information about it. But the Beast Dragon Barris was not a monster but a high-ranking NPC. In other words, if Scale was recovered again, then it would give quests to users instead of being an opponent. However, the NPCs reacted different to users depending on their alignment. Especially towards Alan, who was a ruined knight. Foreigner, there is a dark smell coming from your body. There is an endless hatred towards the world within your body. I can't allow a scoundrel like you with evil intentions to approach the World Tree. The Beast Dragon Barris became hostile as soon as he saw Alan. But Masutu knew the secret of the world from the Red Man and already expected such a situation. When Alan had used the spatial temporal tunnel to enter Scale, Masutu mobilized the Nakujuk who had sworn allegiance to the Red Man. After the Beast Dragon saw through Alan's identity, they attacked without hesitation. These guys, Qua dash. While Alan was recalling the past, the Beast Dragon had opened some huge wings and flew away. It judged that there were too many Nakujuk and that a ground battle would be disadvantageous. But that was the moment Alan had been waiting for. Now. This is a chance for the strike force to stop his movements. Although shouted towards the demonic beasts hiding behind the steep mountain slope. Dozens of winged demonic beasts flew towards the Beast Dragon and threw a black net over it. Despite causing a storm and trying to move upwards, the Beast Dragon was immobile. It was tangled in the black net and fell to the ground. The Beast Dragon Barris was caught in the net of corruption. The net will last for 10 minutes and consume 100 mana every 10 seconds. Movement speed and attack speed reduced by 30%. Ugh, this net is sucking my power. When the Beast Dragon struggled and groaned, Masutu laughed and said, Ho, have you already forgotten? Try to remember. We caught you hundreds of years ago using the net of corruption. The curse magic weaved into the net was conceived during the 100 years of darkness. Curse magic weaved into the net you made. Then you expected. You're still slow. Yes, the descendant of the great darkness. Oh my God. The cursed prophecy. The beast dragon stumbled and groaned like it had received an impact. But after a brief moment, the beast dragon raised its head violently and roared. No, that prophecy can never come true. Even if this is decided by fate, this beast dragon Barris won't let it come true. The existence of the darkness will eat everything up. The dark forces will die in this place. The beast dragon then opened its mouth, causing the surrounding air to swirl and be sucked in. Alan and Basutyu were 100 meters away and they were still sucked in by the destructive force. It was the worst weapon the beast dragon could use. The beast dragon had the attribute of the forest and the earth, and its breath melted everything it touched. While an elite level 950 NPC used it, it was impossible for the level 300 Nakujuk to resist. In addition, the wide area effect spread over hundreds of meters, so there was nowhere for the Nakujuk to run. However, Masutyu's eyes lit up with delight. Now, Alan. Do it! Alan rushed forward like an arrow and shot off a black ball. The black ball emitted a sinister aura as it flew forward. Then it was drawn forward by the vortex and entered the beast dragon's mouth. The beast dragon flinched and stepped backwards, before he screamed painfully and rolled across the ground. Cough, this is... Quiet. Ha ha ha, you fool. Yes, this is the dark energy from the Devil's Jewel. Do I need to explain what the Devil's Jewel is? Your power will soon be used to solve the problems of the Great Darkness. Masutyu shouted with an insane light in his eyes. The Devil's Jewel was what Alan had used to build up his power in the hideout. When he drove it into the body of a specific monster, it had the effect of absorbing its power. Then the Ruin Knight was able to absorb the powers within the Devil's Jewel. Alan, it's time to stop that guy's breath. At Masutyu's words, Alan took out his sword and started participating in the battle. When Alan appeared, the dark aura strengthened. It was the special effect of a Ruin Knight, Ruin Spirit. Under the effect of Ruin Spirit, the eyes of the Nakujuk and demonic beasts turned mad. Thanks to Ruin Spirit, his troops only cared about death and destruction. It was a skill which increased attack and aggressiveness instead of defense. The Nakujuk and demonic beasts developed a murderous intent and ran enthusiastically up to the beast dragon. You! For the peace of mankind. The beast dragon, who only had 2% health left, ran up to Alan. Alan was a villain who was threatening the peace of mankind after centuries. Berserk activate. Desire for survival. Absolute anger. Berserk was a skill which amplified hatred and increased attack by 5% for 20 minutes. Desire for survival also increased defense by 50% for 20 minutes. Both of these weren't a Ruin Knight skills. It was the skill option attached to the plated gauntlets of corrupted hatred and steel shield of despair items that Ark sold him. Alan was also wearing the helmet of hatred, which reflected all attacks by 30%, so he attacked recklessly. When the three options were activated, Alan was covered in a dark red special effect which rendered his body not visible. It was the set effect of equipping 3 items with hatred. 3 effects at the same time is not a joke. Alan looked with satisfaction at the effect of the overlapping skills. However, the opponent was an elite level 950 NPC. Just a swipe from the beast dragon's claw decreased his health by 40%. However, there were dozens of demonic monsters, so his health recovered instantly using Touch of Darkness. When Alan judged that the degree of damage and recovery was balanced, then he approached the beast dragon and used various skills. The lesser demon skill Disruption, sword skill Frenzied Sword Dance. He used all the skills he learned via the Devil's Jewel without stopping. The hundreds of Nakujuk and demonic monsters continued the battle that had lasted for over 30 minutes, and the beast dragon's 2% health gradually fell. After the beast dragon's body was torn to pieces, Alan's sword stole its last breath and it collapsed. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. When the beast dragon collapsed, Alan gained 9 levels at once. It wasn't only Alan. The cross signs appeared over the heads of the remaining Nakujuk and demonic beasts, and they all gained 9 levels. The experience from the level 950 beast dragon NPC was enormous, as it was enough to raise the level of all Nakujuk and demonic monsters who participated in the battle. Phew, he really is a strong bastard. Alan looked at his armor, which became ragged after only a few minutes, and sighed. But despite the difficulty, there was no other price. As well as experience, the beast dragon also dropped a few rare items. But first Masutyu took out the Devil's Jewel, which had absorbed the power of the beast dragon. It was that difficult when it was already weak. This is just to resurrect the Scale World Tree, so the Guardians in the future will be even more difficult. But you don't have to worry. These guys are strong, but you will also become stronger. Although the amount of power the Devil's Jewel can absorb is limited, you will become much stronger with the essence of the Guardian. This is the reason why he entrusted this to you. But will the other side be okay? Alan asked as he took the Devil's Jewel. Masutu tilted his head to one side and asked. The other side? The Red Man. We came with a large group of Nakujuk and somehow defeated the Guardian, but didn't he go alone to a different dimension? Although there are a number of world trees, wouldn't they all have Guardians defending it? Masutu chuckled and answered Alan's question. You don't have to worry about him. Don't you remember the prophecy the Beast Dragon previously spoke about? Before the Dark Lord fell, he left a cursed prophecy. And he is the executor who will carry out that prophecy. Of course his body is still incomplete, but he has already gained the Dark Heritage, the aerial fortress Weigenberg. No, I imagine that he could accomplish the goal even without the Weigenberg. Masutu's eyes were filled with the light of respect. For the Dark NPC to trust the Red Man, what was his true identity? Alan thought for a bit and asked again. Then why didn't that person resurrect the other world tree? Until now, he still hasn't completely awakened his full abilities. There is also another reason. If he visited now, then he could defeat the Guardian and resurrect Scale's world tree. But he previously needed the Sacred Branch and Other to resurrect Sutandal's world tree Usuria. And that was an artifact which sprouted from the world tree Yggdrasil. So he tried to revive Usuria, the most complicated one, first. But wasn't Ark the one who resurrected it? That's because he made it happen. Alan's forehead wrinkled at Masutu's answer. Then Ark had just been used by the Red Man in that video? Complicated problems rose in Alan's chest at the thought. Ark was Alan's arch-rival. He was an enemy that Alan would step on and make miserable one day. Ark's misfortune made Alan happy. However, he felt something strange at the thought of Ark being used by the Red Man. The person who will push Ark into despair is me. I don't approve of others doing it. Don't worry. He knows about your goal. If you follow him, then your goal will definitely come true. Masutu said after he guessed Alan's real intention. What exactly is the purpose of the Red Man? Alan asked with an expression that indicated he couldn't understand. He was someone who knew the unknown secrets of New World. At first, Alan had thought he was an employee of Global Exos like Arkansas. However, he had some misgivings about that thought. There were some level 700 monsters wandering around Scale. Meanwhile, the monsters in Sutandal were only level 300. And the current average level of users in New World was 250 to 300. When considering that point, it would take a long time for Scale to rise. It was a design of the game system since users wouldn't be able to deal with monsters in Scale if it rose. In New World, Episode 3 was triggered when Sutandal rose, so Scale was supposed to be a part of Episode 5-6. Even so, the Red Man was using a shortcut by rushing the resurrection of the World Tree. What reason would an employee of Global Exos have to do such a thing? In addition, the NPCs would not just blindly follow anyone. However, Masutu's answer was always evasive whenever Alan asked. You just have to follow him. If you are loyal to him, then you will receive limitless glory that you can't even imagine. It really doesn't matter who he is. Alan nodded. Anyway, from the moment Alan changed into a Ruin Knight, he forgot all thoughts about being an ordinary user. No, he didn't want to go back even if he could. Alan had already seen a small part of the Red Man's knowledge and abilities. According to Masutu, he would rise to the top spot of New World if he followed the Red Man. In addition, Alan's goal wasn't to play the game mediocrely. It was only to get revenge on Ark. The moment the task was completed, Alan could rise to the top and wait patiently to kill Arkansas. The Red Man has that type of strength and power. Is the prepared work going well? Masutu seemed to suddenly remember something and asked. Yes, a friend of mine is getting things ready on Middle-earth. I don't want to meddle, but that power will definitely be useful. A flimsy power is better than nothing. I know. The work Alan was preparing was a guild called Avenger that Andal was organizing. Currently, Andal had already organized over 500 top-class users that were over level 300. Although Andal wasn't over level 200, he was able to recruit that many users because of money. Despite being a game, money still exerted an incredible power. Although Andal was pitiful and weak, he knew better than anyone how to use money. Alan became filled with self-confidence and Masutu nodded with a satisfied look. If you speak like that, then I'll believe you. But it will be a problem if you run out of funds. The items dropped from the beast dragon should help that Adot. Thank you. Now we should depart. There are still plenty of mountains we have to go over in order to resurrect the world trees. Will you be slower than that person who was by himself? I understand. Alan and Masutu ordered their troops and moved to the next place. However, it wasn't the guardian that he would be meeting that was on Alan's mind. Just wait, Ark. Your days are numbered. Scale will soon rise and the preparations to hold a festival for those who ignored me will begin. A festival of blood. Dash. Pang, 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 pang. The gorgeous fireworks exploded in the night sky. It was the height of summer and the beach town Basaga was full of excitement about the start of the festival. Basaga was a city adjacent to the Bristania harbor and there were no special monsters in the vicinity. Thanks to the wide sandy beach and stretches of ocean, there were tourists gathered from all over the place during summer. So Basaga always held a festival for tourists during this season. When the festival was at its peak, Basaga was a melting pot of excitement. Various flags of every country fluttered at appropriate distances. The acrobats and musicians marched down the street and showed their skills. Various rides and commotions were heard from the central plaza. It was some rides, street performances, and colorful parades that were rarely seen in reality. Thanks to that, there was no place people could step in Basaga without running into tourists. Shweek. The festival was at its full peak in Basaga. The fireworks flashed across the sky like meteors. Then a flash struck the soaring tower in the sky which belonged to the Magic Institute. The flash sparked and was drawn into the tower. The sparks were collected by an transmitter unit inside the tower and formed particles of light. The particles of light moved inside a glass tube and magic was sprinkled. Then, like sand falling inside an hourglass, the particles of light gradually formed a person. The user wearing unusual leather armor was Arkansas. Welcome to the Basaga Festival. As soon as Ark's body was full restored, a group of people holding bouquets flocked around him. They were residents waiting to welcome tourists who used the letter movement. However, Ark just pushed past the people with a dreadful expression and ran into a corner. Gee, get out of the way. Ugh, eek. He leaned against the wall and vomited as it felt like his internal organs were being twisted. Damn, I should have known considering it is the temporary letter movement. In order to get to Basaga, Ark had to quickly move from the Seal Magic Institute branch to Bosaga's. Since the letter movement system was mainly built on the West Harbor, Basaga Village hadn't had one. However, the Lord of Basaga had asked for permission to temporarily install the letter movement for the duration of the festival. It wasn't surprising that he felt like vomiting. It is 10 times more awful than when I used the letter movement of Jackson. Ugh. It was just a temporary install. Therefore it 100% ignored the user's comfort and safety. Thanks to that, Ark had to go back and forth between hell for over 5 minutes. You have begun to feel dizzy. The symptoms of dizziness and vomiting will continue for 30 minutes. Rest is recommended. What a ridiculous situation. I'm never using the letter movement system again. Yet he willingly submitted to the risk because he had a reason to get to Basaga quickly. Thanks to his method of using letter movement, he was able to arrive in Basaga after only 5 minutes. After only vomiting gastric fluid, Ark shouted. Raiden, give me Buxel's eyeball. Sack sack, sack 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 sack. After Raiden spat out the eyeball, Ark shouted at it. Buxel, can you hear me? Buxel, answer me. Ya, eh? Ark nim, dot. After being shaken sharply a few times, the eyeball suddenly focused. The eyeball looked at Ark with a stupid expression and then started clamoring. Ark nim is here. Atch. Alright now, I already know the situation. There's no time to speak, so just answer me. Where are you now? I'm not sure. I'm too preoccupied. Idiot, look around at the area. Isn't there something that should be recognizable from a far place? Ark interrupted Buxel's words and shouted. Yes, Ark had used the letter movement to quickly get to Basaga because he knew the situation involving Buxel. Ark knew about the situation in Basaga thanks to a phone call 10 minutes ago. The person who called in the morning was Lee Myung Ryong. It's me, Hyun Woo. The situation is urgent. I can't speak for long because I had to sneak away from the unit to call you while playing New World. Lee Myung Ryong, Isurum quickly explained the situation. While explaining the infiltration investigation, Isurum heard that Ark was in a southwestern coastal city. Ark was supposed to make contact with Buxel soon and Buxel was supposed to move there. I have to lead the thieves to another place. While thinking this, he remembered the flyer from the harbor and mentioned it to the thieves. I heard some rumors about the festival, so I watched a video and accidentally saw someone looking like a pig among the tourists. What? Really? There's no doubt. It is impossible not to recognize the pig-like fellow. So 30 of the thieves headed towards Basaga at Isuram's words. Isuram used various reasons to move the bandit group away from southwest region. Then, Buxel unexpectedly showed up in Basaga. Oh, it really is him. As expected from the friend of my heart. Garam cheered and praised him, but Isuram wasn't happy. From then on, dozens of thieves started chasing Buxel. This was the reason why Ark submitted to motion sickness through letter movement. Even though Teacher Nim has infiltrated them, he has no choice but to appear to be helpful. Fortunately Beku is there so Buxel won't be caught easily, but they can't possibly escape from dozens of thieves. After I help Buxel escape, I'll have to protect the memory crystal. Just as Ark was thinking this, the eyeball scream was heard once again. Hook hook hook, there is a big Ferris wheel near me. Hick. Ferris wheel? I see it. I'll move to that area soon, so just hold on. You understood. Ak, Beku. The eyeball screamed non-stop, so it was possible to imagine the situation. Ark ran away from the Magic Institute immediately. And, he stopped and sucked in a deep breath. Hook, what at this? A sea of black could be seen in front of the Magic Institute. It was morning in reality, but in New World it was nighttime. However, it didn't simply look black. The only thing visible was the huge crowd present at the festival. He had heard about the Basaga festival when leaving Seal, but it really transcended imagination. There were various rides in the central plaza, small street performances all over the place, and tourists swarmed the taverns. Damn it, how will I find him in a place like this? Ah, is that the Ferris wheel? He discovered the ride in the central plaza. This is no time to be stuck here. Dark dance. Ark used dark dance to break through the crowd like a ghost until he reached the central plaza. Basaga was more like a city than a village. Fortunately, the central plaza wasn't far from the Magic Institute, and he reached the Ferris wheel after 10 minutes of using dark dance. But the problem was after he arrived. There were even more crowds gathered around the Ferris wheel. He had to find him. But, finding one person was like looking for a needle in a desert. Summon Demon, Diedrich. You called, Master? A festival. Rackard exclaimed with joy as he saw the dazzling sights. I didn't call you here to play. Use satellite mode to look for Buxel. Sheesh, so it's like that. I understand. Rackard grunted and turned into a bat before trying to fly away. Rackard was suddenly discovered by children, and they swarmed around him and tugged at Rackard. Ah, a bat. It is a bat. Ha ha ha, how marvelous. Bat, come over here. Get away, you rude things. I'm not a bat but a great vampire. Ouch. Tickle, it tickles. Ugh, ouch. These damn kids. Ouch. Ah, this is great. If I press its stomach then it talks. Fun, how fun. Let's play with it. The children grabbed his wings and just laughed as Rackard wriggled. Ark was impatient and was about to approach the children. Ah, Arknim. Then he heard Buxel's voice again. It was a vivid voice coming from near him, not the eyeball. Ark hurriedly stopped and turned towards the voice. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't find Buxel. Then he saw a big dog running and jumping among the rides. And a round object that resembled a balloon jumped up and waved its hand. Over here, here. What the? That guy. Ark stared at the round object with an astounded expression. The rounded balloon-shaped person was Buxel. He was wearing polka-dot clothes with a variety of ribbons hanging off him. In addition, he was wearing speckled makeup under his hat. It was the same costume that clowns wore. Buxel and Beku were wearing a couple clown look. He seems to have gotten a bit heavier. While Ark had been suffering in Seal, Buxel and Beku had been enjoying the festival. In order to protect Buxel, Ark had rushed and paid the expensive letter movement fee, so he felt anger well up at the sight. Damn, if it wasn't for the memory crystal. At that time, he saw mobs of thieves behind Buxel and Beku. Ah, Arknim, hick, dot. The thieves. To hold a sword so openly in a village. Usually taking out swords in a village would be punished by the guards. Even if there weren't guards present, the eyes of users and NPCs would be concentrated on them. But there were people dressed up and running around holding toy knives in the festival. So there wasn't anybody who thought that the thieves were strange for holding swords. The thieves were even holding masks. If nobody died from a battle, then the guards wouldn't move. Damn it, this is bad. Ark broke through the crowd and ran towards Buxel. Master, what are you doing? Ouch, these damn guys. Ouch. Rackard, who was caught by the children, screamed from behind him, and Ark didn't have time to worry about that. By overusing Dark Dance, he was able to penetrate the crowd and got near Buxel. Meanwhile, Buxel and Betku ran between people while sweating. They were chased by the bandit group. Okay, I can reach them before the thieves catch up. Summon Demon, Razak. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Take the defense position and prepare for the enemy's attack. Ark spread a safety net and made a defense camp with Razak. Now the top priority was to help Buxel escape. Even if he joined Buxel, it would be difficult to escape when surrounded by dozens of thieves. Especially with the enormous crowds gathered in the vicinity. Until Ark, the thieves wouldn't care about other users and NPCs and would attack without care. Fighting a battle in a place like this would be absolutely disadvantageous. That was the reason why Ark created a safety net where only 3 people could pass. Ark would block the entrance after Buxel and Betku arrived. Although there were 30 thieves, only 2-3 people could enter through the entrance. If he used the terrain, then he might be able to be time for Buxel to escape to a safe place. Even if the guards would move when the battle fully began, it would be difficult with the thieves chasing directly. Ark planned a strategy and raised his voice. Buxel, over here. You have to come over here. Yes. You understood. Betku. At Buxel's order, Betku leaped over some obstacles and run towards Arkansas. That's it. There's enough time to get that back from Buxel. Ark took out his sword and watched as Buxel and Betku arrived. Arknim, I'm saved. Ha? Ha 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 ha? Wayawaha. Hook, master. Buxel, who had been running with tears in his eyes when he suddenly dangled from something. Had the thieves caught up to him? Buxel shrank with fear and struggled. Betku realized too late and hit the emergency brakes before running back to Betku. Then Buxel was dragged sideways as the thing he was stuck to moved at an extraordinary speed. What the? Ark and the chasing thieves just stared simultaneously with a dumb expression. They were looking at a small wagon moving along the rails spread all around Basaga at a tremendous rate. What on earth was this? Ark looked around with confusion until he saw a big sign. High-speed barrel train. An ambitious ride prepared by the Basaga Festival Comet. Able to travel at 300 km per hour thanks to the magical engine, it is Bosaga's state-of-the-art magic carriage racing. With 100% safety equipment, it is possible to enjoy the exhilarating sense of speed. Fee to ride, 1 gold. Asterisk, because the vehicle is moving at 300 km per hour, it is dangerous to go on the rail. It was the information on the sign next to the safety net. Buxel's clothes had been caught on the carriage and he disappeared as it moved. In addition, the place Buxel was caught was the rear of the magic carriages. Therefore Betku and Buxel had become a part of the ride and moved along the rails at 300 km per hour. Aiawa, save me. Master, dot. Damn it, we had almost caught up. We can't miss him, get out of the way. The thieves who had just missed Buxel and pushed users out of the way before taking a magic carriage. When a coin was inserted into the slow, they started to chase after Buxel at an extravagant speed. Damn it. Razak, transform. It wasn't possible for Ark to just stay there. After Razak transformed into a blade, he pushed people out of the way and took the available magic carriage. The people waiting in line cursed, but he had no time to pay attention to public morals. After inserting 1 gold, the carriage rumbled and departed. Peep-pepping, peep-pepping. Fireworks were still displayed in the night sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16 Chapter 5. ACT 5 The Carnival, 1. Dash. 300 km per hour, dot. The carriage moved on the rail so quickly that the surrounding landscape was distorted. High-speed barrel train was a ride where the rail structure 8 meters high spread all through Basaga village. By angling against the guard rail, the carriage was about to be freely controlled like a racing game. It was also safe for carriages to collide because the bumpers had special magic absorption coating. It was quite an interesting ride, so many people enjoyed it. However, there was no time to be enjoying the ride. Boing, kiik. Boing, kiik. Ark exerted 120% of the skill seen in TD games and continuously drifted around the corners. Then he saw the carriages containing the thieves in front of him entered a cave. There must be some way to overtake Buxel and reduce the number of thieves. Ark handled the carriage with one hand and brandished his sword as he approached the enemy. The saw blade stretched out like a whip and reeled around one of the robbers. What the? Ack. The thief struggled to untie the saw blade from around the neck. But it was going at 300 meters per hour. The carriage was made with the latest techniques, and with the speed it was going at, even one pebble could overturn it. The thief lost control of the steering wheel and the magic carriage ended up smashed against a wall. While the carriage guaranteed 100% safety, the airbag that appeared still did damage to warriors. However, the thief flew into the sky when the carriage was smashed. Okay. I've made one guy retire. I'll take care of them one by one. Ark laughed and gripped the handle tightly. Oh, that guy. He was the one who interfered that time. He's trying to interfere again. Number 5, number 6, block that fellow. The thieves had discovered Ark, so two of them regulated their speed and approached him. They surrounded Ark on both sides and fired random magic. It was a 300 km per hour death race. Isurum was also mixed in with the group of thieves chasing Buxel. He had no choice but to act like he was with the thieves. While rounding the corner, he caught sight of Ark being surrounded by two carts and bit his lips with a worried expression. Of course, he knew that Ark could handle the thieves. But it was different fighting while riding a magic carriage going 300 km per hour. In that situation, driving skills was more important than actual combat power. This is bad, that Ark guy, he has no driving license. With Ark occupied, it was only a matter of time until the bandit group caught up with Buxel. If Buxel was caught, then the memory crystal would be gone. Kiik, kwa kwang, kiik, kwa kwang. But Isurum's worry was needless. Ark used extravagant handling and pedal techniques to drift and avoid the overflowing magic. He used exquisite skill to rotate the carriage and counterattack with the saw blade. Isurum was worried because Ark had been too busy to get his driver's license. On the other hand, the thieves all had driving licenses and usually drove a lot. When thinking about it, it was natural for Ark to be pushed back. But there was something Isurum didn't know. Although Ark had never tried to drive, he had played racing games like Gran Turismo and Ridge Racer. Driving at this speed transcending common sense and just used the acrobatic design of the game. He didn't understand driving in reality, but Ark was like a fish in water while driving at 300 km per hour in the game. Ark's cart slid all over the rails and avoided the flying magic. However, it wasn't easy to counterattack with the saw blade while going at 300 km per hour. Sheesh, that rat bastard. Hey, block the front. When the magic didn't work, the magician grinded his teeth together and shouted. Then a magic carriage accelerated suddenly and stopped in front of Arkansas. While the car in front slowed down, the one behind accelerated with the intention of trapping Ark in the middle. Now! Surround that fellow and break him. Buang! The magic engine heated as the surrounding magic carriages narrowed their distance. At that moment, Ark stepped on the brake and instantly jumped up from the driver's seat. Ha! What the? Wah! Kwa kwang. Ark's magic carriage stopped and suddenly collided with those of the magicians. Ark then twisted his saw blade and it closed around the bumper of the magic carriage in front. Raiden, shield. Sack. Just before Ark's foot touched the ground, Raiden spat out his shield. Ark set his good on the handle of the shield while in midair and landed on the ground. The saw blade then wrapped around a magic carriage that was still going at 300 km per hour. After it wound around the bump, he used the shield to do something similar to water skiing. Sparks flew from the surface of the shield as it began to slide along the rails. Oh, that guy. After seeing Ark hanging from his bumper, a thief twisted the steering wheel. The thief's ulterior motive was to make Ark crash into the guardrail. When the magic carriage veered sharply, Ark flew towards the guardrail thanks to the inertia. The moment it looked like Ark was going to hit the guardrail at 300 km per hour, he once again switched to the sword. Razak, transformed back into a sword. The whip returned to a blade and Ark was drawn forward like an elastic band. Take this. Ark flew towards the back of the thief sitting in the driver's seat. The thief screamed and fell down. His shield had slammed into the back of the head and caused stun. When the driver lost consciousness, the magic carriage rotated around. Ark quickly unlocked the thief's seatbelt and kicked him out. Why you bastard dash. The thief yelled with distress as he fell from the magic carriage and rolled along the rail. After Ark took over the driver's seat, he once again started pursuing the bandit group again. Ark took care of 3 thieves and instantly caught up, making the bandit group murmur. What a monster-like fellow. Is he making a movie by himself? Who on earth is he? What an annoyance. Number 7, 8, 9, stop him. Then the thief at the head of the group chasing Buxel burst out. Ah, oh, over there. The thief pointed to the rail ahead of him. When the cave ended was a 90-degree corner. The magic carriage in front was rotating rapidly and Buxel's clothes who had been caught was torn to pieces. At the same time, Buxel and Beku were thrown towards the guardrail thanks to inertia and centrifugal force. Quiek dash. The pig screamed as he fell over the rail. The rails which connected outside the cave were 30 meters off the ground. At this rate, the falling Buxel and Beku would be squashed and turned into a broken set of pork and dog meat. However, Buxel had a very strange luck. Puong, Puong. There was a lake located in Basaga village that was underneath the rails where he fell. Thanks to that, Buxel and Beku were able to avoid becoming flattened meat. After being submerged, Buxel and Beku finally resurfaced after a while. However, they couldn't afford to sigh with relief. That pig, he fell into the lake. We can't lose him. Everybody just jumped straight down to the lake. The determined thieves rushed straight at the guardrail, breaking it and falling down to the lake. As dozens of magic carriages fell into the lake, the users riding the duckboat cried out with distress. Buxel and Beku also screamed. Hick, why do they want to kill me so much? Master, hold on tight. Buxel held on to Beku who started dog paddling and ran away. Damn, those bastards. Get out of the way, dot. The thieves threw away the magic carriage and seized a nearby duckboat. Thanks to that, the peaceful lake where the duckboats floated suddenly became chaos. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Kill everybody who gets in the way. Carrick, Carrick, quack quack quack. Carrick, Carrick, quack quack quack. The bandit group stepped on the pedal and the duckboat quacked and rushed forward. So dozens of duckboats were chasing after a pig riding on a dog. However, the situation would be very serious if Buxel was caught, so Ark couldn't find it very comedic. Damn, there really are various methods. He really didn't want to do it. But once again, Ark didn't have a choice. Ark stepped on the accelerator pedal and rushed through the guardrail that the thieves broke. The magic carriage fell over 30 meters into the lake. Ark quickly released his seatbelt and climbed into the water. After looking around, he saw dozens of empty duckboats floating freely. Buxel riding Beku had escaped from the lake, so the bandit group had also exited. Buxel, where are you now? I'm not sure. I just passed by a place with a stone gargoyle. Hike. A place with a stone gargoyle? Ark quickly scanned around the lake. Then he saw a huge statue slowly moving that was gathering a brilliant light. It seemed like a moving parade where dozens of wagons were holding festival icons. However, there was a large crowd as it was one of the most popular festival activities and he couldn't see Buxel at all. Damn it, trying to find him. Rackard, what are you doing? Ark suddenly shouted through the remote communication and Rackard petulantly replied. Damn, why are you yelling at me? Do you know how much I suffered after Master didn't save me? Anyway, I've been looking for Buxel after leaving the children. Where is Master? At the lake in the center of the village. No, can you see a huge statue? Statue? The strange one being carried by carts, dot. Yes. Buxel is around there, so you move there and search for him. Ark ran away from the lake while giving the order to Rackard. He used Dark Dance to navigate around the crowds and headed towards the parade. Oh, good. The huge figure lowered his wine cup with a happy expression. Then a elf female looked at the barbecue with sour eyes and said, Hey, this is a festival, right? Why does it look like you are enjoying it more? Who wouldn't like the festival? The alcohol is good. Hey, one more drink over here. The huge man shook his wine cup and shouted. The elf female pouted and said bluntly, Aren't you drinking too much? What? I've only drank 5 cups. Isn't that 5 servings of alcohol? Does your stomach contain a ghost that drinks alcohol? Well, how much barbecue did you eat? You already ate 1 pig. You fool, don't you know the difficulties of a woman who seeks beauty? This isn't food, it is medicine, medicine. I had to diet because of the stress that piled up every day. If I can't eat as much as I want in New World, then I'll go on a rampage. This is like a stress-relieving pill. But isn't that pig too big? I don't want to be involved with a woman who can eat 1 whole pig. You know that I'm a vegetarian. Who said that we were involved? The female elf's face turned red and she kicked the man's thick belly. Ouch, what the? Aren't we involved? You must hate living. Talking such nonsense, do you have a suicide note written? Kikiki, you must be shy. Ouch, got it, I understand. Ha! That. The playful man shouted. Winston jumped up. What is it? What the? The female elf followed his gaze with surprise. But the man just shook his head without looking away. He had seen a dog with silver fur running among the crowd. The man was spellbound by the sight of the dog and muttered. To be able to see such a wonderful dog in a place like this. The gloss of that silver fur flying in the wind and the sleek muscles of the dignified body. Who is its owner? I don't know, but it clearly has an excellent pedigree. Is the owner the pig riding it? Oh, I'm envious. That is my dream dog. Furthermore, it is a dog that can carry people on its back. Damn, how can I get a dog like that? Ha, you're being foolish again. Dream dog? Do you wake up dreaming of a dog? At any rate, it'll just be a problem for you. What good is such a messy animal? You stupid dog otaku. And why do you want another dog? You're already raising 10 at home. The female elf scowled and shot the man a glare. Then the man looked offended. What was that? Don't you also have a cat at your house? Yes, I'm raising one. One cat. This is a normal standard. Raising 1 or 2 is normal for a dog otaku. But you're raising 10. Is that normal? Ha, you really don't understand. It is a dog. It is a pet which deserves love. For a cat to be compared to it is ridiculous. Have you seen the famous art masterpiece The Homeless Angel? It is a pitiful-looking child hugging a big white dog. Nero, no, was it the Flanders dog? The huge man was moved to tears and exclaimed loudly. Apart from The Homeless Angel, dogs also appear in various movies and cartoons. Isn't that proof that it is an existence that is loved worldwide? On the other hand, cats are mainly seen next to gloomy witches. I don't understand how you can raise such a gloomy animal in your house. Witch? Are you saying I'm a witch? I didn't exactly say that. You're a magician. Isn't a female magician a witch? Is that an otaku language that only you know? Stop talking like that. I'm going crazy. The dog is fine, the dog. What the? That pair. The man suddenly frowned and cursed. The female elf who was about to throw an angry punch flinched and studied the man's face. What the? Really, you're angry? I'm sorry. That's not it, eh? Those guys. The man's embarrassed expression once again became angry. The female elf realized the reason why the man was so angry too late. The man wasn't looking at the silver dog just then. Instead, some fellows wearing masks were surrounding the dog and hitting it. The dog was standing in front of its pig owner and protecting him despite its many wounds. Those bastards dared to beat up a cool dog like him. The man ground his teeth together and pulled out his bayonet. The female elf spoke with an annoyed look. Wait a minute. We don't know what the situation is. Why do I need to know? That dog is loyal to its owner. He must be a good person. Anyone who can raise a dog like that is not a bad person. And the ones attacking the dog are the bad guys. I've decided. Wasn't that an assertion tied closely to bias? But the man had no doubts that they were villains and ran towards them with his bayonet out. Those guys, it's already over for them. The female elf looked at the villains with compassionate eyes. She knew that the man had a severe dog mania. He had never seen anyone who loved dogs so much. No matter how angry he was, he would smile and stroke a dog if he saw it. These days he was also raising dogs, so she was sincerely worried. Didn't he also go to an animal hospital to play with the dogs? Anyway, those dog otaku tendencies were also applied to the game. No, those tendencies were even further expanded because of the game. No matter how rare the item in front of him, he would leave it to chase after rabbits and squirrels. That a fool like that is one of the top 5 warriors in Bristania. The female elf sighed and mumbled. While the man was indeed skilled, he had a particularly severe love for animals. It's because of his love for animals that he switched to the druid profession Beast Master. Beast Master. Yes, the man and female elf arguing about the cat and dog was bred in Redian. Although as a pretty good guy, he becomes quite strange when it comes to dogs. Redian complained with pouted lips. She initially knew bred from New World's beta test, where they were the last 2 remaining from the Battle Royale. She encountered Bread right before the beta test ended, and he was the only opponent she couldn't win or lose against. After the game was commercialized, the frequently kept in touch and hunted together by chance until they became quite close. In fact, Bread was a pioneer who earned quite a lot of respect from other users. Even though he normally looked quite foolish, he completely changed when battling. As the leader of a party, he showed a surprising ability to take charge, and he always took the most dangerous roles. He would also run to help colleagues without any concern about the danger. So word spread among the pioneers that Bread is the one to capture a dungeon with. It was natural for Redian, who was constantly around him, to get a good impression of Bread. She also realized that Bread didn't hate her. Therefore they rapidly became close. It was around that time. Bread's weakness was that he was a dog otaku. Of course, she could understand the feelings of someone who liked dogs. She also didn't hate dogs. But Bread's love of dogs has long surpassed common sense and was at an almost psychotic level. I really have little luck. The only decent man I found is strangely obsessed with dogs. That was why she didn't like dogs. If Bread's head wasn't so strange about dogs, then their relationship would have certainly developed more by now. It was because of that rebellious heart that she suddenly mentioned cats to Bread. While Bread seriously loved animals, the only one he showed an adverse reaction to was cats. Anyway, beating a dog in front of Bread. She didn't have to see the results to anticipate it. I don't understand. How annoying. I'll just continue eating the barbecue. After a short hesitation, Redian sat back down at the barbecue. Empty plates were already piled up on the table. Ah, Baku. Master. Bekko stumbled as he was cut by the sword again. But Bekka showed his commitment to his master by stabilizing his balance and showing his fangs. Grrrrrrr, I'll protect master. Damn, this annoying stray dog. The bandit group surrounding Buxel stared at Bekko with irritation. After exiting the lake a step ahead of Ark, the thieves managed to catch up with Buxel. But they ran into unexpectedly strong resistance from Bekko and were unable to capture Buxel yet. But he is now in a critical condition. Let's deal with him before that fellow comes. The thieves raised their swords and ran up to Bekko. The thieves had an average level between 250 to 300. On the other hand, Bekko was level 310. In addition, Bekko was a member of the Wolrang clan. He was able to endure even when surrounded by 10 thieves. But even if there was a 60 level difference, there were still 10 of them. Even though a number of them had split up to search, there were still 7 thieves surrounding Bekko. With that many people, it was only a matter of minutes before Bekko entered a critical condition. When pushed by the thieves, it wasn't possible to endure. Sob, Bekko. Somebody help. Bekko looked at the bloody Bekko and whined pitifully. However, a frenzied parade was occurring outside the alley. Buxel's voice was buried under all the noise. Also, people weren't very interested in looking in alleys. Even if someone saw it, the situation wouldn't change. Magical Princess Minky Momo, Ultraman, Taekwon V, etc. Lots of stores in Basaga sold those types of masks, so who could imagine the situation if they came across the thieves masquerading as heroes? If others saw the sword, then they would think it was just for show. Just hold on a minute. I'm almost there. Ark's voice was heard in Buxel's ear. But Ark wasn't in the area. His voice was coming through the eyeball. No. Bekko is already in critical condition. Buxel yelled tearfully. Meanwhile, Bekko had been forced into a corner by the thieves and shouted. Master, don't worry about me and just escape. Kwawahang. Ah, no. Bekko. Even if I die, I can't just leave you and run away. Ack. Buxel screamed and ran towards Bekko as the sword descended. Whang, quang. Then there was a sudden tremendous wind and the thieves attacking Bekko fell down. Buxel and the thieves looked at the entrance of the alley simultaneously. Ah, Arknim? Eh? Who are you, Dot? Holuhu, just a dog lover passing by. The person who attacked the thieves wasn't Arkansas. He was a huge man wearing leather armor with a bayonet leaning against his shoulder. Despite their confusion, Bread just calmly uttered those shameless words. Yes, the reason Bread did those things was because of Bekko. Bekko was a member of the Wolrang clan with a wonderful outer appearance. Huck. This was the person leading the pirate fleet. Buxel flinched after he saw Bread and retreated one step. When the ferry was raided by pirates a while ago, Buxel had seen Ark fighting against Bread. Fortunately, Bread failed to recognize Buxel. At that time, Buxel and Bekko had been hanging on from the mast. They didn't even dare to breathe in case Bread or Redian would attack them. Anyway, Bekka looked at Bread through bloody eyes. Bread raised the bayonet and showed his teeth before making a threatening posture. I deal with them so you two retreat. Ha? How come? The dog, dot. Ha? I have no interest in people killing each other. But I can't allow them to attack a dog. Bread answered while staring at the thieves. Then the words Bread said to the thieves popped into Buxel's mind. What the? Isn't he just a fool? But that thought disappeared after a few minutes. The group of thieves rushed towards Bread with their swords withdrawn. I don't know who you are, but I won't allow you to interfere. You won't allow me to interfere? You really are bad guys. Then I don't have to explain. This skill might be a bit excessive for guys like you, but I'll show you the greatness of the dog. Beast Spirit Possession, Power of the Dog Rise. Kwawaang. The shape of a huge dog appearing around Bread, and he roared, causing a small earthquake. After being possessed by the soul of a dog, a huge blast of wind appeared whenever he swung his bayonet. It was an alarming momentum. The thieves flinched and took a defensive posture. But when Bread's weapon collided with them, the thieves' defensive posture collapsed and the thieves flew to the ground. Thanks to the dog Beast Spirit Possession, his attack increased by 50%. As a dog enthusiast, it was the skill Bread had the most confidence in. Bread was also a level 400 character who invested most of his stats into strength. It was a reckless strength which cut the mast of a ship in half and freaked Ark out, so the level 250-300 thieves had no chance of defeating him. Hick, this monster-like fellow. Ha, this is the power of the dog that you ignored. Bread burst out and started to step on the thieves. Hiya, protect animals. Love dogs. Bang, 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 bang. The 7 thieves lying on the ground cried and babbled as the level 400 Bread continued beating them. Of course, it might have been a little bit different if there was a combination of professions such as warrior, archer and healer. However, they were so flustered from chasing after Buxel that there was no time to consider professions when separating. The thieves who found Buxel were 5 thieves, 1 magician and 1 archer. The roughly made party were disorderly and had no proper chance against Bread. Hoo, how is it? Can you feel the love of animals in your heart? Bread raised his bayonet to his shoulder and laughed. Hook, I've arrived. Someone jumped between the parade wagons and shouted. Bread, who was kicking the body of the thieves, flinched and looked with surprise. Why you? Eek? You're that moron? Why are you here? Ark shouted as he looked at Bread with confusion. After exiting the lake and hearing Buxel's relentless SOS calls, Ark had come running. But when he arrived, the thieves were crumpled up in a corner. And Bread was unexpectedly standing in front of Buxel and Bekku protecting them? Ark moved his eyes and looked at Buxel. Why is this idiot here, dot? How should I know? Just pretend you don't know me. Buxel instantly answered with his eyes. Their current position in the narrow alley was Ark, Bread, then Buxel and Bekku all lined up. In addition, Buxel and Bekku had been so beaten up by the pursuing thieves that they barely had any health left. If Bread learned that Buxel was with Ark and hit them, then the game was over. How should this situation be sorted? While Ark was busy thinking, Bread burst out laughing. This is good. You really did come to this place. I'm actually a little busy. Can you wait and look for me again? Really? Well, it can't be helped. Bread scratched his head and turned his body before swinging his bayonet. Of course, he had no intention of falling for Ark's tricks. Ark avoided the bayonet at the last minute and Bread shook his head. Did you think I would fall for that? Only someone stupid would allow you to escape this time, but... Damn, can't you just pretend you didn't see me? I'm really busy. If you're busy then just defeat me quickly. Of course, I won't collapse so easily. I'll conclude it this time. Beast Spirit Possession, Power of the Bear Rise. Bread once again acted like a space sheriff and brandished his bayonet. Ark retreated and escaped being damaged by the bayonet before biting his lips. Damn, I have to get away from this uncouth guy with Buxel before the next group of thieves come. Am I cursed or something? It was enough to make him want to run and curse. In fact, Bread was a level 400 user with a cheat-like skill. But who was Ark? Wasn't he a strong warrior who managed to knock down many users in PvP? Of course, he couldn't be 100% certain when considering Bread's capabilities. However, the situation was so tangled that it didn't matter if he won or lost. But what kind of curse was this? He didn't know why, but the situation was always tangled after he met Bread. On the ferry he had to shake the pot to make the immortality pill so he couldn't fight properly. And this time his mission was to help Buxel escape. Fortunately, he didn't understand why, but Brett had taken care of the thieves attacking Buxel. But according to Isuram's information, the bandit group had 30 people, so there were still 23 thieves left. If he left Buxel unattended while fighting Brett and he was found by the thieves, then it would be a problem. I have no choice. I have to look for a chance to escape from this guy. Ark glanced at Buxel and Betgu and thought fiercely. It was impossible not to look at Buxel and Betgu with uneasy eyes. He had no idea where the other thieves were. Even when looking through the eyeball, there were too many people, so it wasn't easy to find the thieves. So he wasn't able to make a daring move. Jerk, where are you looking? Qua 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 quang. Brett aimed at a gap and brought down his bayonet. Ark had been looking away and couldn't possibly avoid it, so he blocked with his sword. The absurd pressure pushed Ark back and his body rolled across the ground. He had barely got his balance back when the bayonet fell again. Ark rolled his body to avoid the bayonet again and bounced up like a spring before jumping on a platform. After maintaining a proper posture, Ark breathed roughly as he looked at Brett. Hook hook hook, as expected he isn't an easy opponent. Ah, you definitely have skills. I absolutely won't miss this time. It will be concluded. Brett said as he followed him onto the platform. It was at that time. Why could cheering suddenly been heard from around him? Ark's face distorted as he looked at the strange situation around him. Ark had jumped to avoid the attack without confirming the place, and he belatedly realized that he had jumped onto one of the parade carts. In addition, the one he jumped on was a theater carriage performing a play. When Ark and Brett had suddenly jumped onto the stage, the NPCs and spectators thought it was part of the production and applauding. I have to get back. Well, in this case. Ark was mortified as he looked around the festival. But there were some people making different expressions. Behind the stage curtain, two actors holding swords stared with stunned expressions. After a while, an old man appeared between the two actors and hit the back of Ark's head with a frown. Who the hell are you? Do you know how long I prepared for this stage? If you wanted to be the actors, then you should have auditioned. Ah, it can't be helped. I can't let guys like you ruin my play. Fortunately, the next scene is a fight, you two on the stage, do something. Then Brett looked at Ark and laughed. Isn't this good? Since this is a stage, don't you have no choice but to see this through to the end? This is the request of that old man, so shouldn't we put on a show? Beast spirit possession, power of the cheetah rise. Brett chose the soul of a cheetah and ran up to Arkansas. The cheetah maximized agility and speed, so the bayonet fell like lightning. Thanks to the power of the bear, each blow shook the stage and it seemed like it might even collapse. There was no room for mistakes as one hit would be a deadly attack. Ark carefully stepped back. However, the audience cheered and applauded every time. Oh, isn't this directing awesome? Doesn't it really seem like they're fighting? It's true. The production is so radical that the stage is cracking. I can't even imagine it. When the audience exclaimed with admiration, the director interjected. Oh, good, very good. Isn't this nicer than I thought? Okay, let's go with it. But why are they so aggressive? It's so exciting they might not survive. Hey, the small fellow. Don't just escape like a squirrel and attack as well. Damn, I need to do something. Ark ground his teeth together and frowned. In fact, there were other reasons aside from Buxel as to why he couldn't fight properly. While Buxel had been playing tag with the thieves, Ark had continuously used Dark Dance in order to get through the crowds. Although it didn't consume as much mana as other skills, it still used 300 mana with each use. Even if he had 6,000 mana, who wouldn't run out after using it so much? Even Flash and Dark Blade, which didn't use a lot of mana, wasn't available in this situation. Still, it was imperative to rescue Buxel from the thieves, so he blindly used Dark Dance and thought he could deal with being without mana. He wasn't supposed to meet a monster like this. Damn it, I shouldn't have summoned my pets. Ark had thought about using the Ghost Knight core skill. When considering the level of the skill, they wouldn't be able to deal any damage to Brett, but 30 Ghost Knights could distract him for 5 seconds. Distracting Brett for 5 seconds would be sufficient for Ark to escape. However, he had summoned his familiars twice, so he only had 200 spiritual power left. The Ghost Knight core skill required 300 spiritual power. Well, I can do normal attacks. But once again, Brett was a level 400 user who could use the Spirit of the Turtle to raise his defense. His normal attacks would do limited damage. Even if Ark managed to attack that uncouth guy 10 times, being hit just once would reverse the situation instantly. Why is it that I can never fight properly whenever I meet this guy? Although he could avoid the bayonet thanks to his hell training against the zombies, he couldn't defeat Bread. Ark had no choice but to escape like a loach. Hook, those guys. Arknim, the thieves. Hick, they found me. The bandit group is pursuing me. The eyeball attacked to his back burst out screaming. Ark panicked and looked around at the scream. He could see Buxel and Beku running away. And they were pursued by 20 thieves with only a few meters difference. Catch him. The sound of the thieves shouting was audible from the stage. Damn it. Now is not the time to be doing this. I told you not to look away from me. Then Bread shot forward like an arrow and swung his bayonet. Ark was looking at Buxel and couldn't avoid getting hit in the side. Blood spurted and he instantly lost 1,000 health. At the same time, he received an abnormal state and his movements were slowed. A mistake. A warning bell rang in Ark's head. Once a user's level was above a certain point, their equipment really wasn't a joke. There were various skills to increase stats and one strike would often cause an abnormal state. It wasn't necessary to explain to people familiar with online games, attack was no good if it couldn't penetrate the armor. Therefore PvP battles at low levels often took over 10 minutes, fights between high-level users were settled as fast as lightning. In a fight against a high-level PvP user, concentration was needed to avoid even one mistake. However, Ark couldn't concentrate on the battle. Once he permitted a critical hit, he became even more impatient. Damn it, as expected I can't defeat this guy without mana. In this state it is impossible to win. I also can't leave Buxel alone. But I have no chance without any skills available. What is an alternative method? Then something popped into Ark's head. He didn't have enough mana and spiritual power. He couldn't be in a worse situation. However, didn't Ark have a skill that doesn't require mana or spiritual power? It was the skill he learned just a while ago in Seal, Entrusted Volumes. The so-called lottery skill. Yes, didn't the skill use health instead of mana and spiritual power? Of course, there was no guarantee about what effect would come out. It couldn't possibly get worse. I have no choice but to rely on luck. If it lands on the Biong Hammer or the Goblin Punch, then it can stop that guy's movement for a short time and allow me to escape. Okay, let's try it once. Entrusted Volumes. Ark raised his fist to Bread and shouted. With a flash, the slot machines that he had seen outside of Seal appeared. The icon slowly changed until with a tack, it stopped. Then a huge fanfare-like sound effect was heard and the information window appeared. You have used the power of Entrusted Volumes. Asterisk results. Properties, Smile Alignment, Magician Environment, Theater Stage. The attack method selected is Comic Magician. The Comic Magician effect is applied to all attacks for 3 minutes. Comic Magician effect for 3 minutes? What is that? Entrusted Volumes had once again had an unexpected special effect. What type of effect will it have? He couldn't grasp what Comic Magician would do and hesitated to attack. Oh, I don't know what it does, but that is a skill. Are you planning to fight properly now? Although he initially flinched at the thought of Ark's counterattack, Bread just stepped back and laughed. And he fixed his attitude and raised the bayonet again. The bayonet came at him right after Ark used Entrusted Volumes. Since it was an attack right after using a skill, there was no time to avoid it. He blocked using his sword like before, but this time Ark lowered his center to decrease the power. After a short moment, Ark determined that he could attack and kneel before lifting his sword at an angle. Pyarong. Yet why did a bouquet of flowers abruptly came from Ark's sword? Both Ark's and Bread's eyes widened at the ridiculous situation. The spectators, actors and directors also stared at Ark with a foolish expression. After an absurdly long second passed, the audience burst out laughing. Ha, this is a hit. I never thought a bouquet would appear in this situation. Is he proposing to the enemy? A proposal of marriage in the face of death. This is really funny. Hey, please take it. He's really pitiful. The audience whistled and cheered with stupid expressions. After looking at the audience's reaction, the director raised his thumb and shouted. Oh, good, very good. Now it's a comedic angle? I like it. You can get a job as an actor immediately. However, Ark and Bread just seemed confused about their reaction. Then Bread's face turned red and he ground his teeth together. This bastard, until when, are you trying to mock me? No this isn't. Shut up. Bread frowned and ran up to him. Ark hurriedly swung his sword. This time a pigeon and rabbit appeared when he swung it. Yes, this was the effect of comic magician. The comic magician effect was literally a funny magician. Oh my god, what kind of comic effect is this? In a desperate situation, he lost 500 health and trusted in trusted volumes for this effect? Despite his resentment for it, he had put his trust in trusted volumes. However, he couldn't possibly imagine the ridiculous comic magician effect. This bastard, mocking me again. Ah, what a cute rabbit. No. I need to kill that bastard. Huck, a puppy. Agoo. These guys are dangerous. Ugh, don't cling. I'm so happy. No, this can't be. This bastard, this devilish bastard, how did he know my weakness? Using such innocent animals in order to win, what a coward. Once again, Bread was an animal lover. When the rabbit and puppy appeared like ghosts from Ark's sword, Bread's face instantly became absent-minded. Bread couldn't attack since it might injure the animals and he couldn't move either. But Ark couldn't understand the circumstances and just remained confused. What's with that guy? Is there an unusual effect like hallucinations to comic magician? Just as Ark was thinking this, among the audience, a female elf wearing white armor shouted angrily. You really are a stupid bastard. Fireball. She was ready in. She was with Bread when he went off to deal with the thieves. She realized she couldn't stop Bread from beating the thieves up, so she just continued eating her barbecue. Then she heard noisy laughter from the theater carriage and witnessed the play between Bread and Arkansas. Damn it, I'm screwed. That female was also nearby. Ark saw her absurd flying magic a little too late. Then Bread appeared in front of Ark and blocked the fire magic with his bayonet. Redian shouted as soon as Bread struck the magic. What are you doing? Are you still thinking about a macho duel? Why are you throwing around magic like that? It'll hurt the animals. You dare say such things in this situation? It's because this is the situation that I'm saying that. What is this? Ark looked with bemused eyes as Bread and Redian started arguing. Ark couldn't understand anything that happened after he used comic magician, but they were too busy arguing that Ark wasn't their priority. I don't know what's going on, but this is an opportunity. While the two were arguing like alley cats, Ark sneaked away to the back of the stage. Redian belatedly noticed Ark's behavior and shouted. You idiot, that bastard is escaping. This bastard is thinking about escaping again? Bread raised his bayonet and rushed after Arkansas. I have no choice but to believe in comic magician. I'll leave it to the rabbit hallucination or something. Ark swung his sword and a message window appeared at the same time. The lasting effect of entrusted volumes is over. It is always important for a magician's stage to be finished properly. The magician's finishing move is normally his best magic. When the effect of comic magician ends, magician finish will automatically be triggered. Magician finish? Pepping. Ark made a perplexed expression. Huge amounts of pollen suddenly emerged from the sword and exploded into smoke. Ark flinched, and when he closed his eyes and opened it again, he was behind the stage. Yes, magician finish was an effect where the magician disappeared behind a smokescreen. It was an absurd technique, but it benefited Ark at the moment. Oh, isn't this a perfect hit? Ark managed to escape from Bread and he didn't look back. At that time, Bread rotated his bayonet like a windmill and got rid of the smokescreen. What the? Where is that bastard? Bread realized that Ark had disappeared from the stage and looked around restlessly. Then Redian ran forward and exclaimed. This idiot, look away from the stage. How did he get there? Did he use warp or something? Bread jumped off the stage and ran after Ark, who he could see escaping in the distance. But when he jumped off the stage, someone suddenly grabbed Bread's shoulder. Sir, please don't forget about the bill. You drank 3,000 cubic centimeters of beer and that woman ate 18 servings of barbecue, so the total cost is 36 gold. That woman you were with told me that you were paying for the bill. It will be a problem if you try to eat and run away. The man was the owner of the tavern that Bread and Redian had eaten at. Bread looked around with an angry expression while Redian looked away and pretended ignorance. When the drama ended under such unexpected circumstances, the audience burst out laughing. This is the real deal. The last scene is paying off the accounts? I don't know why the contents changed, but it is the best. This is the best play the festival has staged. Oh, this is the first time my plays have received so many cheers. The director wiped away impressed tears. Anyway, Bread and Redian were caught by the tavern owner while Ark ran after Buxel. Entrusted volumes can be used in this style. That's right, I still don't know that much. It is still too early to give up on entrusted volumes. Of course, most are useless when the effect has gotten the wrong skills depending on the situation, although it might help. There is still more worthy research. Ark was starting to consider entrusted volumes again thanks to the unexpected situation. But it was more important to ensure Buxel escaped than worry about unraveling the secrets of entrusted volumes right now. While Ark was caught by Bread, Buxel had already been running away for a few minutes. But no matter how much he looked around the area, he couldn't see Buxel or the thieves. Buxel, where on earth are you? Surely you haven't already been caught? I don't know. While being chased by the thieves, I ended up hiding somewhere. Hick, there's something strange. Monsters. Hike, dot. The eyeball winced and stuttered. Monsters? Why would monsters be in a village? Master. Ark tilted his head with confusion. In the meantime, Rackard had been flying around and shouted. I saw something while flying this way. Buxel went in there just now. There? Ark looked at the building that Rackard was pointing to. It was a building which gave an eerie impression with a huge sign in front of it. Horror Castle. Welcome to the Castle of Terror. Escape the midsummer's heat and experience the Castle of Terror. If you escape from the maze within the time limit, then you will get a fixed item. Admission fee, 50 silver. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16, Chapter 6. Act 6, The Carnival. It is a haunted house this time? Ark's veins popped out on his forehead as he glared at the eyeballs. The place that Buxel entered was a common sight in amusement parks, the haunted house. It was a shabby building where adults could find enjoyment like a child for several minutes. Frankly, Ark couldn't understand why people would pay money to enter a place like that. Well, it does seem to be different from the haunted houses in reality. Anyway, Ark stood in front of the haunted castle and realized that it was at a different level. Unlike the normal haunted houses that were in shabby buildings, it was a horror castle. It was a real house that had been remodeled. In addition, magic was a part of the daily life in New World. Just like the 300 kilometers magic carriage, the experience of the horror castle would no doubt be beyond his expectations. That was exactly the problem. Now's not the time to be playing around, dot. Was this that pig's idea of escaping? First the 300 kilometers per hour magic carriage, the duck boat floating on the lake, the theater carriage, and now a haunted house maze? Why did he keep running away to these sorts of places? Wasn't that pig just playing around? Or maybe he just wanted Ark to suffer? He contemplated that thought. Turns out there aren't that many places to hide here. Wait, what is this switch? Do not touch? Aha, this might be something to open the door. Eek, ugh. The eyeball suddenly burst out screaming. Ark asked with an urgent voice. What's going on? What happened? As something rolled over. What's this? It's soft and squishy? Hick. It's a thief. Thief? Were you found by the thieves? Hick, the thing that fell was the head of a thief. You stupid asshole. Are you playing around? Why would you touch a switch that says do not touch? But, dot. Damn it, just run away. I'll enter immediately, so just escape for the moment. Keep up the communication and tell me if there's any unique terrain. Do you understand? Okay. Hick. Baku, let's go. Just hearing the situation through words is crazy. He complained as he looked at the eyeball shrieking. Ark could guess the current situation through the eyeball. But he didn't know exactly where Buxel was or what kind of situation he was in, so it was quite frustrating. Anyway, the situation is urgent. I have to hurry. Ark started walking forward before he winced and stopped. A man and woman were in front of the horror castle staring at Arkansas. While Ark had been thinking, Bread and Redian had caught up with him. Hoo. I didn't understand at first, but now I know better than to underestimate you and let you get away. I made sure to memorize your scent. Bread had used beast spirit possession of the dog and used its sense of smell. Now, shall we play like a short time ago, dot? I won't miss this time. Redian also muttered as she shot Ark a poisonous look. That's right. Damn, what are these guys? Ark really felt like his breath was being blocked. The opponent was the level 400 Beast Master Bread. Even if he was properly prepared for the battle, he couldn't be assured against that opponent. Ark had also failed to recover the health that he lost in the previous battle. He had also only recovered 300 mana. In this state, there was a 100 in 100 chance he would lose. There is no way to get away from them. Ark's eyes moved towards Redian standing to one side. Both her hands currently contained magic ready to explode. Ark had fought against many magicians and knew what kind of skill it was. It was the assistive magic quick spell. In order to do magic, a chant was needed to be memorized and recited before the magic would work. Usually magicians could only use one hand, but Redian had magic on standby with both hands. The quick spell will make her attacks faster. But he didn't know why, but Bread was eager to fight against Ark in a one-on-one battle. If Bread's purpose was just to step on Ark, then he would have called the nearby Redian to help. And Redian always complained about Bread's attitude. If Redian is preparing the quick spell, then there is a high possibility it is a movement restriction magic. Redian planned to tie Ark's foot while Bread settled it. A magician who had the ability to move a pirate ship alone was now preparing a movement restriction spell with quick spell. It was also in both hands, so she intended to tie his 2 feet. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he wouldn't be able to avoid the magic. Even without the magic, it is impossible to run away. Unfortunately, both of them were blocking the horror castle. There was no meaning in escaping and leaving Buxel alone. Of course, the result was the same even if he defeated Bread and Redian. It was a dilemma. While Ark was thinking, Bread approached with his bayonet. "I'll settle it this time." "Okay, good. You want to settle it. But can't you just wait a bit? I really do have something incredibly important to do. It is a request. Can't you wait a few more days before settling this fight between us?" Ark tried to appeal to the pair. Until now, he had never asked for anything from other people in New World. Ark was proud of that in his own way. But now wasn't the time for his pride. Wouldn't it be a problem if Isurum couldn't catch the wanted criminals? However, after the fairy Bread wasn't stupid enough to fall for it again. "This bastard, do you think I look funny? Do you think I'd be fooled twice?" Once again, this was why his normal behavior was important. "No, this time it really is urgent. If you would just listen to the circumstances. No questions." Bread gripped his bayonet with both hands and approached Arkansas. Suddenly there was a noisy sound and dozens of people came running. "Over there, it's that person." What the?" Bread hesitated as the guards came running and stepped back. Even Bread wouldn't dare swing his bayonet in front of dozens of guards. The incoming guards surrounded Arkansas. "He fits the description. Yes, we need you to come with us." What's going on?" Ark was at a loss from the situation and asked the guard. "A report from the festive committee has come in just now. There has been several lawless behavior in some of our facilities that interfered with sales. Your description was among the information. While chasing after Buxel and the thieves, Ark's description had been reported to the guards by the duckboat operator. With the festival being disrupted so much, it was natural for the garrison to be dispatched. But I wasn't the one who broke the guardrail and seized the duckboats." "Yes, we'll listen to the matter at the guard headquarters." "Arrest him." Things had really gotten worse. Aside from Bread and Redian, now he was even being hassled by the village guards? Of course, it was possible to get away from Bread and Redian if he was taken by the guards. Although Ark had caused various scenes of confusion, he hadn't done any substantial property damage like the thieves. If the guards listened to the situation, then it was likely he would be released with a light penalty or warning. But what if Buxel was caught by the thieves in the meantime? "I'm really going crazy." Then a question suddenly popped into Ark's head. "Wait. Why are the guards only talking to me?" Ark stared at Bread and Redian. Bread also appeared in the parade with Ark, but the audience and director was satisfied, so there shouldn't be any complaints. Certainly, Bread hadn't done anything at the festival for the guards to be interested in him. But the issue wasn't the festival. Bread and Redian were chaotic when I met them a few days ago. Yes, Bread and Redian were chaotic when they were leading the pirate fleet. In addition, it wasn't a standard level of chaotic. In New World, chaotic users who committed a lot of crime would have their ID turn increasingly redder. When Ark had met the two of them for the first time, their ID was so red it was almost black. Ark didn't know it yet, but the reason Redian and Bread have such high chaotic levels was because they broke into Haemon Fort and killed NPCs at the Tourist Information Center. Killing NPCs stacked a few more chaotic value than killing users. In addition, Bread was beating up that group of thieves just then. The thieves just then aren't chaotic. But now their IDs. It wasn't necessary to confirm it with eyes of the cat. If the guards standing right next to them didn't take an interest, then that meant they had a normal status. How could they wander the village after they committed murder just a short while ago? Ark only knew of two different methods. One method was to use Shambhala's death's agent. But that was a profession-specific skill of the Saint Assassin. What would a regular player use? That's right, there is that. A smile formed on Ark's mouth. It's them. I unintentionally caused a commotion by chasing after them. What? They're brutal criminals who killed a lot of people. Ark pointed to Bread and Redian as the guards turned their heads. But they weren't in the reports. It is a lie, please watch carefully. Ark quickly pulled out 2 scrolls and shouted. Sword of Truth, activate. Target Redian and Bread. Heek, that bastard. Bread and Redian freaked out and screamed as they saw the situation. When the necessary conditions were met, there was a 100% chance of the scroll hitting the target. When the scroll was triggered, 2 enormous swords appeared in the sky and hit the back of their head. When Sword of Truth was activated, Ark expected it to hit the target. Yes, the reason the chaotic Bread and Redian was able to walk around the village was thanks to the lie scroll. Sword of Truth would only be triggered if the target users were under the effect of the lie scroll. It was a scroll to release the effect of lie. Hoo, it worked as expected. Ark smirked as Bread and Redian was hit by the Sword of Truth. In fact, Ark hadn't gathered the scrolls intentionally. He hadn't felt the need for it. But since he collected money from the repeatable quests in Seal, he sometimes bought the scrolls in order to help Ronnie. Sword of Truth was one of those scrolls. Anyway, their IDs instantly turned red when hit by the Sword of Truth. Then the guard suddenly remembered something and shouted with surprise. Ah! That is. I remember. They're the leaders of the pirate party who made the ferry sink last time. Now the pirates are trying to attack the festival, catch them. The guards shouted with indignation and rushed forward. God damn it, quick spell activate, vortex trap. Redian activated the movement restriction magic with the quick spell she had prepared. An enormous gust of wind emerged from Redian and hit the guards running up to them. It was the vortex trap which caused stiffness for 2 seconds and decreased movement speed by 50% for 30 seconds. But there were a huge number of guards deployed to protect the Basaga festival. When the magic hit 6 guards, the remaining ones became even more resentful. Hook, those guys. They are resisting. Send a signal and gather the guards. One guard blew a whistle and other guards flocked from all directions. Bread glared at Ark as the situation deteriorated. That bastard. Idiot, now's not the time for that. Let's go. After Redian raised her voice angrily, they both ran away. No matter how strong Bread and Redian were, they couldn't take care of all the guards. Redian once again used the prepared quick spell to activate Vortex Trap and hurriedly ran away. Ark smirked and laughed as he watched their retreating backs. Cuckoo, this is why you have to live a good life. Ha! Master is saying that? Shut up. I never committed brutal acts like that. Ark glared at Rackard and declared sharply. Anyway, he managed to escape from Bread and Redian thanks to the guards. If the 2 of them with red IDs were caught, then they would be eating beans with rice for a month. Would Bread and Redian be caught that easily? However, they couldn't annoy Ark in Basaga village anymore. Now those 2 are dealt with. I need to look for Buxel quickly. Ark ran towards the horror castle with Rackard. Hoo, a stupid human has visited. Would you like to step foot into this castle of fear? If you have the courage, then 50 silver. When he arrived in front of the horror castle, the NPC stretched out his hand. Ark threw the coin with an annoyed expression and ran into the horror castle. Oh, kia, kou. When he entered the horror castle, a fearsome noise was instantly audible. It was crying, moaning, and intimidating roar of ghosts and monsters. The acoustics truly created a scary atmosphere. But the problem wasn't the noises. Damn, what is this? When he communicated through the eyeball earlier, he didn't know where Buxel was. It was normal to make the haunted house slightly complicated. Didn't the words on the signpost also talk about a maze? But when he came in, he didn't realize it would be this complicated. Dozens of paths in the maze spread out like a cobweb from the entrance. No matter how complicated the dungeon terrain was, it normally wasn't a problem. Thanks to the cartography skill which mapped out the terrain features of a dungeon, he never wandered a route twice. But this was a ride, not a dungeon. The cartography skill wasn't available. In addition, there weren't any distinct geographic features to be marked. How can I find Buxel in here? Wah! Arknim, what are you doing? Please come soon. There are a lot of them in the area. The eyeball explained some rough features, but it wasn't any help. He didn't know how to find the place. The horror castle also had so many footprints that he couldn't use Rayton's stalking. In the end, he had no choice but to go around and look for the place Buxel mentioned. Ark worried for a while before he said, "It can't be helped. It is better to split up and look for him than to stay together." "But master, that guy is a skeleton," Rackard muttered as he tapped Razak. Just like Razak said, this was a village. A skeleton wandering alone could cause problems. But Ark just shook his head. This place is a haunted house. People who are disguised as monsters are intentionally scattered around so there won't be an uproar if a skeleton is seen. But Razak has no way of making contact if Buxel is found, so he'll move with you. It isn't necessary to say again, but don't let them catch Buxel. Once you've found him, do whatever it takes to protect him. Okay. Hey, skeleton. Follow me. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Ark and his summons split up and started looking for Buxel. Over there. I saw him run over there. It was an underground area with old coffins and tools everywhere. There was dozens of people running around and crying out in loud voices. Buxel had run around the maze avoiding the thieves for 10 minutes, and the 20 thieves had narrowly missed him because of the complicated maze. Just like Ark, the bandit group split up and started looking for Buxel. However, it wasn't easy to find one person in a maze. Furthermore, there were traps laid out everywhere on the castle floor. The traps weren't ones that would threaten lives, but some of them stopped people from moving or were slides which moved them to lower floors, so it wasn't easy to catch Buxel. However, Buxel was also worried about falling into the traps. He had been caught a few times by the traps. He had also been pursued by NPCs disguised as monsters while wandering around lost. Therefore the thieves had caught up with Buxel and the siege was narrowing. He is definitely near here. You guys over here and you guys look over there. Buxel jumped every time he heard the voice of the thieves. Hick, there are thieves everywhere. I'm surrounded. Master, there is a hole in that corner. At that moment Bekku pointed at a corner and shouted. When he turned his head, there was a small hole between some gruesome torture tools. There were also some secret passages prepared in the horror castle for fun. It was also the only escape method for Buxel to survive. Buxel ran towards the hole without looking. Just as he was about to squeeze his abundant body in, a zombie suddenly fell out of the hole. Ayah! Buxel screamed and flopped down onto the ground. But the zombie just grinned and walked to the other side. Hi, it is another success. Now, who shall I tease next? Buxel trembled while Bekku just sighed and muttered. Ah, master, it was just a fake monster. I know. But... Tears fell down Buxel's face as he spoke. Of course Buxel knew that all the monsters were just NPCs dressed up and his safety was guaranteed. In addition, he had encountered all sorts of monsters while traveling with Arkansas. There was no reason to shrink in fear when he saw a monster. But knowing that and not being afraid was different. Didn't people watch horror movies for the sensation of fear? In that unexpected situation, anyone would be surprised. Thus Buxel shed tears with every encounter in the game. This way, dot. Then a few thieves shouted from the opposite corner. Hick, be Bekku. Master, please hurry. Bekku bit Buxel and dragged him through the hole. Damn, that bastard. The thieves cursed and tried to follow. Suddenly 10 black hands appeared and grabbed the thieves' clothes. This was also one of the events of the horror castle. Thanks to these events, the thieves had ended up missing Buxel a few times. When the thieves shook off the hands and entered the hole, Buxel couldn't be seen anymore. Damn it, we missed him again. If only there wasn't that NPC just now. This place is really irritating. But we've almost surrounded the area. We'll catch that guy soon. Yes, now it's only a matter of time. And we've gone down this passage earlier. We'll continue down this way while some of the guys will block the other side. No matter where he appears, we'll catch him shortly. A thief kicked a coffin with an irritated expression as they ran down the passage. After a while, the coffin which the thief kicked opened and Buxel and Bekku emerged. Hook, I'm alive. Sweat dripped down Buxel's face as he murmured. Bekku had learned too late that the hole was actually a trap. As soon as they passed through the hole, the trap had been triggered and shut the two of them in a big coffin. But it was because Buxel was trapped in the can that he was able to elude the thieves. Buxel sighed with relief before he suddenly made an angry expression. But what on earth did I do to those people? Buxel still didn't know why the thieves were pursuing him so desperately. In fact, Buxel should be the angry one since he was attacked first in Citandel. However, Buxel had a wide generosity and forgiven them. So why did these villains have a grudge against him? In the outside world, there are even more unscrupulous humans than Arknim. Buxel was tired by the persistence of the thieves and shook his head. Then Beku suddenly jerked with wariness and his eyes stared into the darkness. A man that was approaching from the other side flinched and stopped. After looking around for a moment, he approached Buxel and Beku. When Beku growled, he instantly stopped moving again. Wait, I'm not an enemy. Over there, is your name Buxel? The man surveyed the area like the main character of an intelligence movie and spoke in a low voice. I actually know Ark really well. Ah, Arknim? Yes, I can't explain it in detail, but I'm on your side. I came here to save you. There are a lot of guys in this area, so try to avoid the place. Those fellows have split up and are methodically narrowing the net. A few of them will soon come here. But I've grasped almost all of their movements, so if you follow me then you can escape unharmed. I'll give you the details after we escape. Follow me. What, thank you. Buxel lowered his guard and was about to approach the man talking about Arkansas. Then Beku tensed and growled. Grrrrrrr, master. Do not be fooled. It is a trap. What the? I don't smell Ark at all on this human. There are only the scents of the fellows chasing us. He is a part of their group. He can't handle us alone, so he is trying to lure us to the group. Heek, it was like that? This bad person. Buxel cursed and stepped back. Then the man made an embarrassed face and tried to explain. Oh, no, that's not it. Certainly, I haven't met Ark here. See, he hasn't met Ark. Damn it, just listen to my story first. No, I don't have time to explain. I'll explain once we get out of here. Don't make me laugh. Do you think I will be fooled by such a lie? Buxel snorted and raised his voice. He wasn't going to be fooled. Beku stepped in front of Buxel. Meanwhile, the man once again tried to approach Buxel as he shouted. There is no time. I'll explain everything once we get out. Master, please retreat. The Beku jumped up and grabbed the man's neck. The man flinched and moved his upper body to avoid it, but his neck was still scratched and blood splattered. This. The man grabbed his neck and glared at Beku. The man is probably already known, but he was Isuram, also known as Li Myung-ryong. Isuram hadn't expected Beku and Buxel's reaction. Why is this guy here? While Ark was wandering around the southwest, Buxel had stayed in Basaga, causing the situation to be tangled after Isuram led the thieves there. Thus he desperately called Ark because he was afraid of Buxel being surrounded by the thieves. I can't let them catch Buxel. If that happened, then the infiltration investigation wouldn't be his concern. If he was with the thieves when they met Buxel, then he couldn't do anything. So Isuram made an excuse and separated from the thieves. Then he mobilized his police knowledge and traced the bandit group's tracks to find Buxel. I've done it. Isuram inwardly cheered as he saw Buxel. By identifying the thieves' search route, he was able to determine an escape route for Buxel. Yet Isuram hadn't considered a flaw with his idea. It was good that he found Buxel, but there was no way to prove that he knew Arkansas. He was undercover, so there was no way to explain it. Even if he explained, what guarantee was there that Buxel would believe him? Of course, the situation would be different if Isuram and Buxel communicated with Ark through the eyeball. Because he could give his real name and receive confirmation. However, Isuram didn't know about the strange skill. There are already a lot of them in this area. This passage will be swarmed pretty soon. If those guys find us, then everything would be ruined. I don't have time to persuade Buxel. There is only one way left. Isuram clenched his teeth and stared at Beku. The important one to Isuram was Buxel. Even if Buxel died here, there were thieves waiting at the resurrection place. If the thieves swarming the resurrection place got the memory crystal and moved, then there was no chance of Ark reclaiming it. In the end, Isuram was forced to take an extreme action. Buxel is a merchant, so he doesn't have combat capabilities. The problem is Beku. If I take care of the dog, then Buxel will have no choice but to go with me. After I meet Ark at a safe place and remove the understanding, then he will hand over the memory crystal. Isuram avoided Beku's following attack and counterattacked with a shark kick. Then Buxel jumped with surprise and shouted. You've exposed your true colors, you villain. Thanks to that, the misunderstanding deepened even further. But Isurum didn't have that many choices. I have to handle that dog before the other guys come. Isurum used some wonderful foot movements and started kicking Bekku. Snap, dot. Bekku ran up to him at a tremendous pace and kicked his thigh. While playing the game, Isurum hadn't figured out that he was using an experimental unit with 100% pain sensitivity. When Bekku injured his thigh and blood came pouring out, he really felt the acute pain. At the same time, an embarrassing message window rose. You have been injured by the NPC with a wolf attribute. 650 damage. The serious damage to your thigh will decrease movement speed and reaction rate by 30% for 10 minutes. What this guy? Isurum burst out with confusion as he stumbled. Isurum didn't have a skill or scroll to confirm the level of his opponent. In addition, he had never seen Bekku fight the other thieves. He thought that the dog would be at a similar level to him. However, it couldn't be compared to facing against the gnolls. Buxel made a gleeful expression and shouted. Bah! Bekku is level 310. He can easily deal with one opponent. L level 310, dot. Isurum looked at Bekku with shocked eyes. Isurum had though Buxel had no combat capabilities because he was a merchant, but Isurum was also a merchant. While playing against the gnolls, he had polished off his combat techniques. However, this was also a game. In reality, the person's knowledge and vision was needed for their combat capabilities. There were no such things like the strength or stamina stats. Moreover, Isurum had the basic taekwondo but also some specially designed military martial arts to suppress violent organizations. But any criminals wouldn't fail to recognize the special martial arts of the police agency. Therefore Isurum avoided using those moves in a fight just in case the thieves recognized it. So Isurum and Garam were at a similar level 230 when they first met. But no matter his superhuman fighting ability in reality, Isurum was a level 230 merchant fighting against the level 310 Bekku from the Wolrang clan. Wait a minute. Time, dot. Isurum belatedly grasped the situation and asked for time. But there was no way it would be accepted. Bah! So you can call you colleagues? Bekku, take care of him. Yes, master. Kwawahang. Bekku sensed that Isurum was weaker than him and started all-out attacking. Isurum used 120% of his taekwondo skills to oppose him, but it was ineffective. Levels had an absolute impact on the game. The difference between their attack, defense, strength, stamina and agility was like heaven and earth. In addition, Isurum was a merchant while Bekku was a beast warrior. Even if Isurum hit the vital spots, he only dealt 50 to 80 damage to Bekku at most. Meanwhile, one scratch from Bekku took 300 to 400 of his health. The level difference was too big. Isurum was bloody after just a few minutes. Oh my god, won this hot summer day. I'm being eaten by a dog. But that wasn't all. Yes. Bastard, you bastard. Buxel cursed and kicked Isurum's prone body. The pig had experienced so much misery that he had shed tears. Master, I can hear the footsteps of other people. Buxel stopped kicking after hearing Bekku's voice. He got on Bekku's back and they quickly ran away. I heard some sounds over here. This. After Buxel and Bekku had disappeared around the corner for a while, the thieves finally appeared. They belatedly found Isurum's dead body. Isurum. Garam held Isurum's body and screamed. Ugh, how did this happen? Wait, the wounds look like he had been bitten by a dog. Ugh. It was the puppy with that pig. Damn, I told him not to go alone. That guy who got involved in our business. Who is he? Garam turned his body and shouted. Will those guys who don't trust Isurum keep talking? Please speak. Can you still say that after seeing his body? How many times have I told you? This person will never betray us. This guy is. He never complained even when you sent him doubtful looks. He ran after that guy for our sake and became so miserable. Garam could barely talk as he sobbed. Then the thieves nodded with solemn expressions. Ugh, he went this far for us. After he became dog food, the thieves now thought that Isurum was reliable. Anyway, flames of anger ignited in Garam's eyes as he held Isurum's corpse. Ugh. How dare that hybrid dog and pig kill my friend? I absolutely won't miss. This body is still warm, so they couldn't have escaped far. Catch them and make them pay the price. Tear them to pieces. Please endure it. Please miss for me. Isurum sighed as he was forcibly shut down. Geez, what are you doing? Quickly. Ha? No, I mean. Rackard hesitated and scratched his head. Rackard, who had changed into a boy, released his breath as he saw 4 zombies. Ha, what is this? After splitting up with Ark at the entrance of the castle, Rackard started searching for Buxel with Razak. Then he found a similar room to what Buxel had described. Hoo, I quite like this place. Rackard was in the lowest floor of the horror castle where there were various coffins and torture tools scattered around. But that wasn't the reason why Rackard stopped moving. The zombies had suddenly appeared in front of him. Eat everybody. Eh? The zombies tilted their heads with confusion before one stepped in front. He stared at Rackard and Razak before smiling. What the? Is this a company in the same line of business? Did you also receive an assignment in this area? Assignment? Rackard thought for a while before he figured out the situation. Needless to say, but the zombies were disguised NPCs. They saw the skeletal Razak and misunderstood that he was another worker of the castle. Rackard thought it was too troublesome to clarify, so he nodded. Yes, so can we go now? Then the zombie said to Razak. But isn't that really well made? Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Razak became angry at the zombie's words and expressed his dissatisfaction. The zombies were at a loss by Razak's response. Hook, what the? This is really a skeleton? Then Rackard interjected quickly. Oh, he is real. He is my familiar that I summoned. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Rackard whispered to Razak in a low voice. You fool, Master said not to cause an unnecessary disturbance. Summon? Then you are a summoner? The zombies became their wariness as Rackard nodded. The NPCs worked at the horror castle, so they naturally had a fear of summoners. The residents wore monster makeup so they couldn't tell the difference between real monsters. But isn't this too extreme? You look 10 years old yet you're summoning a skeleton? Ah, you must be someone young assigned here. Your clothes look like you are disguising as a vampire, but it is quite crude. Not only is such a little child assigned here but also his pet skeleton. What the? Dressed as a vampire? Isn't it different? And crude? They though a real vampire was disguised as a crude vampire? What were they saying? Rackard glared angrily at their words. Aak. He suddenly heard a scream from one side. The zombies exchanged glances and started laughing. Oh, a guest. Ho, that person has been screaming all night from our surprised appearances. I really am thankful for such reactions. Teasing sincere guests is the most enjoyable part. Now's not the time to be doing this. One person in each location. The zombies voluntarily scattered and hid themselves. Then a zombie opened the lid of a coffin that it was hiding in and shouted. Yeah. What are you guys doing? Ha? No, we. You two go to that place. Can't you see that spacious coffin? It is a good place to hide and surprise guests. Ho, if you take the guests off guard, then they'll be surprised. Try it a few times and it is surprisingly fun. You will be fine. The zombie insisted that Rackard and Razak squeeze into the coffin. Ha, making a real vampire and undead do a part-time job in a haunted house. Razak sighed as he entered the coffin with Rackard. Then Razak glanced at him with dissatisfied eyes and said. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. What the? Why are you blaming me? Master was the one who told us not to cause any difficulties. And if you were in this situation alone, then you would already be dragged to the guards. Clack clack clack, tatadak. Who? There is no other way. We have no choice but to go along with the zombies. Let's just watch the situation for a little bit. Hey, rookie. Why aren't you staying quiet? Do you want to be paid? The zombie in the opposite coffin declared sharply towards Rackard and Razak. Yes, I'll work hard. Yeah. They said to be quiet. Rackard shut his lips and pouted. How much time had passed? Then there was the sound of footsteps approaching before it ran around the corner. The strategy was starting. As expected from the veteran zombies, they had exquisite timing as they emerged from the coffins. Ha, we're going to eat everybody. As expected, the guests stopped as they saw the zombies. It was at that time. An arrow abruptly flew and pierced the thigh of one guest. The guests kneeled to one side and screamed with distress. Bark dash. A bark? What this sound? Wait. This familiar sound. Rackard, who was still waiting, peeked through a hole in the coffin. At the same time, confusion spread on Rackard's face. To his surprise, the one who collapsed from the arrow was Beku. When Beku fell down, the pig riding up fell off and rolled into a corner. It was Buxel. Then over 10 thieves came running. "We've finally caught that pig scum." "Ha? What is happening?" The zombies were confused as some people appeared holding weapons. Then the thieves brandished their swords and shouted, "It's time for you to die." "Huck! Murder! There are murders at the horror castle." "Garam, we can't leave these guys alone. It will be annoying if they report it to the guards." "Kill them all." "Ah, that's right. Catch them." Garam and the bandit group attacked the zombies with swords and arrows. They were just regular NPCs, so they instantly collapsed as the thieves fired skills at them. After taking care of the zombies, the thieves cornered Buxel and Beku in a corner. "Ho, there is no place for you to run. Master, it is serious." Rackard inwardly cried with distress as he watched the scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16, Chapter 7. ACT 7 The Carnival. Ho, I will suck every last drop of your blood. There was the sound of a wall sliding back and a monster suddenly popped out. It was a production effect to catch people off guard. But the guest just looked at the monster absent-mindedly and sighed before walking past. It really is crazy. The person scratching his head with annoyance was Arkansas. After entering the horror castle and separating from his summons, Ark went up to the second floor by himself. He was in a place known as the Room of Mirrors. It was a maze like everywhere else, but the walls were made of mirrors. The mirrors on the wall reflected everything around it. I should turn around, damn. While he had been thinking, his feet had just been wandering around. Besides. I will suck your blood. Blood. Isn't it scary? The monster who Ark ignored just then stood in front of him and shouted. The monster disguise of the NPC just made Ark's blood pressure rise even more. I don't want to talk to you, so get out of my way, huh? Yes. I am sorry. Ark used the full force of intimidation to scare off cowardly monster. Ark glared at the monster and continued walking. Master, it is serious. Rackard's voice abruptly shook his eardrums. What's going on? I found Buxel and Beku. But they are already surrounded by a group of thieves. What? Where? Where are you now? I was dragged by some zombies, so I don't know the exact location. All I know is that it is downstairs. What does it look like? Tell me more. There are various torture tools as decorations scattered around. Okay, wait a minute. No, stop it somehow. But there are 10 people there. Damn it, just stop them until I get close. Ark shouted urgently and ran through the Room of Mirrors. However, he only walked a few steps before he stopped. Once again, this was the Room of Mirrors. The mirrors reflected in every direction, and it was easy to lose his sense of direction in the maze. Ark couldn't just wander around directionless. But now that the situation was so urgent, how could he find the exit? It is an emergency. I have no time to be lost in a place like this. I need to escape this maze. Then Ark raised his head and looked back at the monster. Yes, that was the fastest way to escape the maze. The horror castle maze was designed to make its customers wander around. What reason would people who weren't customers have to wander around? Ark turned around and grabbed the monster's throat before shouting. Hey, you! Kayak! What are you doing, sir? I don't have a lot of time to talk. Do you have a map of this place? Map? I have it, but... The monster stuttered as he was grabbed by the neck. Shut up. Don't consider me a guest. A person's life is at stake. Now give me the map. But sir, the rules. I said a human life is at stake. Do you also want to risk your life? When Ark used advanced intimidation, the monster instantly took out its map. Once again, the maze was designed to make the guests wander around so they could be scared. But that only applied to the guests. It wouldn't do for NPCs disguised with monster makeup to wander around lost. In order to prevent this, the hidden NPCs had detailed maps to prevent this. Ark opened the map he had seized using intimidation and checked it. As expected, sections marked blue were seen on the map. They were the passages designed for staff to move easily. If he used the passages designed for the staff, then he could reach his destination without getting lost. This must be the place Rackard talked about. The underground torture chamber caught Ark's eye and he headed to that area. Rackard said there were various torture tools around, so Buxel was probably somewhere in that area. Ark looked for the staff passage that had the shortest distance and ran to the underground torture chamber. The problem is where exactly Buxel is being held by those thieves. Ark saw various props lying around as he wandered the complex passages. The underground torture chamber matched the atmosphere of the horror castle, so it had the widest area assigned. Plus there were coffins and torture tools scattered everywhere. It was impossible to narrow down a specific location. So even when Ark arrived at the underground torture chamber, Ark couldn't move for a while. Then he suddenly lost 500 mana and the information window appeared. Your summon Razak has drained your mana to use steel loyalty. His body has become like steel and defense has increased by 926. Steel loyalty. Ark's eyes instantly flashed. Razak could only use steel loyalty when he was within 10 meters of Arkansas. In other words, Razak was somewhere in a 10-meter radius. And Ark had sent him with Rackard, so Buxel would be in that location as well. That's it. Raiden, stalking. Track that flow of mana just now. Sack. Raiden bobbed his head and pointed to one side. Ark confirmed the direction and used his remaining mana on sprint. After turning various corners, he heard the voices of the thieves. This guy? Where did this thing suddenly come from? He is the familiar of that interfering guy. We have to take care of this before that guy comes. Why can't my sword hit properly? The thieves were perplexed after their sword bounced off Razak. The instant the thieves had herded Buxel into a corner and attacked, Ark had entered the vicinity. So Razak left the coffin and stood in front of Buxel before using steel loyalty. After Razak turned into steel, all the attacks from the thieves bounced back. When Razak changed to steel, his defense rose according to Razak's loyalty, which was 926. Thus steel loyalty added 926 defense. The thieves were only level 250 to 300, so it was impossible for them to damage Razak. Well done, Razak. When Ark appeared, the thieves flinched and turned their heads. Hook, that guy is Rackard, Blood Lane. Oh, the blood curse. Now was the opportunity to rescue Buxel. Ark sprinted forward and made Rackard use Blood Lane. Then Rackard emerged from the coffin and spouted blood from his mouth. It wasn't so strange when it was a bat, but the sight of a boy spouting blood was oddly weird. But despite being a boy or a bat, the effect of Blood Lane was amazing. It flowed up and covered a range of 10 meters like a rain shower. The descent of the cursed blood caused a large number of unusual states. Furthermore, this place the skill was used wasn't a wide swamp like before. The thieves were gathered in a small passage. The odds of Blood Lane causing an abnormal state were 50%. Among the 10 people, 6 of them were caught by despair or helplessness. Among them, 2 were also caught by confusion and attacked their colleagues. I'm lucky that Blood Lane is a skill that doesn't consume mana. Anyway, there are 6 fellows with abnormal states. I need to deal with the remaining 4. Ark was very cool-headed and calmly judged the situation. Obviously, dealing with 4 thieves wasn't difficult for him. However, that was the usual him. Ark had recovered some mana, but he was still in a bad shape. There were 20 thieves who had entered the horror castle to chase Buxel. Even if he took care of these guys, there were still 10 remaining. Ark wouldn't be able to endure it if they joined. It is imperative that we escape from Basaga. Razak, skill off. Sword. Ark decided on a course of action and shouted to Razak. Razak then changed into the saw blade. Ark swung the saw blade like a whip and dealt chain damage to the thieves before shouting. Now! Buxel, Bekku, run! I'm a king. Everybody kneel down. But Buxel just smirked and started rattling nonsense. The range of Blood Lane was 10 meters, so Buxel was also caught by its effects. Fortunately, Bekku was able to resist and wasn't caught by the abnormal states. That stupid bastard. Bekku, bite Buxel and run with him to the opposite side. Yes, Arknim. Bekku bit the back of Buxel's collar and quickly escaped. The thieves who weren't caught hurriedly lifted their bow. After Ark swung the saw blade and blocked their attacks, he ran after Buxel using sprint. At that moment, Rackard, who had been lying on the ground as a side effect of Blood Lane, groaned. Oh, blood. Master, you are abandoning me. Help. Go to your house. Summon release. Rackard disappeared as Ark commanded without even looking back. Stand up! The four thieves shouted as they wildly shot arrows. However, they had already made it quite a distance thanks to Ark's fast judgment of the situation. Arrows flying from a distance place wasn't a problem. Ark hit the arrow with his saw blade and ran to an exit. To the right, this time it is the left side. Ark checked the map as he ran and soon the exit appeared. When he saw the dim light of the fireworks outside, Ark sighed with relief. When Bekko ran through the exit, he immediately slammed on the brakes and stopped. What are you doing? Arknim, there. When Ark shouted angrily, Bekko indicated in front of him and stuttered. Ark followed Bekko's finger and stiffened. He had barely found Buxel and came to an exit. When the 20 thieves entered the horror castle, they wanted to block the exit to the village. So they contacted the chasing thieves scattered about the village using Feather of Whispering and made them gather at the exit. Damn it, I came all the way here. Ark's face darkened. He had no mana left. Rackard had also returned to his vampire castle. In such a situation he encountered 10 thieves. With the 4 thieves behind him, he couldn't escape back into the horror castle. The situation couldn't be worse than this. But the only lucky thing was that this was a village. Furthermore, Ark's current exit wasn't far from the central square. If the 10 people caused a scuffle here, then the guards would gather. Once the guards gathered, then the thieves couldn't attack Ark anymore. In addition, the 4 thieves had killed NPCs in the horror castle, so they were chaotic. He had to run away before the situation became larger. The problem was whether he could endure and protect Buxel at the same time. But there is no other way. I have to hang in there. Ark made a firm resolution and clenched his sword. Then one of the ridiculous thieves wearing a mask of Sailor Moon said, "Heh, did you want the guards to come? Even with all of you, it will be hard to catch for you to take care of me. Do you want to confirm it?" "No, that's not necessary. We've already confirmed your skills in the swamp. I even admired your skills which took care of Jepita Hyung Nim. In other words..." The Sailor Moon's voice suddenly became cold. "I honestly want to step on you. But you're not our purpose right now. We'll take care of you later once the pig is caught. Then try to kill me before the guards come." Arknim, to go that far. Bekko looked at Ark with impressed eyes at his resolution for death. The dog was still unaware of the situation. It was natural since his owner Buxel didn't know anything either. Anyway, Bekko had some unexpected misunderstandings, but Ark had no choice but to protect Buxel. Let's see. Is it really like that? At that time the Sailor Moon took out a strange scroll from his bag. It was a scroll with gold letters on it. He wasn't familiar with the scroll. However, he thought he had seen it somewhere. After staring at the eye-catching scroll for a while, Ark realized what it was too late. That's impossible. No, there's no doubt. That is the Banish scroll Buxel previously used. Yes, it was the rare Banish scroll Buxel used in Sutandal on the Red Man. It was a scroll which sent the designated person to a place 10 kilometers away. And the Sailor Moon was planning to use the Banish scroll on Ark. It wasn't necessary to say, but the effect of the scroll was absolute. Didn't the Banish scroll exert tremendous havoc on the Red Man? There was no way for Ark to stop the effect of the scroll. If Ark was blown away 10 kilometers, then the situation would be over. Without Ark there to sabotage it, the thieves would seize Buxel and rob him of the memory crystal. Oh my god, this is... While Ark was sighing with despair, the Sailor Moon used the penetration scroll on Arkansas. They needed his name in order to use the Banish scroll. Ark used footwork to try to avoid it, but he couldn't avoid the absolute power of the scroll. Once the Sailor Moon figured out Ark's name, he was convinced of victory and lifted the Banish scroll. His name is Ark? I'll remember that. But today you have to disappear. Target Ark, Banish. The red light from the scroll impacted with Arkansas. It was an attack he couldn't avoid. Once it touched Ark, a red warning message appeared. The Banish scroll had been activated. You will be banished to a random destination 10 kilometers away. No dash. At the same time, there was an enormous sucking force and he was propelled into the air. Ark would be blown away 10 kilometers in a blink of an eye. It's over. The memory crystal. At that moment, a miracle idea appeared in Ark's head. The opponent had used a rare scroll. This was truly the effect of a rare scroll. But he couldn't afford to think about it now. The moment he was sucked into the air, Ark reflexively shouted. It had only been a few seconds since the scroll hit, but Ark had already flown 20 meters. Raiden, magnetic, scroll, dot. Sack sack? Sack 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 sack. Raiden spat out the scroll and Ark triggered it. Target Buxel, magnetic. He, I am the king. Ha! Wah! It was at that time. The abnormal effect disappeared and Buxel flew through the sky after Arkansas. Yes, the desperate method Ark came up with was to use a scroll to oppose the effect of another scroll. However, Banish was a very expensive and rare scroll. The scroll to stop it was probably another rare scroll. Ark's purpose wasn't to oppose the scroll but to escape with Buxel. So he came up with the method of using the magnetic scroll. It was a scroll to pull the target to the user. It had been dumb luck that he bought the scroll from Ronnie. In fact, magnetic was completely cheap compared to the Banish scroll. However, he had managed to use the effects of the cheap scroll to counteract against the rare scroll. That was the charm of using scrolls in New World. Anyway, Buxel flew towards him when he activated the magnetic scroll. The Sailor Moon looked at the distant Buxel and Ark with disgusted eyes. What the? This is? Ark and Buxel managed to escape thanks to the Banish scroll. The thieves were lost for words at the absurd situation. Dash. Damn. Ark glared at Buxel. Buxel instantly froze as he saw the look. But he didn't care if Ark was staring and just continued crying. Sob sob sob, Beku. Beku. The reason that Buxel had shed tears for several hours was Beku. When Ark had been hit by Banish, he used the effect of magnetic to save Buxel. In fact, he had a few more magnetism scrolls. Ark thought that Beku was important, so he also wanted to save Beku. However, he only used magnetic after he had been hit by Banish. The effects of Banish only worked within a certain range, so it was a miracle that he had managed to save Buxel. Anyway, Beku had been abandoned while surrounded by the thieves. Even if he couldn't see it, Beku's fate was clear. During the hot summer, the faithful dog Beku was unfortunately simmering in a pot thanks to his master. After escaping from Basaga village, Buxel was in a crazy state. It was to the extent that Buxel tried to attack Arkansas. Why did you rescue me? If I die then I would be resurrected, but Beku won't. Damn, do you think I did it on purpose? Don't I look troubled as well? I don't know. It's Ark-Nim. Ark-Nim killed Beku. Wah, Beku should be alive. Ah, poor Beku. Sob sob sob. Beku. Buxel lay soulless on the ground and continued shedding tears. But that wasn't the reason Ark was annoyed. Ark also felt pain at the death of Beku the faithful dog. Anyway, he had succeeded in defending Buxel and the memory crystal. Thankfully, the Banish scroll had also sent him 10 kilometers away from those guys. The destination of Banish was random. And because it left no marks, the thieves wouldn't be able to track Arkansas. Fortunately, Ark had been moved near a village. He waited until Buxel calmed down before mentioning the main subject. I didn't want to say this, but Beku's death is your fault. What are you saying? The thieves were chasing you so desperately for the memory crystal. Memory crystal? What do you mean? You can buy that at any store. That's not what I mean. Those fellows want the video stored in your memory crystal. The video? When you saw those guys for the first time, weren't they doing some sort of business? They think that you recorded the scene with the magic projector. It's because of the magic projector on your head. The uproar is because they want to take away the memory crystal with the video preserved in it. How about it? I'll confirm it first. Did you take a video of those guys? I haven't checked the scenes yet. The video was filmed from the crystal inserted in my eyeball. Ark sighed with relief at Buxel's answer. What if there had been all that commotion just to discover Buxel hadn't taken the video? Then Buxel asked in a voice that indicated he didn't understand. But why? The video is the same as everybody else. That. Ark finally explained the whole story. In reality, the thieves were a part of a wanted criminal syndicate. And Buxel had accidentally filmed a black market transaction by the criminals. If the police saw the video of the transaction, then they might be able to discover some clues to where the criminals were hiding. That's why those fellows were pursuing you so much. That's such a ridiculous thing. As expected, Buxel's face became ridiculous when he heard the explanation. That was the reason why Ark confessed it. Buxel wasn't in a normal state from losing Beku. If he just told Buxel to take out the memory crystal, then he didn't know how Buxel would react. But if he talked about a criminal organization, then Buxel would shrink with fear and take out the memory crystal. That was what he thought. However, Ark made a mistake in confessing everything. Do you see now? It is really dangerous. Luckily, I know a detective really well, so hand me the memory crystal. He'll take care of the rest. I don't want to, Buxel said as he turned his head. Ark stared with stunned eyes at the unexpected situation. What? You don't want to? Why are you saying that now? Yes. What about it? In the end, Bekgu died because of that memory crystal. So shouldn't I keep the memory crystal that Bekgu risked his life for? What are you talking about? The dangerous criminals are targeting that. Sheesh. Don't make me laugh. A crime organization? I'm not afraid of those guys. Anyway, they only know my New World ID. If the police can't find someone using just the ID, then how can the criminal organization? And aren't they wanted criminals? Buxel was surprisingly smart. However, he still had a trick up his sleeve to persuade Buxel. Yes, they're wanted. It is an obligation of the public to cooperate with the police. It is my freedom to decide whether to cooperate or not. Korea is a free democratic country. But his trick failed. Ark tried a few more times, but Buxel wouldn't budge. I was contracted to film scenes of Arknim. So Arknim has no rights to any other videos that I take. The memory crystal was also bought with my money. His words did make some sense. Buxel had been with Ark for a long time. It was natural for him to pick up some things. But Ark really was in a horrible situation. Why did that guy have to be so smart at such a time? In addition, if he tried to kill Buxel to retrieve the memory crystal, then he would just revive in Basaga. So he had no way to make Buxel cooperate. Of course, there were methods to take away the opponent's goods in New World. One common method among chaotic users was to use the robbery and seize skill. The thieves were probably planning to use this method on Buxel. However, Ark had no such scrolls. While he bought a lot of scrolls from the thieves, only chaotic NPCs sold the robbery or seize scroll. It was impossible that Ronnie would have those sorts of scrolls. Even if I have the scrolls. No matter what, he didn't want to use the scroll on his colleague and then kill him. In addition, if he used the scrolls clumsily and then Buxel disconnected, then the problem would be even more serious. Not only the memory crystal but the Japtum he entrusted to Buxel would fly away. So far, that guy hasn't quit playing the game despite the many abuses he went through. But now Buxel is insane from Bekgu's death. I can't be assured of his actions. In this situation, Ark eventually lifted the white flag. In fact, Ark knew this. Buxel wouldn't give it up even if he had to die. He meant it when he said he wouldn't give the memory crystal. However, Ark also didn't want to beat up Buxel. But personal feelings aside, he still needed the memory crystal. I guess Buxel's request will be to improve his treatment. Okay. Then what do I have to do to make you give me the memory crystal? When Ark asked in a weakened voice, Buxel immediately replied like he had been waiting for it. 800 gold. What? Didn't you hear me? 800 gold. Why you want money? Weren't you upset by Bekgu's death just now? I'm saying this because Bekgu died protecting the memory crystal. Buxel said tearfully as he thought about Bekgu. Didn't you say the memory crystal had a clue about the crime organization? If what Arknim said is correct, Bekgu was a smart dog who helped the real police. It would be terrible if such a smart dog devoted his whole life to it only to receive no repayment. So, I will use the money from Arknim to build a statue of Bekgu in the square of Schudenberg's capital city, Celebrad. Once I accomplish it, everyone will know about Bekgu. I checked and 800 gold should be enough to erect a statue in Celebrad. You want money just to build a statue of a dog? Ark muttered with amazed eyes. Then Buxel shouted with a displeased expression. It's not a dog, it's Bekgu. The smart dog Bekgu. Bekgu is, Bekgu. Buxel once again started wailing as emotions welled inside him. Then Rackard muttered with an impressed face. Oh, I really can't see this scene without tears. I don't know anyone who would think about building a statue for their pet dog. Normally they would throw them away once dead from old age or illness. Hook, I would have preferred to meet such a master. I'm sorry for ignoring you in the meantime, Buxel. You really are a great owner. Shut up, huh? Sparks flew from Ark's eyes as he glared at Rackard. No, sparks also flew between the left and right side of his brain. 800 gold? 800 gold for a pet dog? No, apart from the price. Wasting 800 gold just to build a dog statue? He really thought the guy needed a bullet in his head. Even without the bullet inside his head, the pig needed his sanity back. Unfortunately, the person holding the gun was Buxel. Just like Buxel said, there was no way for the criminals to find him in real life. That also applied to Ark and Isurum. With no way to find Buxel in real life to get the memory crystal, his hands were tied. But 800 gold for one memory crystal. He wanted to put aside the investigation. But he knew how important it was for Isurum. Isurum was the one who wanted the information so he could pass on Buxel's request of 800 gold to him. But Ark didn't have the same thought. Isurum was more than a simple taekwondo teacher to Arkansas. Ark was in Isurum's debt. If it hadn't been for Isurum, then Ark would have ended up in hospital from the gangsters Andal sent after him. And knowing Andal's character, he would have continued sending gangsters after Arkansas. At that time, Teacher was the one who talked to Andal's father. In fact, Teacher might have even been disadvantaged by that incident. But Teacher didn't waver. Normally he wanted money for favors. However, Ark didn't think about money when helping Isurum. If Ark was in danger, then Isurum wouldn't hesitate to jump in. Ark always paid back any grudge. That was Ark's cardinal rule. With one word from Buxel it would be over and he wouldn't be able to help Isurum. Now he strongly wanted to leave the money to Isurum. No, how much money was needed to build a dog statue in New World? Yes, I can't ask Teacher for 800 gold. If I tell Teacher the 800 gold is for a dog statue, that's not money well spent. Ark thought like that. No, he might go crazy if he thought about it too hard. Fortunately, he still had the monthly salary from Global Exos, and thanks to his new sales strategies, he had been receiving more money for his items. But when he tried to hand over the money, as expected, his hands stopped moving. Ark was tortured for a while before he made a suggestion. Okay. I'll give you 800 gold for a dog statue. Really? When Ark obediently agreed, Buxel looked at him with shocked eyes. Of course, Ark was agreeing obediently. There is one condition. Condition? Are you trying a trick? No, that's not it. Didn't you say you wanted to build a statue of Beku in Celebrate Square? So? Then can you wait for the money until we return to Celebrate? I don't have 800 gold on me right now. Give me until we reach Celebrate for the deadline for payment. How about it? Buxel looked at him suspiciously. You'll definitely sign a contract? Of course. Do you think I would trick you? Aren't you going to look for a way to cheat me in the meantime? That was correct. He really was a sharp fellow. As more time passed, the pig's awareness of his tricks only increased. At Ark's expression, Buxel spoke in a decisive voice. I won't hand the memory crystal to you until you write the contract. Don't try to decrease the amount of money. Once again, Beku sacrificed his life to defend it. This time I won't back down. The amount is 800 gold. No matter what happens, that payment amount won't change. The date of payment is until you reach Celebrate, and it can't be longer than a month. Once a month passes, you have to pay immediately no matter what. It is the Beku Statue Establishment Fund. Okay, I understand. Write the contract. Stop talking about Beku so much. Ark was fed up and forced him to write up the contract. A merchant's agreement. Contractor, Ark equals Buxel. Once Ark and Buxel arrive in Celebrate, you will pay 800 gold. If you don't arrive in Celebrate before the time limit of 1 month, then you will have to pay the money immediately. If the promised amount isn't paid, then the Merchants Guild will extract a penalty of 2,400 gold from Ark's comprehensive store in Lancel Village. And Buxel will receive 80% of the penalty, giving him the right to 1920 gold. It was a humiliating contract. That dog statue really will be built with my money. Whenever he saw the contract, a sigh automatically emerged. In fact, Ark had a plan when he decided to write the contract. He needed to pay Buxel the money after arriving in Celebrate. However, Ark was presently in Bristania and had no intention of returning to Celebrate yet. He thought it was possible to give excuses and delay payment for infinity while he never returned to Celebrate. However, Buxel had become smarted and embedded a payment date of 1 month. Even his last plan had been blocked. Damn it, during that 1 month I have to think of a way to save my 800 gold. Fortunately, not long ago Ark had threatened Nagath and received 2,000 gold. The payment extended over 6 months, so in 2 months he would have around 670 gold. 2 months in game time was around 20 days, so he had already secured 670 gold. If he continued hunting and collecting Japtum, then he should be able to raise enough. Of course, he still had to pay the bill even if he dragged it out for 20 days. It didn't change the fact that money would still be lost. However, it wasn't possible to take the money he currently had in his pocket, so he devised this method. Anyway, Ark was handed the memory crystal after the contract was written. After the video files were extracted, the memory crystal was soon destroyed. The video files he paid 800 gold for. Ark searched through the videos but couldn't find a clue. Did I lose money for no reason? Ark suddenly had that thought as he received the video files. Well, this was police work, so Ark didn't want to intervene anymore. Anyway, the situation is finished with this. Ark sighed with relief as he sent the video file to Isurum's email. Despite receiving 800 gold, Buxel was still crying over Bekku, but Ark shook off his displeasure. He felt a sense of accomplishment after helping Isurum. And now that the dire situation was over, an item popped into his head. Now I can finally eat my Necromancer's immortality pill. Yes, it was the Necromancer's immortality pill that he left at the Magic Institute warehouse in Seal. With 81 hours required, it had finally been completed after 4 days. That was the reason Ark came running to a village with a Magic Institute branch. Yet he had no intention of going back to Seal through the letter movement. Not only was it hard to endure, but the letter movement was too expensive. One use cost 50 gold. He received a discount as a full member of the Magic Institute, but it was still 42 gold and 50 silver. Anyway, it wasn't necessary for Ark to return to Seal. The private warehouse for a Magic Institute member could be accessed from every branch. I'd like to take out the item I left in the private warehouse at the Seal's Magic Institute branch. I understand. What's your name? It is Arkansas. Ah, you are Arknim. I'll send it immediately. All the magicians at the Magic Institute were familiar with Arkansas. The magician who transferred it had a respectful expression, just like Rabinth, the branch manager in Seal. Fortunately, Ark finally regained his survival cooking pot after 4 days. Inside the pot was a small black pill. The Necromancer's immortality pill. An information window appeared as soon as Ark grabbed it. The maturation process has ended and the Necromancer's immortality pill has been completed. You have completed the Necromancer's immortality pill from the secret technique that has been passed down since ancient times. The immortality pill is one of the hidden secrets in New World. It allows you to maximize the power contained in the monster's essence and apply it to the player. Making the immortality pill is one of the biggest honors for survival cooking chefs and is an achievement that has significant implications. Asterisk fame increases by 800. Asterisk intelligence increases by 30. Asterisk survival cooking skill increases by 40. Asterisk the monster's pill information has been updated. Number of immortality pills completed, 7. I finally finished it. Ark lifted the pill with trembling hands. When calculating the time used to gather the ingredients, he had invested several months into it. Then the immortality pill was finally completed after a long 96 hours. Was making it easy? When thinking about the trouble he went through on the ferry to prevent the degree of completion from falling, he really felt like crying. However, he finally received a tangible item for his enormous time and effort. He couldn't know the effects before he ate it, so he wouldn't be able to sell it, but that wasn't a problem. Even if it is possible to sell it, I never even know of giving up an item I put so much effort into. Besides, it has been strangely noisy around me lately. Apart from the thieves, it would really be a headache if I encounter Bread and Ready In again. I need to increase my stats a bit more. Ark tried to calm his heart and swallowed the pill. With a loud sound effect, the information window appeared. Necromancer's immortality pill rating, A, degree of completion, A. A powerful immortality pill which contains the Necromancer Tamora's strength. It grants the special abilities of a Necromancer. Asterisk there is an added bonus according to the degree of completion. All stats plus 8, intelligence plus 20, magic resistance plus 20%, resistance to all diseases plus 20%. The Dark Fog stat has been created. Asterisk Dark Fog, plus 20. Dark Fog increases resistance to magic and physical attacks with the Darkness attribute. As an added bonus, it also increases the attack power of all physical and magic attacks with the Darkness attribute. For every 1 point in the Dark Fog stat, it will increase physical and magic resistance to the Dark attribute by 0.1%. Your damage will also rise by 0.1%. Stat distribution is impossible and Dark Fog will rise slightly every time you use attacks with the Darkness attribute. Racial skill Soul Extortion has been learnt. Soul Extortion, Beginner, active. The specialty of a necromancer is to use their knowledge of life and darkness to summon creatures from another dimension. The power needed to control such creatures is spiritual power. Soul extortion is dark attribute technique which extorts the souls of monsters to increase spiritual power. When using soul extortion, it is possible to deal 50 damage. In addition, it is possible to exceed the maximum amount of spiritual power as soul extortion is used a lot. Extorting strong monsters will cause spiritual power to rise faster. Soul extortion will succeed when it deals 70% of the damage. The user's soul will receive terrible damage if they die, and the resurrection time will be increased to a maximum of 72 hours. Oh, it is indeed an A-class immortality pill. Ark exclaimed at the sight of the information window. The additional bonus was all stats plus 8, intelligence plus 20, magic resistance plus 20% and resistance to all diseases plus 20%. If he included intelligence, it was like he had gained 7 levels. There was also addition magic resistance and disease resistance. A lot of high-level monsters caused disease, so it was a very useful stat. But was that all? A new stat and skill were also created. I don't need to see anything else. Dark Fog is a jackpot. Dark Fog was similar to the resilience stat he learnt when he ate the slime's immortality pill. But there was one part that was decisively different from resilience. The stat increased his attack and defense against the dark attribute. It didn't apply to his general skills, but most of Ark's profession-specific skills were of the dark attribute. In other words, wasn't it a stat specifically for his profession? There's also soul extortion. Ark looked at the information for soul extortion with an ambiguous expression. Recently Ark had really noticed the shortage of spiritual power. Even before he changed professions, Ark had been worried about his lack of spiritual power. Then he received the Area Declaration skill Glory of the Night, which consumed 400 spiritual power and 2000 mana. The Area Declaration used 400 spiritual power with just one use. Spiritual power also had an unusually slow recovery time, so he wouldn't be able to summon his familiars. In addition, the Ghost Knight core skill also required 300 spiritual power. When considering that soul extortion could increase spiritual power beyond its maximum, it really was a jackpot. However, the information window didn't explain how he could successfully use soul extortion to raise spiritual power beyond its maximum. It would be useless if it only increased his spiritual power by 1, since he would have to use it hundreds of times. Besides, there was also an effect on the user. Soul extortion had to deal 70% of the damage to have a proper effect? It only did 50 damage, so how many times would he have to attack to deal 70% of the damage? Well, it is a skill that doesn't eat mana. Ark was content with the skill since it could hopefully raise his spiritual power. Even without soul extortion, the bonus stats in Dark Fog were rewarding enough. How many users in New World would be able to receive such stat bonuses at once? Now that is finished. All that's left is the home of the Fire Draconian quest. Ark's next destination was Warion Mountain in the north of Bristania. After eating the immortality pill, Ark ran across Bristania filled with motivation. Back goo. With tears and a runny nose, the pig followed behind him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16 Chapter 8. ACT 8 Pirate Cleanup. Did you wait long? No, I just came. Really? I'll get you something. Li Myung called a shop assistant over with a gesture and took a seat. What will you eat? For the moment, 2 servings of the parfait special set. And I. Li Myung ordered without looking at the menu. Hyunwoo asked doubtfully. Are there more people coming? No. I promised you before. If you help me retrieve the video file, then I'll buy you 3 servings of the parfait special set. I didn't mean to buy it all at once. Really? Then 2 servings of the parfait special set. After the sales assistant grabbed the menu and returned to the counter, he started whispering about those 2. It was reasonable. It was currently 10:30 in the morning. Those 2 were the only people in the cafe, so the atmosphere was uncomfortable. Since they ordered parfaits as soon as they sat down, it was impossible for eyes not to be drawn to them. Furthermore, Hyunwoo was over 180 centimeters tall. Although his build didn't look that extraordinary, exercise had hardened his body. In addition, Li Myung-ryong's sharp gaze was enough to make gangsters cry. The first time Hyunwoo saw Li Myung-ryong, he thought he was more like a gangster than a policeman. Yet the 2 men just sat down and ordered parfait? What business did they have? However, Hyunwoo wasn't concerned with the eyes of other people. The parfait still isn't done. Hyunwoo looked at people drinking coffee and thought they had it good. At a cheap cafe, coffee costs 8,000,9,000,001. Vending machine coffee only cost 1,001 and he could drink 8 times more coffee. It was so absurd that he could only laugh. So every time Hyunwoo came to the cafe, he would order the parfait. He didn't even like the parfait. But it wasn't possible to buy parfait from the vending machine, so at least he could think it was a fair price. In other words, he felt less ripped off. No matter the game or reality, Hyunwoo related everything to money. But does teacher also like parfait? Why are you eating a child's food? I haven't slept for 2 days. My body now wants a lot of sugar. Lee Myung-ryong muttered as he stroked his scraggly beard. It wasn't just his beard. Lee Myung-ryong normally didn't wear neat attire, but it was particularly serious today. His eyes were also really haggard, with thick dark circles beneath it. It was a face which was the symbol of fatigue. This is all thanks to you. Me? The video file you sent me. Oh, that's right. Then you couldn't sleep because of the video means. It is safe. Lee Myung-ryong laughed and replied. If I delayed for even a few hours, then the video file would be worthless. What are you saying? Hyunwoo asked as the shop assistant lowered a parfait. A sigh automatically emerged as he saw the parfait decorated with juice and ice cream. This is a parfait worth 542 gold and 50 silver. When he considered the money that went into this parfait, it was enough to cause tears. Lee Myung-ryong crunched the ornamental umbrella that was plugged into the parfait and began to talk again. Originally, I'm not supposed to tell information to people unrelated to the investigation, but I figured I can tell you. However, you wouldn't understand if I tell you all the details. So I'll just summarize the situation. The contents were related to the criminal organization. In dramas or movies, people normally talked about it in a serious voice. However, Lee Myung-ryong just seemed like a next-door ajushi talking as he ate the ice cream while playing with the umbrella. Although the case was related to a criminal organization, Lee Myung-ryong seemed completely different from the captain of the SWAT team who incited fear in criminals. Although it was an investigation, he didn't feel the need to be serious. You said you saw the video? Yes. But wasn't the information just insubstantial? It's natural that you would think the contents were insignificant. Because those guys only used code words during their dialogue in the movie. No, it was closer to a password than a code word. Password? If a criminal organization isn't clever these days, then they wouldn't be able to survive for long. These days they often used indirect words when referring to specific things. Furthermore, the meaning often changed, so the police often don't know that it means. But they made a mistake once. There was the word H56 in the video. When Hyunwoo heard the word H56 in the video, he also thought it was questionable. That word refers to one of the various trading methods that they used. According to Lee Myung-ryong's words, the criminal organization had various illegal trading methods. They would change the route according to the situation. H56 was one of the prepared methods which the police still hadn't completely figured out. But by listening to the conversation around the password H56, I could figure out the general principles. That was why Lee Myung-ryong hadn't slept for 2 days. By watching the video and determining the general principles of the transaction method, the police had figured out their last transaction place. To his surprise, the transaction place Lee Myung-ryong figured out was a coin locker at the train station. H56 is the transaction method which takes advantage of the train station, which people from all over the nation uses to communicate with other people in their organization or to deal business. Although sometimes it goes through a courier or post office, there was the chance it could fall into the hands of the general public and then there would be police supervision. It was also easy for the criminal organization to discover the police supervision. And if things went bad in the middle and the police had to pounce, then they wouldn't be able to capture the people affiliated with the organization. In addition, those items go through New World, so it won't be easy to track the funds. Even if we attack and seize the thing, there is no evidence that it isn't just a lost item. That's amazing. Hyunwoo once again realized that Lee Myung-ryong was a police officer. It felt like a war between policemen and criminal organizations in Hong Kong movies. In fact, Lee Myung-ryong hadn't even explained 1/10 ths of the information. The criminal organization's dealings were more calculated than it appeared, and the method Korea's police force used to combat it was unimaginable to the public. But don't misunderstand. Despite the public not knowing, Korea's crime rate was low. Korea's low crime rate was thanks to the police fighting against the criminals in order to maintain the public's lifestyle. But it is a little strange. Hyunwoo suddenly said. That video was taken a few days ago. If they knew that the video was taken, then wouldn't they move quickly to take back the dangerous contents? They tried, but it wasn't possible. They can't. Clearly, they monitored the route of the thing clearly. The items are worth a few billion ones, so it would be a fatal blow if they lost it. But there is a chance that a henchman could leak the information. So the only one who can accurately monitor the transaction route is the boss of the organization. Garrett and Geppetto, who appeared in the video, are only middle-ranked bosses. Although Garrett and Geppetto thought it was dangerous, they couldn't interrupt the transaction. Since they weren't supposed to talk about the transactions, but it was caught on video in the game, they couldn't bear to tell the boss. There was also no reason to think that Buxel would take the video to the police. Still, they couldn't ignore the possibility, which was why they tried to so desperately recover it. Lee Myung-ryong then laughed and said, "Anyway, that stuff finally arrived at its final destination last night. In other words, if we were a few days late, then the video would have no value. That's why I told you it was safe." After Lee Myung-ryong grasped the situation, hurriedly rallied people from the Special Crime Countermeasures Division and hid them near the coin locker. By midnight, they managed to arrest the person and collected the thing. If we tracked that fellow, then we could discover the place the wanted criminals are hiding. But the henchman we caught is a subordinate of Geppetto. Geppetto probably wouldn't show up until the end. The subordinate would have probably disposed of the goods and then handed to Geppetto through New World. So we decided to catch him for the moment. Of course, it was still a secret that the police force was investigating in New World. Because of that, Lee Myung-ryong had to be careful that Geppetto didn't sense he was the one who arrested the henchman. If the police could figure out the henchman's route and deploy traffic police to search similar vehicles, then they could grab other henchmen. That's actually why I wanted to talk to you today. When we captured him, there was a murder nearby and we questioned the henchman after that. Geppetto was still searching for the video. I think he had no luck. And the risk from the video was gone after the thing was reclaimed, so they shouldn't chase you anymore. While there was no obvious connection with the video, his henchman was caught by the police. In this situation, Geppetto and the organization members would have no choice but to be tense. It was like that in reality, but in the game, they could take a break while watching the situation. Fortunately, Ark's bad relationship with the thieves was ended. But you didn't catch most of the organization. Why do you think I stayed up all night? Lee Myung-ryong inserted the remaining parfait into his mouth and laughed. After we arrested him at midnight, we questioned that fellow for a long time. This is a fight against time. It would probably only be 12 hours until they discover that a follower was caught. But the police had already obtained the necessary information after 5 hours. Was it teacher? I don't need to see to understand what happened to that person. Hyunwoo was familiar with Lee Myung-ryong's violence after experiencing his version of sparring and muttered. Then Lee Myung-ryong jumped at the unexpected words and exclaimed, Hey! What are you thinking? Do you think I would break his 2 arms? I am a democratic policeman. Does the democratic police beat people up? Am I a bully? Anyone who listens will be scared. And recently his arms had been in pain, so there was no need to beat him up. Have you heard of a plea bargain? Plea bargain? The one that frequently appears in foreign movies? Yes, that's right. Our country also does it. While that guy is a criminal, we cut him a deal. He's just a henchman, so he did odd jobs and chores. In exchange for the plea bargain, he will tell us what he knows. I'm glad, but I also think it is a bit pathetic. I don't know what you've imagined, but this isn't a movie. Will you die for Yoo Hyung-nim? Would he sacrifice himself for you? Don't make me laugh. Gangsters in the past and present don't have any guts. The gangster became nervous as he heard Lee Myung-ryong's voice. I'm only going to offer this just once. You're different from your Hyung-nim. While you could live a new life thanks to your Hyung-nim, you don't have that much moral obligation to him. Since your Hyung-nim has surrounded himself with guys like you. After the henchman heard Lee Myung-ryong's threat, he confessed a great deal of information in exchange for the plea bargain. Of course, he was just a henchman, so they were unable to obtain satisfactory confidential information. But they were somewhat lucky? The henchman was quite close to some people in the organization, so he knew their hiding place. Before they heard the news that the henchman was caught, the detectives had surrounded it. Those fellows didn't expect that we could move that fast. The purpose of the detectives surrounded the hideout wasn't to catch the criminals. Lee Myung-ryong's purpose was to arrest all of the criminal organization. In order to catch the big fish, he had to release the small ones. Once the organization members heard the news that a follower was caught, they would have to take action. The detectives kept an eye on their movements and collected information, while planning a way to arrest Geppetto, the interim boss. It's just starting now. Despite not sleeping for 2 days, Lee Myung-ryong was full of energy. It reminded him of his youthful days fighting against gangs and criminal organizations. In fact, Lee Myung-ryong hadn't expected that he could attain this result from the game when he first started New World. Finding one person in a city of hundreds of thousands wasn't easy. It was a lot harder when considering that millions connected to New World. He couldn't even understand the game system, so how could Lee Myung-ryong find the wanted criminals? But Lee Myung-ryong's efforts, Ark's help and a little luck managed to bring him to these results. If he didn't have a keen interest, then he wouldn't be a policeman in South Korea. Of course, there was a long way to go before he could sweep up all of the criminal organization. But Lee Myung-ryong was full of confidence from the excellent results so far. While those guys are hiding, they will concentrate on building a base in New World. And I'm already trusted immensely by those guys. Lee Myung-ryong laughed and spoke. However, he couldn't be that smug about it. Lee Myung-ryong's credit rating within the bandit group had only risen because he was killed by Baekgu in the horror castle. The thieves had misunderstood the reason why Lee Myung-ryong was there. Thanks to Garam's claims, Lee Myung-ryong was now formally a member of the bandit group. Of course, he didn't have enough influence yet, but he could seize the opportunity. While the hidden detectives investigated in reality, Lee Myung-ryong would infiltrate the group in the game. Therefore, I will be busy for a while. Just as he was standing up from his seat, Lee Myung-ryong suddenly remembered something and said, I spoke to the section chief of the Special Crimes Countermeasures Division about you. While the incident isn't over yet, the investigation has opened because of the video, so the police commissioner might give you a commendation. Please don't worry about it. Hyunwoo laughed unpleasantly and shook his head. Hyunwoo didn't want to appear in front of other people. Then Lee Myung-ryong smiled and added, You don't want the bonus reward for the crucial tip? Thank you. Then wait for the good news. Lee Myung-ryong laughed and went back to the police agency. After separating from Lee Myung-ryong, Hyunwoo went home feeling refreshed. After starting New World, Hyunwoo escaped from the life where he had to worry about meals. After helping Lee Myung-ryong this time, he realized he had a sense of social justice. Hyunwoo was satisfied at the idea of helping. Yet Hyunwoo never guessed what would happen next. The effort to catch the wanted criminals had started to affect New World. Mother, I'm home. Ah, you've come? After Hyunwoo entered, a booming voice could be heard from the living room. The man sitting down on the living room sofa was Kwon Warang. It wasn't an abrupt visit. After his mother started the outpatient treatment, Kwon Warang could often been seen visiting the house. Why? Well, wasn't the reason clear? Did you come to flirt with my mother? He only came here to talk. Although his mother scowled, Kwon Warang just naturally laughed. Well, that's right. I have to flirt before I lose her to other guys. After Kwon Warang started New World, this was the part that changed the most. While Hyunwoo first met Kwon Warang, he had seemed like a bear. At that time, Kwon Warang had been really blunt. After dozens of years as a special instructor, he wasn't an ordinary policeman. After he got injured and retired, that tendency to be blunt got a lot worse. Thanks to his disappointment with the police agency and society, his mind had been damaged for a bit. It was only after starting New World that Kwon Warang began to change. After playing the game and interacting with NPCs, Kwon Warang had his passion in justice restored. If somebody didn't bother working, then they wouldn't receive a reward. To the frustrated Kwon Warang, New World was like paradise compared to reality. That is also one of the ways his character has changed. Hyunwoo thought this as he saw Kwon Warang walk to the kitchen. Kwon Warang had become more active in pursuing his mother. Before, Kwon Warang had used his injury as an obstacle. Since Kwon Warang was so proud of his strength, it was an obstacle that was difficult to accept. So he had been passive when caring for Hyunwoo's mother. Previously, Kwon Warang had gotten drunk and started complaining to him. I really like your mother. Despite what other people said, it's not just because of sympathy. I'm serious. I don't care what other people say. Although I don't care, I was scared that you or your mother would be uncomfortable by my attention. And taking care of your mother with an injury like this. His strong sense of responsibility was a burden to Kwon Warang. But while listening to Kwon Warang recently, it appeared like a lot of those worries had disappeared. In fact, Kwon Warang's physical obstacle had disappeared a long time ago. However, sometimes the mental state was the biggest obstacle to somebody with disabilities. Despite his limp healing, his mind and body hadn't accepted it, so he still behaved like he was injured. But after spending most of his days in New World, that mental obstacle had relaxed a lot. Hyunwoo had heard that virtual reality games could also be used as a therapy for those sorts of mental obstacles. Now Kwon Warang was almost back to normal. The confident Guan Warang didn't hide his feelings about Hyunwoo's mother anymore. It was unnecessary to say, but Hyunwoo preferred this Guan Warang. I hope my mother improves quickly so those two can get married. Hyunwoo was hoping for that. Then you should flirt harder. I'll go to the studio so I don't interfere. Oh, then I'm thankful. Aren't your senses really quick now? Guan Warang laughed and praised him. Hyunwoo was about to leave for his game studio when he suddenly asked. But Ajushi, how is that work you started? Ha? Work I started? What do you mean, dot? I'm talking about the cleanup of the lawless port. Ah, you mean that? Guan Warang scratched his head with an irritated expression before sighing. It has become slightly troublesome. Troublesome? Then you failed to track the pirate ships? No. Tracking was a success. In the end, Guan Warang drank cold water and explained the situation. The day that Hyunwoo had been attacked by the pirates, Guan Warang had followed them and determined the location of the lawless port. The lawless port was a small island near the east coast of Sutandal. Once Justice Man figured out the location, the battle fleet was dispatched as planned and they tried to attack the lawless port. But I lost 2 combat ships and retreated. Were the pirates at the lawless port that strong? Well, it's not that they're strong. But the problem isn't the pirates. With Isabel's investment, the battle fleet consisted of 40 transport and battleships. On the other hand, the pirate ships gathered at the lawless port only added up to 30 speedboats. After arriving, I could batter them in a matter of hours. Then? I can't enter the lawless port. Guan Warang sighed and muttered. Neither Guan Warang nor Hyunwoo thought that there would be an ambush near the lawless port. The ambush was the reef spread near the lawless port like a landmine. Yes, the Hermes Alliance knew about the island when they entered Sutandal thanks to the Nakujuk and built the lawless port there. The only way to enter the lawless island was through the ocean. But the sea surrounding the island was dangerous. Under the ocean was a spread-out reef waiting to sink its teeth into boats that enter the lawless port. Furthermore, the influence of the reef meant that there were sometimes whirlpools that would swallow ships. Although it seemed like an ordinary ocean, it was the same as a maze holding traps for unsuspecting ships. And naturally the lawless pirates knew the location of every reef and whirlpool perfectly. The battle fleet knew nothing about the reef and whirlpools as they chased the pirates. The results of the naval battle could be easily seen. We sent some divers underwater, but it wasn't easy to grasp the terrain. The underwater terrain is too complicated and we couldn't watch the movements of the pirates either. So the battle fleet is just surrounding the lawless port for the moment. Fortunately the pirates can't go around plundering either. But it wasn't possible for the battle fleet to be stuck at the lawless port forever. Not all the pirates in New World were at the lawless port. There were also pirates aimed at the merchant fleets from the continent. Ever since Sutandal rose, the maritime activity had increased, so the pirate strongholds had extended to the continent and Sutandal. If the entire battle fleet was tied to the lawless port, then they had no way to stop those pirates. However, it wasn't possible to turn the battle fleet around. The battle fleet consisted of 40 ships while the pirates had 30. They had the numerical advantage, but it wasn't an absolute. If the combat ships near the lawless port were reduced, then there was a chance the pirates would counterattack. In a geographically disadvantaged area, the battle fleet would have no chance if they were outnumbered. The problem is even more serious than that. Information that we blocked the lawless port went out to pirates near the continent. If the pirates from the continent and the lawless port join hands, then we'll be attacked from the front and behind. That is the most fearful thing. If the battle fleet is destroyed by the pirates. It wasn't necessary to hear the rest. Currently Sutandal was under the authority of the Baron and the Eastern Nation, which is how they managed to attack many users and trade business from the continent. If the pirates seized the sea, then that advantage would disappear. Originally Sutandal was a land which lived separately from the continent with no trade between them. If they didn't trade with the continent, then they would have no problems surviving. But going back to the previous talk. While they didn't exchange and trade at the beginning, once the exchange took place they had developed rapidly. As a simple example, what would happen if modern-day Korea couldn't trade with other countries anymore? Sutandal would rapidly lose its power and their forces would weaken. At that time, if the Hermes Alliance invaded with the Nakujuk, then there would be no way to defeat them. In the worst-case scenario, Haemon Fortress might fall under the influence of the Hermes and Nakujuk Alliance. Now I understand. This is the scenario that the Hermes Alliance was planning on. Even after Hyunwoo discovered that the lawless port was related to the Hermes Alliance, he didn't pay it that much thought. It was annoying, but he hadn't thought that the occupied Sutandal could be shaken by pirates. But it was different if they joined hands with pirates from the continent. The pirates also need a safe place. But there is no room for the pirates to penetrate the three powers on the continent. Yet the situation is different in Sutandal. If the pirates really accomplish it, then the scale will exceed imagination. That strength could make Sutandal into a pirate kingdom, no doubt. The Hermes Alliance had that in mind from the beginning when they constructed the lawless port. When he thought about it, Hyunwoo was suddenly afraid. If they got their hands on Sutandal as planned, then the Hermes Alliance would obtain tremendous power. The arc stream of creating a triangular trade route between Lancel Sylvana Sutandal would burst like a bubble. No, if the Hermes Alliance gained that power, then Ark wouldn't even be able to live in New World. But if the lawless port is their fortress, A sigh emerged from Hyunwoo's face. It wasn't necessary to say again, but Guan Warang was a tactical strategist. When participating in the Sutandal War, all the general strategy tactics relating to warfare came from Guan Warang. If it wasn't for Guan Warang at that time, then Sutandal might have already fallen into the hands of the Nakujuk and the Hermes Alliance. Yet even Guan Warang couldn't find a way to clean up the lawless port. Even if Hyunwoo ran to Sutandal immediately, he wouldn't be able to change anything. Is there a way to pass through the deadlock area to reach the lawless port? Then an abrupt idea came to Hyunwoo's head. It was the conversation he just had with Lee Myung-ryong. Lee Myung-ryong had managed to capture one of the henchmen in the organization. And he didn't know the hiding place of the other criminals except for his close friends. However, that henchman was in charge of disposing of the goods and then handing it to Jepitu in New World. Well, it was just one henchman and he wasn't the one who moved the funds. Anyway, there was a high probability that he was beside Jepitu in the game. And Jepitu often stopped by the lawless port. In other words, that henchman must go to the lawless port often with Jepitu. Then he must know a way to pass through the deadlock area. That's it. Because he had never met a pirate, there was no chance to get information about the lawless port. But now one of the pirates is caught by Teacher. And even with the plea bargain, the henchman will still go to jail for a little bit, so there is no need for him to hide information about the lawless port. I might have a method to find a way through the reef. What? Really? How? Please wait a moment. Hyunwoo ran to the living room and called Lee Myung-ryong. I understand. In fact, I've actually gone to the lawless port once as well. It was just before Jepitu attacked you at sea. But I didn't know that you were related to the lawless port, and I also didn't know that there were reefs in that zone. The henchman has been with Jepitu longer, so he will likely know the route. I'll hang up for the moment. I'll check and call you back later. Lee Myung-ryong was presently a part of the bandit group. If Hyunwoo mentioned the lawless port to Lee Myung-ryong, then he could get information. However, Hyunwoo had been unaware that Lee Myung-ryong was playing New World. After waiting 10 minutes, Lee Myung-ryong called back. Hyunwoo, I found it. Huh? Really? Yes, as expected, he is one of the followers who accompanied Jepitu. After hearing his words, I realized that I met him in New World. He is the one called Sunfish who way always next to Jepitu. I never imagined that he had used plastic surgery in New World. Lee Myung-ryong explained and laughed with amazement. Hohoho, that guy has confessed information about the organization, so there is no point hiding anything else. After I bought him a bowl of noodles, he immediately drew a map to cross through the reefs to get to the lawless port. It was sent to your house on a motorcycle courier. Then, Lee Myung-ryong hesitated and continued talking. The one who needs this map is Warang Hyungnim? Yes, but why? Then could you tell Warang Ajushi something before you give him the map? What? No, I was listening to Sunfish. He said that the lawless port contains several warehouses where the items they looted are stored. I'm not trying to be patronizing, but isn't it because of me that he will manage to occupy the lawless port? It's been a little hard for me these days, so could you ask Warang Hyungnim to split a bit with me? Of course, don't say that. If you mention that I'm involved, then he won't do it. Oh, of course you can have half of the share that I receive. How about it? Hyunwoo listened to Lee Myung-ryong's words and realized he missed something important. Yes, the lawless port was the stronghold of the pirates. Naturally, it would be the place where the pirates disposed of their loot. If the lawless port was occupied, then the Sutandal battle fleet would collect all the items stored. Since it was the spoils of Sutandal, it was natural for it to go to Isabel. But the number one contributors of the lawless port invasion were Hyunwoo and Lee Myung-ryong. They had the right to claim a share of the spoils. But for Teacher to be the first one to suggest it, it was proof that Lee Myung-ryong was becoming addicted to the game. However, Lee Myung-ryong didn't want a share of the spoils for money. After Lee Myung-ryong had encountered Baekgu, he realized how important level was. Even though Li Myung was a merchant, he had no chance against Baekgu because of his level. As expected, he needed to raise his level. This was the first time Li Myung had been greedy in the game. And the fastest way to raise the level of a merchant was to trade. The more profit he obtained, the more experience he would receive. The best thing for a merchant was the loot of thieves, aka stolen goods. It wasn't the buying of stolen goods, of course. When selling it, the purchase price would be zero. In other words, the entire sales price was calculated as profit. If he received 10% profit after a business transaction of 1,000 gold, he could make 100 gold from the stolen goods. After his troubles in Jiren, Li Myung came to know about this system. But a law existed in New World where experience was cut after trading with stolen goods. In some cases, they could even become chaotic. But what if the Sutandal battle fleet legitimately took it back from the pirates? As the representative of Sutandal, Isabel could make it as safe stolen goods. And as it was the pirates' home base, the number of stolen goods would be frightful. Just a bit of the stolen goods would be an extravagant quantity for a normal user. When handling the stolen goods, Li Myung's level would rise quickly. It was a dream for any merchant. I understand. I will tell him. Hyunwoo hung up and started to negotiate with Guan Warang. However, it wasn't a negotiation. Guan Warang didn't have a choice. I have to give a fee if I want the information. Because the lawless port is a threat to Sutandal's survival if left untouched. Our primary purpose is to clean up the pirates. In addition, Isabel will definitely agree if you are the intermediary. Okay, I can persuade Isabel to give you 20% of the stolen goods recovered. Once I occupy the lawless port, I will speak with Isabel and send the promised stolen goods to Ark Store. Thank you. Hyunwoo smiled and replied. 20% of the loot in the lawless port. As it was the base of the pirates, the stolen goods would go for a minimum of thousands of gold. If the goods was worth an estimated 30,000,040,000 gold, then 20% would be 6,000,080,000 gold. When considering the deal with Li Myung, he could receive 50% of that. In other words, couldn't he just sit back and receive 3,000,040,000 gold? Haha, didn't I suffer thinking about the price of the memory crystal when the video was actually getting me thousands of gold? If I can get the stolen goods, then giving 500 gold to Buxel is nothing. Isn't this like falling over and picking up money? Thus, the National Police Agency's investigations accidentally led to the cleanup of the pirates. Ark seemed to have gained a financial windfall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 16, Chapter 9. ACT-9 Wariang Mountain. There was a small island located on the east coast of Sutandal. It was a seemingly ordinary rock island. However, there was a cave in the center of the island where dozens of ships were docked. While the various ships had all types of crazy patterns like a motorcycle, they all had a skeleton drawn on their flags. Yes, this was the home base of the pirates that had been attacking Sutandal. Not long ago, 40 battleships from Sutandal surrounded the area and blocked the lawless port. However, the atmosphere of the pirate ships docked in the lawless port was so laid back it was enough to make someone sleepy. This was because the battle fleet couldn't enter the port due to the reefs and whirlpools strewn around like landmines. Those guys are still relaxed. Justice Man pierced through the darkness and observed the lawless port through a telescope. But that relaxation will come to an end today. Justice Man put away his telescope and unfolded a map. Complex lines were drawn on the scroll. Thanks to an anonymous informant, he managed to obtain a chart of how to navigate to the lawless port. After obtaining the chart, Justice Man made preparations and organized the troops. Finally, the fate of Sutandal would be decided in a decisive battle against the pirates on D-Day. We can now enter the lawless port with this chart. Now, spread all the sails. Divide the fleet into units and enter the lawless port. It's time to expel the outlaws from Sutandal. After Justice Man gave the orders, the sailors busily moved around the deck. After tugging at the rope, the anchor was pulled up and the ropes bounding the sails released. Then the 40 ships anchored started to move towards the lawless port. While the ships were moving, the Baron clan on board drew their weapons. The rehabilitation members and Lariat, who were the leaders of the autonomous group in Sutandal, was present. There was also the assassin Shambhala, who had his profession quest new killer to change professions to god killer interrupted. How dare these guys trouble Isabel? Shambhala prepared 2 daggers in both hands. Aside from the Baron, there were quite a few people from the eastern nation on board. In fact, the majority of the pirates included the Nakuja clan, the Hermes Alliance and chaotic players like Jepetu. Justice Man judged that the Baron clan would be insufficient against them, so he persuaded Isabel that this mission was important for Sutandal. Pirate cleanup. Sutandal mission quest. In the few months since Sutandal rose, many heroes had helped defend against the threat of the Nakujuk. But in recent times, Sutandal's peace is once again threatened by the appearance of the pirates. Fortunately, the military commander had discovered the location of the lawless port, but volunteer troops were needed considering the scale of the pirates. As the representative of Sutandal, Isabel is asking for assistance from the heroes in Sutandal. If you help the military commander of Sutandal kill the pirates, then awards will be given according to the achievements. Difficulty, B+ quest restriction, level 280 or more. Asterisk basic compensation, all users participating in the operation will be given a golden ticket. The mission quest gathered users like clouds. Aside from participating in the operation, it was also possible to obtain a golden ticket by hunting the Nakujuk commanders. In recent times, the number of Nakujuk surrounding Haemon Fortress had decreased, so there weren't that many chances for users to obtain it. But there were quite a few users who would have participated despite the mission quest. Ugh. When I think about my previous encounters with those guys. At that time they took my armor. I'm going to pay them back this time. Most of the people participating in the operation had encountered the pirates before. In order to pay back the grudge from that time, they participated voluntarily. So the battle fleet had 4,000 people that were all split into troops. They were all strong users level 300 or more. The Baron and Eastern Nation had a combined force of 3,000 people. The fleet consisting of 7,000 troops advanced on the lawless port. However, the pirates scouting at the lawless port's watchtowers still hadn't grasped the atmosphere. Those guys are trying to enter again? Just leave them. They'll just be caught by the reefs and the whirlpools. Only the selected people can enter this place. Like us. Cuckoo, that's right. So let's just leisurely watch as they rush to their deaths. When the battle fleet approached, the pirates just picked their noses and laughed. In contrast to the pirates' expectations, the battle fleet weren't caught by the reefs even after a long time passed. When the battle fleet came within a short distance, confusion spread over the face of the pirates. What is going on? There's something strange. The whole fleet is moving through the deadlock. Hasn't it been a long time since they've entered the deadlock area? Wait. Don't tell me the information leaked. What? Is now the time to be talking about this? It is an emergency. We need to inform the headquarters. The pirates grasped the situation too late and hurriedly entered the cave to inform the headquarters. We've entered the range. The leader of each battleship target one watchtower respectively. Mark. Lariat used holy magic to mark the watchtowers around the lawless port with different colors. And a ship at the forefront fired its cannons and started spewing flames. Qua 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 quan, qua 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 quan. The pillar of flame roared across the dark sky towards a watchtower. It received a simultaneous attack from 4 directions. All 10 watchtowers surrounding the lawless port was engulfed in flames and crumbled. After the battle fleet neutralized the watchtowers, they entered the lawless port inside the cave. When they entered the cave, 30 pirate ships docked at the harbor could be seen. The pirates had noticed the situation too late and were only now boarding the ships. However, Justice Man's eyes were turned towards the gun turret inside the lawless port. There is no need to rush. The pirate ships docked at the port will require 5 minutes for preparations before it is ready to attack. Instead of the pirate ships, we'll concentrate our attacks on the gun turrets for now. Attack! Qua 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 quan, qua 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 quan. The battle fleet lined up in the port fired without taking a break. The lawless port was enveloped in flames from the huge number of shells. Although the gun turrets also fired, it was no use against the battle fleet that had already invaded. The cannons which were shot in a blind rush weren't effective. Mark, first unit the red target, second unit the blue, third unit the yellow. On the other hand, the battle fleet was attacking in an orderly fashion. Once Lariat marked a target and shouted, 10 battleships would concentrate their fire on that target. Therefore the 20 gun turrets were all destroyed while only a few combat ships were damaged. The battle fleet then started cleaning up the pirates. All troops disembark in the lawless port. The fleet will seal up the harbor while the combat troops will take control of the pirate ships. Attack! 7,000 users, Baron and people from the Eastern Nation came pouring out of the battleships. The pirates screamed as the combat troops landed. Hook, what the? Originally the lawless port had a total of 6,000 Nakujukan pirates gathered. However, there weren't that many pirates in the lawless port at present. The pirates had been full of tension when the battle fleet surrounded the lawless port for the first time. But when the battle fleet couldn't enter, they had completely relaxed. Since the pirates couldn't do anything because of the siege, a lot of them had disconnected. Even the NPCs were partying and playing poker. These guys are from Sutandal. How did they get in? Run, everybody escape. Aok. So the 7,000 combat troops swept through a relatively empty port. Furthermore, Justice Man, the rehabilitation members and Lariat were the ones commanding them. Warriors' willpower, virtuous vitality, pure light. Warriors' vitality increased health and stamina, virtuous vitality recovered a certain amount of health for 3 minutes and pure light sped up mana recovery. When Lariat's buffs overlapped, the capabilities of the combatants rose tremendously. Batter the rotten pirates with the hammer of justice and smash them to death. Furthermore, the special qualities of Justice Man's guardian profession increased various stats. The morale of the troops rose to an absurd amount. Ah, finally a fight after a long time. We'll settle the stress from training the Baron clan. But was that all? The rehabilitation members all had special profession qualities as a guardian and added various bonuses to the troops. Thanks to the bonuses, the capabilities of the Sutandal battle troops doubled. Oh, my power has increased. I've been waiting for the day I could get revenge on those who plundered from me. I'll smash them quickly. The 7,000 troops split up and stormed through the port. Meanwhile, an eerie aura surrounded the masked Shambhala. Shambhala flew like a bomb over the combat troops and landed among the pirates. Qua 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 bang, flash dash, dot. At the same time, a light which looked like a net rose from Shambhala's body and spread quickly. When Shambhala's net of light penetrated the pirates, they received enormous damage and there was a fountain of blood. What is that? The sword, no dagger, is used so quickly that it looks like he is brandishing a net of light. Overwhelming strength. The pirates and even Sutandal's combat troops were entranced for a moment. Then 1,000 masked people suddenly appeared at the pirates' back. The members of the Eastern Nation had waited for a chance and used stealth to approach the pirates from behind. The Eastern Nation unleashed their attacks, causing the pirates to scream and roll on the ground. The users stared at Shambhala and the Eastern Nation with gaping mouths. Amazing. They seemed like ordinary NPCs in Sutandal. I heard they played an active part in the Sutandal War. Now's not the time for this. We receive rewards for this mission quest according to our achievements. We can't let our achievements get taken away by that masked fellow. Okay. We should group up and take care of one person. The users who participated more actively in the battle would receive more rewards. Thus the pirates of the lawless port were cleaned up in only 2 hours. 15 pirate ships were destroyed in the cleanup operation while 17 pirate ships were seized. And Justice Man was also able to obtain the stolen goods within the warehouse worth 27,000 gold. When the value of the pirate ship was changed into gold, it was equivalent to 120,000 gold. Every user and NPC who participated in the operation was awarded according to their achievement. That left 50,000 gold left. A few days later, stolen goods worth 10,000 gold were delivered to Ark's comprehensive store in Lancel village. Kaya dot. A cry of distress rang out from the steep mountain slope battered by violent gusts of wind. A red warning message floated in front of Arkansas. The hair-raising scream was used. For 3 minutes, you will be gripped with fear and have your attack speed and movement speed decreased by 10%. This effect can be stacked up to 5 times. Currently overlapped 3 times, attack speed and movement speed decreased by 30%. Ouch. Ark flinched and looked at the sky with irritation. The wild wind also stirred up the rough sand, causing him to be battered by a sandstorm on the mountain. If he raised his head and peered through the sandstorm, a hazy silhouette which seemed like a mirage could be seen. It was the form of a female body with wings. Encountering something this strange in a place like this. Pabababa, pabababa. While Ark was complaining, the woman stretched out a wing and a projectile flew at him. It was feather which was as sharp as an arrow. Damn, it's starting again, dot. Ark rolled and hid his body behind a rock while cursing. After escaping from the thieves in Basaga village and eating the necromancer's immortality pill, Ark had been filled with motivation. Although there were some minor problems, everything was put in order as planned. The only thing he had left to do was the home of the Fire Draconian quest. So Ark began to cross the magic kingdom of Bristania to the destination of his quest in the north. In fact, Ark hadn't been that worried about the quest. Home of the Fire Draconian was a quest he received from an item with a level 120 restriction. Of course, he couldn't have confirmed the item when he first received it. So he delayed the quest and now Ark was over level 370. Who would be worried about a level 120 quest in such a situation? He was only worried that he would be wasting time completing the quest. No, I still don't know. But Ark soon shook his head. Home of the Fire Draconian was from a quest item, so it wasn't an ordinary quest. It was a quest item from the event quest where thousands of people participated. That is to say, it was a unique quest which only one person in New World could start. Then of course the reward would be a unique item. Even if the level was a bit low, a unique item would sell for a bit more than a level 300 magic item. The value of unique items wasn't their attack or defense but the special effect attached to the item. Considering the background of the quest, there is a chance that the quest will lead to one with a higher level of difficulty. When considering that point, he couldn't ignore it even if it was a low-level quest. With his expectations of the quest, he was eager to start it. After living in the magic kingdom of Bristania for a bit, Arx knew that the environment, buildings, NPCs, and even the quests were completely different from Schuttenberg and Sutandel. It really felt like he was on an overseas trip. Therefore Ark was really able to enjoy the feeling of the online game and traveled happily. It was only after arriving at the northern mountains that Ark started to become upset. Damn it, why did those monsters choose here of all places to inhabit? Ark glared at the feathers flying continuously and sighed. After traveling through Bristania for a week and arriving at the Warion mountain range, Ark had encountered a level 350 monster, the Harpy. Fortunately I can collect a lot of experience. The quest had a restriction of level 120, so he had thought the monsters on Warion mountain would be low-leveled. If the monsters were level 200 then he wouldn't receive any experience. Although he thought this, he wasn't really worried about the level 350 Harpy. But after he fought with the Harpy, Ark would have rather preferred a low-level monster. The Harpy was a monster in the form of a woman with wings. But it absolutely didn't look like a pretty woman. With a deep blood skin color and many wrinkles, it was a monster designed to look scary. However, the problem wasn't the Harpy's appearance. Even though he would rather it not look like a woman, it was a monster, so Ark didn't have reservations about hitting it. The reason for Ark's annoyance was not the Harpy's appearance but its wings. Wings? Yes, the Harpy was a flying monster which Ark found the most troublesome. In fact, there were quite a few flying monsters in Bristania thanks to its geographical conditions. However, the users in Bristania didn't have any problems with that. Bristania was a magic kingdom, so there were a high percentage of magicians. As magicians were experts in long-ranged attacks, flying monsters were an easy opponent. However, Ark was a warrior, so it was a nuisance for him. I have to avoid the flying monsters that inhabit this area as much as possible, but if he avoided the quest destination Warion Mountain then it wouldn't be a problem. In particular, Ark was forced into a corner thanks to the hair-raising scream. Just like its name, the hair-raising scream sounded like fingernails scratching down a chalkboard. Thanks to that, Ark's motivation to fight fell. Furthermore, the technique was classified as a sound attack, so it couldn't be avoided or blocked. Hunting flying monsters in that state wasn't easy. After hearing the hair-raising scream, his body really felt sluggish. Ark hid behind the rock and didn't move until the Harpy rushed through the sandstorm with its claws extended. It was an attack which fell vertically through the sky from 10 feet. It was a dangerous attack which had a high probability of being a critical hit if Ark was damaged by it. Ark rolled out from the rock and twisted his blade. Shwararak, tata-dadung. The saw blade separated the wind and subsequently dealt damage. The Harpy stumbled from the impact and lost its balance. Ark once again swung his sword. However, the Harpy instinctively perceived the crisis and flapped its wings quickly. Ark changed the direction at once, but the Harpy had already escaped from his attack range. The flying speed of the Harpy exceeded imagination. On the other hand, Ark couldn't even bend properly thanks to the rough winds on the mountain. When the Harpy moved so quickly in such a state, he couldn't determine its location properly. The environmental effect gave Ark a considerable penalty while granting an advantage to the Harpy. Once the Harpy flew like that, not even the saw blade that changed into a whip could reach it. Kiki kiki, kiki kiki. The Harpy smirked and teased him as it flew beyond his range. Okay. So you want to die? Ark stared at the Harpy before clenching his fist firmly and shouting. I'll hit you this time, you stupid old crow, lock on. Soul extortion, dot. At that moment, a transparent emerged from Ark's fist. The Harpy flapped its wings and tried to escape. But Ark moved the translucent hand with his fist, tracking the Harpy's movements before finally grabbing it tightly. Then, like a rubber band, the transparent hand returned to Ark while holding something which vaguely resembled the Harpy. You have taken away a part of the Harpy's soul using soul extortion. After extorting the Harpy's soul, you have dealt 50 damage and your spiritual power has been slightly elevated. Hoo, this use of this skill is quite surprising. Ark laughed as he checked the message window. It was the newly learned soul extortion that he gained after eating the necromancer's immortality pill. In fact, Ark had thought it was slightly regrettable when he first checked the information window of the soul extortion skill. But after he used it a few times, he thought that the information was slightly insufficient. When utilized in an actual fight, the effect was quite good. While the skill only raised his spiritual power and no other stats, Ark's favorite part of soul extortion was that it had a range of 30-40 meters. It was equal to the range of archers who had mastered advanced archery. Ark was able to deal with the harpy thanks to soul extortion. Although it only did 50 damage, the effect was 100 times better than his beginner's archery. Furthermore, soul extortion was a skill which didn't consume mana and had no cooldown time. The only difficulty with using soul extortion was that he had to lock on to the target first. Lock-on required a certain amount of time to be fixed onto the target, but it wasn't easy with the harpy flying around in the sandstorm. So while attacking, Ark had to stare at the monster. But once lock-on was successful, it didn't go away until the end of the battle. Now shall I start attacking earnestly? You are already screwed. Soul extortion. Soul extortion. Soul extortion, no, it's not enough. Soul extortion. Ark ran after the harpy and fired soul extortion blindly. The transparent hand shot forward like an arrow every time and removed a part of the soul. Since it was infused with the spirit of the monster, he felt a little ill absorbing it, but he didn't question it too closely. Eventually its health would fall below 10% and the harpy would try to run away. It was a cowardly monster that would hide until its health was 100% again. Before escaping to a place he couldn't reach, Ark had to reduce its health. Ki-eek. When the harpy's health fell to 7%, as expected it instantly flew away up the rocky mountain. Now Rackard. Dark Dash. Okay. Rackard, who had been hiding behind the rock at Ark's order, shot forward and impacted with the back of the harpy's head. The harpy who had been hit wobbled and shook. However, Rackard was a ruthless bat. Rackard soared through the sky and continued head-butting the falling harpy. Each hit was like a nail being beaten by a hammer. Make it descend so that I can finish this. Once the harpy entered his range, Ark swung the saw blade and wound it around the harpy's ankle. When he flipped the saw blade over his shoulder, the harpy was flung and impacted with the ground. This was the method he devised to capture the harpy who ran away. When he first arrived at the Rocky Mountains, Ark didn't know anything about flying monsters and used Rackard and the saw blade to fight. However, the harpy was a monster which instinctively attacking the flying object first. No matter what Ark did, if Rackard was visible then he would die first. Since aerial combat was often dozens of meters in the air, it was impossible for Ark to do anything. Rackard's current ability was at a level 270 standard. No matter how trained his pet was, he had no chance of winning a one-on-one fight against the level 350 harpy. Thanks to that, Rackard had died many times in Wariong Mountain. So Ark didn't utilize Rackard during the battles after that. He instead made him lie in ambush and only used Rackard for the element of surprise against the harpy. Rackard faithfully played the role this time. Once the harpy had been caught by the saw blade and thrown into the ground, Rackard started head-butting it and stamping on its wings with fury. The harpy was stuck on the ground. Even a flying monster wasn't able to easily get back up. Ark also realized this. Now it is time to finish this. Ark used sprint and pierced the chest of the harpy with his saw blade. He could feel it as the sword penetrated the ribs. The harpy's wings flapped a few more times until it couldn't last anymore. Your level has risen. When the harpy collapsed, he received the wonderful message. Phew, I gained 1 level. The experience gained is quite good when comparing the time it takes to hunt. Ark nodded as he browsed the character information window. Even though the harpy was lower leveled than Ark, as a flying monster it gave 20% more experience than general monsters. Although it takes a lot of time to hunt one, the rate of experience gain is similar to hunting monsters of the same level. Character information window. Character name Ark, race human. Alignment good plus 500. Fame 2365, plus 500, level 371. Profession Dark Soul. Title Cat Knight, Caretaker of the People, Jackson's Hero, Great Adventurer, Magic Institute Member, Sitandal's Hero. Health 6965, plus 225, Mana 7155, plus 25. Spiritual Power 407, Strength 757, plus 38. Agility 947, plus 110, Stamina 1187, plus 35. Wisdom 173, plus 10, Intelligence 1255, plus 5. Luck 167, plus 60, Flexibility 168. Art of Communication 69, Affection 134, plus 10. Resilience 439, Dark Fog 24. Special Stat, Knowledge of Ancient Relics 153. Asterisk Equipment Item Effects. Guardian Armor of the Mare People, Water Attribute Resistance plus 100%, penalty based on water is nullified. Cat Paws, Gloves Attack Speed plus 10%, Agility plus 15, Critical Hit plus 10%. Raccoon's Pith, Helmet Agility plus 10, Wisdom plus 10. Asterisk Animal King Set Effect, Strength plus 20, Agility plus 20, Stamina plus 20, Defense plus 40. Warrior's Transcripts, Shoulder Blade Strength plus 3. Wolf's Feet, Shoes Agility plus 40, Movement Speed plus 40%, Attack Speed plus 10%, Jump is available. Galgashi's Fur, Mantle Cold Resistance plus 100%, Agility plus 20, when health is less than 50%, Magic Protection automatically activates. Adelaine's Necklace, Necklace Defense plus 40, Affection plus 10, Blessing of the Sea available. Rarukan's Ring, Ring Agility plus 10, Attack Speed plus 10%, Critical Hit plus 8%, Dark Protection available. Ark's Ring, Ring Strength plus 5, Agility plus 5, Stamina plus 5, Wisdom plus 5, Intelligence plus 5, Sudden Increase in Power available. Amulet of Vitality, Bracelet Health plus 50, Health recovers by 5 every 20 seconds. Gladiator's Honor, Bracelet Strength, Agility, Stamina plus 10, Fame plus 500, Sword-based Skill Growth plus 5%. Asterisk All abilities will increase by 50% in the dark. Asterisk You have the ability to hide in the darkness, 30 minutes duration. Cancelled when you get into combat. Asterisk Resistance to fear, darkness, blind, and seduction spells is increased by 50%. Asterisk You can bring out the true abilities from all types of tools. Asterisk Shock absorption is increased by 20%. Asterisk Poison resistance has increased by 50%. Asterisk 10% increased attack and defense. Asterisk Skill points, 80. Not bad. Ark closed the information window with a satisfied expression. Ark deliberately only went to places on Warion Mountain where the monsters were high-leveled. Thanks to that, he managed to gain 5 levels in a week and was currently level 371. Of course, if he grabbed a good hunting spot then he could gain 2-3 more levels, but he never expected that much experience from this quest. However, it was quite annoying because Warion Mountain had quite a lot of harpies. It seems like recently I've swept almost all of them up. When he first arrived at Warion Mountain, he had been attacked by quite a few harpies. Sometimes he would be attacked by 3 or 4 at once. But after walking around Warion Mountain for a couple of days, it became difficult to see the harpies. It had taken him 20 minutes to handle that previous harpy. Now that the surroundings have been cleaned up, I should be able to climb up. In fact, Ark hadn't taken care of the harpies on the slopes of Warion Mountain because he wanted to. Although it gave 20% more experience, hunting harpies took a while and it was quite tedious. And the Japdom dropped wasn't that good either. Since the sandstorm limited the topographic range of his map, he decided it was more efficient to hunt the harpies at the base of the mountain. While hunting the harpies, he had climbed the mountain for 2 days. The slope was pretty amicable until halfway up the mountain. However, suddenly sheer cliffs were blocking the way and he couldn't go any further. When I received the quest, the destination was marked on the map as the center of Warion Mountain. In other words, it is the top of Warion Mountain, but no matter how many times I went around, it wasn't possible to find a path to reach the top. There is one route where I can ascend. Ark checked the map once again and looked at the hill on the opposite side. When the sandstorm stopped yesterday evening, he was able to confirm there was a route from the hill on the opposite side. However, the hill on the other side was dozens of meters from Ark's current location. However, the bottom of the cliffs between the hills weren't even visible. So Ark had given up on the other hill and spent the next 2 days looking for another route but eventually gave up. He came to the conclusion that he had to go over the ravine. But how can I do that? Ark worried for a while but eventually acknowledged that there was no choice. Yes, Ark knew about a method to go over the cliff since discovering the hill on the other side. It was the hang glider method he used to escape from the vampire territory. While the hang glider can get me to the place I desire, it is not an aeroplane. Fortunately, there are strong winds in this area. If I correctly guess the timing of the wind, then it could take me to the hill. Yes, that is the only way left. Of course, it wasn't going to be that easy to ride the hang glider and navigate past the ravine. But it wasn't possible to wander Warion Mountain forever, so he had no choice. If he used Slime's time, then he didn't have to worry about the fall damage. Of course, if he fell to the ravine bottom, then he would have to wander again, but the worst situation could be avoided. Ark made his decision and shouted towards a pile of rocks in the back. Buxel. Then Buxel, who had been hiding behind the rock, wandered out. After losing Bekku, he was still depressed and looked shabby. The absence of Bekku cast a large shadow on Buxel. Why? We have to use the hang glider to move to that hill. Even with a good wind, I won't be able to reach the other hill with 2 people riding. So just place the eyeball on me and set up a campsite at the base of the mountain. Whatever. Don't just play around when I'm not there and collect some ingredients. We only have a few left. Okay, I understand. Buxel waved his hand like it was troublesome. While Buxel's attitude was bad, Ark showed patience and held his tongue. These days Buxel was more aware of the game. In such a situation, a beating really might make him quit the game. If Buxel quit the game, then it would cause significant problems for Arkansas. Because of that, Ark decided to maintain his patience. However, he couldn't help feeling annoyed every time. The weather is hot, the wind was blowing sand continuously for a few days, and Buxel is acting like a damp rag. It really makes me impatient. Ark stared at Buxel before speaking. Raiden, hang glider. Sack sack, sack 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 sack. Raiden opened his mouth absent-mindedly and spat out the hand glider. Ark grabbed the hang glider and waited for the wind direction to change. After the wind blew towards the ravine for a while, Ark used sprint to run off the cliff and through his body. While his body wobbled for a while, Ark eventually maintained his balance and the hang glider flew steadily on the breeze. That's it. This should be enough to get me to the hill on the other side. Ha! Ark was just sighing with relief when it happened. When he had flown halfway, a gust of wind suddenly hit his side. The hang glider shook and lost its center. Ark hurriedly moved his weight to catch the center again, but the blast had caused him to go lower than he wanted. Damn it, I'm screwed! Ark burst out as he raised his head and checked the distance to the other hill. The worst situation that Ark was worried about had occurred. To be exact, the flight of a hang glider was to descend. An aeroplane could rise whenever it wanted, but the hang glider depended on riding the current of the wind. When I calculated the wind, I would have made it with a close distance. Yet his height had decreased by several meters in the middle of the ravine. With his current path, he would be slammed into a cliff instead of reaching the hill. Damn it, it's a failure. Because I was annoyed by Buxel when calculating the direction of the wind, I departed a little late. Regret showed on Ark's face. If I slam into the cliff at this speed, then I don't know what will happen. I'll probably die if I fall in this state. Should I jump down now and use Slime's time at the appropriate height? However, the problem wasn't that simple. If Ark jumped down, then the hang glider would impact with the cliff. It wasn't durable, so the hang glider would shatter with one blow. No. I struggled so much just to make this. There must be another way. At that time, a harpy flying from the opposite hill caught his eye. An idea sparked in Ark's head. Rackard, that fellow. Use taunt to pull that guy here. Huh? Why? Shut up. Just do as I say. You understood. Rackard hurriedly flew towards the other hill after Ark shouted. Hey, you wrinkled old crow. Where are you going? The harpy shrieked and approached after Rackard used taunt. Rackard avoided the attack and flew towards Arkansas. Then Ark wound his saw blade around the harpy's ankle and shouted. That's it. Now lead it back to the hill on the other side. Aha, I understand now. Hey, you crow. Where are you looking? This way. Come and catch me. Rackard stuck out his tongue and used taunt again. Once again, the harpy's instinct was to attack the flying object first. When intermediate taunt was also used by his low-level pet, it was perfectly caught. The harpy chased after Rackard and forgot that Ark had his blade wrapped around its ankle. Ark had aimed for that. While he would have no chance with Rackard, who was the size of a mouse, the harpy's wings reached 2 meters, so the altitude of the hang glider gradually increased. After a while, Ark managed to land on the opposite hill. Thank you, harpy. This is for you. Dark blade. After putting away the hang glider, Ark laughed at the harpy. Kiik? Kiik? The harpy finally noticed that something was wrong. However, it was already too late. It eventually died, flapping its wings, and Ark sliced it up like chicken meat. Phew, that's it. I found a way. After taking care of the harpy, Ark surveyed the area. When looking from the other hill, he had seen that there was a path between the rocks. Ark hunted the harpies who appeared and started to climb Warion Mountain again. While the slope on this side was more gentle, it still wasn't easy. Ark wound his saw blade around the rock like climbing gear and used jump. How much time had passed? After climbing another 5-6 meters, Ark used jump and landed on a rock. The sandstorm gradually subsided and revealed a wide plateau in front of him. Is this normal? Ark looked around the surroundings with a vacant expression. When he reached the top, it seemed like a new world. The plateau stretched out so far into the horizon that it really seemed to touch the sky. While a sandstorm raged underneath him, there was no hint of sand to be seen on the plateau. It seemed like a place that was just floating in the sky. Standing alone in that place really gave him a refreshing feeling. Is this the reason people like to climb? However, Ark's purpose wasn't climbing. The reason he ascended Warion Mountain was to settle a quest. As soon as he reached the top, Ark found the quest destination. No, it wasn't that he found it. There was a large dome located in the center of the plateau that reached dozens of kilometers that could be easily seen with one glance. That is absolutely the quest destination. Ark approached the dome emitting a black aura with eyes filled with curiosity. This fellow. Thump, 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 thump. There was a loud roaring and the earth started shaking. Ark turned his head with surprise and saw something he never expected. After confirming the approaching presence, his face stiffened. Hook, what the? That guy is. A huge monster reaching 20 meters was getting closer to Arkansas. The 20-meter monster also had black fire around its body. While the lower part of the body was a dragon, the upper part was in the shape of a man wearing red armor. Ark had seen that monster a long time ago in Jackson. It was the leader of the Army of Darkness who died by Ark's hand. The name. Eek? No way, Valderas? Sob, Bekku. Buxel cried as he descended the slope. After putting the eyeball on Ark, Buxel had no interest anymore. No, it wasn't just Arkansas. After Bekku died, Buxel had lost interest in the game itself. Among the large number of NPCs in New World, Bekku was only one. Bekku's behavior was just an illusion created by the artificial intelligence of New World. Buxel also knew this. However, it was different understanding it with his heart than with his mind. When thinking about the feel of stroking Bekku's body and his smell, Buxel's chest became pained from the memories. He thought it would become okay over time, but that feeling only intensified when he connected to the game. Not even videos can interest me anymore. If I hadn't taken the video, then Bekku wouldn't have. Sob, everything is my fault. But if I quit the game, then wouldn't Bekku's death be useless? I should at least build the statue of Bekku and celebrate before quitting. Yes, I can't quit the game until then. But. Sob, if I close my eyes it seems like I can still hear Bekku's voice. Buxel sniffled and muttered. Master. Was Buxel sleeping? After separating from Ark, he could vividly hear Bekku's voice. The thought made Buxel even more emotional as tears dripped from his eyes. Sob, Bekku. Your voice is still so vivid. Master. Once again Bekku's voice could be heard. Then he had a thought. He definitely heard Bekku's voice somewhere. Buxel suddenly raised his head and looked everywhere as he shouted like a maniac. Hook, what the? Bekku? Is it really Bekku? Where are you? It's really Bekku? Master, I'm here. Then a blurry image appeared on the other side of the sandstorm. Buxel rubbed at the one eyeball left and froze. When he stared again, the image became clear. Something was running down the steep slope through the sandstorm. While the distance was still far and only the silhouette could be seen, Buxel knew with one glance. It was his pet dog who he would never forget, Bekku. The Bekku he thought had died was running towards him tearfully. Be Bekku. Master. Buxel ran down the steep slope so fast he almost fell. Then Bekku jumped onto him and waved his tail while hugging and licking Buxel. Dog saliva was getting on his face, but Buxel didn't worry about such things. The dog he thought was dead had returned alive. He was at Warion Mountain, which was hundreds of kilometers from Basaga village. If this was a dream or illusion, then he didn't want it to break. Be Bekku. I made a mistake. I should have never. Sob, no master. I didn't properly protect master. Buxel and Bekku embraced each other while brimming with tears. Oh, it really is Bekku. Bekku is really alive. Sob, thank you, you're alive. But how did this happen? How did you get away from those villains? I don't see any injuries. Ha? That is. Bekku scratched the back of his head and hesitated. Then a man exited the sandstorm after Bekku and muttered. What a good scene. The dog and his owner is like this. My nose is also dripping because I'm moved. Then the female elf following behind him declared in a curt voice. Bah, did we follow that dog all the way here just to see a good scene? Huck, why you are? Buxel's face paled as he saw the huge man and female elf. Those guys. It was the pair Ark and Buxel had least expected to be standing there. Over 1,000 kilometers away in the far south, someone else was in the same situation. It was the masked Shambhala hiding himself in the dark using stealth. After cleaning up the pirates from Sutandal a while ago, Shambhala had arrived in Lancel village. He had transported 20% of the stolen goods as Isabel promised. However, Shambhala had another reason for going there. In order to finish his new killer quest to change professions, he needed a ridiculous item, and Justice Man directed him to Rocco in Lancel village, who would have information about it. But Shambhala encountered an unexpected event at Lancel village and changed his plans. No, it was because he saw an unexpected person. How is that guy here? If he is the ringleader of the events happening around Lancel village lately, this problem might be more serious than expected. I can't solve this problem by myself. Shambhala looked at the group and sneaked out of the cave. To be continued. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 17 Chapter 1. ACT1 The Quest That Shouldn't Have Been Accepted. Kayakak, 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 kayakak. A sound could be heard that irritated his peripheral nerve from all directions. At the same time, dozens of red eyes appeared in the darkness like streetlights turning on. The area underneath the eyes split apart to show a red space. It was a huge mouth which would swallow Ark in one bite. The sharp fangs weren't visible in the mouth. Instead, small sharp projections like needles were densely packed on the tongue and glossy with saliva as it poked out. He had laughed when it first appeared. But now those features seemed like a horror move as it approached. Damn it. A moan emerged from Ark's mouth. I thought I could catch my breath. Ark confirmed how much mana and health he had left. He had just finished fighting those guys. Thus he needed a rest to recover his health and mana. However, the prospect of success didn't look good, so he had run away. But he had been surrounded again before he could. He currently only had 50% health and mana left. That wasn't the only serious problem. Damn, what the? Is there another way? Clack clack, clack 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 clack. His familiar's health was also in danger from the battle. It is impossible to fight them in this state. But Ark moved his gaze and checked the surrounding area. He had no choice. While escaping from the battlefield, he hadn't taken terrain into account and just blindly proceeded. Now even the route backwards had disappeared. It was truly a dilemma. The path to retreat had disappeared because of the area's special terrain. It's Kokiokayakiakia, Kokiokayakiakia. The black forms narrowed the distance and shrieked. The monsters had a number of features that Ark hadn't seen before. Anyway, I don't have time to complain. Ark clenched Gwyzel's sword firmly and raised his voice. It was the worst situation where he had to fight against dozens of monsters without a short rest. Do I have to become the food of those guys in this place? Rackard, use taunt to lure those guys to the other side. You understood. I haven't brushed my teeth for 2 days, so take the spit attack. Spit. 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 Rackard spat wildly all over the place and shouted. The black forms gathered around Ark turned their bodies. Rackard freaked out at the ensuring sharp tongue and ran away. 5 of the black forms started chasing after Rackard. Now Razak. Clack 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 clack, Tadang. Razak ran up to them at Ark's command. Razak powerfully swung his shield and hit 3 monsters before withdrawing. Dark strike. Ark had stuck close to Razak's back and rushed out before striking with his sword. The darkness assimilated into the blade, rushed out and dealt a critical hit. But after a brief moment, those guys gathered again. Heek. Ark hurriedly retreated behind the shield-wielding Razak. The ensuing violent collision caused Razak to be pushed back several meters and he knelt down. While Razak tried to stand up again, the monster flew towards Razak and grabbed him. The confused Razak swung his sword and hit the fellow. But more of those guys surrounded him and Razak wasn't able to endure before falling down. Then they flocked like hyenas. Quack quack quang, quack quack quang, quack quack quang. While Razak struggled to get up, those guys wrapped their sharp tongues around him. Razak's health was quickly drained by the tongues. Damn it, Razak, summon off. Summon demon. Razak disappeared and then reappeared near Arkansas. Although the crisis was overcome, the situation was still serious. Razak had become like a rag after receiving the concentrated attack. His remaining health was only 15%. If the same situation repeated again, then he wouldn't even last a minute. But there is still a way to use Razak. Steel loyalty. Razak's body hardened and changed to steel. When steel loyalty was triggered, the amount of loyalty was converted to defense and then added to Razak's base defense. Even if his defense rose, his health was still the same. However, Razak's loyalty was 952. Even with 15%, the considerable addition of 952 defense meant it was possible for Razak to endure for a significant amount of time. Of course, steel loyalty did have one huge weakness. It was impossible to move while the skill was activated. It is useful that an obstacle has formed between those guys. That was the reason why Ark summoned Razak again and used steel loyalty. The place Ark was fighting had no special terrain features. With Razak turned to steel, it was possible to form a type of wall. In other words, he could reduce the enemy attacking from 4 sides to 3. But even so, it was only putting out a bit of the fire. The fact that he was surrounded by dozens of opponents didn't change. The problem now isn't whether I live or die. Ark glanced uneasily at his body. Armor, gloves, shoes, and cloak. With just one look, he could tell that all his equipment was ragged. There was no time for an equipment check, so the durability had reached the bottom. If the impossible battle continued, then several of his equipment would be destroyed. That was the reason Ark couldn't fight aggressively. He wanted to take off the equipment before dying, but the battle had started before he had time to. In New World, it was impossible to change equipment aside from a sword and shield during a fight. I need to find a chance to escape. I have no choice but to endure it and look for a way to escape. Dark Blade. Dark, cough. While using Razak as a wall, Ark received a sharp impact in his side. When the tongue covered in sharp projections struck his side, the edges immediately started bleeding. His vision started shaking while a message window appeared. You have received a blow. 300 damage. Until bleed is stopped, you will receive 4 damage every 10 seconds until the battle ends. This is serious. Ark inwardly screamed with distress. 300 damage. He only had 50% health left, so Ark couldn't ignore the damage. However, Ark was in distress because of that. He also was affected by bleed, making him lose 4 health every 10 seconds. The problem was the bleeding. When blood appeared, the gaze of the opponents fixed on Arkansas. They smelled the blood. While they gathered around Ark, the opponents hadn't been overly aggressive. When surrounded by 20-30 monsters, Ark would instantly be turned into a dust cloth if they all attacked intensively. But they were monsters, so they weren't organized. There were some fellows attacking the steel Razak while others were quite a distance away. Damn it! Of all things. Ark rushed to make a salve using the food worshipper skill and stopped the bleeding. But after they smelled the fresh blood, all of them flocked to Arkansas. It was literally a stampede. If I'm pushed like this, then I'm screwed. If he was stamped on by those guys, then his health as well as his equipment wouldn't survive. No, absolutely not. Riposte. Ark hit the tongue in front of him with an angry expression. He intended to push them to free up some space to move. However, grrrrrr. Suddenly the tongue faded like fog. It was a special technique to avoid attacks, transparent. So his sword separated the sky in vain and he was hit in the chest by that tongue. You have been hit by a counterattack. 400 damage. A penalty is applied for receiving a counterattack from riposte. Riposte was an attack which pushed the enemy back 10 meters. After receiving a counterattack for riposte, the penalty was applied and Ark was thrown back 10 meters instead. Ark hurriedly stuck his sword down in the ground. Thanks to his fast reaction speed, the velocity that he was pushed back decreased. But before he could sigh with relief, he felt something empty beneath his feet. Ark grabbed a protruding stone with surprise. Oh my god! Ark, who had barely stopped his momentum, looked down with stunned eyes. Ark was standing unexpectedly on the edge of a cliff. At the bottom, a river of boiling lava was flowing. The river of lava, which stretched over 100 meters in the floating island with cracks in it, was in surreal sight. The place Ark was hanging on to was the edge of that land. Although Ark was in a crisis, this was the reason why he couldn't escape from the area. In order to move to another landmass, either jumping or flying was required. Just one mistake meant he would fall into the lava. Dying like that wouldn't be so bad. But in this situation, the fire damage would destroy his equipment, which had low durability. That absolutely can't happen. Ark barely avoided diving into the lava by grabbing the protruding rock. However, he couldn't be relieved just yet. While Ark was holding onto the stone rock, the monsters were approaching while swinging their tongues. Master. Rackard belatedly realized the situation and screamed. Ah, that's right. Rackard, leave those fellows and lure the ones over here to the other side. You understood. Rackard flew towards Ark at full speed. But that was a fatal mistake. Rackard had lured 5 monsters using taunt, so when he flew towards Ark then they also followed. Then they collided with the monsters gathered to attack Arkansas. There was no need to explain the results. Master, I came. Heek. You idiot. I told you to get rid of those guys, wah. Ark belatedly grasped the situation and screamed, but it was too late. Grrrrrrrrr. Those guys gathered at the edge was pushed like dominoes and fell into the lava. A few of them also collided with Ark and he let go of the stone rock thanks to the impact. I don't know. I just did what Master told me to. Rackard shrunk away and tried to explain. Damn it. I'm falling. Ark felt a sense of vertigo as his scene became black. He shouldn't have come to a place like this. No, before that. If I knew this was such a disgusting place then I wouldn't have accepted the quest. This fellow. A rock fell as he heard a booming voice. After turning his head he saw a huge monster. Stay away. This is the territory of the fire draconians. This isn't the place for a human. The giant form approached Arkansas. While the upper part was a body, the lower half was a completely alien form. With sharp claws on the 4 legs and flames wrapped around and scales stretching over the tail, it was unmistakably a dragon's body. And Ark had seen a monster with the same form before. Then Rackard reacted before Arkansas. Hike, V Valderas. Rackard screamed and quickly hid behind Arkansas. That's right. It was the final boss that appeared in the event quest, Valderas. But Ark realized the monster who appeared here wasn't Valderas. Even if the monster revived for no reason, it was impossible for it to appear in this distant place. The more Ark looked closely, the more different it appeared from Valderas. Valderas was a warrior wearing plate armor who wielded a mace, while the monster that appeared on Warion Mountain was wearing red leather armor. It also felt a bit small when compared to Valderas. Did it say Fire Draconian just then? Ark came here in order to complete the home of the Fire Draconian quest. In other words, the quest destination was Valderas' hometown. It was natural that there would be an existence which resembled Valderas. It was highly likely that the Fire Draconian in front of him was an NPC related to the quest. However, Ark still couldn't relax. Even if he received the quest, what guarantee did he have that the Fire Draconians would be friendly? Since it hasn't attacked yet, it doesn't seem to be that aggressive but... Ark was the one who defeated Valderas. There was no guarantee how the Fire Draconians would react to the person who killed someone in the same clan. Should I check the atmosphere? Ark thought for a while. The Fire Draconian then lowered its upper body and asked. Valderas? Did you say Valderas just now? Ha? That. Damn, did he hear Rackard say the name Valderas just then? His eyes were quite sharp for someone so big. Ark glared at Rackard sitting on his shoulder. Anyway, it was difficult to prevaricate now that the name Valderas was heard. I'll just have to break through the front. Well, if that guy attacks then I'll just take care of him like Valderas, but... Ark had already taken care of Valderas who was a Fire Draconian. Of course, there were thousands of users at that time and he fought the weakened Valderas underwater or else he would have had no chance of winning. But Ark had been level 75 at the time. Currently Ark was level 371. Even if it wasn't underwater like with Valderas, he had confidence that he could win. Was there a reason for him to be scared? Ark considered and asked with a dignified attitude. Do you know Valderas? Who are you to say his name? I am Arkansas. A few years ago I came across Valderas and had no choice but to kill him with my own hands. Really? It was you? You defeated the revived Valderas? The Fire Draconian looked at Ark with new eyes. After a while, he sighed and rubbed his neck. I was passing through the southern part a while ago and listened to the news. Unfortunately, Valderas' spirit which should have passed on a long time ago was resurrected to live a nightmare. But poor Valderas who had been captured by a curse was finally freed thanks to the brave actions of a human. The Fire Draconian shifted his gaze to Ark and spoke again. I am the Oracle of the Fire Draconians, Lumens. As a Fire Draconian, I would like to express my gratitude for you. Thank you? You killed Valderas. But that is wrong. The great fire draconian warrior Valderas had died a long time ago. No, he was forced to disappear. It was a terrible curse which resurrected him again. Your act of defeating Valderas broke the curse and sent his spirit to where it should have originally gone. Valderas also said this just before he died. Lumens looked into the sky like he was recalling something and murmured. Valderas, Valderas. Although he is the clan's disgrace, he is also an object of sympathy. By released the wicked curse which was holding Valderas captive, you have restored his honor. As a spokesman of the Fire Draconians, I would like to express our regards and gratitude for your great achievement. The talk seemed to be going well. Since the conversation was going well, Ark trembled and replied modestly. I just did what I had to. Humility is the greatest virtue of a human. But it is a pity. Ha! You might not be aware of it, but there is more meaning to the Fire Draconians behind your action of freeing Valderas' soul. Whether you want it or not, the Fire Draconians have an obligation to repay you. You don't have to go that far. Ark waved it off with his hand while his eyes sparkled. Lumens mentioned there was something meaningful about the death of Valderas, but Ark was more interested in the price of the repayment. Repayment price. Wasn't that a quest reward? The Fire Draconian was different from humans. In fantasy settings, a Draconian was the symbol of honor. What kind of compensation will be given? Ark was full of expectations, but Lumen's words poured cold water on him. It is slightly regrettable. What you've done for the Fire Draconians is really great. If I had gold of jewelry, then I would hand it all to you. But the glory of the Fire Draconians is nothing but a memory of the past. The only thing we have left is old armor and staffs. What the? All that expectation just for a horrible reward? Ark looked around with an absurd expression. Lumens looked at him with bittersweet eyes and started talking again. As an oracle of the Fire Draconians, I am allowed to give you the blessing of fire. Come this way. Blessing of fire? Ark followed Lumens until he stopped at a magic circle carved into the ground. Once the complicated magic in the center of the circle was completed, Lumens struck it with his staff and shouted. I am the oracle of the Fire Draconians. I order the sacred fire which has existed since the beginning of the world. Those who are unqualified will be burned to ashes and disappear, while those who are qualified will receive the blessing of fire. Come forth. Coo 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 coo. Coo 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 coo. It was at that time. Suddenly there was a crack under Ark's foot. He was surprised by the sudden situation and retreated. No, he tried to retreat, but it was like his body was tied with a rope. Then a white flame which soared dozens of meters high swallowed Arkansas. Hook, what the? That bastard surely didn't. Ark looked at Lumens with shocked eyes. But Ark soon realized something strange. The flame which appeared from a crack on the floor was so hot it even melted rock. Yet Ark felt nothing from the flame. It wasn't hot and there was no change to his health. What on earth is going on? What just happened? Ark murmured and looked at the fire wound around him with stupid eyes. Suddenly the fire around Ark's body started dancing and quickly surged into his mouth. His stomach felt hot for a moment before an information window appeared. You have received the sacred blessing of fire from the oracle of the Fire Draconians. Although the Fire Draconians are classified as a Draconian, their attribute is fire. They were born in fire and will continue to live as the guardians of fire. The oracle of the Fire Draconians has the power to use blessing of fire on a chosen person. When the Fire Draconians were flourishing a long time ago, many heroes visited Warion Mountain in order to obtain the blessing of fire. Permanent effects of blessing of fire: 20% fire resistance, 50% burn resistance. Oh, what is this? Ark read the information window with widened eyes. A permanent increase in flame resistance and burn resistance. Fire magic had the most destructive power among all magic. So a lot of magicians preferred to use fire magic. Thus it was important for warriors who fought against magicians to have fire resistance. Items which had fire resistance as a special option would sell for 1.5 times more expensive than similar items. To have the ability go up through this method. If he received fire resistance items, then it was possible to sell it later on. However, the stats would disappear once the item wasn't equipped anymore. Previously Ark had worn the Veil of Fire cloak which gave 50% fire resistance, but he ended up changing it. Naturally, having the stat rise permanently was better than from a magic item. I thought he wouldn't give proper compensation, but isn't this a jackpot? He had already halfway given up on the quest reward thanks to Lumen's words, so it was like being hit in the back of the head. However, he would willingly be hit in the back of the head hundreds of times if it was like this. Thank you very much. It is a small thing compared to what you did, but. Lumens smiled and shook his head. Ark was satisfied with the compensation and turned his body with a light feeling. Wait? Is this really the end of the home of the Fire Draconian quest? It was natural for Ark to be doubtful. Although it wasn't necessary to say again, quests were more than a simple request in RPG games. Quests were a story. Quests were a device that allowed users to experience various stories and worldviews of the game. Although the quest was solved and compensation received, it still wasn't completely cleared up. Then, the home of the Fire Draconian quest might not be completely finished. Ark had been playing New World for 2 years now. The content was still unclear, but it was obvious that it was a connection quest. Then he went over his conversation with Lumens. There might have been a subtle hint within Lumens' dialogue. If Home of the Fire Draconian leads to another quest, then the rewards would definitely be better. It was possible to receive the Blessing of Fire again as a reward. If that happened, his flame resistance would increase to plus 40% and burn resistance to 100%. It would be the jackpot of jackpots. Ark had the thought and quickly turned his body back around. I can't miss this opportunity. Given the overall situation, this should be a linked quest. And there were 2 types of connected quests. To receive or to ask about it. I have to ask the NPC before I can receive the quest. Sometimes it was necessary to have a keyword before the NPC would give out the information. The keyword needed. The one for Home of the Fire Draconian quest was Valderas. Then the keyword for the linked quest so be something related to Valderas. Ark reached such a conclusion and quickly suggested to Lumens. I was wondering one thing. What it is? I heard that Valderas was a wonderful lord before. Yes, that's right. He was a great lord. Then why did Valderas become a subordinate of the Dark Lord? That. Lumens made a confused expression. If it is you, you're qualified to hear this. After closing his mouth and thinking for a long time, Lumens sighed and started talking. Originally, Valderas was a guardian who protected the shrine of the Fire Draconians. No, he was about to become the guardian. But all the misfortunes started when the guardian went on a pilgrimage in accordance to the rules of the Fire Draconians. While Lumens was originally hesitant, now that he started, then he continued babbling on. Frankly, Ark didn't have that much interest in the history of Valderas and the Fire Draconian. Unfortunately, he couldn't skip the dialogue of NPCs in New World, so he was forced to listen. According to Lumens' words, the person selected as guardian was entrusted with going around to the shrines built all over the continent to receive the fire blessings. At that time, the Oracle wanted to delay the pilgrimage. How come? At the time, there had been rumors about deformed monsters showing up at sacred Fire Draconian sites all over the continent. I suspect it was an omen of the precursor to the Dark Century. And at that time, the Guardian was weakened from old age and couldn't perform his duties anymore. A new Guardian was needed quickly. So despite the Oracle's worries, the Fire Draconians chose some youths as candidates to become the Guardian, and they went on the pilgrimage. The person elected as the leader of the pilgrimage was Valderas. Unlike previous anxieties, the pilgrimage trip was smooth. After the pilgrimage left and 1 year had passed, they arrived at the southern part of the continent. When the pilgrimage arrived there, they witnessed a horrific scene. The deaths of so many lives had devastated the earth. It was the doing of demons from the north. Valderas' sense of justice couldn't pretend not to see it. Valderas and the pilgrimage resolved to fight the deformities and finally defeated the demon Megara. In the aftermath of the long battle, everything around them was ashes and ruins. Valderas had to make a choice. Either lead the Draconians and continue the pilgrimage or stay and take care of the residents in the area. He decided to remain. Ark nodded and murmured. After hearing that, he could guess the rest of what happened next. Lumens nodded and replied. Yes. Valderas chose to remain and become the Lord. Although he was a guardian candidate, he didn't only think of himself. Valderas restored the territory with the Fire Draconians that remained. That land is now the Jackson territory. Then how did Valderas become a subordinate of the Dark Lord? Ark tilted his head to one side and asked. Lumen sighed and replied in a pained voice. Valderas, no one could imagine. It was the appearance of the evil Megara. And Megara's death. It was all a scheme that the Dark Lord arranged. Scheme? Yes, it was a scheme. It was frighteningly effective. It had been several years since Valderas became the Lord of Jackson. After the territory had stabilized, Valderas came back to the homesite Dragonian. He was to be punished for forsaking the guardian position and abandoning the pilgrimage. But the Fire Draconians knew the circumstances and welcomed him warmly. And their congratulations to the Lord Jackson were sincere. Valderas confirmed that his decision was wrong and went to sleep among the Draconians feeling happy. But that night, Valderas had a terrible nightmare. In the dream, one of the Fire Draconians was engulfed in madness and broke into the shrine, killing the guardian and destroying the wards before slaughtering the rest of his kinsmen. Valderas screamed and woke up. Then he realized something. The scene he saw wasn't a dream. It wasn't a dream. Everything he saw in a dream actually happened. It wasn't someone else but Valderas who had committed the crime. No, to be exact, it was the influence of Megura. Evil influence of Megura? But Megura and Valderas. He thought he defeated it. Everyone believed it. But it was all the scheme of Megura to make the Dark Lord descend to Earth. At that time, there was a book called the Immortal Book Seal in the Shrine of the Fire Draconians. It was an ancient artifact which passed down the secret to immortal life. Megura needed the Immortal Book to make the Dark Lord descend to his world. So Megura pretended to die and hid in Valderas' body for a chance. Valderas realized too late and was already enveloped in anger and insanity. Anger and insanity was the food that the darkness loved the most. Besides, Valderas had been secretly influenced by Megura for 10 years. The moment Valderas became irrational, his soul was completely captured by Megura and the darkness. He died a hero's death at that moment. Then you are the last survivor of the Fire Draconians? That's true, but it could also be not true. Huh? When Ark made a doubtful expression, Lumens clenched his teeth tightly and continued. The terrible evil controlling Valderas wasn't satisfied with the mere destruction of the Fire Draconians. That fellow trapped their souls within the ruins for hundreds of years. Ark looked at Lumens with eyes that indicated he didn't understand. If the souls of the Fire Draconians are stuck, then why are you here? His expression seemed to ask. Lumens sighed and shook his head. Originally, Dragonian was a holy land where it is protected by wards. In order for Megura to infiltrate it, he had to use Valderas. By killing his kin, the wards were corrupted and allowed Megura in. It was located inside the Black Dome on Warion Mountain. After being violated by Megura, the attribute of the wards completely changed. It now had the demonic property. Ark realized that Lumens was wrapping up his talk. In the end, there are two ways the souls of the Fire Draconians can be saved. One way was to reset Megura's corruption and reset the wards to their original form. However, Megura hid somewhere after the incident. The first method is impossible at the moment. The second way was to enter through the wards directly and kill the demons who had captured the souls of the dire Draconians. But that was also impossible to achieve in the present state. Thanks to the demon's unexpected addition, even the Draconians couldn't enter the ward. If I can't enter, then it is also impossible. But... However, Ark felt doubtful at this part. Just before Lumens arrived, Ark had touched the Black Dome. Unlike what Lumens said, he felt like his finger was being sucked in. Why did my hands enter when I touched it? Is such a thing? The wards? Is it true? Take a look. Ark put his hand on the Black Dome and spoke again. Then Lumens made an absurd expression like he suddenly remembered something. Maybe, no, I think it should work. Huh? Didn't you previously say that you were brought here because of Valderas' insignia? Can you show it to me? Ark pulled out Valderas' insignia without thinking about it. But then Lumens took the insignia and a spark occurred? Lumens looked up with a convinced expression. That's it. It is this. What is it? Isn't this Valderas' insignia? And Valderas is a person who had been corrupted by Megura's magic. This insignia also contains Megura's magic. So I'm not affected by the wards because this contains Megura's magic. There is no reason for a backlash against the same type of magic. Valderas. All the fragmented information Ark knew then connected. At the start, the Valderas left in the metal wanted to return home. Ark had thought it was just a part of the game. But there was an inevitable reason he wanted to go there. Just before dying, Valderas had escaped from the dark chains that tied him. At the same time, he recalled all his memories. He left the key to enter the wards as well as the fate of the Fire Draconians to the hero who defeated him. It really was a pity the Fire Draconians didn't know that about Valderas. Which reminds me, Lumens never once spoke badly about Valderas. Anyway, it became clear what Ark had to do. The next step was to enter and save the souls of the Fire Draconians. That was the next part of the home of the Fire Draconian quest. It's not a coincidence that Valderas left this to me. It was his last will. So I will enter the wards and fight against Megura's power to save the souls of the fire draconians. Why, you will really do that? Lumens looked at Ark with eyes overflowing with expectation. Ark nodded without hesitation and the quest information window instantly appeared. The quest has been updated. The Suffering Souls of the Fire Draconians, Special Quest. After receiving the guidance of Valdera's insignia, you have arrived at Warion Mountain. And you have heard about the Fire Draconians' tragic history from its only survivor, Lumens. Even after the souls died hundreds of years ago, they are even now suffering from the wards. Megura, who is the main culprit in all events, had his subordinates restrain the Fire Draconians. While defeating Megura's subordinates, you should look for and free the Fire Draconian souls. Difficulty? Quest restriction: completion of the preceding quest, Home of the Fire Draconians, possession of the Lord of Darkness Valdera's insignia. Level 300 or more. I don't know why we have to find such an annoying thing. Rackard, waiting on the side, complained with disgruntled eyes. Of course an NPC wouldn't understand the viewpoint of a user who deliberately hunted down difficult work. Shut up. It is natural to want to help when seeing someone in difficult circumstances. Ha! Did Master have such a character? Naturally he didn't have such a character. The reason that Ark risked his life on quests was for the profit. At first, Ark thought it was a jackpot if he received the blessing of fire again. But after seeing the contents of the quest, he grasped that it was different from the previous quest he received from the insignia. It was a quest to release the souls of the Fire Draconians who had been suffering for hundreds of years. The reward will be much more extravagant. Anyway, Ark understood the information from Lumen's words and instantly accepted the quest. Within the influence of the Black Sphere, a space of chaos was created. Since the wards were influenced by the power of darkness, wicked souls were drawn in the space of chaos. But the identities of the subordinates Megura placed inside is still unknown. They are all huge. Don't worry, I'll figure out a way once I go inside Dragonian. Ark answered with a light tone. At this point, Ark had just been thinking about the bonus quest. He judged that a quest linked to the level 120 restricted quest wouldn't be that difficult. Ark finished the suitable preparations and moved inside the wards. At first he felt a repulsive force, but he was instantly drawn into the wards when he took out the insignia. The Lord of Darkness Valdera's insignia has qualified you to enter this dark restricted area. After a long time, it felt like his foot was stepping on mud. How many meters did he walk? Suddenly Rackard's cry rang in his ear. Hick, Master! The ground, the ground! Stop! What? Why, Heek? Ark stared at the ground and flinched before retreating. In front of him was a cliff dozens of meters high. Is this the space of chaos Lumens talked about? Ark looked around stupidly. The dark space had rivers of lava flowing. Just like an asteroid belt, it was thousands of floating lands stretching over hundreds of meters. Looking at the landscape caused a sense of fear but also mystery and magnificence. However, the first emotion that surfaced on Ark's face wasn't fear but annoyance. Is this landmass the place called Dragonian? Ark really felt like it was a game after entering this space. In order to pass through the chaos space, he had to calculate the speed and direction of the landmasses before jumping. I don't really like this type of game. That wasn't the only reason Ark was irritated. Kokiokayakiakia. Then Ark was surrounded by a group of monsters. 40 dark auras began rising from the ground. Their silhouette resembled a monkey while they had red eyes and sharp projections on their tongues which dragged on the ground. It was a level 300-350 monster called Wendigo. It was the parasitic monsters feeding on the chaos space that Lumens mentioned. Hasn't this become more troublesome? The Wendigo with its spirit body was the type of monster that Ark disliked the most. It was a monster with an insubstantial body like a specter. Although all monsters were different according to its body, they normally invalidated 50-80% of physical attacks. Of course, using elemental sword made it slightly better, but it was difficulty to hunt compared to normal monsters. I still don't know what type of compensation. But the Wendigos were level 300-350. Meanwhile Ark was over level 370. The level difference was large, but at the same time it was possible to receive good loot and experience from hunting them. Even with a 50 level difference, he could still get 50% of experience from hunting. But why are there so many of them? Whenever he moved to a land of suitable size, the Wendigos would appear. Furthermore, their numbers were proportional to the land mass. The larger land mass meant that more of them would appear. Every time he moved to one region, then he had to check his equipment, so it took many hours to only move a few regions. That wasn't the only problem. Qua! Phew, I've cleared this one already. Damn! Ark cursed as he saw another group of Wendigos. Ark's destination was the fire draconian city, Dragonian. Dragonian is probably at the end of the chaos space. I entered from the east, so I had been heading to the west, but the land that I was approaching changed just now. That was the problem. The chaos space wasn't a fixed location. If he wanted to get to another region, then he had to move across before the land changed. If he made a mistake, then he would go to the wrong place. However, it was hard to take notice of the timing to move when he had to concentrate on the fight. If he lost the timing, then he would have to wait until the land came around again. Well, it is irrelevant since he could hunt while waiting. But the Wendigos were monsters who didn't give loot. Ark started to think it was a waste of time. Damn, it can't continue like this. At this rate, I can't be assured that I will reach Dragonian in a few days. In the end, Ark decided the Wendigos were annoyances and decided to ignore them. It was common for users to ignore the monster and move directly to the destination in low-level areas. However, this judgment brought about the worst results. In the beginning, there were small rocks, so not that many Wendigos appeared. He hadn't considered it a problem. However, the land masses became increasingly larger, so the number of monsters increased. Eventually 30-40 Wendigos appearing was normal. The number of monsters that approached whenever he landed wasn't a small amount. Therefore Ark ended up being surrounded by Wendigos. After being pursued, he ended up cornered and hanging on the edge of a cliff. Because Rackard led the Wendigos stampeding over, he let go of the rock. It is the end if I fall. Not only will the land I took ages traveling over reset, but my equipment will be destroyed. If I fall into the lava, then 3 or 4 equipment will be destroyed. The loss of all his equipment would be over 20 million won. No matter what type of compensation he received from the quest, it would be a 100% deficit. Damn it, I shouldn't have accepted this quest. It was too late for regrets. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 17 Chapter 2. ACT-2 using a crisis as an opportunity. This is the end. His expression instantly became dark. It became dark the moment he let go of the protruding rock. He would be turned to powder the moment he touched the lava. However, he had no regrets about his life. But if his armor broke? That absolutely can't happen. A way, I need to find a way. A foothold. But nothing could be seen in the area. At that moment he heard Rackard's voice over his head. It's not my fault. Isn't that right? Isn't it? That bastard. Are you a government employee? A politician? Why are you saying such things in a situation like this? You're trying to avoid responsibility when your master is about to dive into lava? Wasn't it just like government officials blaming each other in a state of emergency? Sometimes he really wanted to step on that person's mouth. That was when he had a thought. There was an intense spark inside of Arkansas. Wait. Step on? Rackard? Ark came up with a brilliant idea to save the situation. He considered it an absurd method, but there was no time to think about it. As soon as Ark came up with a way, he raised his head and shouted. Rackard, summon release. Rackard, summon demon, Hook, what the? Rackard, who had been claiming his innocence from a distant place, disappeared. Ark recalled Rackard back to his side and grabbed him. Hick! Why are you doing this? Do you intend for us to die together? No, I don't want to. Who is intending to die with you? Shut up and stay still. Ark shouted angrily and placed Rackard underneath his foot. Then he stepped on Rackard's head and used all his power to push off. Jump! It was the jump option attached to his wolf's feet. When Ark used jump, his thighs swelled up and he used explosive power to push off Rackard's head. When he used a springboard, it allowed jump to make up the remaining meters and he managed to grab the protruding stone again. But Rackard, who had become a foothold, screamed as he was forced to fall towards the bottom. He hadn't suspected Ark's ulterior motive, but he desperately flapped his wings to avoid falling into the lava the moment his head was stepped on. Ack, my head. Ack, my butt. I'm going to die. Shut up, hurry up and lure those Wendigos away from here. What? What? You dare say that now? Don't you see that my butt is on fire? Do you really want to fall into the molten lava? Qua qua quang. Then the rock was struck by one of the Wendigo's tongue. Ark quickly moved to another rock before growling at Rackard. "If I fall again, then I'll grab you and bring you with me no matter what." "Definitely." "Okay. I understand." "Yeah, you damn tongue ghost demons." Rackard rubbed his butt to put out the fire and used taunt on the Wendigos. After Rackard lured the Wendigos away, Ark could climb up onto the land again. He had managed to avoid having his equipment melted in the lava for the moment. But that was it. There were still dozens of Wendigos swiping with their tongues in front of him, and his health and the durability of his equipment was at the very bottom. "It is better than falling into the lava, but my equipment will still be destroyed when fighting against the Wendigos. I have to concentrate on finding a way to escape." Now the important thing wasn't to win but to move another landmass when it approached. Ark considered and put away his sword. His sword had low durability like his other equipment, but putting it away could raise his evasion rate. Without his sword, he could concentrate everything on evasion. Dark Dance. Wirerig, qua qua quang. Wirerig, qua qua quang. The bloody tongue with sharp needles passed closely by. Even with his evasion raised to 100%, he couldn't escape all attacks. Just one attack would decrease my durability. It also had its limits. It was raining and his clothes were wet. Even minor damage couldn't be ignored. After approximately 3-4 minutes passed, a red warning message popped up in front of Arkansas. The durability of guardian armor of the merpeople, catpaws, raccoons, Python warriors transcripts has decreased to 2%. Immediate repair is needed. Oh my god. It felt like his heart had suddenly fallen. In this situation, it was easier for the durability of armor to fall more easily. It was the same principle as the loose screw would fall more often. If his equipment was at 2%, then one hit would be a fatal blow. "Master, it is coming." Then Rackard's voice, who had lured the Wendigos to the other side, could be heard. When he turned around, a piece of land was fast approaching. It was a piece only 1 meter in diameter, but Ark felt like it was his savior. "If I miss that, then it is the end." Ark quickly calculated the orbit of the approaching land. If it maintained its orbit, then it would pass by in a few seconds. But the surrounding Wendigos can't see him move to the other land. "I have to get away from these guys first." Ark became determined and used Dark Dance to move between the Wendigos. The Wendigos followed behind Arkansas. Then Ark ran perpendicularly and moved towards Razak, who was still using Steel Loyalty. "That's it, this is my last chance. Razak, Steel Loyalty off. Transform." Clack 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 clack, tadadadak. Razak instantly changed into the saw blade and Ark caught it. Ark ran towards the edge and jumped with his full power. The tongues of the Wendigos tried to follow, but Ark quickly twisted the saw blade. Shwerarak. The saw blade unfolded like a whip and entwined around the rapidly approaching piece of land. Ark dangled from the fast-moving land and passed over the head of the Wendigos. He didn't know where the land was going, but he had avoided the worst situation for the moment. I lived. Ark looked at the rapidly retreating Wendigos and sighed with relief. No, he was about to sigh. Kokio kayakiakia. Suddenly cold laughter was heard above his head. Ark lifted his face and stiffened. Before he could feel relieved, a Wendigo had appeared on the piece of land. The Wendigo that appeared brandished their tongues and attacked Arkansas. Ark moved side to side to avoid the tongues, but then the Wendigo's eyes focused on the saw blade. Damn it. Ark felt breathless as his jaw dropped. Currently the saw blade was hanging from a corner of the piece of land. If that guy broke the corner with their tongues, then Ark would fall into the lava again. It wasn't possible to pull his blade like a rubber band to climb up. If he flew up, there was a 100% chance of collision with that guy and Ark would fall into the lava. It was indeed the end. The only way. Rackard, above. Block that guy. Huh? Oh, okay. Dark dash. Rackard shot forward like an arrow at Ark's words. But the floating land was moving at a tremendous speed. Rackard used Dark Dance, but the speed of the land was slightly faster. He had no way of blocking the Wendigo. The Wendigo only took light damage and brought its tongue back to the corner. Damn, no. Soul extortion. Ark hastily fired the only long-distance attack he had. There was no other way. But soul extortion exerted an unforeseen effect. Peep-pepping. The moment the transparent hand grabbed the Wendigo, there was a violent explosion and the Wendigo stumbled. Instead of just tearing a part of the soul, it grabbed the whole thing? Furthermore, the Wendigo's health was reduced by 15% with one blow. What is this? What is going on? Ark was dumbfounded by the unexpected situation. He used it in his desperate state, but soul extortion wasn't an attack magic. It was a magic which grabbed some of the soul. Naturally, it only did 50 damage. So why did the Wendigo lose 15% health when it was caught by soul extortion? I don't know why, but this is a chance. Before it can use the tongue again, soul extortion, soul extortion, soul extortion. Peep-pepping, quack. Peep-pepping, quack, dot. Ark focused on the tongues and extensively used soul extortion. Every time the Wendigo screamed as their bodies were slowly destroyed. But the Wendigo was very tough. Even after being hit, the Wendigo continued beating the corner with their tongues. However, tick, 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 tick. The Wendigo stopped tapping the edge with their tongue and looked at Ark with confusion. Ark laughed at their expression and muttered, "Cuckoo cuckoo, isn't the Wendigo quite cute like this?" The Wendigo swung their tongue around the floating land. But the Wendigo already looked completely different from before. The exact reason was unknown, but soul extortion tore off some of the Wendigo's body. But the Wendigo had a spirit body, so it quickly repaired everything. Yet even with a spirit body, the Wendigo couldn't repair everything without a penalty. The spirit body had a fixed amount, so decreasing the soul would decrease the size of the body. The Wendigo, which had lost a lot of its soul due to soul extortion, had decreased to the size of a fist. Now the Wendigo didn't have enough power to crush the corner. Ki-eek, ki-eek. The Wendigo belatedly realized the situation too late and retreated. What are you going to do now? Soul extortion. In the end, the little Wendigo was completely swallowed up by the hand. Your spirit has risen thanks to soul extortion. Spiritual power +1. Dash. Ah, now I can relax. Ark muttered with a rapt expression. The fatigue of your mind and body has been swept away by the hot spring. Your wound have been cured and health and mana recovery increased by 200%. The chaos space wasn't a completely perilous place. There were also lands with hot springs floating among the river of lava. The spa area floated among the chaos space. If the hot spring was used as a campsite, then naturally his recovery rate would quicken. It was also a safety zone where Wendigos wouldn't appear. It's lucky that there are hot springs here. Soaking in the steaming hot water really loosened his fatigue. And the location where the hot spring wandered was the chaos space. Below it was a river of boiling lava. It was fantastic scenery to watch while floating around. It was also possible to relax in places like hot springs in New World. Clack 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 clack. Sack 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 sack. Ark laughed as Razak and Raiden also plunged into the hot springs with fascinated expressions. Chet, Chet. You must be enjoying this. However, Rickard just frowned and glared at Arkansas. What did you say? Why are you so dissatisfied? Do you need to ask? Am I a stone? Why did you step on my head? It couldn't be helped at that time. Ha, is that it? Is that all I am to Master? I almost fell into the lava because Master stepped on me. Did you see it? My butt caught on fire and all my fur was stripped. Do you have any remorse after seeing this? That's why I brought you to the hot spring. Come quickly into the springs. How can you just say that? My butt is blistered from burns, yet you want me to enter hot water? You really are so troublesome. If you don't want to come in, then scout or something. Master really is. What? What are you about to say? When Ark glared at him, Rickard pouted and turned his head. He seemed annoyed, but Ark's head was full of other thoughts. It's fortunate that I came to a land with some hot springs. In fact, the hot spring Ark was resting in this time wasn't the first one he found. He had found a hot spring soon after he entered the chaos space. Yes, after all his troubles, Ark returned back to the area where he found it and entered the hot springs. But that was not the problem. What was that? That attack just then? Ark carefully thought about the situation. Ark had tested the soul extortion skill on various monsters after he learnt it. And he came to the conclusion that it was spirit. Even if it contributed to his spiritual power, it only raised it by 1. Despite frantically using during the week he spent in Warion Mountain, his spiritual power had only increased by 7. So Ark only used soul extortion for half of its purpose. But it had a completely different use just then. The Wendigo lost 15% health when he used soul extortion. The Wendigo didn't have low health. If the Wendigo's health was low, then he wouldn't have so much trouble. If it's not an accident, then I can only think of one answer. Ark ended up reaching a conclusion. If my idea is correct, After coming to the conclusion it wasn't possible for him to sit down anymore. Come on, get up. Already? But the swelling on my butt hasn't gone down yet. Rackard muttered as he grabbed his butt. Forget about your butt. Let's go. The place isn't that far away, so just follow. The place isn't far away? Where are we going? To test something out. Rackard, look for a land of suitable size that I can move to immediately. The size, something 5-7 meters wide, should be suitable. If it's that size, then only 4-5 Wendigos should appear. Sheesh, I understand. Rackard flapped his wings and looked all over the place. After a while, he finally discovered a suitable sized land. Kokiokayakiakia, Kokiokayakiakia. As expected, the Wendigos appeared as soon as he arrived on the land. 5 of them should be suitable. Razak, defense stance. Rackard, taunt 3 of them. What are you saying? You want me to lure them in a small place like this? Although Rackard complained, he used taunt to lure 3 of them to a corner. And Razak stood close to Ark with his shield outstretched. It was the basic formation of Ark and his summons. In fact, it wasn't necessary to prepare anything when dealing with these numbers, but Ark's purpose wasn't to kill the Wendigos. Ark used Razak and his shield to avoid the ton while keeping an eye on the Wendigos. After a while, an arrow pattern appeared on top of a Wendigo's head. Lock on. Soul extortion. Peep pepping, quack. A clear hand stretched out in front of him and grabbed the Wendigo. Although it recovered its spirit and body, the size of the Wendigo had diminished. The Wendigo became smaller with every attack of Ark's. He also confirmed that the damage decreased when the size became smaller. It is following my expectations. Next, soul extortion, soul extortion. Ark rampaged with the skill and struck the Wendigo. Soul extortion decreased the defense by 15%. Moreover, soul extortion had no cooldown time. And it didn't take longer than 30 seconds to use the skill once. So he managed to take care of 5 Wendigos. Your spirit has risen thanks to soul extortion, but spiritual power +1. As expected. Ark was convinced once the message window popped up. In RPG games, the damage wasn't just decided by defense and attack power. The attack and defense power displayed in the information window was just an average figure. How it was applied depended on the situation. It was commonly known as attribute. The Wendigo was a soul monster while invalidated physical attacked by 50-80%. Yet Ark had overlooked one important fact. Soul extortion was literally soul magic. And he was dealing with a monster with a soul body. When used on a normal monster, the amount of damage and soul absorbed wasn't that much. Soul extortion is a skill which shows its primary effect when hunting soul monsters. Once confirmed by the experiment, Ark's attitude changed 180 degrees. Before now Ark had only thought about heading to Dragonian. He had thought it was a waste of time to hunt the Wendigos. But if I use soul extortion on the Wendigos, then I can extract dozens of spiritual power. Then, Ark's eyes widened. The quest wasn't a problem anymore. It wasn't necessary to say, but the amount of spiritual power wasn't something to be disregarded. Yet he couldn't put stat points into spiritual power and he hadn't seen an item to increase it. In the end, soul extortion was the only way to increase his spiritual power. Although it had seemed inefficient, he used soul extortion in his desperate situation. After changing to my second profession, my skills require even more spiritual power. But soul extortion only increases by 1, so it would take several days to increase it by 100. So this place was where he could get the maximum effect for soul extortion. Furthermore, there were so many Wendigos in the chaos space that it was almost tedious. If he hunted all the Wendigos here using soul extortion, then how much would his spiritual power increase by? I need to grind to raise my spiritual power. Amazing, this is a jackpot. Ark felt like dancing. He could solve his problem of increasing his spiritual power here. If it is 3-4 opponents like now, then hunting won't be a problem. The problem was when dozens of Wendigos emerged in a wide place. If there are 30-40 in a limited space, then he could use Blade Tempest, but it would still be difficult. It wasn't necessary to say, but he had to use soul extortion in order to increase his spiritual power by 1. Should I reduce the number and then absorb the rest of them? But the Wendigos were similar to cockroaches even if there was a limit on their numbers. Of course, he could be killing Wendigos forever. When he killed 5 Wendigos, he only received 1 spiritual power. That absolutely can't happen. Despite these monsters giving a bonus, he couldn't just rush in to kill them. He had to squeeze even 1 spiritual power using soul extortion. but to deal with 30-40 Wendigos in a limited space. Ark looked at his summons. Rackard could only lure 5 monsters using taunt. That left 25-35 opponents left. Ark wouldn't be able to deal with the remaining Wendigos even with Razak helping. He had to think outside the box. I need to have Rackard somehow lure half of them. Ark murmured until he had a brilliant flash in his mind. He stared at Rackard for a moment before smiling. Aha, why did I forget about that? What? Why? Why are you looking at me with those eyes? Rackard averted his gaze with unease at Ark's expression. Then Ark turned his head and showed off his neck. Rackard, suck my blood. Eh? Really? I can eat? Really? It's not a joke? Don't talk nonsense and just suck. Oh, understood. I definitely won't be in trouble later on? Suck, 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 suck. Rackard instantly flew to him and bit his neck. Ugh, this dirty feeling. But, ho-hoo-hoo, today's suffering is tomorrow's prosperity. Slaughtering a huge number of Wendigos won't be a problem if I follow this plan. These damn monkey ghosts will die. I'll catch you and devour you all. Ark's face became pale as blood drained from him. Dash. Oh, I'm dizzy. He naturally frowned as he experienced dizziness. He had anemia because Rackard sucked his blood 13 times. Still, it is lucky that he succeeded on the 13th time. Anyway, Ark's accomplished his purpose on the 13th try. Ark brought his preliminary preparations to an end and started his Wendigo hunt. Now shall I begin? Ark looked at the approaching land and laughed. As soon as he stepped on the landmass that was 50 meters, black energy started to rise from the ground. With a black form and red pupils, it was the Wendigos. The space soon filled with 30 Wendigos as they surrounded Arkansas. At any other time Ark would be filled with tension. But this time his mouth overflowed with saliva from the anticipation. Ho-hoo-hoo, give me spiritual power. Ark instantly showed his teeth when the Wendigos appeared. I'll grab and eat all of you. Kokiokayakiakia, Kokiokayakiakia. The 30 Wendigos shrieked as they responded to his voice and ran up to him. Ark wiped at the saliva on his teeth and smiled. Rackard, it's starting. Use your blood-sucking skill. Oh, blood-sucking skill activate. Rackard opened his wings and flew from behind Arkansas. Then he was wrapped in a blue light as he used the skill. Then the ring of light moved up and down Rackard's body before it turned into the shape of a bat. The ring of light split into 3. Then 4 bats flew around the Wendigos and shouted. These trivial boogeymen, if you're hungry then eat my shit. The Wendigos flinched and stopped moving. Their eyes followed Rackard before they shrieked and started running after him. Then Rackard laughed and flew upwards before laughing. Cherish your life and run away. The 3 bats scattered at Rackard's order. While some ran away, others shook their hips and laughed before running away. The Wendigos scattered as well and started running after the bats. Ho-hoo-hoo, this is an easy method. Ark watched the scene with a warm expression. This was the method Ark devised to deal with the Wendigos. Just use the vampire skill card. Moon illusion is a way to light fires. There is no place to hide from the number of Wendigos here, so all I can rely on is Rackard's taunt. But Rackard could only lure 5 monsters with taunt. Rackard wouldn't be able to draw all the Wendigos away. Then Ark came upon the idea of using moonlight illusion. Wouldn't it be different if he could increase the number of Rackard? If it was to lure the Wendigos, then it didn't matter if Ark was the one who used moonlight illusion. But the problem was there was no place to run away from the Wendigos. The alter egos created by moonlight illusion didn't have any battle ability. If he tried to go around in such a small place, then they would be caught by the Wendigos and destroyed. However, Rackard's alter ego could fly, so it was different. It was possible to avoid the attacks from the Wendigos without worrying about the limited space and terrain. If I use Rackard's blood-sucking skill, then there is no need to wait for the cooldown time. Originally, moonlight illusion was a skill that was only available once a day. But just like when he used Slime's time, the restrictions didn't apply with Rackard's blood-sucking skill. If I use this method, then I won't have to suffer. He thought as the stupid Wendigos ran after Rackard. However, Ark still didn't take anything for granted. If he just went directly to Dragonian, that he wouldn't need to devise such a strategy. The game was a place where some laws of reality still applied. When Rackard and his alter egos flew around the area, 20 Wendigos chased after them, so 10 were left. It was still a lot of opponents even when the numbers decreased by January 3rd RD. If the 10 of them turned into one solid mass and rushed him, then he would risk being pushed off the cliff like before. However, Ark already took precautions against that. They're surging. Razak, defense stance. Prepare for impact. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Razak stood in front of Ark with his shield in front of him and took a stable stance. With one foot forward and the other back, it was a stable stance. The 10 stampeding Wendigos ran into that stance and there was a loud ringing sound. While Razak flinched, he wasn't pushed back by the charge. His stance had taken the impact. Clack clack, clack 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 clack. After Razak fended off their assault, he then swung his shield. There was a clanging sound and 5 of the Wendigos were thrown. Thanks to the affection stat Ark poured on Razak, his shield stroke had risen to advanced level. The level of your pet Razak's shield stroke has increased. Shield stroke, intermediate, passive. Your ability to handle the shield has become more precise and you can now push the enemy more effectively. You can also use shield stroke to strike 5 enemies at the same time. If all 5 attacks succeed 10, the distance pushed back will increase. The defense of the shield increases by 30%. Damage to enemy when struck with the shield plus 45%, probability of stiffness increased by 20% and advanced shield stroke can be used 5 times in a row. It is good that I raised Razak's skill. In fact, Ark had worried for a while about whether to use his affection stat on Rackard's taunt or Razak's shield stroke. He had 134 affection, but unlike rising from beginner to intermediate, it cost 100 affection to raise a skill to advanced. After contemplating for a while, Ark ended up choosing Razak's shield stroke skill. While the number of monsters lured would increase with the skill level, Rackard's body was insufficient to deal with the numbers that would be attracted. So Ark judged that it would be better to increase Razak's skill and have him back Ark up. It was an excellent choice. Razak hitting 5 of them with his shield meant that 5 monsters would be tied up. With both Rackard and Razak, Ark only had to deal with 5-6 opponents. Okay. Well done, Razak. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Razak's spirit increased from Ark's praise and he swung his shield even more energetically. Meanwhile, Ark extended a hand and shouted, "Soul extortion." A huge, transparent hand was released from his fingertips. The shape of the hand was slightly different from before. The nails sharpened and grew like the hand of a devil. It wasn't only the appearance that changed. The speed which it flew at the target was faster and it also grabbed a larger piece of soul. The hand of a devil grabbed the Wendigo and tore off a piece of its shoulder. The Wendigo lost 20% of its health from the attack. As expected, increasing it is good. Ark laughed at the tattered sight of the Wendigo. Ark's preparation wasn't just increasing the skill of his summons. The degree of proficiency in which soul extortion rose was actually pretty slow. Despite using it hundreds of times since coming to Warion Mountain, it only increased to 30. Well, he hadn't thought it was useful at the time, so he hadn't really been interested. If the level of soul extortion increases, then wouldn't the spiritual power absorption be more efficient? It was a perfect chance for some investment. So Ark invested the 80 skill points he had saved into soul extortion. Soul extortion, intermediate, active 117/300. The rating increase means soul extortion can target more powerful and evil cursed souls. The physical damage to the target won't increase, but the amount of soul gathered will increase. In addition, the souls drawn will be more easily absorbed and will increase your spiritual power more quickly. Intermediate bonus: when using soul extortion, there is a 2% chance of causing a low-level curse for 10 seconds. Asterisk: soul extortion will succeed when it deals 70% of the damage. The user's soul will receive terrible damage if they die, and the resurrection time will be increased to a maximum of 96 hours. It was worth investing points in the skill. Before this, he had to catch 5-7 Wendigos before his spiritual power increased by 1. Now that it increased to intermediate, he only had to catch 4-6. The absorption rate had become better. There is only a difference of 1, but that difference will have a huge impact when hunting dozens of monsters. Now there was also a chance of inflicting a curse on the Wendigos. The curse was one which decreased stats. Even a low-level curse would decrease stats by 10%. It is a surprisingly worthwhile skill to grow. Soul extortion. Soul extortion. Ark looked around with an excited expression as the soul of the Wendigos was eaten. The Wendigos instinctively felt fear and hurried away, but with lock on, soul extortion had a 70% chance of hitting. Besides, the area was only 50 meters in diameter. Since the range of Ark's soul extortion was 30-40 meters, it was a great space for him. The transparent hand grabbed the neck of a Wendigo and tore a piece of its soul. Ki-eek, ki-eek. After he grabbed it a few times, the Wendigo became the size of an eyeball. When seeing such a shape, it was slightly pitiful. But Ark had no pity in these circumstances. Don't pretend to be cute. Soul extortion. Ark transferred the hand to the Wendigo and picked it up. After the small eyeball was taken care of, he looked for other prey. The remaining 4 were flocking towards him. 4 against 1 was slightly burdensome on Arkansas. But Ark had already taken countermeasures for the problem. Not a chance. Dark Dance. Ark's feet moved quickly and he disappeared like a ghost. Dark Dance's percentage of completion, 60%. As soon as he used Dark Dance, his degree of completion reached 60%. Fortunately, his evasion rate rose sharply, but Ark shook his head. No, it's not enough. I'm in trouble even if the degree of completion increases even more. Dark Scale was triggered when his percentage of completion on Dark Dance surpassed 70%. And Dark Scale decreased his evasion while increasing his defense by 30%. It was good up to that point. The problem with Dark Scale was it had a low probability of reflecting attacks. That was unacceptable if Ark wanted to eat 100% of the Wendigo's soul. So Ark deliberately made mistakes and maintained his completion rate at 65%. He was about to start eating as much as possible when Ark had a horrible thought. I can't waste even 1 point of spiritual power on Razak's shield stroke. Already the Wendigos weren't monsters in Ark's mind anymore. They were just energy to increase Ark's spiritual power. Hoo, your actions are futile. I have to eat your souls before your health decreases more. Soul extortion, soul extortion. Ark went around like a ghost without resting and swallowed the souls of the Wendigos. And the fist continued chasing after them when the Wendigos ran away. He didn't care which monster it targeted. Ark took care of the surrounding Wendigos after 5 minutes, but he had lost 30% of his health. In the meantime, Razak also received 60% damage from fending off the Wendigos. But that wasn't a problem at all. In fact, the most dangerous part of dealing with the Wendigos was up to now. Rackard and his alter egos had lured most of the Wendigos. But now it was simple to handle them. Rackard, take care of all of them. I understand. Alter ego number 1, attack everything. This was a command of Moonlight Illusion to fight with the enemy. When Rackard gave the commands, the alter egos immediately chased after the Wendigos. However, they disappeared with 1 hit from the Wendigo's tongue. Oh, it is my alter ego, but why do I feel slightly ill for some reason? Rackard rubbed his cheek and murmured. When the alter ego disappeared, Ark and Razak looked at the Wendigos with sparkling eyes. Yes, when an alter ego disappeared, then Ark would take care of the 5 Wendigos that it lured. Once again. Be prepared, Razak. Clack 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 clack. Clack 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 clack. It was obviously much easier to care for 5 opponents than 10. Razak easily blocked their charge and Ark started to eat again. After eating those 5, he made another alter ego disappear and took care of the next 5. So Ark managed to wipe out the pitiful Wendigos after 30 minutes. Hoo, it's pretty salty? Ark clicked his tongue and murmured. His experience had hardly changed after taking care of 30 Wendigos. And his spiritual power had only increased by 4 after 30 minutes. It had been around 1 week since he first learnt the skill and came to Warion Mountain. During that time, soul extortion only increased it by 7. It really was a reckless growth rate. However, there was no compensation in return. Master, I've already used all the Moonlight Illusion. Rackard approached Ark and murmured with a voice full of hunger. Ark's satisfied face instantly turned pale. All the skills obtained by bloodsucking had been used. In other words, he needed to suck blood to obtain new skills. Yes, that was the only fear Ark had about hunting for spiritual power. Rackard's use of Moonlight Illusion was essential for hunting the Wendigos. And Rackard had to suck blood from Ark in order to obtain the Moonlight Illusion. The problem was that the skill absorbed was random. He didn't know what skill would be absorbed. Previously, Rackard had to suck his blood 13 times before his slots were filled. It would have to be repeated many times if he wanted to hunt the Wendigos. Thanks to that, it was like Ark had been caught by Caracal again. Ark frowned as he looked at the approaching Rackard. What do you mean? No skills? Didn't you fill 2 slots? Didn't you know? One of the alter egos died when Master was fighting against them. So I quickly renewed the skill for Master. Didn't I do well? This guy. Ark had wanted to diligently save Moonlight Illusion. However, Rackard had tasted his master's blood and ended up using the Moonlight Illusion in both slots during the battle. Now he was free to request blood. Ark could clearly see through Rackard. Perhaps he even let his alter ego die on purpose. However, he had no evidence to prove it. Aren't you afraid for your future? What do you mean? I used it because it looked dangerous. I am a loyal summon. Rackard retorted with shining eyes.
On the other hand, Ark's eyes were filled with bitterness and a desire for revenge.
Damn it, I understand. Let me just quickly do this. Ark sighed and made a meal. He needed to resupply his herbal decoction, which would prevent him from getting anemia. After eating the herbal medicine, Ark stretched his neck for Rackard, who muttered with dissatisfaction. You have a herbal medicine smell after eating those pills that is making me uncomfortable. Do you want to die? You understood. Okay. I'll just start eating. I'll eat well. Aang. Suck, 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 suck. Ark sighed as he started to feel dizzy. This time it took 20 times before moonlight illusion was absorbed. Raiden and Razak looked at him with regretful eyes as Ark turned pale. But Ark clenched his teeth tightly and raised his body. There's no time to be resting. Spiritual power. I have to quickly fill my spiritual power. Hi, okay. Let's hunt quickly, master. I want to hunt. Rackard wiped his mouth and smirked. Ark had goosebumps. It was the first time he was frightened of his summon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 17 Chapter 3. ACT-3 Rehabilitation Treatment. Phew, yesterday was really dreadful. His eyes were half closed and his hair was like a magpie's nest. Hyunwoo finally crawled out into the living room looking like a shabby person after the sun had already risen for ages. He was always in such a state thanks to the chaos space in New World. It was a life where he played the game for 20 hours before sleeping for a little bit. It wasn't an exaggeration to say it was a hellish relay. The physical and psychological damage wasn't small. It had reached the point where he felt sick after seeing the color red because it reminded him of lava. But it's still not there yet. This was what made Hyunwoo different from other users. Most users thought of it as an online game while Hyunwoo thought of it as a different dimension. A few hours? A few days? That was a level where it was just enjoyment. In the first place, Hyunwoo had no concept of time. Once he started an area, he would stay until he judged that there was nothing left for him. It was squeezing out everything he could from his labor. And he was able to. Why so far? Some people wondered this. But it was to get ahead of others. He considered New World his job, so he needed to get ahead of other people. He had to be stronger and receive a lot more than other people. Yes, I don't have time to be doing this. I have to quickly exercise and enter the game. Then he heard the sound of his front door opening. When he turned around, Gwon Warang was entering while pushing his mother's wheelchair. Oh, you came to visit? Did you just wake up? Before I noticed, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. Act moderately, I will not say that. Gwon Warang grinned and muttered. Recently Gwon Warang had been visiting once every 2 days, and he alternated with Hyunwoo to help take his mother to the hospital for treatment. When Gwon Warang first visited, Hyunwoo had accompanied them daily. But when Gwon Warang's eyes seemed to indicate, hey, are you trying to interfere? Then Hyunwoo only accompanied his mother every second day. She didn't say it, but his mother's expression indicated that she liked it too. But it was slightly strange today. His mother was silent and Gwon Warang was looking perplexed at his mother. What have you been doing? That. Let's have a cup of coffee first since you seem tired. At Gwon Warang's suggestion, the three of them sat down in the living room. Hyunwoo was reminded of something while sipping coffee and suddenly asked. Did you find what I was looking for? What you was looking for? I asked Gwon Warang for something. Then you must be referring to New World. His mother smiled wryly and lowered her mug. When thinking back, he should have noticed it at the time. However, Hyunwoo didn't notice his mother's subtle expression change and continued looking at Gwon Warang. Again, he didn't know why, but Gwon Warang hesitated for a long time before replying. Are you talking about the evidence from before? He was referring to evidence that there was a relation between the Hermes Alliance and the Lawless Port. There is no doubt that the Hermes Alliance is associated with the Lawless Port. And there's bound to be some traces left in New World. An agreement between Hermes and the Nakujuk are some proof that they were receiving the pirates' goods. If there was even one of those things, then he would be able to prove a relation between the Hermes Alliance and the Lawless Port. Previously Hyunwoo had found a link between Alan and the secret religious society of Ankh, causing them to be ruined. The reason that was possible was because laws also existed in New World. In New World, everything was possible. It was a game which offered infinite degrees of freedom.
In the game there was the ability to become a general or help NPCs in a coup against the king. Of course it was also possible to harm soldiers, but just because anything was possible didn't mean that it was recommended. Laws to defend the balance of New World also existed, and those that broke the laws would be penalized. And the penalty was proportional to the size of the crime. That was why Alan had been ruined and lost his followers. If I find some evidence of a coalition between Hermes and the lawless port, then their fates will be similar to Alan's. If they are branded as a criminal group, then they will also lose their rights to the lordship of Sylvana. So Hyunwoo had asked Guan Warang to find evidence while sweeping through the lawless port. However, Guan Warang just shook his head. I couldn't find it. Those fellows thoroughly hid it. As expected, it couldn't be settled that easily. Was there anything different? Different? The amount invested into the lawless port by the Hermes Alliance should be significant. They would dispose of the pirates' stolen goods and then take the profit. If the lawless port collapsed, then they should have lost their investment fund. That kind of damage would not be enough to make them resign. I also think so as well. We won, but I am still slightly uncomfortable. There's no need to worry. The strategy to clean up the lawless port is a success, and we can turn it into a military base for Sutandal. Those guys won't be able to use the same scheme again. Military base? Hyunwoo asked with curiosity. The change in Sutandal was important for Hyunwoo. Sutandal was one of the places in Hyunwoo's triangular trade scheme, so he needed to build a trading post there. But he had been so busy hunting the Wendigos that he hadn't had a chance to ask what was happening in Sutandal. You still don't know yet. Although it was originally the lawless port, when I looked around, the terrain conditions were very good. The cave can easily store 50 battleships. We can use the buildings that the Hermes Alliance has already built. So it will be converted to the headquarters of Sutandal's navy. Navy headquarters? Sutandal is an island, so it requires a navy to protect it. Even with the lawless port gone, we will still need to deal with the pirates from the continent. If we increase the navy, then the current harbor won't be able to hold it. Separating the headquarters from the harbor will make it easier to manage. As expected, Guan Warang's tactics were completely different from Hyunwoo's ideas. The lawless port is a natural fortress. Well, the Hermes Alliance is familiar with the surrounding terrain, but if we take precautions, then it won't be an easy place to attack. At least it is 100 times better than Sutandal's current harbor. Budget is also no problem thanks to the profit we got from sweeping up the lawless port. At first Guan Warang hesitated a bit, but then he started babbling on. Then his mother, who had been quietly listening, moved her wheelchair. I'm tired after going to the hospital. I'm going to rest for a short while. Guan Warang flinched and jumped like a frog. No. Just continue. I don't understand entirely, but the criminals sound important to Hyunwoo. I'll be fine by myself. His mother moved her wheelchair and went to her bedroom. What's this? Didn't mother just say something that seemed really stinging? Hyunwoo turned his head to peek and winced. Ow, what have I done? Guan Warang squeezed his head while muttering helplessly. What happened? It's just. In fact. Guan Warang trembled and explained the circumstances. Something had happened when Guan Warang took his mother to the hospital. He was talking happily with Hyunwoo's mother when he received a telephone call. Like Guan Warang said, Sutandal was currently in the midst of turning the lawless port into the Navy headquarters. Guan Warang was an expert in tax, so of course he was in charge. If there was even a small problem, then the rehabilitation members would call him. What? The fort installations are insufficient? Did you consult Isabel? Then return to the entrance for the necessary materials, since completion of the fort is the most important thing. After it disconnected, the phone rang again. While at the hospital, he received over 6 telephone calls. It interrupted Guan Warang's conversation with Hyunwoo's mother. But his mistake was after that. Isabel? Navy headquarters? What's going on? Somi SSI doesn't need to know about it. Guan Warang unconsciously said. He belatedly noticed what he said, but it was too late to take it back. No, I mean. It's really complicated. That's okay. Please drive. Hyunwoo's mother replied normally. But his mother was a person as well. Guan Warang's insensitive words definitely hurt her. So he kept his mouth shut while heading back to the house. That's why Guan Warang's expression wasn't good when entering the house. It was also why he hesitated when Hyunwoo asked about New World. Wow, what did I do? Guan Warang whined like a puppy while looking at the firmly closed door. Oh. I just. Information about the Navy headquarters is so complex that I thought it would be inconvenient for Somi SSI. Really? Then. No, it's my fault. How stupid must I be to talk about the Navy headquarters as soon as I enter the house? Of course she would be angry. She's angry? Hyunwoo scratched his head. Honestly, Hyunwoo's mother wasn't really angry. Guan Warang didn't know how his mother would really behave if she was angry. But Guan Warang insensitively mentioned those things, so of course she would get prickly. She had deliberately acted angry in order to point out Guan Warang's mistake. In fact, Hyunwoo had often received education like that when he was younger. At any rate, my mother really seems mischievous after seeing this. Is she already starting her husband education? However, Guan Warang didn't know this and he was completely panicked. Hyunwoo felt like giggling after seeing his panicked features. But should I leave it like this? Warang Ajushi has been neglecting mother lately for New World. Since it is also therapy for him. Hyunwoo was thinking about the circumstances when he realized something. Wait. Which reminds me, these days I also. Hyunwoo was living with his mother 24 hours a day. However, it felt like he talked to his mother more when she was at the hospital. They were always in the house together, so he didn't think about starting conversations. So it was quite negligent. In addition, recently his conversations with Guan Warang after the rehabilitation was always about New World. His mother didn't play New World and she felt a sense of isolation. While his mother wasn't seriously angry, her dissatisfaction had built up over time. I've been so insensitive. What should I do? Hyunwoo? Even if you ask me, Isn't there something you can do? You were the one who brought up Sutandal. I didn't know about what had happened previously. If I knew, then I wouldn't have mentioned it. You're the adult who couldn't grasp the atmosphere and continued talking away. That. Guan Warang sighed and his shoulders slumped. I'll repent. I'll also repent. Hyunwoo realized that he also had to reflect on his actions. He never knew that he had been lacking in the time spent with his mother before this. But New World was like work for Hyunwoo. The cost of living, his mother's medical expenses, loan payments, etc., the money that went into it was 5 million a month. And Hyunwoo earned all that money through New World. The money was earned for his family. But while trying to earn money, he had neglected to spend time with his family. It was a dilemma that everybody in the world experienced, not just Hyunwoo. Anyway, it was true that Guan Warang and Hyunwoo had offended his mother by talking about New World. The two men drank coffee and reflected quietly. How much time had passed? Suddenly Guan Warang raised his head and shouted. That's it. What? What are you saying out of nowhere? The solution is surprisingly simple. Somi SSI should also play New World. Eek? Hyunwoo asked in an astounded voice. Really? Isn't she still sick? That's right. Why didn't I think of that before? Guan Warang described with a heated look. Think about it. What was the reason you made me play New World in the first place? For rehabilitation. Hyunwoo answered without thinking before it felt like he had been hit in the back of the head. Then Guan Warang's eyes lit up and he nodded. Have you finally realized? That's right. Didn't the doctor also say it? Somi SSI has physically recovered 90% and the remaining obstacle is mental. So these days she has been spending more time in psychiatry treatment. Just like the old me. Guan Warang's words were right. Now his mother was almost completely physically recovered. Although there were several issues with muscle recovery remaining, the biggest problem was that her body was stiffened from lying down for so many years. The best way to treat that was to move her body. No, to be more accurate, it was to get her brain familiar with the sensation of moving like a normal person. However, his mother still hadn't recovered her muscle and physical strength, so she was limited to rehabilitation. But if it's New World, it gave orders to the brain to move, but it didn't drain the actual physical strength. There was no danger of injuring something while training. And the best thing. If Somi SSI enters New World, then I can be with her 24 hours a day. That was it. Guan Warang's ambition wasn't completely selfless. These days Hyunwoo, Guan Warang, and the rehabilitation members spent most of their time in New World. In other words, it was possible to spend more time with her if his mother came to New World. And the issue of her being unable to understand the conversation would disappear. Why hadn't he thought of making his mother play New World? Dating in the game. Okay, I have to start quickly. Buying the unit immediately. Guanwarang snorted like an excited wild boar and stood up. Wait a minute. Eh? Why? It's good, but we have to check one thing. It was his mother's health problems. They couldn't just decide with their feelings. The virtual reality game had a huge effect on Guanwarang, but his mother's situation was different. After the traffic accident several years ago, she had undergone brain surgery. New World directly connected with the brain, so who knew how it could affect her? Hyunwoo made Guanwarang calm down and called the hospital. But unlike his worries, the doctor gave permission. Virtual reality game? Ah, yes, I know about it. In fact, I firmly recommend it. I can't guarantee the therapeutic effect in Somi's case, but I've never heard of any side effects. Some doctors do look at it a bit negatively. But in my opinion, it has a significant stress-relieving effect. Hyunwoo then connected to the internet and searched for hundreds of similar cases. Fortunately, there was nothing about side effects. Instead, it is quite helpful. Now Hyunwoo could start the plan without any worries. Of course, he realized the price wasn't small once he made up his mind. But if it was even a little useful for his mother's treatment, then the price of the unit wasn't a problem. In addition, he didn't want Guanwarang's help for this matter. I want to help my mother with my own strength. And now I can do it. Guanwarang was willing to help him, but Hyunwoo had been working non-stop to earn money. When he scraped together the money he'd saved in the meantime and the gold from Ark's comprehensive store, he had enough funds to buy the game unit. I've earned quite a bit of money in the meantime. I can easily buy the unit. He had enough money in his passbook after half a day. If his mother needed something, then he would do whatever it took to get it for her. Now it's time to speak to Somi SSI and go buy the unit. No, that won't work. Eh? Why? The biggest problem is still left. The biggest problem? Mother. Hyunwoo answered with a serious expression. Yes, the biggest stumbling block in this plan wasn't money but his mother. Hyunwoo knew his mother's character better than anyone. After Hyunwoo had been born, she never bought a set of new clothes. She was a person who would wear the same clothes for 10 years while repairing them. Even if the game had a therapeutic effect, the unit cost millions of won, so it was impossible she would agree. If Hyunwoo pressed it on her using force, then she would just secretly get a refund. Then what do we do? Even if we recommend it, won't it be pointless if Somi SSI doesn't agree? You don't have to worry about that. Hyunwoo smiled slyly and replied. Leave it to me, Ajushi. I'll handle this matter. Dash. Hyunwoo, what's all this? His mother asked with a puzzled expression. The reason for her confusion was the huge box occupying the living room. With the trademark of Global Exos clearly labeled on the box, it was the unit for New World. Ah, you've arrived. This is a unit for New World. Then why is it being delivered to our house? Eh? Oh, didn't I tell you? Hyunwoo trembled and attempted to talk. While the unit installation person tore the box, his mother shook his head. Wait a minute, why is the box being cut open? It's okay. Because this is an item from a Global Exos event. Event item, ... The installation person interrupted at his mother's response and explained. Yes, not long ago Global Exos held a commemoration event for its second anniversary among users. Arknim applied at that time and won first place. The unit is the prize for first place. Congratulations. But our house already has a unit. His mother muttered with an awkward expression. Well, I was also slightly burdened when I heard that I won the prize from the event. But after thinking, I realized I didn't need to worry. Because mother should use this. Me? His mother shook her head at his words. Me playing the game? I don't know anything about it, so how can I play the game? It does not matter. Since this is an event prize, you can just comfortably lie down and relax in New World. Your doctor also said that it wouldn't be a problem and that it might even be helpful in treating you. That's great. It's a free unit and it can even help treat you. But even with the unit, won't you still have to pay money for the game every month? Well, a little bit. Then it's okay. Couldn't we receive money from this? His mother's reaction was like Hyunwoo predicted. But Hyunwoo had already thought of a way around this. Hyunwoo stealthily winked at the installation technician, who nodded. Oh, I forgot to tell you in advance. When he applied, Hyunwoo Nim agreed to the terms and conditions, which stated that this prize is unable to be sold or given to someone outside the family. You also can't return it. Huh? You're not giving it to us? It is a conditional lease. The purpose of this event is to bring in new customers. If you use the unit for more than 800 hours in 1 year, then we will give you the rights to the unit. Think of it as similar to a cell phone contract. The installation person smiled and added, as you know, the unit for New World is a fairly expensive product. In my position, I would recommend you use the unit for 1 year and then receive it. That's right. Hyunwoo laughed and nodded. Like he said, one machine costs millions of won. If we sell it, then you can get 2-3 million won. If you use the unit for 1 year, then we can get an unit costing millions of won for free, and mother can also receive treatment. Yes, but... His mother was unable to say anything. The situation made too much sense. To receive a unit worth millions of won out of nowhere and to have the condition that it should be used for 800 hours in 1 year was strange. It was all leading to her playing the game. She didn't know everything, but she couldn't argue. Then the installation person handed her a business card and said, the contract has gone through the formal procedures. If you have any questions about the contract, then please call. If you directly call this number, then you won't have to go through the reception desk. Just ask for Ho Myung-won. The installation technician raised his hat and laughed. The person who showed his shiny teeth was Ho Myung-won, who worked at Global Exos. Yes, it was unnecessary to say, but this was all Ark's plan. A unit worth millions of won. In order, he also had to pay thousands of won to play the unit every month. When the game cost 100,000 won every month, there was a 100% guarantee that she wouldn't accept the unit. So Hyunwoo made up the contract and created a situation where his mother couldn't possibly refuse. He called Ho Myung-won for 2 reasons. The first reason was that a staff member of Global Exos could purchase the unit for a slightly cheaper price. While he was willing to spend millions of won on his mother, wouldn't it be good if he could purchase it for a little cheaper? Since Ho Myung-won was a fan of Hyunwoo, he bought the unit for 30% cheaper. The second reason in using a Global Exos staff was to stop the return of the unit. Hyunwoo knew there was a high chance that his mother would call the company later to return the expensive product. But there was no event. Then the unit would clearly be 100% refunded. He requested Ho Myung-won's help to prevent such a situation from happening. He had met Ho Myung-won a few times, so they had already become quite familiar with each other. Since the contents wasn't anything bad, he willingly joined in the play. Therefore, the unit occupied a corner of the living room with pride. I'm looking forward to the video. Ho Myung-won said to him in a low voice after finishing the installation. Oh, it came. It came. Kwon Warang ran in with a satisfied smile and grabbed his Hyunwoo's mother's hand. Now Somi SSI can also play New World. That's good. It might seem a little strange at first, but I think you will do well. No, I'm sure of it. I'll guide you through everything. Well, there are some monsters, but you don't need to hunt them. Just walking around will be good for your body. I'm sure of it. But mother, didn't the installation person say it a while ago? If you use this unit for 800 hours in 1 year, then it will be ours. And I already have a unit registered. If mother doesn't use it, then should I return it? We can do that. I'll call and request to return the item. Stop it. Hyunwoo, who was holding the telephone, stopped at his mother's words. A 100% South Korean mother wouldn't be able to give up the unit worth millions of won. Hoo. That's right. It is no different from throwing money on the road if we return the unit. If you play the game, then you don't have to spend any money. It is also possible to make money in the game. And if you try to play the game, then it will come naturally. Just try it once. Come. Warang Ajushi is right. Come. The 2 men pushed his mother towards the unit. Hi's mother eventually gave up from exhaustion. You understood. I'll give it a try. It is done. Now leave me to try it. But it is your first time, so I should teach you. His mother blushed and scratched her head at Kwon Warang's words. The woman sat on a bench and sighed. Her name was Somi, and she was Ark's mother, who had recently connected to New World. In fact, she had actually been interested in New World before. Everybody around her was always talking about the game, so it was impossible not to be interested. And the game was beyond her imagination after she connected to it. The ambient scenery, the sky, and the earth was amazing. However, there was something else that surprised her. The appearance is no different. It was so realistic that she felt distanced from it. Once connected, a person in a wheelchair could stand without any support. Somi stared spellbound at her legs and started walking slowly. It had been so long since she could stand using her own strength. Was that all? Sway, totter. Somi couldn't maintain her balance properly and sat down. Naturally, it wasn't a physical disability. The muscles wasn't moving the character. It was the idea of walking. Somi had spent so long in the hospital bed that she had a fear of walking. Therefore, her behavior towards walking had become passive. So it wasn't necessarily easier to move in the game. Ark had found many cases on the internet of near vegetable people enjoying the virtual reality game. Regardless of what body they had, people could do anything in a virtual reality. That was the reason why he encouraged Somi's will. I have to play 800 hours in 1 year. If she spent all her time inside the game, then she could easily fill 800 hours. However, New World had a monthly subscription fee. Although the subscription fee was several thousand a month, she had no choice. If she had to pay something, then she should get the most out of it. Wouldn't it even help with her rehabilitation treatment? In addition, she heard from Ark and Justice Man that she could also make money. Somi wanted to pay the amount for the subscription fee with her own hands. After thinking about it, Somi once again stood up. Despite her anxieties, she was able to walk around the village using her own power after a few days. At first, Somi just cared about the price, but she became filled with deep emotion at the experience. Really, I'm really walking. Other people took walking for granted, but she was just grateful she could do it. But no matter how it looked like reality, it was still a game. However, she was unable to repress her emotions after being able to walk under her own power after several years. Now she started to look around. No. It is natural to walk in a game. I can't be satisfied with this degree. What do I do now? It was natural since Somi didn't know anything about New World, so she left the village after a while. Ark and Justice Man had talked about New World every day. Through her second-hand knowledge, Somi knew that levels was one of the most important things in New World. And she knew that she had to raise levels through monsters. But Somi quickly abandoned leveling up after going outside the village. Kwang! They're coming. Avoid it. You retreat to the back. Surround that fellow on both sides and beat it to death. Outside the village, beginner users were jumping in all directions and fighting wolves. Beating, escape, beat, escape. After many repetitive actions, the user finally defeated a wolf. Somi had barely just got used to walking, so there was no way she could fight against the wolves like that. I can't catch monsters like that. Somi sighed and returned to the village. After seeing how difficult it was, Somi sat down on the bench. Hunting is the most important thing here. How can I hunt in this condition? My body is in bad condition and I can't play the game directly. As expected, New World isn't that superficial. How can I make money? I have no chance. Somi was despondent. Yet another failure. Suddenly a girl sat down next to her with a tearful face and whined. Somi saw that there was a crumpled piece of cloth in the girl's hand. Somi was interested, so she asked in a friendly voice. Excuse me. Are you trying to create something with that cloth? The girl pouted as she looked at the cloth and answered. I was trying to create gloves, but it isn't working. The girl showed her the several layers of cloth and some kitchen gloves. The problem was that the gloves were torn in half. The gloves are my mom's prized possessions. I ruined them while baking this morning. Mom said it was okay, but I wanted to make her the same ones. The girl indicated the cloth that was in pieces and sobbed. The girl's fingers were wounded by her attempts. Despite the pouting lips and wounded fingers, the girl was cute, so Somi stroked her head. Do you want me to make it instead? Ha? Really? You know how to make it? This much is easy. The girl seemed to consider it before speaking. Excuse me. Then Uni, please make this for my mother. Of course. Somi replied. The mischievous girl Laura's request. Laura, who lives in the settlers' village of Haroon, played a trick while baking and ruined her mother's important gloves. Laura tried to make her mother the same gloves, but she was unable to. Laura would like you to make her some new kitchen gloves. However, you have to keep it a secret that you made the gloves from Laura's mother. What's this? Somi's expression was confused. Give it to me. I'll make it immediately. She didn't pay the information window any regard and started making the gloves for the girl. In fact, she had been interested in the girl because she saw the cloth. Somi might not know anything else, but she specialized in sewing. It was a distant memory, but her hobbies in high school was knitting and cross-stitching. It was to the extent that she made Ark's clothes when he was younger. Well, she did it until Ark was embarrassed by his friends in junior high. After being released from the hospital, she had started the hobby again. Thanks to that, her needlework skill was almost at a professional standard. It was easy for her to make the kitchen gloves. Now, all done. How is it? Is it similar? Wah! It is just like it. The girl skipped around with surprise and indicated that she liked the gloves. Thank you very much, Uni. Like I said a while you can't tell my mom that you made these. Okay? I don't need this, so I'll give it to you instead. Wait a minute, Goodbye. Laura handed her a needle and thread and ran away. The mischievous girl Laura's request quest has been completed. Fabric, cotton cloth, 10th rank general sewing material, has been acquired. Thread and needle, 10th rank general material, has been acquired. Somi involuntarily received the thread and needles. Somi picked up the needle and thread with a wry smile. I don't know what happened, but it worked out. Anyway, I can also do needlework in the game. It was good since she didn't have to spend the 800 hours hunting. After searching through her bag for the basic equipment of a knife, she made some gloves out of the cloth. After some familiar movements, an information window appeared. Common cloth gloves, a class production item. Armor type, cloth gloves. Defense, durability, 5/5. Weight, 1 user restriction, level 1 and higher. Gloves made of ordinary cotton gloves that can be found anywhere. However, this item was made with experienced workmanship. Oh, it is also possible to make something I can use, but the fact that she could make something like this in New World was fascinating. Somi became interested and started making more things using the cloth. Aside from the gloves, she also made a hat and scarf. She used the leftover cloth to make it. But after making it, she thought it looked somewhat lonely. It looks a bit flat. Ah yes, I have enough thread. Somi excitedly turned over the gloves to the back. She used her experienced sewing skill and created a colorful flower shape in seconds. She also placed the same design on the hat and scarf set. Suddenly she heard someone's voice in front of her. Excuse me, Uni. Are you selling that? Huh? Somi raised her head and inadvertently flinched. While she was distracted by the sewing, dozens of people had gathered around her. When Somi made a puzzled expression, the previous girl ran up to her and asked, "Would you sell this to me?" "No, please sell it to me." Sell? Yes, it's a request. It's the first time that I've seen gloves I like so much. You're selling? Then sell that to me. The hat, sell me the hat. No, sell me the hat instead. How much is it? 50 silver? 1 gold? The girls surrounded her with bright eyes. Once again, items created in New World could be classified as clothing. And creating armor and robes required more advanced sewing skills. In other words, the gloves created by Somi was just a decoration. Naturally, a man would feel the charm of armor, but women were more interested in beautiful clothes. So simple decorations were important for women. Honestly, what girl wouldn't like jewelry if she could get it? It was the natural instincts of a woman to like something beautiful. Furthermore, it was possible to layer general clothing on top of armor. In other words, it was possible to wear flashy attire on the battlefield. So clothing was the #1 desired item for some female users. Those females couldn't miss the chance to obtain Somi's unique clothing. What is happening? Somi looked down at her hands with a foolish expression. After selling the gloves, hat and scarf, the people surrounding her disappeared. And Somi held 3 gold in her hand. The money was gained in a truly unexpected way. I can get money like this? Then she visited the general store and bought 30 cotton cloths. It is also possible to make money this way. Somi grabbed her bag filled with cloth and became motivated. She didn't know how much 3 gold was in reality. However, this was something for her to do in New World since she couldn't catch wolves. It was something for her to do after spending so long in the hospital. It happened after making dozens of flashy clothing. Sewing, beginner, passive. You have gained the sewing technique and can produce various types of clothing. When the level increases, you can handle more sophisticated designs and high-grade cloths. In addition, you can create clothing with the charm option that will increase the probability of creating luxury items. When your sewing skills reach the advanced stage, you will be able to produce armor and robes with defense. However, you need to acquire the relevant recipe to create the armor. When using cloth and leather, you can create clothing and armor between the 7th to 9th ranking. Embroidery, special, beginner, passive technique to embroider clothing. This technique is a special skill which requires dexterity. When embroidering clothes, there is a high probability of adding a special option. The type of option added by embroidery depends on the degree of completion. The use of high-grade materials and embroidery will improve the option. However, if it fails, then the durability of the clothing can be decreased. When embroidery is placed on clothing, you can create 7th to 9th rank items. When the clothes were completed, the skill proficiency bonus was applied to the clothes. And when she used the embroidery skill, options such as courage +1 and recovery rate +5% was added. Although it was a beginner skill and not that many options were applied, it was a starting village, so items with those items were quite attractive. No, it was already attractive since embroidered clothes in New World. Thanks to Somi, a new trend in fashion was created. After a week had passed, Somi became a well-known costume designer in the starter village of Haroon. She was also happy since it was the first time she didn't need anybody's help after leaving the hospital. And she was excited for users to wear her clothes, so she poured hard work and sweat into it. Thus Somi began to increasingly log into New World. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 17 Chapter 4. ACT 4 Dragonian. Character Information Window. Character name Arc Race Human. Alignment Good +500. Fame 2365, +500, Level 374. Profession Dark Soul. Title Cat Knight, Caretaker of the People, Jackson's Hero, Great Adventurer, Magic Institute Member, Sutandle's Hero. Health 7015, +425, Mana 7205, +225. Spiritual Power 786, Strength 757, +38. Agility 957, +110, Stamina 1197, +35. Wisdom 173, +10, Intelligence 1265, +5. Luck 167, +60, Flexibility 181. Art of Communication 69, Affection 49, +10. Resilience 439, Dark Fog 36. Special Stat, Knowledge of Ancient Relics 153. Asterisk Equipment Item Effects. Guardian Armor of the Mere People, Water Attribute Resistance +100%, penalty based on water is nullified. Cat Paws, Gloves Attack Speed +10%, Agility +15, Critical Hit +10%. Raccoon's Pith, Helmet Agility +10, Wisdom +10. Asterisk Animal King Set Effect, Strength +20, Agility +20, Stamina +20, Defense +40. Warrior's Transcripts, Shoulder Blade Strength +3. Wolf's Feet, Shoes Agility +40, Movement Speed +40%, Attack Speed +10%, Jump is available. Galgashi's Fur, Mantle Cold Resistance +100%, Agility +20, when health is less than 50%, Magic Protection automatically activates. Adelaine's Necklace, Necklace Defense +40, Affection +10, Blessing of the Sea available. Rarukan's Ring, Ring Agility +10, Attack Speed +10%, Critical Hit +8%, Dark Protection available. Ark's Ring, Ring Strength +5, Agility +5, Stamina +5, Wisdom +5, Intelligence +5, Sudden Increase in Power available. Amulet of Vitality, Bracelet Health +50, Health recovers by 5 every 20 seconds. Gladiator's Honor, Bracelet Strength, Agility, Stamina +10, Fame +500, Sword-based Skill Growth +5%. Asterisk All abilities will increase by 50% in the dark. Asterisk You have the ability to hide in the darkness, 30 minutes duration. Cancelled when you get into combat. Asterisk Resistance to fear, darkness, blind, and seduction spells is increased by 50%. Asterisk You can bring out the true abilities from all types of tools. Asterisk Shock absorption is increased by 20%. Asterisk Poison resistance has increased by 50%. Asterisk 10% increased attack and defense. Ark smiled with satisfaction as he checked the information window. It had been 1 week since he entered the chaos space. He had reduced his sleeping hours to 3-4 hours a day and continued eating the Wendigos. The Wendigos were level 300-350. Since the level 370 Ark was fighting the Wendigos with an average level of 320, he didn't receive a lot of experience. Even when he hunted the Wendigos that were level 350, he only received 60% of the experience. After hunting for a week, he fortunately managed to gain 3 levels. But Ark's goal was to raise his spiritual power. And the result was a great success. He managed to gain an enormous extra 380 spiritual power. After seeing the results of his efforts in the information window, a giggle escaped. Hoo 786 spiritual power. Did you see? This is it. Now I can use the Ghost Knight core and area declaration skill. Oh ho ha ha ha, ugh. Ark suddenly felt dizzy and stumbled. Clack. Clack 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 clack. Razak, who had been watching, approached with anxiety and sighed as he looked at Ark with pitying eyes. Right now Ark wasn't in a position to be energetic. His eye sockets were so hollow they looked like something on a dead person. Cheekbones protruded from his face. His skin was tight and dehydrated. Ark had become a perfect mummy after 1 week. The reason Ark looked like that. Oh, master. Don't force it too much. Well, it was my pleasure. Rackard folded up the many layers of fat on his stomach and spoke. Rackard's appearance was the complete opposite from Ark's. His face was greasy and his stomach was so fat that it wobbled as he moved. Yes, it was him. He was the culprit who turned Ark into a mummy. For the past week, Rackard had sucked Ark's blood in order to use moonlight illusion. Even though he ate the stamina tonics, it was ineffective in recovering his physical strength. Rackard absorbed energy from the blood and the result was the fat stomach. Therefore Ark was skin and bones from the malnutrition and lack of blood, while Rackard was obese and stuffed full of nutrition from the abuse of his blood-sucking skill. It can't be helped. Moonlight illusion is needed to hunt a lot of Wendigos. And as planned, I managed to raise my spiritual power by 380. But. Now all the Wendigos are dried up. How regretful. Right, master? He felt his spirit darken as he listened to Rackard's words. However, Rackard had now 100% grasped Ark's personality. Because after sucking the blood so many times, he confirmed that there would be absolutely no retaliation. No matter what he did, Ark wouldn't change his attitude because he needed Rackard. Damn it, my summons are getting smarter and more ambitious as time goes by. Although Ark initially beat his pets for no reason, now that their heads became smarter he couldn't beat them for no reason or else there would be backlash. If he wanted to discipline them then he always needed a new reason and that wasn't easy. Well, now that Rackard is like this. Ark looked at the pieces of land floating around him. For example, if a monk at a temple developed a taste for meat then wouldn't he have to leave? After hunting for spiritual power through the week, he had managed to navigate through all the floating lands and killed the Wendigos. Fortunately the Wendigos were now gone like Rackard said a short while ago. Now there's only the quest left? For the past week Ark hadn't even been thinking about the quest. If he freed the souls of the fire draconians inside Dragonian then the chaos space might reset to its original state. If that happened then the Wendigos which were dragged inside would also disappear. Therefore Ark wanted to maintain the chaos space even if he had to give up the quest. But after 1 week, he confirmed that the Wendigos didn't respawn anymore. He had no choice but to complete the quest. There are no more Wendigos here. Let's finish this. Ark recuperated using food and headed to his destination. Moving through the floating pieces of land in the chaos space wasn't a problem for Ark anymore. At the first the land masses seemed to move erratically, but after a while he realized that they moved in patterns. Just like planets orbiting the sun, they float around a central point. That point was right in the middle of the chaos space. There. Ark looked at the huge object occupying one of the land masses. It was the huge dome he saw at the top of Wariong Mountain. At the heart of the chaos space was a semicircle of stone arches which seemed to resemble a mountainous place. The only difference from the outside dome was that this one was formed out of rocks. The size was approximately 4-5 kilometers in diameter. It was also half submerged in lava. This must be Dragonian. Ark moved to the land mass and arrived at the stone mountain. It formed a dome but the surface was made out of rock so there was no concern about slipping. My guess is that the entrance should be somewhere here. Ark crawled around the rock surface and examined it. Everything in the chaos space rotated around this location so it had to be the right place. If Dragonian was here then it must be inside this huge rocky mountain. Therefore there must be a passage to enter the rocky mountain. But after searching around for 3 hours with Rackard, he couldn't find a passage inside the rocky mountain. That's strange. No matter how much I think, shouldn't this place be Dragonian? Ark scratched his head with confusion. Coo. Puswee. What the. Suddenly the mountain started shaking roughly and the ground where Ark was sitting split open. In the ensuing blast, a powerful suction force surrounded Ark's body and he was sucked in. Wah-ah! Ark screamed as he was sucked into the darkness. Suwayuk, Kung. The ability of the Cat Knight has reduced the fall damage by 50%. Thanks to your flexibility, the fall damage has been reduced by 40%. There was a tingling from the impact and the message window appeared. After hitting the ground, Ark hurriedly raised his head and looked around.
Look, what the? This is? The place where Ark fell was a ruin.
Debris from the broken fort and buildings were scattered around.
But the fort and building wreckage wasn't ordinary. The bricks scattered around were huge and one surviving door was dozens of meters high. I've found it. This is the city of Dragonian where the fire draconians lived.
Ark instinctively perceived that he had found the place he was looking for. The fire draconians was a species 20 meters high. It was natural for their residents to be huge. The door dozens of meters high was proof that the fire draconians lived here.
You bastard!
Suddenly a huge roaring sound shook the dome.
A huge shape showing its fangs looked down at Arkansas.
The shape was a mix of lizard and human and resembled Valderas and lumens. But the form of the monster wasn't ordinary. Here and there on the body, pieces of rotten skin peeled off and revealed the bones.
And the gaping wounds were maggot-infested. What's with this guy? I found you, you evil bastard. The monster sucked in a deep breath and blew out. Deep red flames came pouring out from that guy's mouth.
Ark freaked out and rolled along the ground to avoid the damage.
The monster followed after him. Bang, 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 bang.
Deep footprints were imprinted into the ground wherever it stepped.
One hit would be a critical attack. But it is slow.
Ark rolled along the ground and through the legs of the monster. That area was the largest blind spot of a big monster.
As expected, the monster panicked and stepped back. Ark quickly stood up and used Dark Dance. With the monster's slow attacks, it couldn't catch Ark, who was using Dark Dance.
Ark managed to get some distance away from it and stared. When looking at those abominable features, that guy is definitely Megura's subordinate. Although I was slightly confused at first, now I'm more comfortable. Its attacks are powerful, but it is a slow monster, so it won't be a difficult opponent for me. Fortunately, I didn't receive a lot of fall damage, so I should have no difficulty if a boss appears.
Razak, Rackard, get ready.
Ark drew his sword and ordered Razak and Rackard to get ready.
Rackard, the opponent is slow.
Attack his occipital nerves to disturb that guy.
Razak, his attack power is huge.
It is impossible for you to block his attacks with your shield head-on. Attack its legs from the side to stop its movements.
Heh, this fight will be simple. Shall I work off some of this fat? Quack.
Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Rackard started flying while his belly fat continued talking while Razak easily ran forward. Ark also grabbed his sword firmly with both hands and moved to his position. The monster in the center while Ark and Razak flanked its side and Rackard was behind.
It was their regular triangle formation. Now, shall we start?
Ark took an attacking stance and prepared to begin his attacks.
Thump, 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 thump.
Suddenly the ground shook like an earthquake was occurring.
Rackard's scream could be heard from behind the monster. Master, over there. What the? That is? Ark turned around and instinctively stiffened.
There was a dust cloud on the hill opposite Ark from 10 monsters running forward. The monsters had huge rotting bodies while holding a spear and mace. No matter how slow they were, he couldn't handle 10 monsters at the same time. But that wasn't the reason why Ark was confused.
Aren't they? But, Hook, don't tell me? Eyes of the cat.
Ark thought something was abnormal and used Eyes of the cat on the monsters.
This. No way. Then these guys are. Damn, no.
Ark frowned and shouted.
Rackard, don't you have one moonlight illusion left? Activate it. Lure them to the other side. Oh, blood-sucking skill activate. Rackard was engulfed in a flash of light before his alter egos flew towards the monsters. Now. Razak, transform back into a sword. Let's go. Ark ran away using sprint without looking back. Fortunately, the monsters were chasing Rackard's alter egos, so they didn't pay attention to Arkansas.
Meanwhile, Ark had managed to escape. After confirming his combat status, he collapsed with a sigh of relief.
Huck, damn it. Didn't I almost ruin the situation? Ark sighed and cursed.
The reason he ran away from the 10 monsters was because the information confirmed that they were cursed fire draconians.
Yes, the monster that Ark attacked wasn't Megura's subordinates.
They were fire draconians who had been caught by Megura's subordinates.
Why are the trapped souls wandering around?
After listening to Luman's words, he had guessed that the trapped souls were being forced to do hard labor somewhere. So he never imagined that they would be wandering around freely like this. But why are the souls of the fire draconians attacking me? After talking to lumens, the fire draconians don't seem to be hostile towards humans. Perhaps the trapped souls are being controlled by the devil? No, that's not it. Ark thought back to the situation just now. Just before attacking Ark, the fire draconian said that it had finally found the devil. It was impossible for it to say that if the devil was controlling it. That meant, I need to check this. You guys wait here for a while. Ark found a suitable hiding spot for his summons and used stealth. Then he went inside Dragonian. Dragonian was located inside the stone dome, which only had a diameter of 4-5 kilometers. After checking every corner, Ark managed to sneak into a gathering of fire draconians. The fire draconian souls that attacked him just then were gathered in the center of the ruins. He approached closely and listened to them talk. Was he really the devil? But was the devil that small? I don't know. I don't remember. I just feel this awful gnawing sensation on my soul. And my memory. Aside from the devil, now I can't even remember my name. All I can remember is my vengeful feelings towards the devil. It doesn't matter what the devil looks like. We're trapped in a place where only the devil can enter. If there are any existences other than us, then that person is the devil. Yes. He must be the devil. We have to find him before even our vengeful feelings become blurred. But it is dangerous if we scatter to look for him. If he is the devil, then we absolutely can't defeat him by ourselves. Let's find him all together. The spirits of the fire draconians buzzed noisily and rushed out of the area. It is like I guessed. Now Ark was sure of his reasoning. Dragonian was a large area with its own clouds and valley. However, the structure wasn't that complicated. It wasn't a place where someone could spend time hiding. Despite the fire draconians sweeping through every corner, they could only find their own presences. Clearly the souls of the fire draconians have a hostile relationship with the devil. But they said they found it when they saw me. That fact that I was mistaken is the devil meant they haven't discovered his location yet. However, Dragonian was inside a stone dome and it had limited space. Dragonian has been in this situation for hundreds of years. The fact that the fire draconians haven't found the devil yet. Yes, it is indeed like Lumen said. Ark now started to realize the meaning of Lumen's words. Lumens had said that Megura hid himself after deceiving the fire draconians. The souls of the fire draconians were bound to the devil, but they couldn't find him. Lumens mentioned that Megura had a large body, which meant that the devil looked similar to the souls of the fire draconians. Ark hid himself while searching around Dragonian to confirm his theory. Then all the souls of the fire draconians are currently searching for the devil? Ark looked with amazement at the souls of the fire draconians. While it was difficult to separate them, he could see approximately 30 of them. It was impossible to figure out if one of them was the devil just by the appearance. I don't know if you've ever gotten the end. Ark already firmly believed that the devil was among the fire draconians. According to the fire draconians' words, no presences other than the devil could enter here. No, the devil was also mixed among them, so couldn't resolve the misunderstanding. If Ark showed himself, then they would attack without asking any questions. Just as he was thinking that. A part of your ability was absorbed by an unknown presence. Abilities that disappeared: Strength -3, Stamina -3, Intelligence -8, Spiritual Power -6. Asterisk: once you find the cause of the absorption, you can take back the removed abilities. Asterisk: if you die before taking back the ability, then the absorbed ability will disappear forever. Hook, what is this? Ark freaked out as he checked the information window. The status window said that some of his stats had decreased. Ark then realized that the situation was more serious than he thought. Damn! What on earth is going on? The devil hiding here had the power to gnaw on souls. That was why the fire draconians lost their memories and changed to that horrible appearance. Then it also had the power to take away Ark's abilities. But right now Ark was using stealth. How was he found by the devil? Anyway, now wasn't the time to be thinking such things. Before it is too late, I have to find the devil and defeat him. However, Ark didn't know how he came in here. Then the only way was that the devil pulled him in here. If I die, then my lost stats will permanently disappear. If the devil controls all those fire draconians, the devil could just hide while controlling those guys. If he killed the souls of the fire draconians, then he would definitely fail the quest. However, the quest wasn't the problem anymore. If he lost a bunch of stats, then what use was the compensation? But the problem wasn't that simple. Of course, the fire draconians already had a lot of their power taken away by the devil, so they were weaker. However, there were 30 of them. Moreover, one of them was the devil. In other words, he had to fight against the boss monster and 29 fire draconians. The problem is those guys are going together. This method he used to take care of the Wendigos needed at least 10 opponents. But it was impossible no matter how he thought about it. Those guys were slow, but they stayed together and could use their fire for ranged attacks. If only there was a way to expose the devil from the fire draconians. Then something popped into Ark's head. Wait? Didn't the fire draconians have a weakness? Ark raised his head and surveyed the area. After thinking for a while, Ark's eyes started sparkling. Maybe. No, with this there is a much higher possibility of winning against the fire draconians. Okay, this is it. There's no choice. I have to try this. This place. The souls of the fire draconians looked down and frowned. On the floor, pits were open like rats had chewed on it. It wasn't only here. Since he started, Ark had already dug up over 10 places in Dragonian. What on earth is that guy thinking? I don't understand. Is he hoping that we'll fall into the holes? Surely he isn't that stupid. He's obviously arranging something. He fooled our eyes for hundreds of years. I don't know when he'll begin hiding again, so we have to find him quickly. Hurry! But doesn't it seem to have become slightly colder? Now that you mention it? Could it be connected to the reason why he is digging the land? I haven't heard that temperatures would go down if the ground is dug up. Let's just go. The fire draconians began to move on from the place where the earth was dug up. None of them noticed the set of eyes watching from the sky. The eyes belonged to Rackard, who flapped his wings and followed them. Rackard guessed the direction the fire draconians were moving in and instantly contacted Arkansas. Master, those guys are moving in Master's direction from point D. Damn! Ark's voice was heard through the wireless communication. Then Ark frowned and shouted towards Razak. Those guys are coming. Hurry and move out from the pit. Clack 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 clack, clack 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 clack. Razak, who was carrying dirt using his shield, hurriedly jumped out of the pit. Ark also collected his shovel and exited the pit. When he came outside, he immediately saw the dust cloud approaching from the other side. They were the fire draconians that Rackard mentioned. Damn! I've barely started digging here. Are they getting faster? Ark complained as he ran in the opposite direction. Yes, it was unnecessary to say, but Ark was the one going around digging holes in Dragonian. He was digging in order to find a weapon to reveal the devil. If I find it, then there is a 100% chance of revealing the devil. Once the devil is revealed, there is no reason to fight against the fire draconians. No, the fire draconians would probably end up helping me against the devil. So Ark assigned Rackard to watch the fire draconians' movements while going around digging the ground. But to be honest, this method was a gamble. There was no guarantee that he would find it inside Dragonian or that he would be able to trap the devil in it. And he hadn't found any trace of it yet, even after working a couple of days. Well, at least I found an unexpected treasure while digging. Ark pulled out a red gem similar to a ruby from his pocket. It was a heartstone that Ark discovered when he first started digging. After shoveling at the land for a while, a small stone had appeared. This. Firestone, Hearthstone. A heartstone that has absorbed magic for a long time while under the earth. It isn't uncommon in New World to find mysterious stones that can absorb the magic around it. The nature of the stone would change depending on where it is buried. A stone buried near the volcano would absorb a fire attribute, while a stone buried near a snowy mountain would absorb an ice attribute. A stone which has taken on such attributes are called heartstones. This heartstone has absorbed an aura of fire. If the fire magic is absorbed incompletely, then it will explode when receiving an impact. Players mainly use it as a combustion magic ingredient, or it can be used as a bomb. In addition, it will give a mysterious power to items when inserted in a socket. Directly used, when thrown, all those within a 5-meter radius will receive 1 to 100 fire damage. Used in socket, armor exclusive, use fire resistance +2. Hearthstone. Ark shouted with joy as he found an unexpected item. Of course, the flame stone itself didn't have great stats. But there was a reason Ark cheered when he found the hearthstone. In fact, while traveling, Ark had been digging at the ground after setting up campsites. After being captured by Caracal and forced to do hard labor, he discovered it was possible to find Japtum while using excavation to dig the land. But Ark's purpose wasn't finding Japtum. To be honest, if he wanted Japtum, then it was easier to find them while hunting. Ark continued digging in order to find a massive treasure. He only used excavation to find that treasure. The Hearthstone. Yet he hadn't found anything despite his persistent efforts. Hearthstones were generally excavated in a place which a strong power, in Order's words, a power spot. And this place had been sealed up for hundreds of years. In other words, the power of fire which couldn't be released for hundreds of years had accumulated in the ground. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Warion Mountain has some of the most powerful magic on the condition, so of course the conditions to create a Hearthstone would be right. Then, Ark took out a small stone from his bag. While digging everywhere, he had sometimes found an empty Hearthstone. The reason Ark hadn't thrown them away and carried them around was because he had the chance to turn them into real Hearthstones. Ark inserted the empty Hearthstone in the place where the Firestone emerged. Then he pulled out the Phantom Hourglass and used it. Maximum acceleration. Then the sand at the top started to fall at a tremendous speed. Ark waited until all the sand had fallen to the bottom. The empty Hearthstone was filled with sudden power. If it was incomplete, then it would change into the Firestone. But instead of becoming a Firestone, it became a Hearthstone with a red tint. It's a success. Ark lifted the Hearthstone and investigated the information window. Explosion Stone, Rare Hearthstone. It is a Hearthstone which has absorbed the heat of Warion Mountain for hundreds of years. Warion Mountain is a sacred place which contains the energy of fire. This Hearthstone which has absorbed the power of Warion Mountain contains one of the stronger fire energy in the world. A Hearthstone which has absorbed this much power can be found once in hundreds of years. It can be used as a deluxe magic ingredient, and when inserted into a socket, the item will display a special quality. Used in socket, weapon exclusive use. When the Hearthstone is added to a weapon, there is a 33% possibility of causing an explosion and dealing additional 50 to 100 fire damage. There is also a splash damage which will deal 10 to 50 fire damage to all enemies 5 meters in front of him. A rare Hearthstone. The rare Hearthstones only appeared once in several hundred years. A 33% chance of causing 50 to 100 fire damage. Furthermore, when the effect was exercised, then all enemies within 5 meters in front of him would receive 50 to 100 fire damage. The Explosion Stone had an enormous effect which suited its name. When the rare Hearthstone absorbed the surrounding power, the area instantly felt like it had become colder. I found a rare Hearthstone with firepower. All this is worth it just for the rare Hearthstone. Of course he would insert the rare Hearthstone into the promised sword. And the Firestone was a consumable, so he could also sell it at the auction and make quite a good amount of money. He once again packed the Hearthstone in his bag with a proud feeling. This definitely feels like a bonanza. However, the message which appeared next poured cold water on his happy mood. A part of your ability was absorbed by an unknown presence. Abilities that disappeared: Strength -4, Wisdom -7, Luck -5, Health -200. Damn, again. Ark's face, which had been remembering the happy memory, distorted. For the last 2 days, Ark had his stats absorbed dozens of times a day. During this time, the amount of stats he lost was equivalent to losing 50 levels. Ark's summons also had their stats disappear. I really don't have time anymore. If I lose any more stats, then there is no guarantee I can win against the devil. If I can't find that by the end of the day, then I'm screwed. The cornered Ark hurriedly rushed to the next place and began shoveling. Thanks to his digging while traveling, his excavation skill was currently at the advanced level. The shovel dug at the soil every time he swung it. Razak also used his shield to help dig, and even Raiden swallowed the earth before throwing it away somewhere else. After Ark and his summons were digging a while, a large puddle formed. However, Ark still hadn't recovered it. Ark released the shovel and started thinking. Was I mistaken? Is that really here? Even if it was 100% here, there was still a problem. Dragonian was a limited space, but it was still 4 to 5 kilometers in diameter. It was impossible to dig and find it with just one shovel. And the more time dragged on, the more the devil would absorb his abilities. I made a mistake. From the beginning it was a gamble with a low rate of success. He should have fought the Fire Draconians when his stats were absorbed the first time. Even if he had to give up the quest to escape from Dragonian, it was better than dying and losing his stats. But now he had stats equivalent to 50 levels absorbed. If he died, then he would lose 50 levels. Would all the effort he put into raising his stats be in vain? It is better to give up here than to quit the game. Ark was thinking that when something interrupted him. Huck huck huck, master. Rackard flew towards him with his tongue hanging out. What? Are the Fire Draconians coming here? No, those guys moved in the opposite direction. Please give me water. It is unbearably hot. What did you say? Don't you know what kind of situation this is? Damn, I know. But I already have no strength in my wings. Can't you give me a little bit of water? Ui, I don't know. I can't do any more. Kill me or do whatever you want.
Rackard fell to the ground and acted like a child having a temper tantrum.
This guy is acting like this when his master might have to give up the game. However, he couldn't blame Rackard.
Even if the Hearthstone had absorbed some of the fire aura, there was still a lava area. While Ark had been tirelessly shoveling for the last 2 days without any work, Razak and Raiden were also exhausted. Rackard had been flying around the whole time while monitoring the fire draconians. Since he was fat from Ark's blood, Rackard in particular had double the energy consumed.
It can't be helped. Ark sighed and took out his sword. Of course, even one drop of water couldn't be found in Dragonian.
At first he had worried about hunger and thirst, but Ark soon found a way to get water. He used his elemental sword to give his sword a magic attribute. He used the ice attribute on his sword, which would heat up and melt.
However, it wasn't that easy to obtain water using that method. The magic attribute was heavily influenced by the surrounding environment.
At a river it was possible to make enough ice to eat patbingsu, shaved ice.
But the atmosphere of Dragonian made it difficult to create ice.
Ark placed his sword about the pot and received a drop of water which fell. Aside from his pets, he was also suffering from thirst. When he saw a drop of water, a sigh naturally flowed out.
Ha, this really is pitiful. There must not be water around.
No, if there was water in the area then I wouldn't need to use elemental sword to create water. Ark murmured with a pitiful expression until he suddenly received a jolt to his brain.
Eh? What have I been doing? Ark stood up and looked around a stupid face.
There were already a few pits within a 10-meter area.
Oh my god. Doing this kind of thing. Did I become really stupid? Why did I waste 2 days when there is such an easy method? Was there a reason to go around digging at the land like crazy?
Ark hurriedly put away his sword and shovel.
Rackard, Razak, there's no time, so follow me. What? Water? Shut up.
There's no time for that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 17, Chapter 5. ACT 5 Devil's Identity. I've found it.
The gazes of the fire draconians concentrated on a hill as they heard someone's voice. Then one man appeared on top of the hill and hurled curses at them.
Damn. Yes, it's me. What are you going to do?
You stupid lizards.
No matter how much your spirit has been eaten, how can you confuse me for the devil that trapped you? Ha! I'm a human.
That guy called Lumens was whining, so I came in to look for you.
Nonsense. The fact that you entered here is evidence that you are the devil.
Kill him, get revenge for the fire draconians. The fire draconians immediately took out their weapons and climbed up the hill. When the herd of fire draconians came within 20 meters of him, the ground shook like there was an earthquake. Ark instantly turned his body around and ran off.
These guys use blunt weapons.
While resilience will allow me to withstand it a bit, if I am surrounded by those guys then I would be stunned and it will be game over.
I have to keep the maximum distance while luring them.
But just maintaining the distance was difficult.
If he got too far away from them then the combat state would be released. Ark's purpose wasn't to lure one fire draconian to his destination.
If even one fire draconian fell behind then it would cause a problem. For Ark's plan to 100% succeed, all of them had to chase after him. Rackard, if any of them fall behind or watches from a distance then use taunt on them.
Okay.
Rackard flew to the side at Ark's command. Then he cursed at any fire draconians that slowed down.
The fire draconians became furious and caught up. However, it wasn't easy to lure 30 opponents.
Ark controlled his speed and the fire draconians chased after him as one group.
After about 10 minutes,
the destination Ark was luring the fire draconians to was just beyond the hill.
Rackard, are there any fire draconians remaining? Okay, I'll check. 1, 2, all 30, I'm certain.
After finishing the personnel check, he lured them within a short distance and turned around. At the same time, the place covered with a hazy vapor appeared.
That's it, we've arrived.
Yeah, these stupid lizards.
Try attacking me.
Ark ran into the fog and shouted. Then he turned around and stared at the fire draconians chasing him. One of the fire draconians rushed towards him wielding an iron bar.
Die, you demonic fellow.
Ark quickly rolled to avoid the iron bar and pointed towards him.
You've finally shown your true identity, you devil. W what? Devil? Are you talking about me? The devil. You. Ark's confident answer caused the fire draconian to flinch and stop moving. Ark stood slowly and said with a decisive voice. Yes, the devil. The one who trapped the souls in Dragonian and slowly chewed on the souls of the fire draconians like a parasite is you. You're talking nonsense. Nonsense? Heh, why don't you look around before saying that? The fire draconian looked around with a perplexed face. Until then the fire draconians had been chasing Arkansas. But now the remaining 29 fire draconians weren't in front of Arkansas. They were on the outskirts of the water vapor and looking around absent-mindedly. What is this? This guy. It is useless. They're not going to come in. What? You still don't understand? What happened to your cheerful expression? Ark tapped the ground and a noise like a splash could be heard. This. Yes, it is water. To be more exact, it is the hot springs underneath Dragonian. Ark laughed and replied. That's right. Ark had been digging in order to find the hot springs. The reason Ark thought of the hot spring was because he remembered his fight with Valderas. Hundreds of people fighting at the same time couldn't defeat Valderas, but Ark managed to fight him along because he used the fire draconian's weakness to water. Since the fire draconians were spirits of fire, just touching water would cause them massive damage. In other words, it was like poison to the fire draconians. If there was a place with water, then the fire draconians would instinctively stop walking. But if it was the devil? If the devil had been hiding among the fire draconians for hundreds of years, then of course it would be aware of their weakness. But the devil's excitement meant that it would continue forward. Therefore Ark looked for the hot springs because he thought it would reveal the devil. There had been many hot springs drifting in the chaos space. And those pieces of land had all fallen off Dragonian. Naturally he thought that a hot spring would be somewhere in Dragonian. The problem was that it would be difficult to find the hot springs in the ground in an area that was 4-5 kilometers. But the problem was settled surprisingly easily. Elemental sword. If there was water nearby, then he could add an ice attribute to his sword. Then it was natural for it to be influenced by hot springs buried in the ground. So Ark ran around Dragonian and continuously used elemental sword in order to find water. Then he dug at a place which showed the strongest effect and, bingo! The hot springs he was waiting for appeared. The fact that you entered here and didn't receive any damage from the hot springs is evidence. Now, how about it? Do you still have something to say? Ugh! The fire draconian burst out with confusion and stepped backwards. Then it saw the group of fire draconians who had been gathered together and stopped. It scratched at its neck for a while before laughing creepily. Cuckoo, you saw through my act. Hey! The crowd of fire draconians burst out with anger. The body of the fire draconian who entered the hot springs melted down and a black shape appeared. It was a slippery, black form that almost looked like slime. Maggots? Anyway, it was a creepy, black monster with one red eye. Its name was Cell. Unexpectedly, it was only a level 300 monster. Level 300? Is it similar to the Wendigos? Isn't that strange? The look and level of the devil was completely different from what Ark expected. But he soon shook his head and concentrated on Cell. This is a boss monster, so I can't be careless. Cuckoo, this mischief ends here. You cheeky bastard. I'll melt you slowly and make you wander around this place forever. Nothing has changed even if you know my true identity. I'll rip you apart and digest you. Cell shrieked and ran up to him. Then sharp projectiles rose from its skin. Ark threw his body out of the way and a wave of water rose into the sky as the projectile impacted with the ground. It was infused with tremendous speed and power. However, Ark was still composed. Ark rolled across the ground and stood up before shouting coldly. Hey, Pudding. What? Pea Pudding? I've already discovered your true identity. All the fire draconians also know that. Do you expect the fire draconians to help you? Those guys are scared of water, so how can they come in here? Oh, then you're not afraid of water? Cuckoo, scared of water? Does my appearance look scared? You sound like a fool talking. Cell's whole body shook as he sneered at Arkansas. Ark's body also shook like Cell's and he scoffed. Cuckoo, you don't understand the meaning of the word pudding. If you don't want me to receive the help of the fire draconians, then why don't you come in deeper? You say that you're not afraid of water? Let's see if you can say that after a while. Record, now. Ark shouted powerfully. There was a sudden bang and something approached at a tremendous speed. Qua 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 qua. The roaring sound was a huge amount of water pouring down. Huck, water. The fire draconians screamed and stepped back. The hot spring water flowed down the hill into a pit that Ark had dug. Ark's excavation skill, it managed to dig a hole 30 meters big. Both Ark and Cell were trapped in the pool of water. This is. The slippery, slimy pudding-like monster with maggots couldn't swim in water. The pudding wriggled as it floated in the water. Now, shall I slowly release my resentment? Ark bit the mermaid scale and laughed. Then Ark shot forward like an arrow. He didn't use any special skills. He just ran forward and swung his sword. Cell freaked out and tried to avoid it, but all he could do was wriggle in the water. There was a splash as the sword fell and Cell was cut in the side. Quack, why you bastard? Hoo, I'm slightly strong in water. In fact, the place where Ark discovered the hot spring wasn't here but on the hill above it. However, Ark had been worried after finding the hot springs. Obviously he could reveal the identity of the devil using the hot springs. But it would be insignificant if he wouldn't 100% defeat the devil. The idea Ark came up with was to use a sacrificial rite. He found water after such a long time, so shouldn't he take advantage of it? The hot springs which appeared under the mountain was dozens of meters deep. By making a channel into the pit, he blocked it off to build a sort of dam. After luring the devil to the pit, he ordered the blockage to be broken, which allowed the water to flow down from the top. If it is an underwater battle, then I have confidence against any opponent. Ark was already an expert at fighting underwater. He had the guardian armor of the Mare people, which invalidate the water penalty by 100%. Thanks to that, there was no opponent who could fight equally with Ark underwater. Once the pudding was in the water, it couldn't even move, let alone attack. You're screwed now. Qua quang, qua quang, qua quang, qua quang. Ark hurled attacks at Cell like an evening shower. After a few minutes, Cell's health had already reached the bottom. What the? Even if it is a level 300 monster, isn't this too easy, it? Is this really the devil which trapped the fire draconians for hundreds of years? No, isn't there something strange? The battle was proceeding so easily that Ark made an upset face. Then Cell seemed to melt and disappear after being hit by Dark Blade. No, it happened when he thought Cell disappeared. What the? Ark's eyes showed his shock. Suicayuk, Suicayuk, Suicayuk. Ark looked at the fire draconians. Cell had appeared among them. Its eyeball rolled around and it laughed in a grotesque voice before speaking. Cuckoo, I used teleportation while you were running wild. You fool, it was impossible to beat me the moment you entered this place. Now do you want to wander eternally while your soul is slowly absorbed, or you can choose to die immediately? If you die immediately, then it will just allow me to absorb your soul quicker. Just like the stupid fire draconians. You unbelievable. Ark now noticed the subtle feeling of goosebumps. In New World, a warning message always popped up whenever a boss monster appeared. However, that message didn't appear when he encountered Cell. In other words, Cell was not the real devil inside Dragonian. Aoak, you evil bastard. Qua 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 quang, qua 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 quang. While Ark was thinking that, Cell started attacking the fire draconians. But Ark just watched with a soulless expression. No, to be exact, he was looking at Cell's body. While Cell wasn't the devil, it was obviously a part of the body. Unless the body was destroyed, Ark wouldn't be able to escape from Dragonian. If Cell is a part of the devil's body, then the devil should be somewhere around here. Where the hell is it? Ark avoided Cell's attack and surveyed the situation until he had a sudden flash. He realized why his nerves had been subtly irritated. So far Ark had managed to walk around undetected by the fire draconians and the devil. Then how could the devil steal Ark's stats? Ark's stats were stolen while he was away from Cell, who had been hiding among the fire draconians. In other words, the power of the devil worked inside this entire space. Yet Cell wasn't able to find Arkansas. That meant the devil was able to steal Ark's stats, but it couldn't know where his location was. It wasn't logical. It was also strange when I entered Dragonian. I was looking for the entrance when I suddenly felt a sucking sensation and fell inside. Huck, don't tell me? Oh my god, if that's true, then the devil has tricked us from the beginning. Ark raised his head at the thought and winced. The conclusion he came to seemed like nonsense. But this was a game, so anything could happen. Moreover, Ark had already seen an existence like this before. When he realized this, Ark had to change the direction of his thoughts by 180 degrees. Yes, he absolutely couldn't win against Cell and the devil like this. From the beginning he couldn't defeat the devil and escape from Dragonian. Conversely, escaping from this place meant it might be possible to defeat the devil. Ark's thoughts inside his head turned at 700 kilometers per hour. Then the way to get out of this place. He pushed back Cell using riposte and looked around. Ark had received fall damage when he entered. That meant the entrance was somewhere in the ceiling. Normally it would be impossible to escape that way, but Ark guessed there was another method. "Hey, fire Draconians!" Ark shouted from the hot springs. "You know that I'm not the devil. You might have forgotten, but Lumens is the sole survivor of the fire Draconians and he asked me to save your souls. But everybody needs to help me to accomplish this purpose." What? The fire Draconians asked while avoided Cell's attacks. "Your fire. Please work together to pour your flames into the hot springs." "Into the hot spring? There is no time to explain. Please trust me and follow my instructions." The fire Draconians were confused, but they looked at the hot springs after hearing Ark's desperate voice. They took a deep breath and blew out fire. The fire of 29 fire Draconians hit the hot spring, causing it to heat up and exude a massive amount of water vapor. After a while, so much vapor had risen that nothing could be seen in front of him. Then the ground convulsed and shook. Ark ran out of the water vapor and stared up at the ceiling. That's it. Cuckoo, dash. A giant door seemed to open in the ceiling. With a roar, the surrounding water vapor was continuously pushed up to the ceiling. Now Raiden. The hanged lighter. Sack. Razak transform into a sword, Raikard ride the air currents and follow. Ark grabbed Razak and ran with his full strength before jumping. Then he pushed his hanged lighter and rode the air current to the ceiling. He was pushed by the water vapor and seemed to be flung at the ceiling. Ark rode the air current up through the doors until he turned around and landed on a nearby floating land. At the same time, a warning message flashed before his eyes. The Soul Predator boss monster Soul Eater has appeared. Indeed. Quang. The enormous stone mountain in front of Ark that contained Dragonian started to collapse. Once the rocks fell down, it revealed the huge shape of the devil, which resembled a catfish. Just like its name Soul Eater, it was made out of a translucent material resembling gelatin and had a huge size. The forts, buildings, and hot springs were all inside it. Surprisingly, it was Dragonian before Arkansas. Yes, Ark and Dragonian had been inside the huge Soul Eater the whole time. If Dragonian was inside Soul Eater, then everything started making sense to Arkansas. While he had been drawn inside Dragonian, the sucking sensation was similar to what he felt when he was swallowed by the white whale Gallic. Since he was inside the stomach, the monster was able to absorb his stats. Cell is just a parasite that lives inside. Yes, Cell was similar to the worm-like parasites which lived inside Gallic. The difference between Cell and the worms was that Cell was mentally controlled by the catfish. The Soul Eater couldn't look inside itself, so it used Cell to keep an eye on the fire Draconians. The level 500 monster which swallowed Dragonian is the devil's true identity. That was the reason why Ark used the hot springs to create water vapor. There was suddenly a huge amount of water vapor within the stomach. Naturally, the Soul Eater would have to expel all the air. In other words, Ark made a situation where the Soul Eater would have no choice but to burp. He then used the hanged lighter to ride the air current from the burp and came outside. Who would have thought the devil would look like this? Quack, you bastard. The Soul Eater took off its outer shell and was completely exposed. Ark was overwhelmed by the colossal size of the Soul Eater. It was a monster large enough to swallow a 4-5 kilometer city. Gallic seemed like a child next to the humongous Soul Eater. It was to the extent that somebody didn't even have to be on the battlefield to see the Soul Eater from a distance away. It was also level 500. Since the Soul Eater had devoured his stats, Ark was currently around level 300. It was a 200 level difference. Master. Raikard stuttered as he trembled away from the enormous size and the level difference. However, Ark's eyes just shone with an eerie light as he stared at the Soul Eater. It is rice. Raikard made a stupid face at Ark's cry. What nonsense are you saying? Did you suffer while inside that thing? You idiot, please see straight. That guy is my meal. Meal? It is a catfish. The pot isn't big enough for the catfish. I think spicy catfish soup is too. That's not it. Look at the translucent, gelatin-like skin and how similar it is to the Wendigos. What are you, Hick? Master perhaps? I'm going to devour it. Ark laughed crazily. Yes, the Soul Eater was just a huge monster with a soul body. and a soul body monster was like a pill giving Ark spiritual power. The level and size was all unnecessary. To Ark, the Soul Eater was just a huge lump of spiritual power. That huge body, how much spiritual power will it give me? Ark drooled as he stared at the Soul Eater. Then dozens of tentacles sprouted from the Soul Eater's body. Swayak, qua 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 quan. When the tentacles stretched out hundreds of meters and struck a rock, it instantly turned to powder. Ark immediately threw his body and wrapped the saw blade around a rock. Then he rose in a parabola and swung to another stone using his saw blade. It was the whip action Indiana Jones used several times. Ark flew across the sky using the whip and stared at the Soul Eater. After a short time, an arrow appeared on top of the Soul Eater's head. Lock on. Soul extortion. At the same time, a hand stretched out from Ark and grabbed the skin of the Soul Eater. Normally the 200 level difference meant that his sword wouldn't really hit properly. However, soul extortion, which grabbed some of the soul, was unrelated to the level. When the hand grabbed the skin, there was a loud tearing sound and the skin was torn. And the Soul Eater let out a pain scream. Eh? What the? Ark looked at the piece of Soul Eater's skin with stunned eyes. With one single blow, several hundred meters of the Soul Eater's skin had been torn. It seemed a little extreme for his level of soul extortion. But Ark soon discovered the reason why. The sections of skin were so thin that they were only a few millimeters. This guy, is he totally empty on the outside? Yes, the Soul Eater was a huge monster, but it wasn't 4-5 kilometers. Its original size was only a few hundred meters. However, it was a soul body, so it could be expanded or reduced freely. So it could inflate its body like a balloon to swallow Dragonian. That's why the skin was only a few millimeters thick. On the other hand, soul extortion was a skill which allowed him to rip out a certain amount of the opponent's soul. So he peeled off a wide but thin piece. Quack, this human dares. When a whole bunch of skin was ripped off, the Soul Eater swung even more tentacles at him. Ark swung his whip and ran away, but the tentacles destroyed several pieces of land, making the places he could escape to disappear. When there was no longer any place to move, then he would receive simultaneous attacks from the tentacles. Sheesh, is this a level 500 monster? Ark bit his lip and glared at the Soul Eater. It was so large that he could close his eyes to shot an arrow and it would still hit. However, the range of soul extortion was only 20-30 meters. Once outside that range, then Ark couldn't use soul extortion at all. By moving between different pieces of land, he couldn't stay within range. Besides, the pieces of floating land are quickly decreasing. If I'm hit by the tentacles, then I will fall into the lava. Some way. Ark looked around for a while before looking at the Soul Eater again and laughed. Aha, can't I use that as a springboard to attack? Then a tentacle separated the wind and fell. The tentacles turned a landmass to powder. But Ark didn't care about the landmasses anymore. The Soul Eater rolled its eyes and surveyed the area. Then it found Ark unexpectedly handing from a tentacle using the saw blade. The moment the tentacle had hit the landmass, Ark had transferred to the tentacle. The Soul Eater roared and struck its tentacle into the lava. Red lava flew up as the tentacles impacted with it. Ark used his flexibility to jump between the tentacles. When compared to the Soul Eater, the tentacles were 10 meters thick. Ark used sprint to run up the tentacles. When Ark ran up, dozens of tentacles instantly dived towards him. Hey, you idiot! Where do you think you're looking? Block his gaze. But that guy is so large. Do you think dying to him is better? Or do you want me to kill you? Ugh, damnin. Rackard closed his eyes tightly and used Dark Dash at Ark's threat. An. Puk. Qua wah. The Soul Eater suddenly screamed and emitted a light. When Rackard had used Dark Dash, he literally embedded himself into the Soul Eater's eyeball. The Soul Eater had swelled up several hundred meters like a balloon. Rackard was just like a piece of dust next to it. However, even a piece of dust could make a big difference when stuck in the eyes. Eh? What? Isn't this plain water? This flying bastard. Come out right now. Fly? How dare a balloon demon like you insult a noble vampire? You. Quack, come out. The huge Soul Eater stumbled from Rackard's attack. Rackard swam around in the Soul Eater's eyeballs and punched away. The Soul Eater screamed painfully and tried to hit Rackard with his tentacle, but all it did was hit its own eyeball. Okay, that's good. Meanwhile, Ark had been traveling along the Soul Eater's tentacles. Ho, there's no need to worry now. Rackard jumped around and used soul extortion continuously. Thanks to Rackard poking around in the eyeball, Ark could jump around to tear off pieces of skin. Whenever it was hit, the Soul Eater would yell out and stamp its feet. The space shook and lava flew up everywhere. But that wasn't a problem for Ark since he was on the Soul Eater's body. Oh who? That devil swallowed Dragonian. He's eating. A human is eating the devil, ... The fire draconians who had fought against Cell in the stomach exclaimed. Since the rocks surrounded the Soul Eater had collapsed, the fire draconians were watching the battle through the transparent skin. And the scene was a small human overwhelming the hundreds of kilometers wide Soul Eater. Siu 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 sayak, siu 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 sayak. When Ark had torn nearly half of the Soul Eater's skin, dozens more tentacles appeared. But these tentacles were much easier to avoid. He didn't need to jump around the landmasses and the Soul Eater couldn't see Ark so it couldn't hit him. Your mistake has inflated your body, you stupid catfish. Soul extortion. Ark avoided the recklessly flying tentacles and peeled off the skin. Your spirit has risen thanks to soul extortion. Spiritual power +1. Your spirit has risen thanks to soul extortion. Spiritual power +1. His spiritual power gradually increased as the Soul Eater's body disappeared. When Ark used soul extortion to eat the soul, one side of its head faded away. With the Soul Eater in that state, a part of Dragonian inside the stomach shook and emerged. It was like a goldfish swimming in excrement. While Ark was jumping around and peeling the skin using soul extortion, he was concerned as the piece of Dragonian fell into the lava. At the same time, the lava welled up hundreds of meters. It was at that time. The Soul Eater suddenly deflated and shrunk. After decreasing to 100 meters in size and Dragonian emerged. Fortunately, Ark, who had been on the Soul Eater's back, wasn't damaged by the fall. That fellow. It is the devil who deceived us for hundreds of years. When Dragonian appeared from the devil's stomach, Cell instantly disappeared. The fire draconians who had been fighting against Cell rushed towards the Soul Eater. Ark ran like the wind in front of them and shouted. Don't touch. It is mine. What does that mean? For hundreds of years, ... Mine. Ack. He had to convert every last bit of the Soul Eater to spiritual power. Therefore he had to stop the fire draconians. The fire draconians flinched from Ark and retreated. Meanwhile Ark moved his eyes from the fire draconians towards the Soul Eater. The Soul Eater that had been several kilometers in size had decreased to 100 meters and it looked completely like a wet rag. When Ark approached it, tried to swing its tentacles, but they just dropped and crumpled like a wet rag. Cool, don't come, stop. Ark just hit the annoying tentacles with his sword and approached the Soul Eater. Then he raised his hands and said with a bright expression, I'll eat well. His happy mealtime had started. Just like that, the Soul Eater which swallowed up Dragonian disappeared into Arkansas. When it only had 3% health left, a viscous liquid flowed out and the demonic seal information window disappeared. Ark glanced at the Soul Eater and stopped attacking. Demonic seal, should I make a cursed Japtum or eat it? No, my spiritual power won't rise that much with the remaining portions. And the cursed Japtum has surprising uses, so shouldn't I create it this once? Demonic seal. Ark used the remaining soul to seal into one of the swords he picked up in Oberium. At the same time, a stream of message windows appeared. You have received 30% additional experience for using demonic seal. The source of the wicked power disappeared and the absorbed stats will be returned. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. When he defeated a level 500 boss, he instantly gained 9 levels. Moreover, he had gained 170 spiritual power just from eating one Soul Eater. The gelatin-like Soul Eater was a monster who gave him a bunch of nutrition. Now shall I check out the loot? A bunch of items were scattered around where the Soul Eater died. Nightmare sealed old sword. Weapon type, one-handed sword. Attack, 710, plus 60, durability, 2. Weight, 45 user restriction, level 250 and higher. A sword used by ancient warriors of Oberium. However, the sword has absorbed the demonic magic and changed its nature. The enchanted magic within the sword has enough energy to destroy an opponent. At the same time, the sword's durability has weakened because of the magic. In addition, the user will be affected by the curse and will receive constant damage until it is destroyed. Asterisk cannot be repaired, reinforced, enchanted or unequipped. Asterisk Greater Demon, Soul Eater, Sealing Effect. Soul Eater, when using the magic of the Soul Eater to attack, you can deal strong mental damage. When mentally attacking the opponent, there is a chance to deal 3,000 damage to mana and there is also a 50% chance to steal a random stat from the opponent. Skin of a greater demon, rare, material. Advanced leatherwork skill is required to view the detailed information. Number 5. Oh, what is this? Ark's eyes widened as he looked at the sword. It was a boss monster, so he had expected a good effect. The result was a perfect bingo. An option he never imagined had appeared when he sealed the Soul Eater. Damage to mana and a 50% chance to steal stats from the opponent? When considering the absorption ability of the Soul Eater, it really was a cheat-like option. But it only has 2 durability, so just using it 10 times will destroy it. Since the probability is 50%, I'll probably only get between 5-10 points before the sword breaks. When thinking about it like that, the option is not that great. Damn, it would be an absurd sword if the durability was higher. Ark packed the sword with a regretful face. But what is this? Even though I defeated a boss monster. Aside from the sword, it seemed like the Soul Eater only dropped one option. It was a rare material item. Ark had expected a lot more from a level 500 boss. Wait? Didn't something seem to shine and fall when that guy died? This skin isn't shiny. Then there is still something left? Ark looked around carefully. But he couldn't find a special item, not matter where he looked. That's strange. Am I wrong? Ark asked as he tilted his head to one side. Sack, 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 sack. Ark looked around restlessly when Raiden suddenly appeared. Raiden entered a small gap in a rock, and then an information window appeared in front of Arkansas. Raiden has acquired Burning Heart of the Fire Draconian. Oh, so it rolled in there. Well done, Raiden. Sack, sack? Sack, sack, sack. Ark stroked his head while Raiden shook his tail eagerly. Now please throw it up. I want to check out the information. Raiden immediately opened his mouth at Ark's order, sack. Throw up, sack. Throw up, he couldn't. No matter how many times he tried, the Burning Heart couldn't be spat out. Ark thought something was wrong and tried to hold Raiden upside down, but it was no use. Then Raiden was covered in dead skin and the information window appeared. Raiden has absorbed the Burning Heart of the Fire Draconian. Your pet Raiden ate a special item which is producing changes in his body. As an Alamwan, the secret of growth for that species is still unknown. It cannot be confirmed what type of changes the item would bring, but it will become evident when the Burning Heart of the Fire Draconian will be completely absorbed. However, Raiden's current ability does not allow him to completely digest the Burning Heart of the Fire Draconian. It will take some time until Raiden can completely digest the Burning Heart of the Fire Draconian. Presently digested, 1%. What is this? Ark read the information window with a stupid expression. He had forgotten. Raiden could grow using specific items. Then wasn't Burning Heart of the Fire Draconian similar to the fruit of Basium that Raiden ate before? Sack, 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 sack. After seeing Ark's expression, Raiden dropped his head like someone who committed a sin and apologized. But Ark just laughed and shook his head. No, you did well. He couldn't think of another purpose for the Burning Heart of the Fire Draconian aside from as a growth item. The reason Ark bore a grudge against Raiden when he ate the fruit of Basium was because he couldn't use Raiden's item storage. But this time there didn't seem to be such restrictions. Furthermore, he didn't need to find something else to assist the digestion of the Burning Heart of the Fire Draconian. Then there's no problem. Raiden, since you've already ate it, then try your best to digest it. Sack, sack? Sack, 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 sack. Raiden's eyes sparkled as he received praise instead of hostility. Ho hoo hoo, you cutie. My pet is too charming. Now everything is finished. What the? It was at that time. He suddenly felt a pain as both wrists throbbed. Ark frowned and looked down with confusion. This. The pain he felt was from the tattoos on his wrist. It was the trademark of Eternal Soul. The tattoos burned and a light was suddenly emitted from it. After a moment, cracks appeared in the tattoos and a piece broke off. A new information window then appeared when the broken tattoos sunk into his skin. A seal of Eternal Soul has been released and you've acquired a new profession-specific skill. Demonic Response 2, Eternal Soul Stage 3, Passive. Demonic Response is a necessary stage to learn if they want to reach the enlightenment needed for Eternal Soul. When you find a demonic response, you will deal 20% additional damage against demonic monsters and the probability of resisting the demonic attribute will increase by 30%. In addition, you will be able to detect hidden demonic power within the bodies of monsters. When sensing a demonic attribute, plus 20% damage against demonic monsters and 30% resistance to demonic attribute. Demonic Detection, Eternal Soul Stage 4, active. A technique which can read the flow of demonic power. It is possible to read the flow of demonic power within a 100-meter radius in order to find the location of the demon. By cutting off the flow of demonic energy inside the body of the demon, you can deal fatal damage. Demons who receive a direct blow to their demonic energy will receive 101,000 damage and have their defense temporarily reduced. When your insight into the demon reaches plus 50 points, you can deal 101,000 damage and reduce defense.
Spiritual power consumption, 50. Eternal soul? He hadn't considered that eternal soul would awaken.
But Ark was able to understand most of the methods to awaken the eternal soul after this.
It wasn't surprising that eternal soul would awaken whenever he dealt with monsters of the demonic attribute. And every time eternal soul awakened, one tattoo on each wrist would be unsealed. At first I thought it was a coincidence, but now it is certain that 2 seals are released every time. One gives a passive skill which will increase my abilities while increasing my resistance to the demonic attribute. The other seal will give an active skill which such as demonic seal or demonic detection which could assist in fighting monsters. But now demonic detection.
Ark smiled wryly at the information window.
It was a skill for detecting demonic energy and finding demons.
If he had this skill before, then he could have discovered the Soul Eater instantly.
Wasn't that just a case of receiving the skill after the need was over?
It also appeared too late when he was dealing with karma. However, he discovered that there was more to the skills learnt after the seals were released. In New World it was possible to change to the 3rd stage profession. In other words, there was still one profession left after Dark Soul. And Eternal Soul was probably the profession after Dark Soul. So releasing the seals quickly was a good thing. Anyway, has all my business here finished? Ark looked up at the clear, blue sky with a refreshed look. The black dome which had been present on Wariong Mountain for hundreds of years had disappeared.
When the Soul Eater disappeared, Dragonian was also returned to normal.
All the pieces of land which had been floating around the chaos space for hundreds of years rejoined with Dragonian.
The lava now only circled Dragonian like it was an architectural feature.
The reason for this was because the Soul Eater had broken the surrounding pieces of land when fighting Arkansas.
When Dragonian returned to normal, lumens instantly appeared. Existences born in the presence of fire, go to your eternal rest.
Lumens used the purification power of his flames on the souls of the fire draconians and they disappeared.
After ensuring that all the souls were gone, Lumens walked over to Arkansas. I really thank you. Lumens said with an expression mixed with sadness and joy.
He was happy that the souls were freed after hundreds of years but felt grief when they had to leave.
It is just lucky that I could help. It's regrettable, but this will be the last time I see you.
Huh?
Ark asked Lumens, who replied. I've been protecting this place for hundreds of years.
I said I am the only survivor, but I should have died a long time ago. But I couldn't bear to leave the souls of my kin enslaved by the devil, so I used the holy power of the oracle to live. Now that the souls of the fire draconians have been liberated, I will also move on to that place.
Then the fire draconians. We probably won't appear in this world anymore.
Lumens murmured with a sad expression. The fire draconian who had been waiting hundreds of years for the curse to be released also knew the whole time that it meant the extinction of his clan. But then Lumens shook his head and gave a small smile. Obviously the fire draconians will disappear from this world when I am gone. But I don't think it is the end of the fire draconians. The will of the fire draconians will live on through you.
Huh? What are you?
I've been worried for a long time while looking at the wards.
Even our enemies didn't care about this place until you came with Valdera's keepsake.
And you used great strength and courage to free the souls of the fire draconians. You have shown me everything a true hero requires. As the last oracle of the fire draconians, I have the responsibility to compensate you for what you have done.
Quest reward? Ark's eyes lit up like a lantern. In fact, Ark didn't really have any interest in Lumen's extinction. To be honest, there was nothing he could do, so why should he mourn?
He had been worried about the reward for completing the quest while listening to Lumen's words.
But this atmosphere seemed like he was going to receive something. Come along. Lumens turned around and headed towards a castle in Dragonian. What will he give? I've saved the fire draconians, so shouldn't the reward be pretty good? Of course it will be good. How much did I have to struggle before completing it? Ark was filled with anticipation as he followed.
Lumens guided Ark to the center of the castle where some stone statues resembling the fire draconians were lined up in a circle. Lumens indicated towards an altar in the center of the statues and said,
"Step up to that altar." What? He's not giving an item? Perhaps it is the blessing of fire again? The atmosphere turned fiery.
Of course, Blessing of Fire gave him extra fire and burn resistance. And he thought he would receive Blessing of Fire again when he had entered the wards. But it took almost 10 days to complete the quest. Well, he did waste 1 week consuming the Wendigos. Anyway, didn't he suffer a crisis in Dragonian from the decreased stats? If he went through such troubles, then Blessing of Fire alone wouldn't be sufficient. Then Lumen slammed his staff into the ground and shouted, "Original Fire, please bless this chosen hero with your sacred fire." It was at that time. The statues of the Fire Draconians lined up started to spin. They all faced the altar where their mouths opened and streams of fire emerged. He was subjected to flames from dozens of statues. While Ark was in the midst of the flames, there was a white light and the information window popped up. Thanks to the Sacred Altar Fire, you have learnt the Descent of the Fire Draconian skill. Descent of the Fire Draconian, Divine Skill. After being blessed by the Sacred Altar Fire, you are the brave warrior selected who can use the Fire Draconian's ultimate skill. Descent of the Fire Draconian is a revered skill which causes an explosion of sudden power. This skill is only meant for one person to use. It has been passed down through generations of guardians protecting the temple. When using Descent of the Fire Draconian, you will accept the holy power into your body, which will cause an Immortal Fire Draconian effect. Immortal Fire Draconian. Asterisk 300 fire damage added to all attacks. Asterisk attack speed, movement speed and reaction rate will increase by 50%. Asterisk all enemies that attack will receive 10-100 fire damage. Asterisk fire resistance increases to 500% and all party members' fire resistance will increase to 100%. Asterisk when activated, all enemies within the area will receive 1000 fire damage while 50% of the user's health will be restored. Spiritual power consumption, 400. You have learnt a divine skill. The divine skill is a high-ranking skill passed down from ancient forgotten gods. The only way humans can learn this skill is through the ancient secret arts. In addition, tremendous energy is needed to use the power of the gods. Therefore humans can only use the divine skill in special areas. It is the skill which can amplify the user's abilities, area declaration. Asterisk divine skill can only be used within the area declaration territory of your profession. If you leave the area after using the divine skill, then its effects would disappear. Divine skill. Ark's mouth dropped at the sight of the information window. It was a skill with 5 different effects. Moreover, the effects were so strong it was like an advanced skill. Especially the one where he dealt 1000 fire damage while recovering 50% of his health. There was also a 50% increase in all types of speed. And the additional fire damage. The fire resistance also increased for all his party members. Enemies who attacked him would also receive fire damage. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was almost invincible for the 10 minutes the skill was activated. It is truly worthy of being called a divine skill. The divine skill Ark had experienced before was the Indra's lightning that the Red Man had used. It was an enormous magic which took care of Ark, Shambhala, and Lariat with one blow. Just like the name Immortal Fire Draconian, he was certainly immortal while the divine skill was triggered. However, there was a fatal weakness in the divine skill. It was only available within the territory of area declaration. That is to say, it was a meaningless skill if he couldn't use area declaration. If he knew that information in advance, then he wouldn't have lost so badly against the Red Man. Even though a user might know the weakness, I can take advantage of it when fighting against monsters. If I'm fighting a really strong monster, then I can use it to win. Now it is like you are a Fire Draconian. I will use it wisely for the honor of the Fire Draconians. Lumens thought for a short time after Ark's answer before talking again. Can I ask you for one last favor? A favor, dot. Was his true colors revealed after giving Ark something? However, he always welcomed the request of an NPC. A request from an NPC meant a quest. Although he hadn't received any money from the Fire Draconians quests, he did receive a lot of stat increase. Please say it. I am already a member of the Honorable Fire Draconian clan. Thank you. You've proven your courage and capabilities through rescuing the Fire Draconians. I believe in your courage and capabilities, so I want to ask this of you. The other day I said that Magura stole the Immortal Book which had been housed in the Fire Draconians temple. The Immortal Book is an ancient treasure of the Fire Draconians that I can't stand to see in Magura's hands. Please look for the Immortal Book. Magura, I understand. Where is he? Ark asked with a questioning expression. But Lumens just shook his head and sighed. I do not know the details. The only clue is this slab left behind when Valderas returned to Dragonian. I've been trying to find clues using this slab, but I still haven't figured it out. Lumens took out a small stone tablet. An eerie aura surrounded it and it seemed like blood was flowing from the back. Lumens might not know the exact location, but he did have a clue. I understand. Ark nodded and the quest information window updated. The quest has been updated. Souls of the Fire Draconians equals Demon Megara. The Demon Megara was one of the demons who spearheaded the Dark Lord's attacks. Hundreds of years ago, Megara led astray one of the Fire Draconians, which led to their destruction. You must find the immortal book that Megara stole from the Fire Draconians and take it back. If you find the Demon Megara, then you will also find clues to the Dark Lord. Difficulty, quest restriction, completion of Home of the Fire Draconian 3 quest. Bloody Slate, quest item. A carved slate with ancient characters written using the blood of a demon. Less than 200 knowledge of ancient relics is needed to confirm the item. A lore quest. The degree of difficulty indicated that it was a lore quest. These quests were deeply associated with the history of New World. When he had previously completed lore quests, he had been given stars as a special reward. Ark had currently gathered 7 of them. If he completed the Megara quest, then he would receive 10. I don't know what kind of compensation will be given. When considering the degree of difficulty with his lore quests so far, the reward shouldn't be trivial. I have to settle this. But I can't find Megara until I can decipher the slate? I need to wait until I have 200 points in knowledge of ancient relics. I understand. I will be happy to solve the feud of the Fire Draconians. I believe. Lumen sluggishly nodded at Ark's answer. Then his eyes closed. His body then turned to stone like the other Fire Draconians before there was a crack and the statue turned to powder. He was moving on just like he said. So all the missions were solved, but the Fire Draconians had become extinct. Ark looked at the powder and clicked his tongue. Somehow there is a bitter aftertaste to this quest. Ark murmured with an uncomfortable expression. While all the other statues had turned to powder and scattered, only Lumen's pile of powder stayed in one spot. Is he not leaving this place even after dying? Maybe Megara's curse on the Fire Draconians also had an effect on Lumen's. Elemental Sword, Wind Attribute. Ark thought it was slightly pitiful and used his Elemental Sword Wind attribute. He created wind using his sword to blow Lumen's ashes over Wariong Mountain. Now he's probably free. What this is? Ark tilted his head to one side as the powder flew away. When he blew away Lumen's powder, a large skull appeared. At first he thought it was a simple skull, but when he approached closely he realized it wasn't ordinary. He looked at the information window. Fire Draconian Skull, Rare, Material. It is impossible to confirm the information on Fire Draconian Skull. What the? A material item? Ark hadn't expected to find an item when Lumens had left. Anyway, Razak showed extreme interest when a bone was found. However, Lumen's skull was 3 meters. If Razak put on this skull, then it would be impossible for him to move. Razak looked at the skull for a long time before sighing and shaking his head. Even Razak realizes the bone can't be used. But it is a rare material item, so it will probably become useful. Ark put away the skull and left Dragonian. Then Dragonian started to shake. Cracks spread through the ground and lava emerged everywhere. And it gradually sank into the lava. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 17 Chapter 6. ACT 6 Dark Soul vs Beastmaster. That was fairly profitable. Ark smiled warmly at his bags. At first he thought it would be easily solved, but the work had taken 10 days. But this time he didn't think it was a waste of time. No, it was a highly profitable 10 days. During the 10 days it took to devour the Wendigos and Soul Eater, his spiritual power had increased by 549. Currently Ark had 956 spiritual power. He never thought it would be a number that was possible. There was also the blessing of fire and descent of the Fire Draconian skills after the quest completion. But was that all? He also carried the Firestone and rare Hearthstone he found in Dragonian. Since the Wendigos were level 300-350, he didn't gain that much experience despite all the time hunting, but he still managed to gain 9 levels. The results were more of a jackpot than he expected. Honestly, at first I thought I had made a mistake. When he first entered the Chaos Space and hunted the Wendigos, he hadn't made that much profit. If he hadn't figured out Soul Extortion, then he wouldn't have been able to survive the Wendigos and the Soul Eater. As expected, I can't throw away any skills. When I first received Soul Extortion, I thought it was just a skill I would seal up. Excavation was also like that, but there is a way to make use of all of them. Besides, While hunting the Wendigos in the chaos space, he received half as much experience and items. It was to the extent that his bags were bursting with Japtum. Some rare ingredients were dropped by the Soul Eater, but everything else are relatively cheap items. There are several magic items with the Japtum, so I should receive at least 100 gold for it.
What should I do next after organizing all the Japtum?
He had finished all Fire Draconian's quests.
He couldn't complete the Demon Magura quest because he needed more knowledge of ancient relics.
Once in town, then I can gather more information about new quests and dungeons.
I've come to Bristania after a long time, so I should do everything possible.
Ark decided on a plan for the future and descended Warion Mountain. Then he found a small cave hidden on the bottom of the mountain. This cave was a safety zone that he found while looking for the Fire Draconians.
No matter how many monsters wandered around New World, there were always hidden safety zones present.
The place that Ark told Buxel to wait was this cave.
10 days have passed, so I wonder what Buxel has been doing.
Once he was on the mountain, then that person would have no motivation. Buxel, who had lost Bekku, had been causing Ark quite a lot of stress.
Ark entered the cave to look for Buxel.
Then his foot caught on something and he fell down.
Huh? What is this? He looked down and saw an empty bottle of alcohol. What the? This liquor bottle? That brat Buxel. Was he drinking while I wasn't here?
Ark made a disgusted face and kicked the empty bottle.
It wasn't just one.
Empty bottles were scattered on the ground at the entrance of the cave, while boxes of alcohol were also piled up.
It was at least hundreds of bottles.
The cave seemed like an alcohol warehouse.
This cheeky bastard. I told him to gather ingredients instead of just waiting around. Yet now he's having a drinking party?
He lost his head completely after being depressed. Where on earth did he get this much alcohol? Ark was grinding his teeth together when he suddenly realized something.
Wait. That guy. Where did he get the money to buy this much alcohol?
Even if a merchant like Buxel entered a village to buy it, alcohol was quite expensive in New World. The cheapest bottle was at least 2-3 gold. In some cases, it wasn't rare for a bottle to go for 10 gold. Even hundreds of bottles of cheap alcohol would cost several hundred gold. Buxel only received a small allowance from Ark, so he wouldn't have hundreds of gold.
Then what was with these bottles? Don't tell me that bastard. Ah, no. There is no way. That Buxel bastard.
Ark shrieked as he thought of the worst situation and dived into the cave. He quickly arrived at the campsite inside the cave.
An improbable scene was unfolding in front of his eyes. Cool. Good. He. Buxel rubbed at the fat on his stomach and set the bottle down. It was good up to that point.
Ark's eyes popped out at the other people present.
The alcohol is good, the alcohol is good.
His eyes felt like it would fall out from looking around so much. On one side was a pair drinking alcohol and Bekku, who he thought had become dog soup in Basaga. It was incomprehensible. But this was not the end.
Ha, is it delicious? Delicious? Wah, it is absolutely delicious. It is the first time I've tasted something so good. Oh, you understand the taste of alcohol. I really do like you.
The huge figure who patted Bekku's back while holding the alcohol bottle was Bread.
Hey, don't do that. I don't want dog hair to fly in this narrow area.
The woman who threw the bottle at Bread was his partner Redian.
People he never expected were gathered inside the cave and having a drinking party.
Now all their eyes simultaneously concentrated on Ark when he ran in yelling. An awkward silence flowed within the cave for a short time.
What on earth is going on?
Ark was the one who showed a response first.
But Ark ignored Bekku, Bread and Redian and just headed towards Buxel. Ark grabbed Buxel's collar and shook him. You bastard. What is going on? Ouch, what the? The alcohol bottles. Did you buy then alcohol bottles with my money? Did you sell them? Did you sell them? Did you sell my Japtum?
Yes, that was the reason Ark rushed in.
It wasn't necessary to say again, but Buxel was Ark's personal cameraman. The Japtum that Ark gathered was left in Buxel's bag. Ark was worried that Buxel would have emptied out the bag while he was gone for a week. If Buxel disposed of all those items, then wouldn't he receive hundreds of gold? Normally he wouldn't have thought of that.
There was a contract where Buxel would receive a huge penalty if he disposed of Ark's goods selfishly. But the supposedly dead Bekku was alive, so he didn't know what Buxel would do from the shock.
Ark couldn't see Bekku, Bread, or Redian anymore. Now the most important thing was money.
He needed to know if Buxel had really embezzled his money.
Japtum? Sell?
Ha!
Buxel looked at him stupidly and snorted.
Then he removed Ark's hand and shrugged. Needless to say, it was possible to drink alcohol in New World. The person would return to normal after a bit, but they really were drunk while drinking. That was the state Buxel was in.
Buxel had at least 10% alcohol in judging by the smell, and he shouted. You're always like that. Money, money, money. Do your eyes only see money? What the? Becku has returned alive and the first thing you talk about is money? It's always about earning money. I'm tired of it. Damn. Yes, I sold a little bit of Japtum and drank alcohol. Why? Can't I do that? Can't I drink a bit of alcohol after following you every day and being exploited? I sold all of it to buy alcohol. What will you do? He sold my Japtum for the sake of drinking alcohol? Ark looked at Buxel dumbly.
Then a cold voice emerged from his mouth.
Do you want to live?
Buxel flinched and took a step back, but it was only for a brief moment.
Why are you staring at me like that? Damn, I'm also a person too. You think I'm afraid after hearing your words? I've been enduring it so far. But now I can't stand it. No, I won't put up with it. Then go ahead and kill me. Do it. Buxel lost his mind after drinking alcohol. Ark also lost his mind after hearing that his Japtum was changed to alcohol. Ark looked at Buxel with anger and laughed before moving. Kill. Kill? Yes, kill me. Wait a moment.
Then Bread pulled the collar of the excited pig and moved forward.
He looked at Ark and said, That's not it. Is there a reason to react like that in this situation? Don't you know? Shouldn't you react to my presence first? Let go of the pig. No, I won't.
No, there seems to be some misunderstanding about where this alcohol comes from.
I'm the one who bought it, not him. What? Ark's eyes started to return to normal.
Then Bread scratched his head inside.
Ha!
He didn't know what was going on, but he calmed down after that guy explained. He seemed to want to talk to Arkansas. That's right, I bought the alcohol for everybody.
This guy just drank the alcohol. By the way, don't you seem to be quite hated? He only drank a little bit, yet he keeps on cursing you. Is it true? What? That he cursed you? No, that my Japtum is safe.
He already knew that Buxel was full of complaints. Naturally, the talk about his Japtum would be more important for him.
Why would I lie about it? Do you want to see the receipts?
Ark gave a huge sigh of relief. After that, he finally realized that the people in front of him were Bread and Redian.
By the way, why are you guys here? You finally asked. This bastard, what do you want? Are you now holding hostages? Hostages? Aren't they hostages? Then why are you here with Buxel? Then Buxel shouted angrily from behind Bread. Hey, don't mess with him. Bread is the one who brought Becku back. What? Let's clear up the situation. Please sit down. I'll explain. Bread put the liquor bottle away and indicated a seat. Ark looked at Bread and hesitated.
He hadn't noticed it because of Buxel, but the situation was quite serious.
Bread and Redian were his enemies.
And it would be difficult for Ark to avoid both their attacks in this narrow cave.
He couldn't guarantee his odds even in a one-on-one fight. It wasn't necessary to talk about 2 against 1. But it wasn't possible to run away.
Even if he could get away, Bread already noticed the relationship between Ark and Buxel. If he didn't, then he wouldn't be waiting for Ark in a place like this.
The moment Ark tried to escape, then Bread would use Buxel as a hostage. By the way, Bread's attitude seems a little different from before. He's not attacking recklessly like last time.
When Ark didn't lower his guard to sit down, Bread explained the situation. The reason for this situation went all the way back to Basaga village. When Ark had set the guards on Bread and Redian, they had planned to escape from Basaga. They escaped the guards and hid around the outskirts of the village. They planned to track Ark when he left the village. But it was the bandit group that caught Bread's attention. The thieves who missed Ark had captured Becku and dragged him out of the village. And then they hung him upside down and tortured him to get Ark's next destination.
Then I appeared. Bread bragged. Even though there were 10 thieves, Bread and Redian were furious about the animal cruelty. After rescuing Becku, they decided to return the pitiful dog to his owner. It was only after they asked Becku that they discovered he was in Ark's party.
Isn't that like jumping from the frying pan to the fire? This stupid dog. Ark shot a glare at Bekku, who was just eating in a corner. However, Bekku had his own reasons for telling them Ark's destination. Bekku didn't tell the thieves Ark's destination no matter how much he was tortured. He knew the goal of the thieves was Buxel. However, Bread's goal was Arkansas. As long as Buxel was okay, he honestly didn't care what happened to Arkansas. But the biggest reason he blabbed about Ark's destination was to get back to Buxel. Ugh, Ark. I'm disappointed. Bekku also smelt of alcohol. I heard everything from Bread Nim. Why is he referring to Bread so formally while talking informally to me? The dog crept closer to the pig when he saw Ark frowning. Since the entire group was drunk, Bekku's nerves had become stronger. What are you looking at? Didn't Bread Nim ask you for an honorable warriors fight during your confrontation at sea? Aren't you the one who deceived him using various lies and ran away? Are these the actions of Hero Mabon's descendant? Aren't you embarrassed? I'm disappointed. Ah. The Elder believed in you so much and even gave you the 3 marvels fragment. What? Embarrassed? Disappointed? Ark glared back. But Bekku just snorted and took a gulp from the bottle. That's right. Bekku had instantly blabbed about Ark's destination for this reason. Although he was branded a traitor, he still felt pride as a member of the honorable Wolrang clan. Furthermore, Bread was the one who saved him from the thieves. After Bread explained the reason why, Bekku became indignant and guided Bread here for justice. That's right. You made the mistake. Buxel shook an empty bottle and shouted. Ark's blood pressure instantly soared. These brats really. Buxel and Bekku had waited with Bread for Arkansas. After 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. They were bored waiting for Ark after such a long time, so Bread decided on a drinking part and Bekku and Buxel became drunk. Bekku and Buxel then shouted in unison. Shameful. Coward. Accept a fair showdown. This group is really annoying me. The pig and dog were causing a huge commotion. No, it was inevitable sooner or later. Right now the drunkards weren't the problem. Why is this happening? What did I do that made you pursue me like this? When Ark raised his voice angrily, Bread scratched his head and murmured. Well, that. The reason is. It doesn't matter right now. It is unrelated to why I'm here now. Since my competitive spirit has been fired up. Competitive spirit? I can't give up now that we've come this far. Isn't that right? That's just you. This is a nuisance to me. Bread waved his hand with a serious expression. I've been reflecting. Reflecting? Yes, when I first met you I thought you were a cowardly guy who ran away. But I asked Bekku. There was a situation then. You needed to create an immortality pill? I realized that I was wrong once I reflected. I just wanted to beat you to death without questioning the circumstances. Anyway, I will forget about the past after knowing the situation. That's why I went to the guild and prepared this. Bread took a scroll out of his bag and handed it to him. Warriors Challenge. Bread equals Ark. High-ranking members of the Warriors Guild can issue this challenge. The duel will proceed immediately when the opponent who receives this agrees. When the duel starts, nobody except for the users concerned can participate. Unlike regular PvP battles, no penalties are applied. You will not become chaotic if the opponent is killed. If you die then you won't drop any items and will be revived on the spot. However, the winner of the duel will take 500 fame from the loser. Winner, plus 500 fame. Loser, minus 500 fame. Now it doesn't matter if you win or lose. Bread looked at Redian and confirmed it. Is this okay? I don't know, I'm already tired of this. As expected, only you understand my feelings. I love you. Shut up, you idiot. Redian turned her head and nervously muttered while eating beef jerky. Bread grinned at her cute reaction and turned back to Arkansas. How about it? The conditions aren't bad, right? Bread's suggestion was very unexpected. Over the past month, Ark had been plagued by the thieves and Bread. The thieves were taken care of for the moment. Only Bread and Redian remained. But Bread was suddenly asking for a one-on-one showdown. He even prepared a duel challenge, so there was no need to worry about the death penalty. This isn't a bad offer. If I win then I can even receive 500 fame. Although I don't have any choice but to accept. If Ark rejected the challenge then his relationship with the pair would continue to be hostile. Then he would have to fight against Bread and Redian on the spot. In such a situation, the percentage of victory was 0%.
Okay, I accept the challenge. You made a good decision. So give me some time to prepare for the duel.
I need to rest and repair my equipment. You should also sober up in case it affects your capabilities.
You're not going to run away again?
You would just kill me if I run away from a formal challenge, but...
Oh, kill you? That would be a petty thing to do. Let's stop talking. I understand.
Then let's start in 30 minutes.
Bread withdrew and started to inspect his bayonet and equipment.
Ark also sat in a corner opposite Bread.
I inevitably accepted the challenge, but...
Ark was connected in his own way to PvP. Bread had considerably misunderstood a part of Ark's character. Ark had avoided fighting Bread so far because of two reasons. One reason was Redian and the other reason was the situation was also cursed whenever he encountered them. He had no choice but to run away, but Ark's original character wasn't the type to avoid a fight.
There was no reason to avoid a one-on-one fight without any penalties.
No, Bread was clearly a quite difficult person. Now he didn't need to worry about the death penalty. But he hadn't accepted the challenge without thinking.
If I fight, then I have to win.
Although there was no death penalty, he would still lose 500 fame if he lost.
Losing 500 fame wasn't a small penalty. But the prospect of success isn't that high if I think about it. Bread was level 410 when he last checked. Wouldn't it have obviously become higher? I have the dark attribute bonus, but Bread can use Beast Spirit Possession to raise his stats.
Ark had considered Bread a few times. In particular, Ark was interested in Bread's special skill Beast Spirit Possession.
In fact, Ark had thought Beast Spirit Possession was better than his dark attribute bonus at first.
But he later confirmed that it wasn't a problem. His dark attribute bonus raised all stats by 50%, which included useful ones like strength, wisdom, or even luck. But Beast Spirit Possession was a skill which selected the stat to be raised.
Moreover, the animal spirits could only be stacked 3 times.
If he stacked the Beast Spirit Possession, then he could raise his abilities by 150%. Furthermore, the animal spirits of Beast Spirit Possession had different characteristics, so it was possible to switch characteristics whenever he wanted. The movement of a dolphin was possible with Beast Spirit Possession, or even it can even cause a disease like rabies with the dog Beast Spirit Possession.
But there is no substitute for my dark attribute bonus. I am level 383. Bread is 41 levels higher than me, so there is still level difference. When considering Bread's capabilities, the ratio of victory is 4 to 6. That was his conclusion when thinking positively.
Therefore, some preparations were required to win. Ark busily moved his hands as he started the preparations. In this situation, Ark's most reliable skill was survival cooking. Ark made various dishes at extravagant speed and ate them.
Secondary effects information window. Asterisk food effects.
Tunton roast, strong chicken breast salad, herb soup, fried shrimps, lightly grilled poco leg, slime marinated meat, ratoso steak, monkfish, mushroom soup. Total stats raised by the food effects: strength plus 65, stamina plus 36, agility plus 40, intelligence plus 15. Asterisk effects of tonic currently taking. Sipajandi Botang, strength plus 2, stamina plus 2, time taken, 16 days.
Amazing. Ark looked warmly at the information window.
In the old days, he couldn't eat that many dishes because of the limit. Now, thanks to the monkfish mushroom soup, he could eat up to 8 dishes before his satiety was full. Therefore, his stats increased by 156.
That was like gaining 15 levels. Hoo, how is it?
The level difference has narrowed even more. Ark elatedly looked to the other side where Bread was preparing.
Then his complexion instantly turned gloomy. Bread was also buffing up in preparation for the battle.
The Beastmaster was a druid profession, so it had a lot of buffs.
But Ark turned gloomy because of Redian. Redian was a magician, and it was the profession with the strongest buffs after the priest. Sheesh, how annoying. Blade force, immortal armor, elemental defense.
What else is there?
Blade force increased damage. Immortal armor increased durability and defense of equipment. Elemental defense increased resistance to magic of various attributes. Etc.
Redian meticulously buffed Bread like a wife preparing his husband's clothes before he went to work.
The preparations for battle were similar. What the? Then isn't it a standstill even after I ate the food?
However, Ark still had a secret weapon left.
I definitely have to use this. He finally took the promised sword out of his bag.
The promised sword had higher level restrictions than Guizel's sword, but the stats and options were worse. But the promised sword was an item with 4 sockets. If he inserted heartstones in the sockets, then the sword would become much stronger than Gwyzel's sword. Currently Ark had 3 rare heartstones which had a strong effort. Damn, I wanted to wait until I found 4 rare heartstones before using this. It can't be helped. It will still be stronger than Gwyzel's sword with 3 heartstones inserted. Ark took out the 3 rare heartstones which flashed. It was the blood-red jewel he received from Vampire Territory, the Vampire Stone. The blue sheen came from the Mana Steel Stone. And finally there was the Explosion Stone which seemed like a fire was burning in it. Then shall I begin? Ark inserted the stones with a sense of expectation. First the sword trembled violently and turned cold when he added the Vampire Stone. Then a red line was drawn in the center of the blade. Next he inserted the Mana Steel Stone which caused a blue light to spread. Finally the sword was wrapped in flames when the Explosion Stone was added and the information window appeared. Promised sword, rare. Weapon, two-handed sword. Attack, 40-50 durability, 200/200. Weight, user restriction, level 250, advanced sword mastery skill. An ancient sword inscribed with complex magic symbols. The symbols engraved on the sword can't be decrypted using the current knowledge. However, the aura it gives off indicates that there is still an undisclosed hidden secret. There is also a space to fit something between the sword blade and hilt. It seems related to the sword's secret. Option, strength plus 20, stamina plus 10. Socket 1, Vampire Stone, 5% of the damage dealt to an opponent is absorbed as health. Socket 2, Mana Steel Stone, 5% of the damage dealt to an opponent is absorbed as mana. Socket 3, Explosion Stone, there is a 33% chance of dealing 10/100 fire damage and 550 splash damage in a 2-meter area. Socket 4, Empty. All the trouble was worth is after seeing the information window about the SE of rare heartstones. The real sword damage was unchanged, but he could absorb his opponent's health and mana every time he attacked. There was also additional splash fire damage. A truly cheat-like option. It was completely different from the appearance of Gwyzel's sword. This sword was embellished with red and blue and it had flames wrapped around it. Now even the visual of the promised sword was satisfying. With these options, how much would I get for it in the auction? It would probably be worth 2 times the highest price he received so far. That's it. This is the best thing I can do for now. The only thing left is to use blade maintenance to raise attack and laundry to raise defense. Thus Ark finished his preparations for the fight. Suddenly Buxel and Betgu came up to him. Ark Nim. They had recovered from the alcohol they had drunk in New World. If players didn't drink then they would return to normal after 1 hour. While Buxel looked sober, Betgu still seemed slightly drunk. Buxel shrunk back and tried to make excuses. That is. Before you go. It's okay. Ark smiled and gave him a pat on the shoulder. I realized it this time. You're always full of complaints. It's all my fault. I've realized it. Ha? Then. Buxel and Betgu's face brightened. Then they froze at Ark's next words. Your complaints are evidence that you need some discipline. Ark whispered sweetly into both their ears. You are dead. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 17 Chapter 7. ACT 7 Using the Divine Skill. TL, I've been using bayonet as Bread's weapon since that's what all the translation sites and dictionaries gave me. However, that didn't really make sense to me, especially considering this chapter. So I split up the Korean and it translated more into greatsword, so that is what I will be using as his weapon from now on. If you want to have an idea of what it looks like, then check out these. Kwang, kwang, kwang. The noises rang out on the previously quiet mountain ridge. The earth shook like there was an earthquake coming and there was a dense cloud of dust. Then everything suddenly seemed to stop. The deafening roar quieted as the dust storm slowly settled down. The only thing moving quietly was the dust floating in the air. After a while. Dark blade. The dust was split in half by a sword enveloped in flames. Then the dust exploded and scattered as a greatsword descended from the other direction. Earth storm. When the greatsword collided with the sword, a storm occurred once again. The form of 2 people could be seen through the storm. The one holding the flaming sword was Arkansas. Opposite Ark was the distinctive form of a huge person. The man wearing animal leather was obviously Bread. Take this. Bread ran up and brandished his greatsword. View 1. The dust on the ground was sucked up at a tremendous speed and started twisting. Ark fell down to avoid being hit by the greatsword. He rolled his body to another spot and sprang up before swinging his sword at Bread. However, Bread's reflexes also weren't inferior to Ark's. Bread moved his greatsword to a diagonal angle to deflect the attack before striking downwards. Ha! It was a really unexpected attack. Ark took a quick breath and stepped back, but the greatsword had already grazed his shoulder. He instantly lost 400 health from the attack. Just a graze had seriously wounded him. However, he couldn't hesitate in this situation. In the short time Ark had stopped moving, Bread had pushed forward and continuously wielded his greatsword. Ark stumbled and the greatsword barely missed his nose. Bread murmured as the greatsword descended into an empty space.
Damn, I really thought I would cut you this time. Hook, do you think I'm that easy to kill?
Ark laughed and replied, but he was inwardly sweating.
Damn, he interrupted it and counterattacked?
If it had hit correctly, then he would have received a critical hit. As expected, he really has troublesome power. Not only are the skills great, but he is also familiar in a fight.
No, not just a fight. Ark used Dark Dance to avoid the attack and observed Bread's movements.
Ark had been astonished by Bread's weapon when he first saw it.
Bread used a two-handed greatsword.
It was similar to Ark's promised sword but much larger. The greatsword was the largest of the two-handed swords. Of course, its attack power and durability were among the strongest. When compared to an average long sword, it had an average of 1.8 times more damage.
In addition, it automatically dealt 1.5 additional damage to large monsters.
But despite its enormous damage, there were few people who used the greatsword in New World. There were a number of reasons, but the largest penalty was that the size and weight meant the attack speed was extremely slow.
But this guy.
When in close combat, there was no difference between the number of times Ark attacked.
How can he attack so quickly when carrying a greatsword? Did he increase attack speed with his other equipment?
He had thought this at first. But he still wasn't convinced. After exchanging a few blows, Ark realized that it wasn't that simple.
There is no waste. Yes, Bread didn't waste any of his movements. He avoided the opponent's attack and then struck back. It was a very simple movement but difficult to do in the middle of battle.
Only people accustomed to holding a sword were able to perform such movements. It required being accustomed to the body in order to change movements. Yes, that was the secret to Bread's attack speed.
Bread's movements were similar to a machine.
There was no rush whenever he stabbed. While attacking and defending, he minimized any unnecessary movements and counterattacked.
It was some tight movements.
Even though he was holding the greatsword, he could match Ark's movements.
He can also utilize his class skills. Bread's profession was a beast master.
The feature of a beast master was to stack up to 3 beast spirit possessions.
As soon as the battle started, Bread instantly chose 3 animal spirits to possess him.
He chose the soul of the bear, which raised strength by 50%, and the cheetah soul, which raised agility by 50%.
That was only 2 beast spirit possessions.
He had seen Bread use them on the ferry and in Basaga village.
Ark hadn't understood at the time. Beast spirit possession, power of the bull rise. Dash.
Ark instantly used Dark Dance as Bread yelled. Then Bread grew horns on his head and shot forward like an arrow.
Ark used skill penetration and the information window floated in front of him. Bread's profession skill, Beast Spirit Possession. Asterisk additional skills of Beast Spirit Possession identified.
Bull, when possessed by the spirit of the bull, the breakthrough power increases by 50%. When attacking an enemy with the dash skill, movement speed will increase by 100% and attack power by 50%.
When dash is successful, the defense will decrease by 30% and the abnormal state fall down will be induced.
Huck, another strange skill, Riposte.
Ark panicked and hit the horns with Riposte.
Riposte was an attack which pushed the enemy back 10 meters. But thanks to the power of the bull, Bread barely moved. Rather, Ark was the one pushed back several meters thanks to the breakthrough power.
How many spirit animals do you have?
12. Bread laughed proudly as he touched his horns.
The reason why Bread had only used 2 beast spirit possessions was because of this.
2 of them were necessary skills which raised his stats.
The remaining spot he could switch between attack or defense as needed. And that strategy was considerably successful in PvP.
Especially when combined with other skills. His basic skill Rush increased his movement speed by 50% and his attack speed rose by 25%. When combined with the power of the bull, the dash effect became twice as powerful.
Bread often linked his skills with Beast Spirit Possession.
If the user was unable to grasp the skill beforehand, then they would suffer. If I hadn't used skill penetration beforehand, then it would have caused a lot of damage. Ark would have needed herbal medicine if he had been hit. Luckily he used skill penetration to see through it. If he knew the special effects of Bread's beast spirit possessions, then Ark could cope with it. That Bread, he is definitely strong, but. Ark stopped Bread's series of attacks and clenched his sword firmly. Is it my turn? Take this. Dark Strike. Ark released the charged up aura. The black aura shot like an arrow from his sword. Bread moved his greatsword to block it before swinging his sword vertically downwards towards Arkansas. It was the accurate timing needed to switch the greatsword from defense to offense. But Ark suddenly braked and the greatsword vainly split through air. It is indeed the weakness of the greatsword. A small smile spread on Ark's face. It really was amazing that Bread could move the greatsword at such an incredible pace with both hands. However, the disadvantage of the greatsword wasn't just its attack speed. It was possible to grasp the direction of the greatsword's attack with just one look. Of course, estimating the greatsword's trajectory with one look while it was moving so quickly and reacting to it wasn't an easy task. But he had trained for many years, so it was possible for him. Bread certainly isn't an easy opponent. However, the odds are in my favor if it is only this much. Ark determined that after 10 minutes of fighting Bread. When comparing capabilities, the two of them were almost equal. Bread used a greatsword as a weapon. Each swing took 500-700 health in one blow. On the other hand, Ark wasn't as powerful, but he dealt more hits. Therefore the consumed health was similar. Then the only thing left was stats and level. After calculating it, Bread was superior to him in stats. But if they compared the remaining health left, Ark had 60% while Bread had 57%. Ark was a little ahead of him. The reason why? This is the real attack. Ark noticed a gap and thrust his sword. Cancel power of the bull. Beast spirit possession, power of the turtle rise. Bread's skin looked like the shell of a turtle after he used beast spirit possession. There was a roaring sound and Bread stumbled. This was the perfect chance to attack the opponent. Ark pressed forward with his sword. As expected, Bread was a user with a lot of fighting experience and he blocked the attack. But, peep-pepping. Warak. An explosion occurred when the two swords touched. Then flames spread over Bread's face and skin. This is it, this is it. A satisfied smile appeared on Ark's face. The explosion was the effect of the rare heartstone, the explosion stone. It gave a 33% chance of flame 50 to 100 damage, and caused an explosion dealing 1050 splash damage within a 2-meter range. This 33% chance didn't occur when the sword damaged the enemy. The 33% chance occurred when the sword impacted with another weapon. Of course, this wasn't a direct blow, so the 50-100 damage didn't apply. However, the 2-meter range of splash damage couldn't be avoided. Even though the damage was 1050, Radiant's elemental defense meant only half the damage was applied. But it was still some damage. Kong, 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 peep-pepping. Kong, Kong, peep-pepping, dot. Ark tirelessly swung his sword and caused flames to soar. Bread's health slowly went down. Moreover, his sword was left intact despite the flames. Bread's movements while holding the greatsword became slow. Ark's method of pouring continuous attacks like an evening shower made it difficult to avoid the attacks. Damn! Bread frowned as he was pushed back by the flames. Then he stepped to Ark's side and swung his greatsword. Rather than being on the defensive, he had been looking for a chance to counterattack. Ark was so engrossed in attacking that he couldn't avoid the greatsword, which hit his shoulder. He received a violent impact to the shoulder and lost 700 health. Ugh, this bastard. Ark stumbled and stepped back. However, Ark wasn't the only one hit. He had hit Bread's side at the same time that his shoulder was damaged. When his sword hit, fire emerged and a blue and red pattern also flashed. The explosion effect has dealt the enemy additional 73 fire damage. The Vampire Stone has absorbed 5% of the 523 damage and 26 of your health has been restored. The Mana Steel Stone has absorbed 5% of the 523 damage and 26 of your mana has been restored. It really is crazy. Ark laughed as he saw the effects. This was the true power of Promised Sword. Every time he inflicted damage to the enemy, then he would absorb health and mana. Unfortunately, it isn't as effective in a one-on-one fight. In fact, the health and mana absorption would show the best effect when dealing with a large number of monsters. When fighting a lot of monsters, it was normal to deal a lot of damage. This meant he could absorb 5% of the health of all the monsters. If he attacked 10 monsters for a total of 10,000 damage, 5% of that meant he would absorb 500 health. Even if he recovered 500 health at the end of the battle, that just meant he didn't need to waste time recovering his health. In one-on-one PvP battles, the effect was cut in half even against a strong opponent like Bread. Bread's level in health is quite high. His maximum health probably exceeds 10,000. It might be possible to recover 500 health by the end of this fight. Of course, in this fight 500 health would be lost with just one blow from either Ark or Bread. But an extra 500 health couldn't be ignored when it could be the difference between life and death with a strong opponent. Yes, Ark was currently a little bit ahead because of the rare heartstones in the promised sword. If this keeps up, then I can win. Ark was sure of his victory. Of course, the prerequisites were necessary for Ark to win. In a wide open place, Ark was at disadvantage since his defense and offense were inferior. And preparations were needed to use some of his skills. Some warrior skills needed a certain amount of time or action to be used. Ark indiscriminately attacked without giving Bread time to use those skills. His attacks were to stop Bread's offensive rather than to decrease the health. It wasn't just the splash damage gnawing away at Bread's health. Ugh, this bastard. You're stuck like a leech. Bread had noticed Ark's strategy. No matter how much he wanted to maintain a distance, Ark clung to Bread to prevent his attacks. Then he used the 33% chance of explosive damage to shave away at Bread's health. Of course, it wasn't that easy to maintain that state. Bread had a few skills that were difficult to prevent. Just one hit would cause 500-600 damage. The health which Ark took 3-4 minutes to shave away using splash damage was caught up with just one blow. Was it like a war between a needle and an axe? So that situation continued for 30 minutes while Ark and Bread's health remained close to each other. Ark had 55% health left while Bread had 48%. If he concentrated and maintained this state, then it was possible to win against Bread. It was at that time. Bread, who had been unable to break through Ark's shower of attacks, suddenly jumped forward. He realized he can't win, so he is running away. That makes me feel more comfortable. Ark swung his sword and laughed as it impacted with Bread's greatsword. Then Bread lost his center of balance and stumbled. What could he do in this desperate situation? Bread made a huge mistake considering his skills. It was a chance to win. Victory after all that patience. Ark's feet shot up like the wind. His kick shot out at an incredible speed. A flying kick. If this kick hit, then there was a high possibility of causing a rigid state. It would only last for 1-2 seconds, but that was a decisive difference in PvP with high-level users. Ark would put an end to the duel with this attack. However, Ark had a hunch that something was wrong the moment he started the kick. How? It was an attack that couldn't be avoided judging by the timing. Moreover, Ark had never used kicks against Bread so far. It was an attack with unexpected timing and method. However, Bread seemed to know what attack was coming and the timing as he avoided it. At the same time, a light smile appeared on Bread's face. Victory after all that patience? This is thanks to my preparations. Earth Storm. Bread swung his greatsword like a golf swing. At the same time, there was a massive storm which swirled around Ark's body. Now shall I pay you back? Knife Blade Storm. Bread's greatsword split into dozens of copies and floated in the air around Arkansas. It was the devastating combo of Earthstorm and Knife Blade Storm which flew him into the air. Ark's health drained out after he was hit by them. Just before he fell to the ground, Bread used the Spirit of the Bull again and used dash. Ark flew many meters and bumped into several obstacles before finally hitting the ground. 30% of Ark's health was lost in an instant. But the situation just puzzled him further. How on earth did Bread perfectly know the timing of Ark's kick? Ugh, how on earth? Bread laughed and murmured after he saw Ark's confusion. I told you. I made preparations to win. What do you think I did during the last 10 days? What? What he was doing during the last 10 days? What does that have to do with this situation? Ark's forehead suddenly wrinkled. That damn bastard Buxel. Ark now understood the situation. Bread was able to perfectly calculate the timing of Ark's kicks because of Buxel. Bread and Buxel had been waiting together for Ark for 10 days. Clearly Bread had watched Buxel's memory crystals. All of Ark's combat scenes were recorded on the memory crystals. Yes, during the last 10 days Bread had been learning Ark's attacks, kicks, habits and skills from the memory crystals. However, the promised sword was an unexpected item. The reason it was so one-sided in the beginning was because Ark had never used the promised sword before, so no countermeasures were taken against it. The moment Ark had used his habit of a kick combo, Bread managed to deal him a decisive counterattack. Ark paled as he belatedly realized the situation. Thanks to one moment of carelessness, he had instantly lost 30% health. Now Ark had 25% health left while Brett had 48%. The distance was now huge. Previously Brett had engaged in close combat, but now he would stay at a medium range. No, with his health like this then there was no chance even in close combat. I'm screwed. Victory or defeat was decided with one combo. Ark intuitively sensed his defeat. Is it going to end like this? In fact, there was no reason to really worry about victory or defeat in this fight. He wouldn't receive any experience, items or skill proficiency from it. Anyway, he had just accepted this duel to make Brett give up chasing him. I'd rather not have a user like Brett chasing me. But he couldn't accept his defeat so easily after accepting the duel. It would hurt his pride. However, there is already a 4,000 health difference. Ark felt hopeless as he checked the information window. He had roughly 1,700 health left. If Brett had 10,000 health like Ark guessed, then he should have approximately 5,000 health left. If Brett stayed at a medium range and fired his skills, then the odds weren't in Ark's favor. If only there is a way to reverse the situation. There was the area declaration skill of the Dark Soul called Glory of the Night, which could increase his attack and stats by 50%. If he used Glory of the Night, then the fight might become balanced. However, Brett already knew the way to stop the area declaration skill. It was by making Brett's area declaration skill overlap to cancel it. Area declaration was a skill which couldn't be used between two users with a second stage profession. Is there another way? Ark had completely lost his will to fight. Suddenly a brilliant idea came to his head. Wait. The area declaration skill invalidates each other. Can't I take advantage of this weakness? That's right, wasn't there that unexpected skill? If I use it, that's it. There is a chance if I use that skill. The problem is using it. Anyway, I don't have a choice. If I don't try it, then I'll die. What is it? You're already giving up? At that time Brett muttered as he approached. Ark took out the firestone from his bag and threw it. A column of flame appeared, causing Brett to flinch and retreat. Meanwhile Ark escaped using sprint. Ugh, what? Are you running away? You idiot. It is a strategic retreat. I won't let you retreat. Beast Spirit Possession, Spirit of the Cheetah. Brett used the cheetah spirit to chase after him. But just before he caught up with Ark, something wound around his leg. Ugh, what is this? Hoo, this Nadinka's fruit is the specialty of Sutandal. The Nadinka's fruit reduces movement speed by 50% for 1 minute. Ark gained some time and blindly used his skills. The skill Ark used at that moment was Entrusted Volumes. When he used Entrusted Volumes, the slot machine appeared. You have used the power of Entrusted Volumes. Results, properties, brave skills, alignment, warrior, environment, mountain. The selected effect is Slightly Brave Warrior. For 3 minutes attack power will increase by plus 5%. It was an amazing effect for Entrusted Volumes. But Ark just frowned and shouted. No, not this one. Take this. Then Brett caught up and swung his greatsword. Ark used Nadinka's fruit on Brett and once again ran away. This time he hid behind a rock and waited for Entrusted Volumes to end before using it again. However, this skill couldn't be used for an unlimited amount of time. It consumed 500 health each time he used it. I've already failed twice, so I only have 700 health left. But if I use the power of resurrection from the mantle with a strange power, then I have 1700 left. I can use the power of Entrusted Volumes 3 more times. Ark was about to recover his health using power of resurrection when he hesitated. Wait. The effect of Entrusted Volumes is not completely random. The effect that appeared depended on the situation. The last time the effect appeared was when my health was less than 10%. Then, after considering it again, Ark used Entrusted Volumes when he only had 700 health left. After praying desperately, the information window he wanted to see appeared. You have used the power of Entrusted Volumes. Results, properties, pretense, alignment, swindler, environment, rock forest. The effect chosen is that of a swindler. The swindler effect is applied to all skills for 3 minutes. That's it. It came. My guess was correct. The effect of Entrusted Volumes is not completely random. If I grasp the situation in advance, then there is a 50% chance the effect I select will appear. Ark discovered a new fact about Entrusted Volumes. But he didn't have time to study it now. At that moment he heard Brett's voice from behind him. Bastard, disappointing me this way. Brett had become angry because Ark kept on running away. Then Ark turned his body and shouted. Area declaration. Glory of the night. What? You used area declaration? You fool, haven't I already told you that it is ineffective against me? Area declaration, land of the beast. Bread's area declaration spread over the same area as Ark's glory of the night. Normally the two territories would collide and disappear. But strangely this time the two territories overlapped and remained? What's going on? Bread seemed bewildered, but a look of glee spread over Ark's face. That's it, Bread successfully used land of the beast. But that was only 50% of his plan. The important part was from now on. Ark used Nadinka's fruit to run from Bread before calling to Rackard. Rackard, use satellite surveillance mode to find a hollow place that can't be easily escaped. What? What are you saying out of nowhere? Just do it. In fact, both Redian and Ark's summons couldn't be used in this duel. But Bread didn't know that Ark could use remote communication with his pet. While Rackard couldn't directly participate in the battle, he could still be used for reconnaissance. So Bread never suspected that Rackard was helping with the duel. You idiot, why did you use area declaration? Bread yelled while searching for him. But Ark didn't respond to the provocation. You'll soon see. Ark hid like a snake in the grass or behind rocks while using Nadinka's fruit. After a while, the swindler's effect had disappeared when he heard Rackard's voice. Master, I found it. If you climb up the hill on the opposite side, then there is a pit underneath it. The depth is approximately 10 meters and the width 20 meters. Is that okay? Okay, that's it. Ark immediately went up the hill Rackard mentioned. Just like Rackard described, there was a pretty deep pit at the bottom. I'll fight to win in this place. I found you. Bread had discovered Ark and ran up the hill after him. Ark pretended to run away to escape and used his skill. Summon Ghost Knight Core. When Ark used the skill, the space split open and the ghost soldiers appeared. Oberium Knights. Our savior has called. Where is the enemy? The target is Bread. Ark shouted and pointed to Bread. Then the leader of the Ghost Knights pointed to Bread and shouted. Over there, defeat the enemy threatening our savior. For the glory of Oberium. Oa! The 30 ghost soldiers rushed like a storm towards Bread. What is this? Beast spirit possession, defense of the turtle. Bread swiftly used the shell of the turtle to defend against the Ghost Knights. As expected from a beginner-level skill, the Ghost Knights hardly dealt any damage to the user over level 400. However, Ark's purpose wasn't to injure Bread but to drive him down into the pit. Then Bread was right on the edge. Jump! Ark charged towards Bread. Hook! What the? Quack! Before Bread could use his greatsword, Ark grabbed his body and drove them both into the pit. Do you intend for us to die together? Not a chance. Power of the cat. Bread used the spirit of the cat to land inside the pit. Ark also avoided the fall damage as he landed on the ground. Bread couldn't understand the situation and just looked around the pit before snorting. You fool, this is what you came up with? Dropping me into a pit? But making me fall is meaningless. Anyway, it worked out well. Since you can't run away anymore. Now it is time to finish this. Just give up and die bravely. Bread ran forward with his greatsword. Area declaration skill, Glory of the Night. When Ark used Glory of the Night, a black form appeared in front of him. It was the Dark Spirits. When the Dark Spirits appeared, the area surrounding him turned pitch black. Kiki. The eyes of the Dark Spirit flashed and a black aura surrounded Arkansas. The black aura swirled around his body and soared like fog. You have used the area declaration skill Glory of the Night. Asterisk, there is a 50% increase in attack power within a 100-meter area. Asterisk, there is a 50% increase in defense within a 100-meter area. Asterisk, there is a 20% increase in magic resistance within a 100-meter area. Bread became startled. What? The cooldown time of area declaration is 24 hours. I'm sorry, but I haven't used the area declaration skill yet. Ark replied with a wicked grin. That was the reason why Ark used entrusted volumes to try and get the swindler effect. The swindler effect applied to all his skills. It meant, when the effect was applied, it made it seem like the skill had been used. In other words, the skill seemed to be triggered. Yes, Ark just pretended to use Glory of the Night. But Bread had actually used Land of the Beast. It was used up for the day. That was the reason why the area declaration skill didn't disappear when it seemed to overlap. And there is the second weakness of the area declaration skill. It was no use if the enemy escaped outside the territory. That was why Ark grabbed Bread and threw him into the pit. The width of the pit was 20 meters. The range of glory of the night was 100 meters, so there was no way to escape it. What on earth is going on? Bread didn't know this, so of course he was puzzled. But he just lifted his greatsword and clenched his teeth together. I don't know what your plan is, but area declaration does not make you invincible. It just raises your stats a bit. But I have 4,000 more health than you. You can't withstand it even with area declaration. Currently Ark only had 200 health remaining because he used entrusted volumes. Meanwhile Bread still had approximately 5,000 health left. Even with the strong buffs applied, the odds weren't in his favor. However, Ark was still composed. Is it really like that? Descent of the Fire Draconian. Quang, Warwick. Ark then used a skill. The ground abruptly split open and a ball of fire rose up. The flame ascended dozens of meters before forming a scale of the Fire Draconians. It rose to a great height before falling like a lightning bolt towards Arkansas. His area declaration skill consumed 2,000 mana and 400 spiritual power. Then the divine skill consumed an additional 1,000 mana and 400 spiritual power. If he hadn't hunted the Wendigos and Soul Eater, then he would have never been able to use the two skills at the same time. But the effects were absolute once triggered. You have used the divine skill Descent of the Fire Draconian. The Immortal Fire Draconian effect will be applied for 10 minutes. Asterisk 300 fire damage added to all attacks. Asterisk attack speed, movement speed and reaction rate will increase by 50%. Asterisk all enemies that attack will receive 100 fire damage. Asterisk fire resistance increases to 500% and all party members' fire resistance will increase to 100%. Asterisk when activated, all enemies within the area will receive 1000 fire damage while 50% of the user's health will be restored. Kerwar Warwa dash. 50% of his health was restored and various stats were increased. When the information window appeared, flames also wrapped around Ark's body. It was like an armor of fire and he could feel the sense of vitality welling up inside him. It really felt like a divine skill. What is that? Perhaps. Bread's mouth gaped open as he simultaneously received 1000 damage. Ark moved a finger covered in fire and laughed before explaining. Flames even emerged from his mouth every time he talked. Have you heard of divine skills? Divine skill. All the blood drained from Bread's face. Then he hurriedly turned around and jumped onto a nearby rock. A divine skill had been activated in that territory. He wouldn't feel comfortable even with his health at 100%. Bread instantly judged that and used the power of the cheetah to try to escape by jumping on the rocks. A wise choice, but it's too late. Quang. The ground rumbled as Ark jumped 10 meters. Then he grabbed Bread's collar, who had jumped too late, and dragged him back down. The pit then shook as a flame pillar spouted him dozens of meters. Quiet. When Bread hit the ground, he lost 1,200 health instantly. It was the extreme power of the divine skill. Now, take this. This is my strongest attack. Ark jumped up and brought his sword down vertically. The sword penetrated Bread's chest and swirled with flames. Qua. A flame tornado rose into the sky. Its shape was definitely a fire draconian. Then a message window rose among the flames. You have won the honor duel. Fame plus 500. Quahahaha. Powerful laughter rang out through the mountain. Redian looked at the charred and burnt Bread with scathing eyes. Why are you causing such an uproar when you were beaten? Redian seemed sour about the duel result. However, Bread just looked at Redian with eyes that indicated she couldn't understand. Women won't understand. Victory or defeat isn't important to a man. Are you an idiot? Naturally, it is better to win. It really doesn't matter. I'm satisfied now. What about me? My grudge? Well, that isn't possible anymore. Bread poked his finger into his ear and looked at the distant mountains. His attitude was like a husband pretending ignorance while his wife scolded him. Yes, it's not possible. Ark looked at Bread strangely. Honestly, he had been worried about Bread until now. It was an honor duel against Bread. Even if he won, there was no guarantee that he would stop pursuing Arkansas. Bread wanted to win so much he studied Ark through the memory crystals for 10 days. He pursued his target for so many times, so there is no guarantee he will be satisfied with this kind of result. Bread was level 410. Ark was anxious that Bread would continue to fight even after the Ark won the duel. Bread had chased him all the way to Warion Mountain for a reason he didn't know. But he was defeated in vain. He thought Bread would think up an excuse or Redian would interfere. But Bread really hadn't been lying about the grudge being settled with the duel. The result was good despite the trivial issues. It is hard to understand, but it is fortunate. Ark felt relief in his chest at Bread's response. Anyway, Ark was quite satisfied with their duel. However, he didn't want to fight Bread again. It was doubtful that he would win if they fought again. Then what's going to happen now? Well, we won't bother you anymore. Isn't that right? Bread looked at Redian, who replied in a sulky voice. Got it, I understand. I'm tired now. Indeed. Bread smiled and said. Ark nodded before he suddenly remembered something. But I was wondering something. Why have you been chasing me? I don't remember ever seeing you guys. Well, that is. Bread blushed and scratched his head. Ark's mouth dropped open at Bread's ensuing description. Ark had thought there was so large grudge since they pursued him so persistently. But the actual reason was ridiculous. The tourists flocked to the dungeon that Bread and Redian were capturing when Sutandal rose. A tourist made a mistake and touched something, so they were locked out of the dungeon. So they decided to get revenge on Ark, who had caused Sutandal to rise? What is that? Aren't I totally innocent? I understand how you feel, but... Well, it is just a game. Ha 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 ha. Well, it is just a game, but the minor problem is solved, so it doesn't matter anymore. Isn't that ridiculous? Ark's throat swelled up at the thought. But like Bread said, the problem was now resolved amicably. Even if he felt irritated towards Bread and Redian, he held it inside him. It is unfair, but there is no point stressing about it. Then Ark noticed Buxel and Beku in a corner and glared at them. While all the problems were settled and he even received an extra 500 fame, he still had to deal with Buxel and Beku. Buxel had tried to swindle 800 gold from him when Beku was still alive. Ark was also going to make him pay for whining the whole way to Warion Mountain. He even leaked the memory crystal, which pressed Ark into a corner, plus he drank alcohol. Death penalty confirmed. Beku's crime was guiding Bread and Redian to Warion Mountain. And he called Ark a coward, making him unable to refuse Bread's challenge, plus he drank alcohol. Death penalty confirmed. He wouldn't go easy on Buxel anymore. When Beku supposedly died, he had worried that Buxel would give up the game. However, Beku had been returned. Now Ark didn't have to worry about Buxel quitting the game anymore. But he couldn't educate Buxel and Beku right now. After the duel ended, he knew that Beku had a huge influence on Bread. When casually talking to Bread, he mentioned the Wolrang clan and realized the reason why Bread had changed his mind about Arkansas. Anybody who liked dogs couldn't be a bad person. Thanks to that bias, he came to the conclusion that Ark was a good person. Isn't he a fool? Ark thought it was ridiculous, but anyway, Bread was a person who loved dogs. How could he enforce the death penalty on Beku in front of Bread? It will have to wait until we separate from Bread. Ark thought about what he would do to the two of them after separating from Bread. The two pieces of cattle instinctively sensed Ark's thoughts and trembled in the corner. Then Bread clicked his tongue and murmured. By the way, it seems a little strange to separate now. There are a number of things I still want to talk to you about. Let's create some friendly ties for when we meet in the future. I'll treat you, so let's go together. I'd like to talk about the duel again. There's a good city that is like my hometown not far from here. No, There were various reasons why Ark wanted to part from Bread quickly. Just as he was about to refuse, there was a sudden flash from the corner. It was Buxel, who had been waiting in the corner for the death penalty. Buxel's eyes brightened and he ran to Bread before grasping his hand tightly. Yes, Hyung Nim. I also don't want to part from Hyung Nim. Naturally, men should drink together after a cool fight. Ark Nim? That bastard. Ark glared at Buxel through narrowed eyes. Thus Buxel's life was extended a little bit thanks to Bread and Redian. Ark couldn't refuse anymore thanks to Buxel. Come to think of it, it might be better to annoy Buxel and Beku for a bit. Ho, stupid fools, you dug your own grave. Just wait. Ark inwardly smiled wickedly before nodding. I understand. Let's have a drink in the village. Good. We communicate well. Ha, let's go. Bread laughed powerfully and led the way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 17 Chapter 8. ACT-8 Finding the Lost Dream of a Jackpot. Seeking a Party. Only available at night, vacancies available for Chamber of Horrors. Looking for priest and warrior to capture the slaughter gardens. Looking for a fellow buddy to hunt continuously for 24 hours on the weekend. Receiving applications for an attack group to raid Necromancer's Tower. Profit distribution is thorough. User should be at least level 270, have 30 potions and at least 3 rare equipment. Users were gathered like a swarm of cockroaches. The city Bread guided them to was 3-4 hours away from Warion Mountain and called Paradon. Ark's mouth widened at the sight of users gathered in front of the gate, and Bread explained. This city is the closest one to King's Grave. King's Grave? You don't know? It is a very famous hunting ground. The King's Grave were ancient ruins not far from Warion Mountain. It was a quite widespread area and a suitable hunting ground for users level 200-300. So users always formed a party at Paradon and headed to the King's Grave after equipment inspection. The party always returned with a lot of profit, so the place swarmed with users. Once I was almost living in that place. Bread looked around with a nostalgic expression. Ah, Bread Hyung Nim. Reddy and Noonim is also here. Hundreds of eyes concentrated on the pair after someone spoke. Then Ark and Bread's group were swarmed by the cockroaches. It has been a really long time. Hyung Nim, do you remember me? The magician who previously hunted with you. I managed to beat Naked Fist thanks to Hyun Nim. We managed to clear the area because you were our party leader. Are you forming a raid party? I'll come whenever you call. The users started talking from all directions that it reached a point where he couldn't understand anything. In fact, Bread was a legendary user in Paradon. The first time he was the leader of a party and entered King's Grave, he managed to defeat the boss who scattered despair after a fierce battle. He also set the record for clearing all the areas in King's Grave solo in the shortest amount of time. And Redian also had a similar amount of popularity. Bread and Redian were the strongest pair in Bristania. When he heard this, he thought it was lucky that he didn't receive more damage. I was chased after by those two, it's fortunate that this is over. Then Buxel looked over and said. Wow, Hyung Nim is a very famous person. Who? Well, it is normal. I've helped half of the people here. Bread hummed and gobbled up the attention before Redian interjected. Stop playing around. You were beaten to death by Ark just now. Beat to death? I was winning a few times. Bread muttered with a dissatisfied expression. What? Bread Hyung Nim was defeated in a duel? What person managed to fight against Bread Hyung Nim in a one-on-one fight and win? Is that true? Ah, that's right. I lost. It is this guy. Bread indicated towards Ark, and instantly hundreds of eyes concentrated on him. At the same time, Bread and Ark were flooded with a huge amount of questions. Is it that person, Bread Hyung Nim? What level are you? What equipment do you have? What profession? Have you joined a guild yet? Why don't you join our guild? You'll get VIP treatment. Ark started feeling dizzy from the surge of questions. He had no idea how to respond to all the interest in him. Yeah, why don't you calm down? Everybody stop right now and disappear. At that moment, Redian frowned towards the crowd and shouted. Then both her hands caught fire as she glared at the users. Who dared pushed me? Don't you know how uncomfortable I feel? If you don't want to die, then just go, yes? Redian threatened the users, who retreated. Then Bread went forward and saved the users. Now. Stop. We have other business. Phew, I survived. Ark was amazed by Redian's rough attitude, but he managed to escape from the siege thanks to her. They left the players and entered Paradon, where Bread sighed and muttered. Hey, can't you control your temper? Bah, what am I? Can't I express it if I don't feel good? The atmosphere around Redian and Bread was getting a bit temperamental. What's not to like? Is it that time of the month? Do you want to die? Redian said, but her fist had already struck Bread's jaw. Bread staggered before he suddenly smiled and spoke to Arkansas. Ah, that reminds me, don't you have a lot of things to put in order after hunting so much? No, that. What the hell? Why did the topic change so fast? Where was the reaction to being hit? He just got over it? However, Bread just ignored Ark's strange look and pointed to the clock tower. There are plenty of things for Redian and I to do in the town. We should split up and gather again at 5 o'clock. The place will be Camel's Oasis. If you ask anybody in the central square, then they will tell you. The alcohol at Camel's Oasis is really delicious. If you taste it once, then you would want to live there. So see you later. Brett was turning around when Buxel shouted with shock. Huck, Hyung Nim. You're just going? Ha? What? I'll see you soon. Let me go with you. Eh? Why? Brett asked in an expressionless tone. You have me Japtum. Of course we have to go together to organize it. Isn't that right? Ark stared at Buxel as he spoke. Brett was unable to sense the subtle atmosphere and just laughed. I don't understand exactly, but you can't come with me. I am going to spend some adult time with Redian. Do you want me to hit you again? Ho, relax. Anyway, let's meet at 5. At the Camel's Oasis. Brett dragged Redian into an alley. After Brett and Redian disappeared, Buxel looked around with worried eyes. Then blood drained from his face as he saw Ark's wickedly gleaming eyes. That, Arknim? Ha? What? Ark murmured as his lips slowly curved upwards. Ah, that reminds me, how was your week? But let's not talk here. If you want to settle the problem between us, then it should be when no one under the age of 18 is around. So let's forget it for now. We'll drink a cup of alcohol happily after finishing our business. Well, someday that problem will absolutely be settled. Come, let's go. Ark just licked his lips and circled around Buxel and Beku. Ark had already devised a method to punish Buxel and Beku. It would relieve his stress instantly. He intends to hide behind Brett? Let's see how long he can hold up. I'll make him tell me to kill him with his own mouth. In fact, Ark's purpose was more than killing him. Ark had a contract to pay Buxel 800 gold for the memory crystal. At the time it was urgent, but now the situation was resolved. And the reason Buxel needed the 800 gold had come back alive. There was no reason to give him 800 gold. But Buxel wouldn't invalidate the contract obediently. Although he wouldn't destroy it now, let's see how long he can last. So Ark would create a horrifying atmosphere over Buxel and Beku that would make him want to get rid of the contract. Therefore Ark just stared at them before heading towards the shops. If the one sleeping stretched his foot, then the one he hit wouldn't be able to sleep. He intended to make it so that Buxel couldn't sleep at all. Buxel and Beku jumped every time Ark looked at them, so they were haggard by the time Ark entered the store. Hoo, this is kind of fun? Ark's newly developed method of torture had another effect. That's quite a lot, so how about 180 gold? The shopkeeper looked at the pile of Japtum and made an offer. It had been a fortnight since Basaga, so he had a large pile of Japtum from hunting. Of course, he excluded all the magic items or items with vague descriptions from the Japtum. The goods sold to stores were only Japtum. 180 gold was a decent price for a fortnight's worth of collecting. But Buxel shook his head and said, What do you mean? Take a look at this. It should be 30 silver for one piece of this. And this too. Do you think this is our first trip? In addition, there is supposed to be an advantage when trading with goods of this magnitude. 185 gold. Ha, but there is a decline in the market price these days. If I buy it and the market slumps, then what will I do? That is the risk you take when operating a store. 184 gold. The merchant's bargain skill to convince NPCs would have different effects depending on the enthusiasm. But normally Buxel didn't care about the price received. No matter the price, his transaction skill would still increase. In addition, he wouldn't get a penny of it even if the bargain skill raised the price offer. However, this time his eyes were filled with a desire to get even one more silver, and he rampaged using bargain. Before that destined time came, he wanted to get into Ark's good books a bit more. This is. The shopkeeper made an awkward expression as Buxel continuously used bargain. Ark left the bargaining to Buxel and started looking at the shelves. Do you like this doll perhaps? Then let's do this. 180 gold and I'll include that doll. The shopkeeper said when he saw Ark looking at the doll on the shelf. It was a doll shaped like a rabbit. Poco Poco doll, General. A deluxe doll which resembles the famous Poco Poco of the northern mountains. The texture of the Poco Poco feels very wonderful. In addition, there is a magic equipment inside which will allow the Poco Poco to make sounds and move. It also contains a crystal to record your voice. It is best given as a gift. Price, 3 gold. Ark scratched his head for a moment before nodding. Okay. I accept. Okay, it is a deal. So Ark received the Poco Poco doll and exited the store. It went well. My heart was feeling slightly uncomfortable. In fact, the reason Ark wanted the doll was for Rocco. Ark had discovered that it was Rocco's birthday the other day. Although he gave her a salary for looking after Ark's comprehensive store, he still hadn't given her a birthday present. He had been worried for a while, but he finally found a suitable doll. I got it as a bonus, but it is still like I bought it. Do you like dolls? He. After exiting the store, Buxel twisted both hands and approached. It was said in a condescending tone. But Ark didn't pay him any attention and just put it in his bag. Now, the next thing to handle. It was the skin of a greater demon he obtained from the Soul Eater. It was a rare material obtained from a boss monster. This is the first time I've seen this type of item. Some type of magic seems to dwell inside it. I'll have to ask the profession artisans more about it. Well, it seems like a rare item, so I can give you 20 gold for one piece. That was the shopkeeper's reaction when he had shown it to him. 20 gold per piece. 5 pieces was 100 gold. It wasn't a bad price for a material item, however, Ark rejected the deal. The shopkeeper wasn't an expert in this type of item. In such cases, the prices often wouldn't be fair. In other words, if he visited an NPC with more specialized knowledge, then he could receive a higher price. But it is a rare item, but it might not be easy to find a specific NPC for it. Even if he searched several cities for the NPC, it might not be possible if it was a unique item. It was a waste of time to sell the material item to the NPC. There is only one way left. The method was selling directly to the user. It was an obvious statement, but in New World, the trading price with an NPC was just a reference. Depending on how many users needed the item, the price could vary infinitely. A typical example was an item called Black Crystal. When selling the Black Crystal to NPCs, they would only give 10 silver. But the need for black crystals among alchemists increased, so these days it would go for 1 gold if traded between players. So selling unusual or rare materials to NPCs is detrimental. First, he should collect information about the market price of skin of a greater demon among users. And the quickest way to check that was through the auction room. The auction room was a place where unique Japtaman items could be sold and the market price determined. Therefore, Ark also dropped by the auction house whenever he visited a city. And users headed towards Kingsgrave often visited the auction house in Paradon. Isn't this huge? The auction house in Paradon was a huge 5-story building. There were so many items from Kingsgrave sold that the auction house had grown. The 5 floors of the auction house were split up by the type of items sold. Ark entered the auction house and asked the manager NPC. Where is the place to deal with special ingredients? Go to the D section on the 4th floor. Thank you very much. Good luck shopping. Ark went up to the 4th floor and looked at the showcases. Let's see. Skin of a greater demon. Skin of a greater demon. Moon dust, Cro-Magnon's eyeballs, brilliantly colored claw of the Murania. Strange and special ingredients were scattered everywhere in the showcases. The area had relatively high-level users gathered, so the items stood out. The best ingredients cost several hundred gold. There were even some cases where one or cost dozens of gold. Some ingredients which were required to create rare and unique ingredients also traded for a high price. And materials not available at stores would sell for 3 or 4 times more at the auction. Here. I'm glad someone else put it up for auction. Heek. Ark's eyes widened as he looked at the flyer of information placed on the showcase. Skin of a greater demon. Asterisk registrant, Invincible Sword King. Asterisk present selling price, 108 gold. Asterisk instant purchase price, 120 gold. Registrant's explanation of goods, rare material for creating armor in the Dark Soul series. Please buy. What the? 120 gold for one piece? Ark felt breathless as his jaw dropped. That was 100 gold more than the price the shopkeeper offered. But the price was unmistakable once he saw the item explanation. He had seen the rare robe of a Dark Soul and shoes of a Dark Soul in the auction room. It currently cost 800-900 gold because it was a popular piece of equipment among magicians which had an option to increase casting speed. If I sell the skin of the greater demon, then I can get it less 600 gold. That was equal to the price of a rare equipment. But I don't have to put it down for auction right now. Ark was satisfied after checking the price. If he sold it at the auction house, then he would have to pay the 2% handling fee. 2% of 600 gold was 12 gold, which wasn't a small amount of money. Then it was better to find someone who needed skin of a greater demon and trade it directly to them. Even if he gave a 5 gold discount, it was still a profit of 7 gold. Bristania had a lot of magicians, so they would require that equipment. It won't be too late even if I go to a different place. Ark smiled with a pleased expression and turned around. He was looking for information on Fire Draconian Skull when a familiar item caught his eye. Eh? What is that? Ark suddenly stopped and looked at the showcase with surprised eyes. A black lump was placed in the showcase. Is that really? Ark hurriedly read the information notice below the item. Necromancer's Essence C rank. Asterisk registrant, area. Asterisk present selling price, 10 gold, no auction participants. Asterisk immediate purchase price, 15 gold. Registrant's explanation of goods, I don't know. More investigation needed. And Necromancer's Essence. Ark inwardly screamed. Necromancer's Essence. That's right. It was the core ingredient required for the Necromancer's Immortality Pill. However, the ingredient was placed on where side of the auction room gathering dust. And the instant purchase price was 15 gold. It wasn't just one. The showcase had at least 20 essences. Such a thing. Ark hurriedly called to a nearby NPC and asked. Excuse me, can you tell me a little bit about this ingredient? Then the NPC replied with a slightly perplexed expression. Let's see. In fact, we have almost no information about this stuff. Do you know the area King's Grave located to the north of Paradon? I don't know that much about it. Ah, then I'll explain a bit. Actually, the King's Grave was said to be inhabited by an undead king. Since the entrance was sealed, there was an explosive increase in undead until it was open to foreigners. So these auction items are sometimes found from the necromancers infesting Necromancer's Tower in the area. But these prices, Oh, are they slightly expensive? The guide laughed before speaking. The numbers which appeared are too little. The auction room currently has 20 of them, but they actually don't appear that often. They've been registered for several days, but it's not popular, so it hasn't sold. At first, various magicians and alchemists were interested and studied it, but they haven't found a purpose for it yet. They expected something at first, so it sold for 100 gold apiece, but the price has gradually started to go down and now people just put it on the auction for 10 gold. These things have been registered for several days? Ark's mouth gaped open. Anyway, Ark was able to understand the general principles thanks to the guide's explanation. According to the guide, one necromancer appeared on random floors of the Necromancer's Tower every few days. So it was a type of special monster. While the Necromancer's Essence was a rare item, it dropped quite a lot for users at the Necromancer's Tower. So the Necromancer's Essence sometimes appeared when the Necromancers were killed. Of course, users would be interested in the rare item dropped by the Necromancer. But they didn't know the purpose of the essences. Yes, the essence was an essential item in survival cooking to create the immortality pills. Although Ark wasn't the only one who learned survival cooking in New World, there weren't that many of them. It was impossible for people to know how to use the Necromancer's Essence. In fact, Ark only figured out how to use the essence by accident. Although it is C rank. The Necromancer's Essences that appeared in auction room were only C rank. The Necromancer's Essence that Ark used as a rank. The same type of essences had different ranks depending on the level and abilities of the monster that dropped it. However, it was still an essence even if it was C rank. Although it wasn't a rank, it would still give a special skill. Such an item is being sold for 10-15 gold. Ark's thoughts started furiously spinning in his head. There was a hunting ground infested with necromancers. Furthermore, there were a lot of users in front of Paradon heading towards that place. In other words, the Necromancer's Essence would continue to appear. If users were unable to figure out the purpose, then the price would continue to fall. Doesn't that mean I can continuously creating immortality pills? Even with a C rank immortality pill, the abilities would increase around the same amount as the mongoose immortality pill. However, the item permanently increased stats. Presently only expert alchemists could create elixirs like that. The elixirs raised one type of stat by +10, but it cost 300 gold. Also, the elixirs could only be used 5 times per user. Based on the mongoose's immortality pill, the C rank pill should increase stats by 15-20 points. It might also increase the resistance to certain attribute and stats depending on the percentage of completion. The elixirs can't even be compared. Since there were a lot of magicians in Bristania, a lot of them would want to purchase it. Once created, he could get a minimum of 800, it will be possible to receive 1000 gold. The problem was the remaining ingredients needed. The necromancer's immortality pill requires at least 4,000 of the skin and heart of the dead to create one. But Ark was level 380, so he was already beyond the level 200-300 King's Grave.
That meant Ark couldn't obtain the ingredients.
He had no choice but to buy it. Even if the essence was cheap, if the remaining ingredients were expensive, then it wouldn't fit in his calculations. But there was no need to worry about it.
Oh. The skin and heart of the dead is only 10 silver?
A lot of users from Paradon hunted the undead in King's Grave. Therefore ingredients dropped by the dead were overflowing. Since there was an oversupply of skin and heart of the dead, the price was low.
Ark's heart became excited as he confirmed it. Let's calm down and make some calculations.
Ark quickly visualized the calculator in his head. The skin and heart of the dead were 10 silver per piece. In order to make the immortality pill, he needed 4,000 of them, which was 400 gold. If he bought the necromancer's essence, then the cost would be 410 gold. If the final goods are sold for 1,000 gold, that was a profit of 590 gold for one. The problem is creating the necromancer's immortality pill. A C rank will still take 2 days. But there was also no need to worry about that. The Eastern nation sold vision scrolls. If he added the recipe for necromancer's essence to the vision scroll, then anyone could create it.
Then I can create my immortality pill factory, which I gave up on again. Previously Ark had a plan to distribute the slime's immortality pill. But the rehabilitation group only obtained 6 essences after laboring in the underground labyrinth for several months.
In addition, the main ingredient, the unicorn horn, was too difficult to obtain, so he abandoned that plan. Ark was forced to close the factory's doors. But this time the situation was different. Thanks to the users congregating in King's Grave, there was a reliable and cheap supply of ingredients.
It is a bonanza. This is a huge profit. I can earn money without doing anything. Ark smiled and looked at Buxel.
This method will be simple. Buxel, from today on you will be the manager of the Paradon branch of Ark's store.
Huh? Branch manager?
Buxel blinked his eyes with confusion.
Ark explained the business outline and added.
For the time being, you will stay here and purchase the necromancer's essence, the skin of the dead and the heart of the dead.
But be careful when buying it.
If users think it is popular, then they might raise the price.
Do you understand?
In fact, that was Ark's only worry. The price was determined by supply and demand.
If someone bought all of the ingredients in the auction room, then the users would raise the price.
If it went up by 1 silver, then the price would continue to rise. The rising costs would soon cause a decrease in profit. Therefore, the items had to be quietly bought.
It was important not to be noticed.
Ark didn't intend to have his necromancer's pill become a short-term business. With the ingredients supplied at the low price, he would receive a jackpot if he sold it one-on-one with another user. With such a grand ambition, he had to pay attention to the stabilization of the ingredients' cost. So he needed someone here to monitor the market closely and adjust the purchases according to need. Ark would leave that role to Buxel.
Buxel's face lightened after he heard the explanation. I'll do it. Please leave it to me. Buxel was a merchant, so he could also calculate quickly.
He was convinced about the business. He could also get away from Ark's threats if he became the Paradon branch manager. Of course, Ark had been irritated with Buxel. There was no reason to pay attention to such things when there was a windfall of money.
One thing, if you stay, then there will be a problem with the videos.
You don't have to worry about that.
Buxel quickly interjected.
Actually, when Arknim was on Warion Mountain, then my vampires I reached intermediate level.
Even if I'm far away from Arknim, I can still record videos with that skill.
Communication isn't available yet, but it'll probably work once the skill reaches advanced level.
Oh, then there is no problem. Then you'll sometimes get in contact? Ark's new business plan was rapidly processed.
For the moment, Buxel was to collect the ingredients. After he purchased the required quantities and sent them to Ark, Ark would place the necromancer's immortality pill recipe on the vision scroll.
He would scrape in money.
Buxel would also get 10% of the proceeds. If the profit for the immortality pill was 490 gold, 10% of that would be 49 gold. The only thing Ark had to do was place the recipe on the vision scroll. Even if 10% of the profit was given to Buxel, it was worth it since the ingredients needed to be purchased.
When this works, it would be a money cushion.
It would be possible to earn several thousand gold from this. With that much profit, Buxel could also earn some gold.
He. Thank you. Chairman Nim, I will follow Arknim for the rest of my life.
Yes.
Work hard.
Paradon branch manager. Until the day everybody earns gold in Bristania. I look forward to it. Beku, I'll be able to feed you a meat dish every day. What, really? While following Ark and Buxel, Beku could only eat kimchi soup. So the contract was signed and it was soon 5 o'clock. What? What happened to your expression? Brett asked as soon as they arrived at Camel's Oasis. Ark and Buxel's expressions were completely different from when they split up. Money made a person happy. It was a normal phenomenon. But the plan was top secret, so Ark coughed and spoke with a straight face. What do you mean? Don't you also look completely different? Ark asked after seeing Redian. Before they separated, Redian's expression was cloudy with a slight typhoon warning, and now it was clear. When she made a bright expression, Redian was quite a beautiful woman. Then Brett laid his hand on Redian's shoulder and smirked. I told you. We spent some adult time. Children won't understand such things. Stop joking around. Redian declared sharply, but she didn't hit him like she did before. Instead, she just grumbled a little bit. What did they do in the meantime? Ark stared at the both of them before shaking his head. Well, who cared? Ark's only concern was with his factory. Okay, so the alcohol here is good? Ah, it is the best. Owner, alcohol and appetizers over here. Brett stared to order alcohol in a light voice. Ark, Buxel and Betka started drinking the alcohol. In a short time they all became drunk. Diririri, diririri. Then his phone ringtone could be heard in his ear. Oh, wait a minute. Ark asked Brett for understanding and left his unit. Then he picked up the receiver. Oh Appa. It's serious. It's a crisis. Lancel village is in a crisis. Roko's voice shook his ears. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 17 Chapter 9. ACT 9 Crisis of Lancel Village. Is it here? Shambhala looked at the village nestled at the foot of the mountain. Yes, this is it. Number 358, who was riding near a horse-drawn carriage, nodded. Shambhala had finally arrived at Lancel village after crossing the sea. The reason Shambhala arrived at Lancel village was to bring the stolen goods they recovered from the pirates. Since Ark's tip from an anonymous source was the reason they swept up the lawless port, it was agreed that 20% of the goods would be sent to Ark's store in Lancel village. The Eastern nation swept up 50,000 gold from the pirates, so 20% of it was 10,000 gold. It was so much that the carriage could barely carry it. If any thieves attacked and stole it, then it would be a terrible loss. So Shambhala protected the carriage while it was brought to Lancel village. But that wasn't the only reason why Shambhala came to Lancel village. This place is Lancel village? Is this the first time you've seen it? No, I briefly saw it a while ago. But this wasn't the first time Shambhala had seen Lancel village. When Sutandal rose a while ago, he had used the dimensional gate to transfer the sacred soil. There was no time to sightsee then, but he had still entered the village. But now the village felt completely different from then. Isn't it quite a peculiar village? Number 358 laughed and replied. Peculiar? No, it's rather. It was the epitome of an odd village. Either way, Lancel village was completely different from what Shambhala remembered. It was a completely different scale from before. When Shambhala first visited, it was a village surrounded by a wooden fence with barely 100 houses inside. But now the wooden fence had turned into a stone wall. The stone wall was properly built and arranged to a height of 1 meter. Along with the stone wall, the size of the village was 50% larger than before. Now it contained 200 houses. Not only was it a larger scale, it had also become stranger. Among the 200 buildings, none of them had an identical form. The shape and color were all so different that it looked like a flower garden when seen from a faraway place. The buildings were linked like spider webs by overpasses, and there was also a huge, hollow hole in the village. It was something that Shambhala couldn't understand. What's with those overpasses and hole? Why are they in the village? Oh, the overpass and hole? Number 358 looked at the places Shambhala referred to and replied. The overpasses are made for the meow. Do you see the meow climbing up there to take a nap? The meow really like high places. Then the hole? The raccoon clan dug that. Since they find moving in buildings troublesome, they made an underground village. The raccoons feel more comfortable in the ground. Lancel village also contained an embassy from Sutandal. Because of that, the political and commercial ties between Sutandal and Schudenberg ran through Lancel village. Since number 358 had been helpful to Ark and Shambhala, he had been appointed the interim manager of the embassy for the Eastern nation. Thanks to that, he knew quite a bit about Lancel village.
Then is that pillar somewhat significant?
Shambhala pointed towards a pillar in the center of the village. Not only was the pillar strange, there were tents erected around it. When asked about the pillar, number 358 just laughed.
Ah, that pillar is to indicate the territories. What? Territory indication? Yes, several beast clans have moved to Lancel village recently.
So when the Wolrang arrived, then they decided to use the pillar to indicate the different territories. At first, they tried to use the trees around the village, but that didn't work, so the mayor built a pillar.
Shambhala muttered with an absurd expression at number 358's explanation.
This truly is a village suited to that Ark guy.
The good part?
Or bad? Of course, the bad part.
Where good part does Ark have?
Number 358 winced and raised his finger to his lips. I'll tell you in advance, but please don't slander Ark in front of the residents.
Ha? Why do I have to watch what I say?
All the residents here have received help from Arknim. If you speak badly about Ark, then you'll be in a bit of trouble. And do you know the branch manager of Ark's store?
You must absolutely say nothing in front of her. Then this is that guy Ark's hometown?
That explains the atmosphere in the past.
Shambhala remembered the Sutandal War.
When Haman Fortress was on the brink of destruction from the Red Man's strike, the Lancel residents had come through the dimensional gate to help. If they hadn't helped, then the Sutandal mission might have been a failure. Then the Eastern nation wouldn't have occupied a spot in Sutandal and they would still be drifting around. So Isabel and the Eastern nation held a soft spot for Lancel. It was also the reason why the embassy was built in Lancel. Well, the development speed really is awesome compared to when I first saw the village. When I was first dispatched here, it looked like a normal village, but now there are several different features which bring in significant revenue.
Lancel's specialties are also a good source of revenue for Sutandal.
Number 358 spoke proudly about the village. One speciality he was talking about was the raccoon swords and equipment. The raccoons were gifted artisans, so the quality of their produced items was already a speciality of Lancel. Lancel village was also at the foot of the Argus Mountains, which had abundant magic ingredients, and the Wolrang and Meow were also major specialties.
And 30% of Lancel's specialties were consumed by Sutandal.
Naturally, Ark's store in the center of the village monopolized most of the transactions.
That Ark is only good at things like this. Shambhala snorted with a sour look. Some of the residents here also used to be thieves. Aside from the Meow and raccoons, there are also some orphans from the Baron clan taken in after the Sutandal War.
Ah, and there is the popular dance performances by the beautiful Meow shaman Jana that is famous throughout Schudenberg.
Although the relationship between the Meow and Wolrang isn't that great. Number 358 continued talking about Lancel village.
Damn, it's already irritating that I have to separate from Isabel for a few days, but now this guy keeps chattering.
The letter movement tower should be built more quickly. Shambhala ignored number 359 and looked at the construction site in the village center. The building being constructed was the letter movement tower manufactured by the Magic Institute.
The royal family of Schudenberg thought it was inconvenient that the embassy was at the foot of a mountain, so they decided to construct it.
However, there was still a lot of time until it was completed.
Meanwhile, the carriage had arrived at Lancel village. The guards were familiar with number 358, so they greeted him and allowed him to enter. There were so many people inside the village that it was difficult for the carriage to move around.
The embassy was here, and this was also the first place in Schudenberg where the specialties of Sutandal could be bought.
While the various local specialties and merchandise of Ark's store, it was now an essential stopping place for a lot of level 100 users. They soon entered a residential area where the sign for Ark's comprehensive store appeared.
This is Ark's store?
Yes.
Isn't it amazing?
It has only been created for 1 year, but it is already one of the most famous shops around.
There are so many items that it requires 2 warehouses to be rented. I've already heard that explanation.
Number 358 was also a part of Sutandal's tourism business. So number 358 hadn't stopped talking until Shambhala spoke sharply to him. Suddenly a pig-like person ran up to him.
Welcome. Sir?
Where is the store manager?
Shambhala was irritated by the talkative person, so he spoke in a sharp voice.
Then the pig stuttered and withdrew hesitantly.
Why are you looking for the store manager? Why do I have to tell you anything? Have you come here to return something? What? Return? I am right. Please endure it. Have you come because of that sword?
I might have made a little mistake while taking care of it. Or is it a herbal medicine set I sold you? There is the risk that it will spoil if left too long. No, that's not. Anyway, please endure it and don't return the goods. What the? This guy? I said, let me see the branch manager. Sob, please bear it for me. I might have made a mistake when selling the goods. If the manager finds out, then I'm dead, sob. Please forget it just this once. I am poor and have no money for a refund. The pig grabbed his pants and cried. Shambhala looked at the scene with astounded eyes. Omo, Shambhala Appa, ... Suddenly a voice was heard from behind him. He saw that it was Rocco when he turned around. Rocco had returned after receiving some harp lessons from the ghost. After the pig saw Rocco, he wiped off his tears and asked. Sniff, store manager. You know this person? Yes. He is Ark Appa's friend. Please enter. Sheesh, I cried for no reason. The pig pouted and went back into the store. Shambhala stared blankly at the back of the pig's head before saying, What on earth? He? Oh, is this the first time Appa saw it? He is a salesperson for our store. Salesperson? Yes, sometimes there are people who buy items and then use an excuse to try and refund them. That person is Olmiak, who has a specialty in crying. Whenever he cries, then the customer won't want to make a return anymore. Ho ho ho. That's right. This store had a 0% return or refund policy. It was the secret to Ark's store, which boasted 100% customer satisfaction. Well, Shambhala really had nothing to say. That Ark? Shambhala sighed. Rocco then saw the carriage and asked. Oh, these are the stolen goods recovered from the pirates' hideout? You heard? I went to Appa's house a few days ago and he told me to expect it with Shambhala Appa. Well, I don't really mind the scale of the items. If it hadn't been for Ark, then wouldn't we have lost those guys in the middle of the pursuit? If the pirates aren't caught, then things will become difficult for Isabel. Rocco laughed at Shambhala's words. Then Shambhala frowned and asked. Why are you looking like that? Ho ho ho, it is still hot. Isabel, does Appa still have that single-minded devotion? Rocco nudged his side, causing Shambhala to cough and avoid her gaze. However, the pieces of skin revealed through the mask had reddened. Shambhala coughed before speaking again. Actually, I also have some business with you. Ha? Me? What is it? Love advice? Don't joke around. I heard you are raising a unicorn? I am raising it. But why are you asking about the unicorn? There is a new seal on my dagger, so I haven't been able to use it yet. I need some magic ingredients to unseal it, and the unicorn's mane is one of them. But I haven't been able to find a unicorn. That's right. It was the reason why he left his beloved Isabel to come to Lancel. A while ago, Shambhala had gathered all 3 treasures to change to his second profession. It was the dark veil, blood armor, and the 1,000 human blood dagger. Among them, the 1,000 human blood dagger had a strong seal on it. And special magic ingredients were needed for the ceremony to unseal it. One of them was the unicorn's mane. He had found all the other magic ingredients, so he came running when Justice Man told him Rocco was raising a unicorn. He explained to the surprised Rocco. Unicorn's mane? Do you need all of the mane? No, a handful will be enough. Well, if it is that much. Rocco blew a sigh of relief and nodded. In fact, the unicorn was quite sensitive these days. It was expected. Twice the unicorn experienced having its horn severed thanks to Arkansas. Fortunately, it had grown halfway back, but the unicorn still had some trauma from the memories. If someone even sent it a little suspicious look, then it would instantly run away. I feel a bit sorry for Unicorn, but he is Ark Appa's friend and he only wants a little bit. Ho ho ho. Just hold on a minute. I'll call Unicorn and check. Rocco smiled and answered. Shambhala looked at the stolen goods loaded on the carriage and murmured aloud. But that guy Arkansas is really never tired. He provided a tip about how to get the stolen goods, and he even managed to get a commission for it. He got a profit without even doing anything. Damn guy, at this rate. That's right. It was indeed Shambhala. But Shambhala had forgotten about number 358's warning. Never talk badly about Ark in Lancel village. Particularly in front of the manager of Ark's store. Shambhala was muttering to himself until he looked at Rocco with a puzzled expression. Eh? Why? You're not calling the unicorn? Rocco twitched and spoke with a strange expression. I was too short-sighted. The unicorn is indeed my pet. Although it will heal, I just can't strip it of its mane. There should be a price for it. A price? Yes. I mean, The carriage will block business to the store, so Shambhala Appa, please help Olmiak transfer it to the warehouse. And you should also arrange the warehouse while you're there. I'm so busy these days that I haven't had time to arrange the warehouse. I will think about giving you the unicorn's mane after that. So you want me to bring these goods to the warehouse and then arrange it? If you don't want to, then that's too bad. Roko exploded and turned around. Shambhala couldn't understand why Roko's attitude had suddenly turned so cold. However, no. 358 who was sitting in the carriage sighed as he noticed the reason. Deliverer Nim, he can only get along well with Isabel Nim. Shambhala stared at Roko before muttering. The way you're handling that pig and your attitude gradually resembles Arkansas. Omo, thank you. Roko laughed loudly with pleasure. Thus, Shambhala was forced to labor for Roko. Suddenly there was an uproar above him as the meow jumped through the overpass and shouted. Damn, it happened again. Those bastards, where on earth are they hiding? Those mice, when I caught them I'll tear them to pieces. Then Roko ran to the meow with a surprised expression and asked. What's wrong? Perhaps. Roko, yes. 3 of the meow encountered them this time. The meow encountered? Shambhala sensed that a serious problem was occurring and looked at number 359, but he just shook his head. Shambhala jumped off the carriage and approached Roko. What's going on? That. Roko hesitated for a while before explaining. In fact, an incident had occurred in Lancel village a few days ago. While the ex-thieves were patrolling, the meow and Wolrang who had been looking for magic ingredients were killed. Initially it was just 1 or 2 people, but it had occurred more frequently until 3 or 4 people were killed at once in a matter of days. The mayor Galen had covered up the incident for the moment. If the visitors and residents found out, then the lively village would become confused and worried. So the guards had been secretly investigating the incident. But they still hadn't managed to find the killers. They don't seem like simple thieves. Roko murmured with a stiff expression. Several members of the beast clans and the guards had been killed around the village. Normally NPC thieves wouldn't go so close to a village. But it was also difficult to think that the attackers were users. The reason why users normally piked was to get money and goods. However, the residents of Lancel village killed were NPCs. NPCs had an incredibly low probability of dropping items. In addition, the guards only wore basic equipment and the meow didn't have any. The increase in chaotic value when killing an NPC was also much higher compared to killing a user. In other words, there was no profit in killing NPCs. Should I check it out? Shambhala asked after thinking for a while. Ha? Shambhala Appa? It is better than me moving the baggage. I am a professional. Ah, that's right. Shambhala Appa is a brutal assassin, so you would also understand assassins. Do you have to say it that way? Anyway, will you give it to me if I resolve this? The unicorn's mane? I understand. Since Lancel village isn't profitable when everybody feels uneasy. Okay, number 358. The warehouse arrangement is up to you. Ha? Shambhala forced the work onto number 358 and left the village. There were 2 reasons why Shambhala offered to do this task. The first reason was that he preferred fighting unknown enemies to carrying goods. And the second reason was because he guessed where they could be hiding. I have to find them quickly and return to Sutandal. Shambhala used the skill he learned after changing professions and searched around the village. Shambhala didn't encounter them often, but he knew about the beast clan's abilities. Just like their name, the NPCs had several animal-like abilities. While the raccoons could dig tunnels, the meow and Wolrang had a keen sense of smell. If the members of the beast clans couldn't find the scent after several days, then they must have been using skills to hide their trail. But they are hiding near the village. Hiding in a remote place and then coming to the village to kill is a lot more dangerous. If that appears, then the residents might notice them. And they could hide and watch for when the guards mobilized, but if they wanted to monitor the village and hide from the beast clan's keen sense of smell, then there was only one place. Qua. Shambhala reached a waterfall that wasn't that far from Lancel village. The reason the beast clans couldn't find them was because they moved through the water. So the only hiding place possible was the waterfall. Hoo, indeed. As expected, he found a small cave where he searched around the waterfall. If they only killed 3 or 4 NPCs at one time, then there should just be 10 of them. But I can't be sure, so I should take a look at the situation. Shambhala used stealth and entered the cave. The entrance was small, but inside it was quite deep and wide. After he walked around 10 meters, he suddenly heard people talking.
Cuckoo, the village should be in an uproar by now.
No, not necessarily. The guy who infiltrated the village said that the guards are keeping it quiet.
But the atmosphere is gradually becoming worse. Users? They're not NPC thieves? Shambhala hid himself near the entrance and surveyed the interior.
In the spacious area, 8 men were sitting around. When he used penetration on them, he confirmed that their names were deeply red-black. In order to become so chaotic, they must have been the users who killed the inhabitants of Lancel village.
Why on earth are they killing the residents of Lance village?
At that moment, one chaotic user sighed and murmured.
Hey, aren't we somewhat stupid?
What? Deliberately raising our chaotic level just to learn the death skill. If we're caught, then we'll be in prison for at least 2 months.
That is true.
But we're doing it because of the guild.
Death skill?
Guild? Usually when penetration was activated, the name of the user and the guild would be shown together. However, no guild names appeared on the chaotic users. They must have temporarily withdrew from the guild to commit the murders.
But the reason they were killing NPCs was to learn the death skill? What did that mean? Then they started to talk again.
There's no need to worry.
We're not the only suicide group.
If all the people selected to be a part of the suicide group by our guild participates, then we'll stack up the chaotic value. The guild has also promised to support us if this strategy works.
Suicide group? Wait, then these guys? Shambhala had experienced the strange skill they were talking about before. Self-destruct.
It was literally a skill which exploded the character to deal enormous damage.
But self-destruct wasn't a skill that could be learnt using normal methods.
The only way to learn self-destruct was to build up the chaotic value until it reached a certain amount and then visit an NPC in a secret society to learn it.
That's right. This is the reason why they killed the residents. Killing NPCs instead of users will increase the chaotic value faster.
But why are they going so far just to learn self-destruct?
And this is the strategy of a guild.
However, the chaotic users had stopped talking.
Anyway, I can't just let them keep killing residents. Shambhala left the cave and went back to the village.
He then informed Mayor Galen about the meeting.
The Beast clan members instantly ran wild in the street. However, Shambhala shook his head.
Those guys will just rise again 24 hours after you kill them and repeat the same actions. The only way to prevent it is to have the guards kill them.
Lancel village is a part of Jackson.
If the guards kill the chaotic users, then they'll automatically be locked in the jail at Jackson.
Since they've killed many residents, they'll be locked in the jail for at least 2 months. And their chaotic values will return to normal, so they can't acquire the self-destruct skill anymore.
It is better to not strike their hiding place directly.
After that, Shambhala used stealth to watch the cave.
When they appeared to hunt the next day, the NPC guards surrounded them in an ambush.
Now, surround and exterminate them.
These bastards, I'll repay my colleagues' grudges. The guards swung their swords and rushed to attack.
Heek. How did the guards?
The chaotic users were level 250.
However, the 8 of them couldn't deal with the 30 guards surrounding them.
Apart from Shambhala, the Meow and Wolrang also attacked to get their revenge. Of course, they allowed the guards to deal the final blow in order to lock them in jail.
You're dead.
Grrrr, take this.
Go, clear my family's grudge.
At Shambhala's command, the Beast clans beat them up before allowing the guards to kill them. Thus it took only 5 minutes to wipe the chaotic users out. Now they would rot in a prison cell in Jackson.
But Shambhala still felt uncomfortable.
Those guys are dealt with. But I haven't figured out the reason why the guild wants to learn the self-destruct skill. It might be needless worry, but if it is somehow related to Lancel village. Lancel village was also important to Sutandal. If a serious problem occurred in Lancel village, then the effects would even cross into Sutandal. There are still a few days left before I need to return to Sutandal.
Then I can return when the letter movement tower is finished.
Yes. I'll stay here and watch the situation a bit more.
Shambhala sensed something sinister, so he stayed in Lancel and checked the area.
He would sometimes visit the waterfall cave while hunting.
Since the chaotic players used the cave as their hideout, Shambhala expected their colleagues to visit there. After a couple of days, Shambhala's ominous prediction turned into reality.
No, the reality exceeded Shambhala's worries.
Those morons, they were caught and locked in jail.
Luckily, the other squads in the area were successful and managed to achieve a sufficient number, but
there were as many as 300 users gathered in the waterfall cave.
They all had high chaotic numbers from killing NPCs in villages near Lancel. Judging by the situation, they had already learned self-destruct. The fact that they were gathered here meant Lancel village was their goal. And those guys? Shambhala stared at the man standing in front. Shambhala didn't need to use penetration to know their name and guild. Jewel, then the ones behind this. The Hermes Alliance. As you know already, we lost the lawless port, so we are in a crisis. The guild is in such a state thanks to Arkansas. Lancel village is just like his home base. The Hermes Alliance will annihilate Lancel village. Our main goals are Ark's store and the letter movement tower. Jewel eloquently spoke towards the other guild members. But our mission doesn't end with Lancel village. Our final goal is to recapture Sutandal. We are the hidden forces of the Hermes Alliance, selflessly devoting ourselves to recapturing Sutandal. Therefore, the Hermes Alliance has spent enormous time and money to support us in our efforts to recapture Sutandal. The Alliance members lifted their swords and shouted. I've received word from Duke and the troops he is leading. Their estimated time of arrival is 3 days. Once the support troops arrive, we will commence the operation to annihilate Lancel village. Shambhala realized the situation was even worse than he expected. That Ark, he allowed the Hermes Alliance to find out about Lancel village? Ah, that's right. The Dimensional Gate. Anyway, those Hermes guys have made up their minds and aimed at Lancel, so it is serious. Furthermore, their end goal is Sutandal. But the troops in Lancel don't have any hope of stopping those guys. I need to contact Ark immediately to prepare countermeasures. Shambhala realized the urgency of the situation. He instantly used stealth to leave the cave. The news was then conveyed to Ark through Roko. And after 2 days, those Hermes Alliance bastards. Ark flew from Paradon in Bristania to Gyring using letter movement and finally arrived in Lancel village. However, Ark wasn't alone. Accompanying Ark was Bread and Redian, Bristania's strongest combination. So Lancel village was surrounded and the third part of the battle against the Hermes Alliance begun. To be continued. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.